measuring the distance of the moon, you need to know, or at least one factor of that might affect your measurement. Not saying it will, but I'm just saying one factor that might affect your measurement is the medium that the moon is within. But we don't. The problem is there is no way to verify that.
Well, it did recently come out that NASA is claiming that there is a level of the atmosphere in which the moon is, right? There is a particular level of gradation that would be like Calder's atmosphere. So it's such that they called it. This is at least, take this with a grain of salt. This is from what I remember. So it's like it's a weird thing, right? Like I'm just trying to understand the world around me, and the idea that this is how it works and the demonstrations of gravity that I've been presented, it makes sense. I don't understand how that would work on, like, I haven't been presented a model to align with the phenomena that's been explained under my model. So that's really where I'm coming from.
So are you saying the moon is inside the atmosphere?
This is what we look like.
I mean, I can find you where I believe it was NASA said that, if you want me to look it up.
Okay. No, it's fine. So
I'm not claiming to be no cosmologist here.
Split itself.
Okay. So let's assume. So here's the thing. So how do you verify that the moon is within the atmosphere? You're using the distance, right?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know how they verified that.
Okay. I mean, to be fair, they believe that they landed on it. That's why.
I believe that they landed on it.
But when you saw the footage, when you saw the moon landing footage, and you believe that in that footage that the moon, in that footage, you believe that Earth's atmosphere, that those astronauts were experiencing Earth's atmosphere on the moon in that footage.
No, so,
right?
But like, this is the whole thing here with the gas pressure in a container is we're talking about the pressure gradient, right? Like to say that there's like atmosphere and then there's vacuum like a foot next to each other, like that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about like a steady decline, right? Or it's actually, I think, there's a pretty harsh drop off, and then it kind of like plateaus out a little bit. But
listen, this is a separate argument. It's not. I'm not arguing about the gas pressure next to a vacuum. I'm arguing in your measurement, in your ham radio distance to the moon measurement.
Yeah.
What? So you're saying that they took the atmosphere medium into account when they were shooting the radio waves, right?
Anything in which they
well, yeah. In order to aim at the moon, one would like that's what you're doing, right? You're looking at where it is through the medium, right?
Okay.
And you have to like.
But
like
in this case, right. But in this case, you're saying that the moon, because the moon is within the Earth's atmosphere, that means we're going to account for the atmosphere, not the vacuum. So my next question is, okay, if that's true, right? If you believe that that the moon is within the Earth's atmosphere, then you must also believe that when you witness the moon landing, the footage, that those astronauts that were on the moon
I get what you're saying.
Experiencing the Earth's atmosphere in the moon landing footage.
So every chakra, it has its polarity attached to it.
So
like
from
in other words,
the European Space
breathe.
Agency, it wasn't NASA.
Like they might have been able to. I just
posted
breathe.
it. I'm gonna post it in the side chat for you.
Okay.
You see these chakras.
Okay, so if that's true, then you might actually be able to breathe on the moon.
You can have a choice.
That's not what it means.
That's not what it means.
So the atmosphere on the moon is still exists, but you can't breathe.
I'm assuming you're not a hiker.
Like what we see here. But back
Okay. So you
Are
can't.
is that a correct assumption?
Yeah, I don't hike.
Okay. Do you know about what people have to do when they hike at very high altitudes?
No, enlighten me.
so that
You have no idea? You don't know that they'd have to bring like oxygen tanks?
That makes sense. To equalize the pressure? Is that what you're saying?
No, because the atmosphere around them, right, doesn't have enough oxygen in it because it's so sparse because of how high they are.
Okay. And how high is the moon?
Very high.
Right. So, but you believe the atmosphere extends out to that length.
So when you say that you can breathe on the moon, it's just funny because there are places on Earth where we struggle to breathe, right? At certain altitudes.
more than
Yes.
Yet you believe that, yeah, but yet you still believe the atmosphere is on the
I
moon.
sent the article, man. Like that's all I can really
Okay.
do. I was
Do
just
you-
bringing it up more as a talking point, not as a linchpin.
So do you believe the moon is within the atmosphere?
Based on this article, sure.
Okay.
But that's believing a Russian, so maybe not.
Why? It's from Russia?
Well, the moon flies through Earth's atmosphere, says Igor Balyukin of Russia's Space Research Institute. We were not aware of it until we dusted off observation made over 2 decades ago by the SOHO spacecraft.
So in
When
that
our
case,
atmosphere merges into outer space,
Okay.
there's a cloud of hydrogen atoms called Geocorona. One of the spacecraft instruments, SWAN, used its sensitive sensors to trace the hydrogen signature precisely, detect how far the very outskirts of the Geocorona are.
Sean and I'm thinking.
So in that case, the people who landed on the moon were never in space.
Why would you like that?
Yeah,
I don't understand how you're just not gonna call, like it's also like I would say that we're in space right now.
We're on the atmosphere. We're on the surface of the Earth.
Exactly, which is in space.
Mm,
From our
no,
view, you can understand that, right?
You
Like
mean
Steel Man here.
you mean the entire Earth is within space? Okay, but the
Yeah.
problem is when like for example, if I were to make a distinction where you have someone, let's say at a lower altitude, and then you have someone at a higher altitude, one of them is not in space, one of them is in the atmosphere, and one of them is in space, the vacuum of outer space. You see what I'm saying?
I get that there are people at different heights above the Earth.
So no one ever went to space actually. Because
But
the
it would
atmosphere
depend like where you define spaces, right? Like
Well, I don't
that's all
assume
that
outer
matters.
space. Yeah. But according to this article, no one actually went to outer. In order to get to the moon, you don't have to go beyond the atmosphere. So therefore, nobody actually went to space.
Space
If
doesn't
you
even
define
exist.
spaces beyond the entirety of space of Earth's atmosphere, then like sure. But I mean, when you get up high enough from the Earth, even in a plane, I could, in certain situations, depending on the height of the plane, say that you're probably closer to space or in space.
You could say
So-
that, could you?
Yeah,
Nah,
I mean,
planes
it's
aren't
not it's like they're planes at like 30,000 feet and whatnot are traveling within like the atmosphere of the Earth. But once you get higher than that, and much higher than that, it becomes a bit
see,
less the old atmosphere.
planes don't actually fly. What happens is those windows are actually like video screens, and the plane just teleports to the other airport.
It's just a bumpy journey.
What the
Yeah,
fuck?
well,
That's why
they
so many
gotta.
planes go missing, right?
Yeah, they gotta do like the whole charade to make you think that the Earth's round.
Well, they're flying in
globe
space
Earth
already,
logic is
so
that?
doesn't that make the Earth round?
Space is fake, so.
And gay.
Airplanes fly in space.
What's this gay big stream?
That's each one of these.
Ooh, body him.
World of weed crap.
Get him. Nice. Oh, whoa, guys, watch out. Oh, okay, we're gonna beat that guy up with the laser beam. Yeah, we got a coin. Got a
This is
couple
the
coins.
Mike
I
Tyson
think we knocked him
versus
down. Oh, more
what's his
lasers.
fucking face? Logan Paul.
Money, 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 man.
So, anyone who's Zodiac, were you in the room earlier when Crit was like, "Okay, so it's either Rich Evans or it's Gregory, and we're gonna separate you two." Were you in the room at that point?
I was listening to you guys. I was listening to you and Gregory, but after one of you guys said,
I got servant muted in the end.
honestly, the conversation ended when you guys were talking about the acuity of light, right? And then so the reason I brought up the whole like you
Brought it up.
can
You had a better explanation than he did, for the record.
Oh, it's
Really?
Rich talking.
Oh, what was Rich talking?
Really? Why do you think I had a better explanation? Why?
Oh, just because Gregory's extremely arrogant. He has to talk
What?
down to people like me.
Wait.
I don't think he talks down to anybody, man. That's just the way he talks.
Sure.
You ever heard your
Probably not
Cubanite, man? That
listening
guy
very
there is
much.
fucking condescending as fuck.
Yeah, I've spent a lot of time listening to Gregory, and the way that he mirrors people, he can be condescending sometimes, but I would have to say who did it first. Because I think Gregory's kind of like me. Like, he gives you back what you give him. So if you treat me with respect, guess what's going to happen?
I totally agree, man.
It's funny because I usually come to him with a question, and then I get
But Rich, you'll
inflammatory
fucking
remarks
argue
about
white
my
if he says
character.
black, dude. That's just the way you are. You'll just take the argument on no
No,
matter
I'm
what
not
the
a
fuck it is.
contrarian.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not.
Of course you are, dude.
Isn't
I've seen
I
you
the only
argue
one
long
laughing?
enough to tell you that you are, brother. It doesn't matter what the topic is. You'll take a side.
I am absolutely not a contrarian, and I will debate you on it.
I get it, man.
So just to be clear, according to you, the moon is within the atmosphere, and
According to this paper, bro.
Okay, do you trust it? Do you believe in it?
Sure.
Okay.
That's from 2019.
Let's say on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you believe in it? Would you bet your life if you
definitely not. I would not bet my life on that.
Okay, then you don't believe it.
I don't believe it at all? That's crazy.
That's like
What's your favorite food?
Here we go.
What's your favorite food, and would you bet your life on it? Like, or you don't actually believe it?
My favorite food is salmon, and yeah, salmon is my favorite. And I would bet my life that I eat it so much.
Wrong. Your favorite food's pizza.
No, it's ridiculous because like there's like almost an infinite amount of food that you haven't tasted. So it's just
No,
there could
this
be
is
like a way better dish than the salmon you've ever been presented that you would find more tasty, and then
yeah,
you would be dead because
bravo.
you don't actually
Okay,
believe that.
motherfucker.
Sorry,
Yeah,
we were trying to have a
bravo, Dick.
conversation before you were interrupting.
It's a false equivalence. No, I'm not an interrupt. Yeah, I'll interrupt. It's a false equivalence. So, you're betting your life on information given to you by somebody else. You ask him about his favorite fucking food. So make an actual equivalence.
Because it was whether or not he actually believes that it's his favorite food. That's the
Yeah, and
equivalence.
it's a false equivalence, like I already said.
How is that a false equivalence?
So make
They're
an
both
actual.
whether or not he believes it.
No, this is about whether or not someone else is giving you information about reality, somebody else, dipshit, or his own preference on something that he's tasted millions of things, right? So, false equivalence.
Does Moscow exist, Zodiac?
Oh, great, another false equivalence.
Now we're diverting. You're diverting.
No, I'm asking if you believe that place exists. I'm assuming that you don't
It's
have
a false equivalence, Rick.
experience.
Hey, why are you being such a sack of shit right now? Can you make an actual equivalence, or just is this the only thing that you do?
You really don't like analogies.
Your analogies are false.
I don't think so.
So let me ask you a question. Can he go to Moscow? Yes or no? No, it's okay. Let's talk about this a minute.
Yes,
can he go to Moscow?
if Moscow is real.
Can he go to the moon? Can he go to the moon?
Yeah.
Really? How?
Yeah. With sheer determination.
Slingshot.
Can you go to the moon?
Yeah. You want to see me do it again?
Okay. Yeah, I want you to go to the moon right now. If you don't go to the moon right now, I'm muting you.
Okay, dude. I just did it 3 times.
I want a moon rock on stream.
There we go.
No, I don't have a camera.
You're muted.
Sorry.
That's all it takes.
Weak sauce, bro.
Huge hits of methamphetamine doesn't count as going to the moon.
You can go to the moon in Kerbal Space Program, which on Steam right now has only a 57% approval rating.
Dude, I would go to the moon in the nanosecond.
You guys could just buy Dogecoin.
Yeah, you can go spend it on the moon.
All right. Let's see. Is there any other globies in here before we go back to Rich again?
Lancis.
What?
What?
Where you at on this topic, bro?
Today the Earth is flat.
Today it is. What was it yesterday, though?
It's flat again.
Okay. Well, at least you're consistent 2 days in a row. All right.
Okay, one more question. Is it spinning or not spinning?
The Earth?
Yeah, and what makes it spin?
Why would it spin?
Excellent.
Exactly. Based.
See, reality is not difficult. It's very simple. It's the bullshit that's difficult.
Yep. Shit just gets in the way. That's all it is.
Felix was in here earlier. He was talking about Coriolis, and he was convinced, or he's kind of like the Matthew Learns type. You know, not threatening, but also still full of bullshit. So he just wanted to kind of.
He was talking to himself. I think he was talking to somebody else that was kind of believing in it too. He was like going on and on about how much how they use it when they do long range artillery, and just like, dude, just making up nonsense. Just I don't even know where these kids get this crap.
Well, it does things, but you don't detect it. It does things, but you don't compensate for it. It does things, but you can't prove it. It's the same theme for curvature, for motion, for gas pressure. It's the same thing. It's like, oh no. I swear it's real, but there's no way you could prove it.
That's when he started about reference frames, and I was like, dude, like if it affected bullets, then it's gonna affect helicopters, dude. It doesn't. It's not gonna pick. Oh, it affects bullets, but helicopters, dude. Then they start bringing up that angular velocity crap, man. You know how long Nathan spent on that, like 4 years ago, arguing with people. Oh my lord.
Ask Michael Jordan if he takes the rotation into account when he makes a free throw.
Yeah, right.
That's what I want to know.
That's perfect. That's a great question, right? Okay, how do you compensate for Coriolis making free throws?
I just don't know how anybody thinks it goes. Like the guys, like
or anyone who's played baseball.
You know,
when you play baseball, you shoot a home run. Did you take the Coriolis into account? Yes or no?
Nobody. It's so stupid. Like anybody that ever has done anything. If you know anybody that's ever been in the military, even Skinny talks about it because he's here, but there's a zillion other people that talk about it, how they never used anything.
All right, I'm taking old Rich off of mute because he's the only one here that's going to fight for this globe. And if he doesn't fight for it, how's it going to survive, right?
All right. Let's get released.
Well, look who comes crawling back for more, huh?
I admit it, man. Like, I need someone to defend the fiction, right? So you do it. Yep.
You need me.
I need you so much, Rich. I need you to defend this fiction.
Was that a Rat song? You're back for more. Turn away.
Don't quit your day job. I love you, kid.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely awful voice. I love it.
Okay, Rich. You ready for this question?
Why am I on the pedestal? Am I not allowed to ask a question?
Go ahead. Yeah, ask your question. Go ahead.
Do you have an explanation for why time zones occur?
Sun moving
under a flat Earth model.
The only observation is that the sun is moving. So, like, what would rule it out? I don't see how. Unless the sun wasn't moving, I don't see how you could rule it out. How would you rule it out? Like, how would you rule out?
Well, I mean, it's the fact that if you're given some kind of understanding of a mapping of terra firma, right? Like what I assume all flat earthers use to get to work every day, whatever they're going to use for their GPS. I'm assuming there's a flat earth one because they probably don't trust the government one. Like whatever that mapping of the world looks like, there's going to be like the sun over top of it, but that wouldn't stop the light from being seen from another position on the plane that's supposed to be dark.
Do you believe that light travels infinitely?
Infinitely? No, not necessarily.
Okay, why not?
I just don't know that. I'm not saying it doesn't. I just don't know.
Or how about like let's say you shined a flashlight. Let's say there was a highway. And you shined a flashlight at night. Do you believe that that light There would be no like limit to it. Like you could, if the Earth was flat, you believe that if that highway was 200 miles, that you could see, or let's say 500 miles, you could see the flashlight on the other side of the highway.
I mean, doesn't this get back into our, like, you're now saying that the sun is a directional light?
No. This is
Not
just a
a.
hypothetical question. Just
No,
forget the sun.
I get what you're saying. I probably can't see the flashlight itself. I might be able to see the light spot on the ground.
From 500 miles away?
Well, no, not from 500 miles away.
Well, just hypothetically, if
Yeah, no,
the
I
Earth
don't
was
think I'd be
flat.
able to see it from 500 miles away.
Okay. And so it really depends on how powerful that sunlight is, right? Like it depends on and also the position of the sun and the size, assuming the size of the flashlight plus the intensity, I guess you could say, or whatever, of the light. You know.
Yeah. Well, it's been nice, Zodiac. I hope you have a good night.
Well,
I gotta hop
wait. Do you
out.
know the size of the sun? Because
No,
you can argue for
no,
time zones.
I haven't
You just
been able
need
to go measure it yet. But once I do,
okay.
I'll report back.
Yeah, you can argue in favor of time zones for a globe Earth. You just need the sun, because that's where everything is dependent on the sun, the position of the sun and the moon. Yeah.
Are you Egyptian, perchance?
No, that's just what the time zones, like basically time zones are like night and day. It's the same. It's, I guess, not the same, but it's like similar to the night and day cycle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you'd have to show me. So I would love to see like some kind of like, honestly, draw it out, try your best, and then give it me a good old college try next time. But hope
The sun
everyone
is
has a good
moving.
night.
Yeah, the simple explanation is the sun is moving, but you know. But go ahead. Damned. That was the last one. I tried. They are a mind-man construct, too. They are. I don't want to get into it. I just wanted to keep it simple. But explanations are not proof anyway, so it doesn't even. He should have been asking, instead of asking for an explanation of time zone, he should have been asking for scientific validation of what causes. Well, time is an imaginary concept, so yeah, it's a flawed question anyway. So never mind.
You ever notice how Globers just be talking about the not there? What I mean by the not there is the stuff that isn't there, like the stuff that isn't verifiable. They're always talking about space-time and Earth caused Coriolis effect. It's, curvature. The Earth is just too big for us to see it. You got to go to space. Okay, let's go to space. Oh, you can't do that. Not there. Can't go there.
And black holes and supernovas and fucking whatever, quarks and...
They like built-in blocks, like roadblocks, built-in roadblocks.
What do you guys think the billionaires are in on it?
Who knows who's in on it, buddy?
Well, money would have to be real. So they own billions of nothing.
You saying money's not real?
Didn't they get off the gold standard?
Yeah, but
Money's 1,000% not real. Like, show me money. Show me cotton paper that represents an idea, a value. Value is non-material.
In our current incarnation of money, called fiat for a reason, right? In other times, right, we had representations of said value, right? Our time and our energy that were embedded in real things, for example, and that was probably the closest we've ever gotten to quote real money, right? But we've lost that a long time ago.
Well, to all you flat earthers, conspiracy theorists out there, Richard Nixon said that he's taken us off the gold standard temporarily. And I'm a coincidence theorist, and I believe him. Just like the base in Gaza that the United States is building, it's only a temporary base.
As they say, nothing's more permanent than a temporary government program.
Yeah, so we'll go back to the, we'll get
a
back on the
construct. Construct to keep the fucking slaves happy.
Yeah. So if we went back to some sort of gold standard, that would at least control something like what we call inflation, because there's finite amounts of things that you can't just arbitrarily print. Okay. But at the same time, once again, money is only a value system, and value is faith-based, and it's different to every individual. So money is just an illusion. Value is an illusion. It's all a joke.
It's what makes the world go round.
Faith makes the world go round.
Yeah, man, like, fuck. It's all built on this shit, too, right?
Yep.
You mean the world go across? Because it's not a...
Yeah, the world's stationary, bro. News.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever.
So the interesting thing about that term world is if you think about something whirling round and round, something spinning, you know what I mean? World. It's just this crazy psychosis, this spinning nonsense, this never-ending joyride. The world.
Yeah, there's
the
world.
The world. Not the world.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. There's WORLD and WHIRLD, right? Same shit.
Same shit.
The world is a vampire.
It truly is, brother.
What about the Pope? Well, he takes multiple bloodsuckers.
It seems to be all systems of control, right?
Yeah. I'm completely against organized religion. Not that I'm saying that no one should be able to get together and have a commune and, you know, a little barbecue and read the Bible together like a book club. I'm not really saying that nobody can do that, but like the whole organized religion thing, it's ridiculous to me.
More of a disorganized religion guy.
Yeah. Like, look at what happened when, and I'm not going to get into religion very long, just for a second. Look at what happened when they made a central bank, right? They made that golden calf. 3,000 people died that day. Go back and read it. So I'm all for decentralized religion. Run it like a book club, not like a business. Thanks. You guys ever think 1984 would be so late?
Yeah, 40 years late.
George was spot on, though.
Yeah, he was. Well, he spent some time with a socialist, so.
If you collapse an underwater bubble with sound wave, light is produced and nobody knows why.
So it creates a bubble out of water, an air bubble. And then when it falls back in on itself, it creates light, and nobody knows why.
I guess.
Okay, maybe it's a smashing ether theory that I'm going to come up with to explain it, right? You globe earthers like explanations. You're just going to accept it because I explained it, right? I mean, it sounds like a pretty good explanation. Water smashing ether theory. That's the star in the jar.
So it's like if you smash ether, it makes light.
Yeah, I explained it, Globers, right? So you guys going to like write that down? So now you know how it works? It's just an explanation without experimentation or validation of any kind, but that's what you guys like, right? You guys like explanations. I mean, tell me if I'm wrong. Don't you guys like explanations?
You gotta say Kamehameha.
I mean, doesn't the star in the jar, doesn't that prove ether with my ether smashing explanation? Right, Globers? Pretty good explanation, right? It's observational science, bro. Come on. Where you at, Globers? Is that how most of you guys think that it works?
There's another way to look at that George Orwell stuff. You can think of it as he's foretelling the future, or he's foreshadowing, right? So they're telling you what's going to happen.
Speaking it into existence. Revelation of the method.
Kind of like what The Simpsons does, right?
Yeah, The Simpsons, man, I think that a lot of people just kind of repeat it. Like they just look at The Simpsons and they go, I can do that. I can make that happen.
Larry, I was just curious. My inner glober was really hoping that after that explanation that you're giving for the star in the jar, the the bubble collapsing with sound, um, is there any way that you could just not demonstrate that in reality? Because that would really make it complete for me. You know, like make an explanation and then never demonstrate it. Just say shit and then not prove it. Could you do that?
Yeah, that's what I was going for. And you know,
Okay.
the thing is that I don't really have to believe it. It just has to be somewhat believable. I think that's how the Globers are doing it these days.
Perfect.
So, yeah, just you know, we see the light, right? So it has to be the ether, right? There's no other explanation that I'd be willing to
Yep.
accept because I explained it.
Awesome.
And yeah, I really don't believe that. I don't actually have any clue why it does that. I'm just going to use that. I like working on new arguments, so that's one of my newer arguments. So next time they say, well, I just explained it to you, you don't understand.
Yeah, I love that. I just explained it. Should be sufficient.
And yeah, to be serious, it's just a baseless assertion at best, a you know an idea. It's not really a theory. I think that we need to start calling them out every time they use that word theory, because they're making people think that it's a scientific theory. It's very ambiguous. So from now on, when they say theory, we got to hold the phone. Wait a minute. Don't you mean postulation? I'm like, no, it's a scientific theory. Oh, where's the science? Because when they say theory, they're trying to slip science in there without triggering us. Because they know what happens when they say science. So now they're using theory the same way. I mean, can you imagine?
It's an interest.
If I tried to say that star in a jar thing was a scientific theory, and then it proves ether scientifically, that would be like the funniest fucking thing ever. I would be the laughing stock of the flat earth community. Like, you guys would take little snippets of me and post it on QE's channel of me saying stupid shit, right?
I'm thinking of doing it right now. I'm just joking.
Right. Because that's what would happen.
Right. Well, it's an interesting age we live in. So, we're tasked with basically telling people that what they've been taught is entirely incorrect, and that's a difficult thing to do. You know. By the way, you use words like theory in a colloquial sense, but you believe it to be scientific. Or you know what I mean? Like, if I hear the word theory, all of a sudden somebody somewhere with some kind of authority and clout has established this as most likely based on some kind of experimentation, I'm sure, or at least I hope. And we have to come along and tell people, no, turns out it's just all made up nonsense, total fiction, no experiments conducted, just inference at best. And then they're going to rail against it, understandably.
Well, I just think that no Glober would want to touch what I'm saying, right? Because I explained it, and to them, that's, it's not subjective. To them, it's like objective because I explained how it works. I guess the only thing that they could say is like appeal to credentials. Well, you're not credentialed, so we don't have to listen to you. But we all know that's a fallacy. So to them, don't get me wrong. If there's globe earthers in here that are like legit in their logic and understanding of what a scientific theory is, then I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the anti-flat earther type, that extreme minority who says that we explain space-time to you and you don't understand it, so you're wrong.
Yeah. It turns out that authority has morphed into this thing. Like, I mean, I can't unsee it now, right? But people in this world, and I'll throw myself in the basket for most of my life, like, authority is just somebody who tells you something, and they've been put in a position to tell you that. They've never proven it. They've never given you any reason to believe it. But it came from them, and therefore it must have some credence, or perhaps even be true. They don't owe you evidence. They don't owe you proof. They don't owe you experiments. They don't owe you anything. And it's a shame. Like this age, people just, if it comes from whatever source, authoritative, especially, government, teacher, my favorite author, priest, whatever, then it must be true, or it must have credence. Very silly, very, very strange to offer up all of our authority to others with, I mean, they've given us no reason to, and yet we do it.
We're kind of taught that though in schools and stuff, right? Like we listen,
Yes.
we answer out of the textbooks and we answer to the teachers and so on, right? We learn it
Yep.
young, man.
Yep. It's a very effective training method. Like this didn't happen by accident. All right. This idea of taking children out of the home, right, where their mother and their father have all the authority over them in the world. Mom and dad go, shit, we don't know what's going on. We'll send you to the priest that taught us. Ship them out of the home into an institution, and then the strangers tell them what's true. So you can grow up and be a very good slave. It's pretty simple, and yet we all miss it. We weren't paying attention. There's no reason to take your kids and give them to a stranger. And I'm not trying to bag on anybody that does this, right? Like, this is what happened to me, and this is what I was going to do. But you probably should really consider who it is that you're giving your kids to tell them what's what. What do those people know?
So when I was in here a couple months ago, there was a guy calling himself "It Has to Be," and he was telling me that he worked for the military or intelligence or communications, whatever. I can't remember what he said, but he was basically saying that he was not a free agent, right? And he was trying to say, like, don't you understand that when it comes from reputable sources, there's consensus and all this stuff? And I was like, trying to basically break it down to him in plain English. Like, if everybody jumped off the bridge, would you do it too? Like, if that was the consensus, would you do it? And he was like, you don't understand, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, look, man, that's malarkey. Like, you don't just jump off the bridge because everyone else is doing it. You don't just jump on the bandwagon. And then I brought up the guy who invented the germ theory and how he died in an insane asylum for saying, wash your hands after you touch a dead body. And the fact that they bled George Washington to death because he had a sore throat. I was like, that was the consensus of their days. Do you think that we're so highly evolved now that we don't suffer from that same problem? And there was just no point in talking to this guy, and there was no audience, so I skedaddled.
Well, how interesting that his screen name or whatever is "It Has to Be."
Yeah, I thought he was one of us.
Oh man, what a truism, right? Moms everywhere, because their kid comes home with a broken arm or a skinned up knee or a goose egg on his head, and like, what happened? What'd you do? Oh well, me and all the fellas were doing this and that, and they were all doing it. So like I had to do it. And Mom goes, just because so and so does whatever, does it mean that you have to? If everyone jumps off a cliff, does that mean you have to too? No. I want you to get your lunchbox together and go to school. Why do I have to go to school? Well, everybody else is sending their kids to school. Like, it's crazy. Just constantly missing it.
No, and in the last couple of years, I've been hearing this education camp term thrown around, and it really makes you think about that shit, right? Like, fuck.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but so in Canada, apparently Jordan Peterson did or said something and was sentenced to some kind of re-education training, right? You guys know what I'm talking about? Like,
yeah, well, he has to do it if he wants his license back, right?
Right. So
they took his license off him.
Okay, yeah. So if you want the bennies, if you want the benefits, or if you want to re-enter the fold, you must comply, or you must go into re-education. Like, it's pretty diabolical. Pretty it's pretty sick if you just look at it for what it is, but we treat it as normal because we've sort of never known anything different. Well, if you want the privilege, you're going to have to comply.
No, and if you go back a little, like a couple of generations, they had like truancy officers. That word was made up for that purpose, right? Like, these guys just went around and made sure your kids were in school, man.
Yep.
I got a really good example of consensus. Everybody knew when I was younger I had a really, really exceptionally high pain tolerance, and one of my friends was introducing me to one of his friends, and we were playing truth or dare, and this guy dared me to cut myself. Well, I didn't mean to cut myself that bad, and I could see the muscle like in my arm, and I
Wow.
did not mean to do that.
I guess
Um,
not.
I went all the way through this pat. Anyway, so I didn't want to like go to the loony bin, so I told everybody I fell. Like, why would I tell people that I cut myself on purpose? They wouldn't understand. They would just automatically think that I'm having mental issues, which I wasn't.
Yep.
At least a 48-hour watch, eh, brother?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I told everybody that I fell while carrying my knife, and nobody could disprove it. So that's how consensus works. Everybody believed, except for the two people that were there. And as soon as they saw what I did, they skedaddled. They did not want to get in trouble. They didn't want anything to do with that. So everyone believed except for those two guys. And no one ever came to me and said otherwise. So the consensus was that I fell on a knife.
But then you got the other problem with the compiling lies too. Like once you start that lie, like fuck, man. Then you got to tell another and another, right? Like it's so easy to get into that trap, right? And I think we've gotten into that trap over the years here with everything, right? Where somebody's told a lie and then more lies have been told to cover that one, right?
Yep. Huey said something a couple years ago that will always stick with me, and he's right. But he says every lie has a paradox, so if you probe it, you'll find it. You know, like and it's you don't have to look very far. So in this particular topic, every debate tactic, every lie, every whatever, there's a paradox in there. You just got to find it, and it's true. And it works with everything. Like, it's not just this topic. Every lie has a paradox.
Trouble these days, a lot of teachers aren't allowed to teach what need to be taught. There's too much woke and political correctness being interfering with teaching.
It's always been that way, though. There's always been a curriculum, right? Like whether it's been as bad as it is now is irrelevant, but there's always been a curriculum to teaching, right?
Oh, yeah.
They've had to follow whatever the curriculum is. The teacher doesn't just teach what they want, right?
Yeah, but a lot of it now is censored. They're not taught the good, the bad, the beautiful, and the ugly. It's all the sameness. You're not allowed to teach that.
Yeah,
you can't teach.
It's about demoralization now, though, right? Is really what's going on.
Yeah. You see a child doing something wrong, you're not allowed to tell him off because, oh no, it might harm him mentally because he's been told off. Totally wrong.
I'm sure things have changed quite a bit for you. You sound like you're up there in years.
Yeah, I am actually.
I'm curious, and I don't mean to get too much into the off topic, but you were around when guns were completely legal in South London, and now they're not. Do you feel safer?
No, guns have never been legal in this country.
Are you in the UK?
Yeah. In England, never have. Guns have never been legal. Certain people can own a gun, like farmers, they can have shotguns. That's legal. As was licensed gun clubs until Tony Blair panicked because somebody went amok with a stolen weapon and he banned all gun clubs, which was a stupid thing to do. Even during the war, our police never wore guns. We do have specialist armed units, yes, but they don't display their guns. But as
Well,
I said,
you
even
guys
during
used
the
to
war,
be, you guys used to be a very, you guys used to be a very polite society until pretty recently, though, right? I mean, completely different world
yeah.
from the '60s, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. As I said, this woke culture is gaining momentum, which is wrong. Old fucking ideas used to work, but they're not allowed now.
Well, I wouldn't walk down the city streets in London at night. From what I've
No, it
heard.
didn't. No. It depends where you are. There are
Same
certain
here.
areas, I believe, but that's a lot of it is hearsay.
Well,
The
there's
same as
definitely
any,
certain neighborhoods, right?
the same as any major city in the world. There's areas you don't go to. You know yourself where you live. If you live in a big town, if you do, are there certain areas in that town you wouldn't go on your own?
I don't live in a big city, but
Yeah.
yeah, I've heard that there's places in South Dallas, like Oak Cliff, that you wouldn't want to go to, and I've seen this, and I'll quit after I say this. I've seen this statistic. It said that America is 189th in gun violence, but if you remove the 5 largest Democratic cities, I think it's like Baltimore, Detroit, Chicago, L.A., New York, or something like that, we go from being 189th to third. And within those 5 cities, there's only very few city streets, city
Yeah.
blocks in those 5 cities. That's where more the majority of the gun violence is.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it has to do too with rich and poor. Like the gap is getting really big, right? You know, like the
Oh
middle
yeah.
class is totally wiped out now, and people are starting to feel the crunch. You know.
Yeah.
Well, back to science and how we're reforming it, trying to distinguish between the theoretical and the applied sciences. So any Glober would like to tell me what they're skeptical about when it comes to the heliocentric model or the lambda dash CDM model?
What model is that?
That's the cosmology model, you know, the standard model for cosmology. The CDM stands for cold dark matter, and the lambda stands for isotropic. Let me look it up. I don't want to say it wrong. So the Wikipedia, just real quick, it says the lambda dash CDM lambda cold dark matter or ACDM model is a mathematical model of the Big Bang with 3 major components. The cosmological constant is denoted by lambda with dark energy, the postulated cold dark matter, and ordinary matter. So it's basically the cosmology of the day, the zeitgeist.
Hello.
Whoa.
Any spinning space monkey? Spinning space monkey priests.
What'd you say?
I say, is there any? Are there any spinning space monkey priests in the chat?
Neil deGrasse Tyson and the like, Lawrence Krauss, they're too scared to come in here. They would never do it.
Yo, what up, Hank? How you doing, buddy?
What's going on?
You walking home, are you, bud?
Nope. I'm chilling at home, smoking some weed, playing some games.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's the weekend.
Something like that.
Larry, are you
play the games, go steady on the weed.
It's okay there, old timer.
Yeah, you need the game weed, right?
I do what I want. I do what I want. I do what I want. You don't tell me what to do. I do what I want.
I wasn't telling you what to do. I was suggesting what you should do, which is a bit of a difference.
I think
do what I want.
He's singing the song.
I'm thinking of your future mental health.
Thanks.
Okay, there, but yo, listen. How do you know that marijuana is a detriment to my mental health? How do you know that?
Because I used to work in a mental institution and saw the effects of long-term cannabis smoking. It gradually slows your brain down until you can't think fast enough to do your job, and that's when you lose your job because you can't think fast enough to do it. It slows your brain activity down.
I smoked almost every day for like 20 years, and everybody knows that I'm pretty slow. So maybe you're right.
Yeah, well, you're lucky. You're lucky. Some people it affects, some people it doesn't. You're obviously one of the lucky ones. But at the moment, you don't know what's going to happen in the next 5 or 10 years. It could suddenly hit you and you don't realize it because then it's too late.
All right, there, old timer. I've been smoking for close to like 15 years straight. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, as I said, in the future you may well do, but then it's too late. So, undoubtedly, though, there is a lot of hidden potential in cannabis because it can cure a lot of things, arthritis and stuff like that, and some. But if it's used wrongly, then it's not going to do you any good. But more research, I would agree, does need to be done into that particular plant. It is one of the health ones of the planet, but it's a forbidden subject because of its illegal smoking connotations. So they don't talk about it or do what they really should because of that.
Yeah, we can't talk about curing things. It's against YouTube and other policies, I'm sure. So if we could refrain from using that word cure, I think it's acceptable to say that marijuana can treat certain things.
Yeah, treat, yes.
Yeah, we got to stay away from that word cure because that's quite a claim that could get us in trouble. So.
Oh yeah, that's fair enough.
Hey, old timer, how much weed did you smoke in your life?
Never touched it.
Okay, so I think you have like the least amount of, what do you call it, weight when it comes to like opinion on the matter.
Credibility.
Oh yeah, whatever.
No,
His opinion. Now, what I'm trying to say is your opinion don't fucking matter. It don't fucking matter. That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro.
Well,
you never smoked.
He's talking a little bit from experience, though, right?
Yeah,
no, he has no experience. He said he never
not
smoked.
smoking it, but he's watched a lot of people who have, right?
That's what do you call it? What do you call it? Just because he's seen something. It's that just because he's seen something doesn't. Yeah, correlation doesn't mean causation, my guy. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Just because some guy told you some shit, because he's seen some shit, you're gonna fucking get the fuck out of here, man. Come on, man.
It's a fugazi.
Bro, what are we? Are we a fucking flat earth people or not, bro? You're gonna believe it? Plus, this guy's a glober. Get the fuck out of here. He never smoked weed in his life. Get the fuck out of here. You guys are fucking tripping me out, man. That's crazy, bro. Oh, I have some good. I got some good hash in this weed, bro. I got some real good hash in this weed. What's up?
I can do a little thing in there. I do speak from experience with that. I smoked regularly for many years. Quit about 6-7 months ago. Never been sharper. A couple friends of mine in a similar situation, and their testimony is, yeah, it's never been sharper. So there's something to it. It definitely opened me up out of my mental, if you will, mental box. Right. So it had value for me. I found myself overusing it. I kind of got into it was highly habitual, and it kept me from kind of, identifying certain things or looking at certain parts of my history. Right. So it was a crutch for me. Right. Not to say it didn't have value, but I ended up abusing it. Right. For my purposes and shit. Right. So it is to each their own. Right. And I just found myself in a certain spot. Right. But I can say, yeah, I'm glad I did it, but now I am also glad I'm sober from it.
I like being sober sometimes, but like sober is boring. You'll like realize it at one point. You're just walking, you're taking a walk, and you're like, buddy, I gotta smoke some weed. This is boring.
It's
That's
just
it.
it's clear headedness. It's a different type of.
Listen. I understand being like
Yeah,
what
you
this
do
old
you.
timer's what this old timer's saying is if you smoke too much, you'll become permanently slow after. See, what weed does, it does slow you down. I've always said that. Like I said that for a very fucking long time. Weed slows you the fuck down. If you want to progress in life, don't smoke weed, right? But if you have like nothing to fucking do and you're just chilling, no, it's not a problem. You can just chill.
Sure. I think it depends who you are too, right? I do know someone who basically went into a quasi
Psychosis.
yeah type of thing, right? And it's been many years that there's been all this trouble and shit, right? And he was a heavy consumer himself, so there was a predisposition for some stuff, of course, right? All sorts of family shit,
Yeah,
maybe
exactly. If your family has a history of schizophrenia, yeah, marijuana or any psychedelic is bad for you.
exactly. So to each their own, right?
Yeah.
Always fair to be cautious, right? But as a universal rule, it's probably not appropriate to say, oh, it's good or it's bad. It's really, it's got its use, right? Everything has a use, right? These things are, in a way, medicinal in nature, right? They're therapeutic or they're ceremonial, right? Like, for example, in North American culture, the Native Americans, they use and they have used tobacco as a form of prayer and ceremony and shit like that, and gift giving and trade and all that, because they recognize the experience, I guess, of what nicotine does, right? Which in a certain form, it's almost like a nutrient as far as I'm concerned, right? Or it metabolizes into a nutrient or some shit. Like it has its purpose, right, in nature and shit, right? So to respect the purposes of these plants is probably something we ought to do. And how everyone does it, well, I mean, it's but recognizing them as such is probably a good idea.
I used to be
Right.
completely against tobacco, like all the way. And someone said to me, hey, Larry, I think you might be a little bit closed-minded on this tobacco thing. I think what you're talking about is like big tobacco. And after doing some research, I just spent like the past, couple years like smoking cigars, like big ass cigars. And I recently quit smoking the cigars again. But the cigars helped me get off the weed because when I
Yeah,
was on the weed almost every day, like I always wanted to smoke a blunt. And if you're trying to quit smoking weed, I think that, them big ass cigars are great. And yeah, a Churchill size cigar is just ginormous. And you do get a nice little buzz from it, and it's a stimulant. So it's
yeah.
kind of
I
coffee.
I personally am in that phase right now. I've been smoking a little bit of cigars from time to time, mini cigars, and I have nicotine vape type thing. It's been my crutch, admittedly, but it has its value, and so I get that.
That's crazy. I went from nicotine to weed. You guys are going from weed to nicotine. That's nuts.
Mhm.
I totally avoid nicotine, man.
I
Nicotine
would
is bad
I
for
would
you.
Earlier on in my transition, quote unquote, I hate to use that word because there's a connotation to it, but you know what I mean. I dabbled a little bit with kind of like quote unquote big tobacco product, right? But I abstained from that because there's a lot of additives to it, and as far as I know, there's research into that. What makes these things quote unquote addictive are these additives. Like there's 500 plus chemicals and shit like that. Things called pyrazines, as far as I come to understand, that were
lots of
in.
shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what gives you like the withdrawal type of shit, like the shakes or whatever, right? It's not the nicotine itself. I've abstained a little bit from nicotine over a course of a day or two, and I don't get those effects, right? It's not. I don't think it's that. It's
Yeah.
something else.
If you put a cigar down, it will go out. But if you put a cigarette down, it'll keep burning.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the additives in the cigarette and in the paper to keep it burning.
Right.
But there again, it's not the nicotine which does the damage. It's the smoke that you're inhaling does the damage.
Right.
I never inhaled the tobacco.
But I personally do enjoy a good cigar. Always have done.
Yeah. It's a nice little thing for me too. I've come across there's talk or whatever, like up here in Canada now. People are pretty much everywhere now. Everyone's walking around with a vape, like I do myself also. And there's talk like, oh, like we ought to be careful with these too, because it's basically it's just vegetable glycerin, right? But there hasn't, as far as I know, there hasn't been a long enough time of this sort of consumption where there's been enough of a period to actually study the effects of vaporized vegetable glycerin in the lungs. You know what I mean? So it's like we're guinea pigs now too, but at the very least, it's not combusted material. You know what I mean?
Because with those vapes, you're still inhaling smoke into your lungs, and
There's
that's
no
what
smoke.
does the damage.
These are not. There's no smoke. There's no combustion in here. It's just vaporized. It's kind of like vapor water.
But it's still a vapor which you're breathing in.
Yeah. But
that's the thing. That's the thing. It's the vapor.
But yeah. Certainly, we're inhaling substance, right? But it's not a carcinogenic, mixture of burnt.
Well, they don't know yet. They don't know yet.
Point.
It's too early. Mind you, I used to smoke a pipe, but over here they put the tax on tobacco up so much that I thought, I like it, but I can't afford it, so I stopped smoking a pipe. But I do have an occasional cigar at Christmas and my birthday, because I do enjoy them. But even then, the price of them, a pack of 5 half Coronas over here now is over $16 a pack of 5. That's the tax he's put on cigars.
Yeah, here in Quebec.
Absolute outrageous.
Yeah, here in Quebec, you can go to the corner store, like a little gas station type thing, and buy a pack of, I don't know the names, or it's, let's say a medium sized, let's say a little bit thicker than a cigarette, but maybe twice as long, let's say, type of cigar. Pack of 5 for like 30 Canadian dollars. It's ridiculous,
Yeah.
But I wouldn't touch that shit anymore. Or I have, but I would abstain from that. It's big tobacco.
Got some new folks in here. Anybody interested in talking about cosmology? Calum or Watwi?
I do.
Javandi?
I want to talk about the cosmological constant.
Calum, I know you got something to say, bro. What's it going to be today?
Thursday, you guys are seeing this. Cannabis gone to the city to get a real job. He hasn't time to
How about Byron or?
I'd imagine the rest. Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you. Go ahead, bro.
I was just calling out people's names. Subdued, Byron, Watley, Newt, Alem.
Oh, Newt? Pickle's here. What's up, Pickle? You talking or what?
We also have a Rush. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Russian.
Всем привет.
And
yeah, I think it's Yuri.
Are you Globe Earther?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, bud.
Yay! Okay. We've been waiting for this moment our whole lives. All right. Okay. Why are you a Globe Earther?
Yeah, I'm not, dude.
For
I
the
do play the part.
You're not ready for this heat, this flat Earth heat right now.
yeah,
No,
I'm Spartacus. I got fooled from space.
Oh shit! You want to be the Globe Earther, Crit?
Are they fake?
I'll be the globe's hucklebearer.
Well, today I was actually thinking the sun goes in the winter for the northern hemisphere in a smaller circle, right, over us. I mean, bigger one, but in the summer, a smaller one. So it should be going faster in the summer, right?
All we claim, or all I'm claiming, is that the sun is moving. Like when I see it in the sky, that's the observation, is the sun moving. But when you're talking about like specific, like, okay, it's going faster here, slower here, it's higher or lower, that's when we get into like that's when we get into how did they physically measure the distance to the sun, because ultimately that's what it comes down to. Do you get it?
Yeah, but the distance shouldn't really matter, right? Because if you're directly under the sun, it should be like right above you. And then you wait 1 hour and then you measure the angle compared to the previous position.
You're getting an angle to an apparent location. Is that what you mean? Like,
No, I mean, in the winter, it's making a longer path, right?
okay. I would have to measure it to know that, but okay, let's just go with that.
You do it by a series of triangulation marks. Once you know the angles, then you can work out the distance.
He's trying to make you fit in the AE map, right? Because he's thinking about the globe going around.
No, I'm a flat earther, and I'm talking about the flat Earth map.
Forgive me, brother. Please continue.
Well, here in Holland, in the summer, it's almost right above us. You know, at 12 o'clock afternoon. But then in the winter, it's very low at the horizon, so it's making a longer circle, a bigger circle. So it should go slower in order to make a full circle in 24 hours. But my question actually was, can we measure the speed of the sun? Does it actually slow down and move faster in the other season?
You need, in order to know the position, you need the position, right? You need like two separate positions to get the speed, right?
Now, the theory has it that the universe is expanding from a certain central point, and at the moment the sun is moving away from that central position on an outward journey.
It's funny because they've changed it recently. I'm not saying that you're wrong, but I've been hearing a lot of globe earthers say that the universe didn't expand from a single point, it big banged everywhere. And I'm thinking to myself, like, okay, so.
Well, yeah, so in other words, all the planets would be going in different directions.
Right, because that's very much a geocentric model if you say that everything, well, not geo, it would be, there would be a center if everything expanded from a single point, and that goes against the lambda-CDM model.
But I wasn't talking about the heliocentric model.
Forgive me, brother, you continue.
Yeah, I was talking about the flat Earth model, where the sun goes over us in a circle. But yeah, I'm in the northern hemisphere, and in the summer it's making a smaller circle. So it should go slower in the summer and faster in the winter for us. I was wondering if we could measure difference.
So flat Earth has a model then. Is that true?
Are we in speculation now? Speculation Sunday?
No, this Nordic guy, or this northern guy, he's claiming that he believes in the flat Earth model. So I guess he's going to have to defend it now. So
Yeah, I'm seeing a model, but I know there's no official model.
Maybe instead of saying flat Earth model, you could say like the movement of the sun. Maybe.
Yeah, that would be like a solar model, right?
Yeah, a solar model. Yeah.
That will be better.
Yeah, yeah.
But
yeah, but the reason you get the difference in the height of the sun in the summer and the winter is because the Earth is not spinning vertically; it's on a slight tilt. That's why you get longer days and shorter days, because of the tilt as it spins around the sun.
Right, it's 66.6.
Yeah, that's
degrees.
Crazy at 66.6 thousand miles per hour around the sun.
No, the sun goes over us. We're not going around.
And the stars do a perfect circle too, right? Over the North Pole or over the South Pole. As we're going around the sun.
I think his question was more to do with how do you get the speed of the sun? Is that your question?
Yeah, because for me in the winter, the sun is going on a longer path. So if it's winter here and someone is going to measure the speed right below the sun, then it should go faster than for me, right?
Well, I think you're talking about speed, which is like distance over time, but you don't know what the sun is doing, right? So you're looking at the apparent location or the apparent position of the sun and its apparent speed. I think the only thing that we can tell for certain is that it travels 15 degrees per hour. So is that a speed?
No, not really. Not if you know how far it is, I guess.
Well, how would you?
Yeah, how'd you get the distance? Yeah.
Yeah, we kind of do it in daylight, right? That's how they tell us, how much daylight you're going to have each day.
But anyways, I think someone also, Henry, did you mention triangulation to get the distance to the sun?
Yeah, triangulation.
Would you be able to post that measurement of distance to the sun in
Well, no, it's as I said, it's triangulation. I don't do that sort of posting. It's the black arts for me. So it's but there again, if you look at the top of something and from a certain spot and take the angle from that spot to the top and mark it on a bit of paper, and then you walk a known distance away from that spot, away from the object at the top to a certain distance away, and then you know the distance you are away from it, and then you measure the angle from the new place you've gone to the top of what you were looking at before. You then have a base angle from where you were, an angle of where you are, and that will give you the angle which is at the top of the triangle. And from that, using calculus or geometry, whatever it is, given that one length that you know of, the distance you walked, you've measured it, you then can work out then the length of the other two sides to give you the height of the object that you were looking up at. That's how it's done. Any mathematician will be able to tell you how to do that. I'm not a mathematician, but I used to do it in school years ago, but I've forgotten how to do it.
So, for example, a Glober in here did it for the sun, and they got 3959 for the miles high.
Whatever, that's what he worked out. That's what he worked out. But I think you'll find the sun is about 65 million miles away.
3959, 3000.
And how will you find out that the sun is 65 million miles away?
They've
like just mathematics. You thinking that's it?
You just walked. You just walked a certain distance, and then you decided it was 65 million miles away.
Could be. Well, then again, you can also measure distance by the length of time that you emit a radar pulse.
65 million miles.
Yeah, many years ago, when America started putting radar feeders over Canada up to the north, because Russia was on the other side, they started getting mysterious blips coming back, and they thought it was planes coming from Russia over through Canada. But then someone suddenly realized it was the radar blips that were bouncing off the moon as it was coming up over the horizon.
Holy crap.
Yeah, you can check it. It's checkable. It's checkable.
So radar goes
Lord, that is the
246,000 miles each
biggest.
direction.
You think they could actually get a blip off the moon
Yeah, it's measured.
250,000 miles away?
Yeah, it's measured. If you go
While we're
into
spinning,
history.
while we're spinning, and it's spinning.
Yeah.
While we're both spinning.
Yeah, it's on record. It's on records.
Moly.
You
No
can
way in hell.
find out. You can find out.
You can post it.
I don't know how to post it. That's the problem.
Well, then
As I said, that's
nobody believes you.
Posting is the black arts to me.
Nobody believes you.
Well, there's facts are there. You just need to check them. How it's in the archive somewhere.
For the triangulation, you need 3 straight lines, right?
Yeah, you stand directly under the sun, and you have somebody who's at the equator around 45 degrees or whatever that, or not at 45, not the equator, at about 45 degrees, whatever the distance between you and that person is, and then the 45 degree to the sun, you're going to come up with 3959.
Okay, but is one of the triangle sides the surface of the Earth, or is it
the distance between you two?
So then it has to be a straight line. So it's flat then. The Earth is flat.
No kidding.
Okay. So triangulation actually, if you could do it, then actually the Earth has to be flat. Like there's no other way. is what I'm saying.
You can't make a triangle with a curved with one curved side.
Well, let me hear it from Henry. So Henry, are you still there?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you're doing the triangulation, is one of the sides of the triangle the surface of the Earth?
No, it's just a straight line between 2 points.
So you're not using the surface of the Earth when you're triangulating.
No, unless you're on the. There's three of you on a football pitch, and you're at different angles. You can then calculate the area between on the angles. If you're on a football pitch, say three of you, measure the angles between you, and that you can work out then the distance of those lines.
Can you post the triangulation of the sun in the chat?
No, as I said, I don't know how to. That's one of the black arts for me. Posting things and whatever.
I just want to see like how the measurement was taken.
Yeah, but as I said, it's in the archive somewhere about the radar thing. It's documented. This was all when as I said, when they first started putting the radar thing in America towards the North Pole.
That's
when it started.
amazing story you told.
Well, it's checkable. It's in there somewhere.
The thing about how they get the distance measurement to the sun, it's really interesting because to me, it's obviously the fruit of the poisonous tree doctrine. If anybody doesn't know what that is, look it up. It's a thing in law. But basically how they worked it out was they estimated that Venus was the same size as the Earth. And based on that, they used the transit of Venus to determine the distance to the sun. Now, I don't really think that that's good math. But I'm not a mathematician, so I guess you would have to ask one of them. But I do know about fruit of the poisonous tree. Like if you eat fruit that came off of a poisonous tree, you're probably not going to be okay. In the same way that if you have facts based on assumption, you're probably not going to be correct. Or at least it's not provable.
Okay, let me ask. So Henry, are you still there?
Yep.
So when you're using this triangulation, one of the legs is, or one of the sides of the triangle is the vertical line between the sun and the Earth, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and what are the other two sides?
From wherever you may say, for argument's sake, you're on the equator, and also at the North Pole, or one end of your flat Earth. You've got a distance, therefore you've got two angles. And if you've got two angles, you can work out the third angle. And from that you can work out the distances.
Wait. But one of the sides of the triangle is on the surface in that example.
Yeah, well, you can have both sides on the surface. It's you believe in a flat Earth. So for argument's sake, if you walk 10 miles south of where you are and somebody else walks 10 miles north, there's 20 miles between you. From those distances, you look at the distance far away, measure the angle. Both of you measure the angle between where you are and the line you're on, and that will give you the angle at the other end. From that, you can work out the distances of the sides of the triangle. That's how you do it.
Only on a flat Earth, though.
Wait, Henry. I thought earlier you said that the surface of the Earth was not one of the sides of the triangle?
Well, it is between 2 points.
So it is the side of the triangle?
Yeah.
Okay, then the Earth has to be... So the triangles are straight lines, so the Earth has to be flat. Like, there's no other way to do it.
Well, not necessarily.
Okay, so how do you do triangulation where one of the...
Well, there again, I would assume that you got some hills. There might be a hill between your 2 points, but you still got a flat line between it. Even
That
if you've
would
got a
ruin
hill.
it. Yeah,
No,
but
you
that would
don't measure. You don't know. You don't measure over the hill. You measure through the hill
okay.
because you've
No,
got
because look at
the
the water.
angles there. The angles of both sides won't show the height of the hill. They'll just show the length of the line between the 2 points you're measuring. Your
Just do it
imaginary
over.
line will go through the hill.
Just do it over
You
water.
measure through the hill. You measure through the hill the same way you guys think you can see past the hill and all that. Jeez.
Why not just do it over water, Henry? Why not just do it over sea level?
Yeah, you could do that.
Yeah, that would make it easier, right?
Yeah.
But okay, so do you agree that in order to triangulate the sun, you need the surface of the Earth to be involved in one of the sides of the triangle?
Well, you need 2 points because you have to have a solid base. Otherwise, you'd just be floating in the air. So,
Right.
so
Right.
obviously
Right.
you need the Earth to stand on to give you a solid base. Because
Right.
once you've got a solid base, then you can get accurate measurements. But if you've got a floating or moving base, you won't.
So the Earth is not moving then, because it wouldn't work because you said it was moving. Or sorry.
Yeah, well, the Earth is moving around the sun at a slight angle. That's why you get longer days in the summer and shorter days in the winter. And if on that,
Why
It's
couldn't the
colder. It's
sun
why it's
just be
colder when you're closer to the sun too, right? That makes complete sense.
I know you're colder away from the sun than you are once you get nearer. You're warmer.
That's not
There
what your
again.
model. That's not what your model says. It says you're warmer when you're further away from the sun, and hotter when you're. No, it says yeah, yeah. Winter is when you're closer to the sun. That's the globetard religion.
Okay, but anyways, um, so Henry, on the triangle, if the triangle, one of the sides has to be the surface of the Earth, like you admitted, then because triangles have to be three straight lines, then the surface
Yeah.
has to be flat of the Earth. There's no way to do it on a globe. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yes, yes, I understand what you're saying.
So how do you do triangulation on a globe?
Because you imagine that it's a straight line through the globe.
Through a globe.
Okay.
You imagine it's spinning too, right?
Okay, then. If you've got a tennis ball, it's round. How do you measure one spot to the other?
Imaginary science. Well, you'd have to cut that tennis ball in half and measure from side to side so you could get a circumference first. I mean, I'm sorry, a radius or a
Yeah.
not the
Diameter.
circumference. Damn
Yeah.
it! I'm sorry. Yeah, from side to side. You can't just imagine.
So it's a straight line on a.
I think that's
So
why I asked you to do it to a tennis ball. How would you go about doing?
Take a set of calipers, measure it, and divide it by 2. That's the radius.
Without calipers.
Right, smartass. You know, whatever. Calipers. Yeah,
you have to
true. Yeah, you can use
imagine.
a caliper. Damn you.
Wait. If you're imagining something, then that's an indirect. That's indirect measurement.
Well, if you want to relate it to the ball, you'd have to look for something above it and measure the shadow onto the ball, right?
Okay.
Or else you put the ball on a piece of paper and copy the outline of the ball onto the paper, and then you can measure whichever 2 points on the measurement on the paper and get the distance without having to cut the ball because it's round.
What do? You flatten it out then?
Don't need to flatten it.
Oh,
You just do a vertical.
So verticals and horizontals, those only work on a flat plane.
Yeah, well, your piece of paper's on a flat desk. You put the ball on top of it and just put your pencil in a vertical position and slide it round it.
So everything so far, you need a flat desk and vertical alignment to that horizontal plane. Wow, it sucks to be a glober these days.
Yeah, but if you stand your pencil upright on the paper, you have a vertical plane, don't you?
Yeah, vertical to horizontal, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that's how you measure the ball.
There's no horizontals on balls, are there?
No, but on the piece of paper there would be, because it'd be a flat image of the
But you
roundness.
can't do that. You've got the ball, and you can't imagine by you
Yeah,
can't
but
get out far enough to use a caliper, and you've got to measure it. You've got to actually measure it. You can't just like stand a pencil up on a ball and just imagine.
No, you don't stand the pencil on the ball. You put the ball on the paper. You put the point of the pencil on the paper in a vertical position on the side of the ball, and then you roll the pencil round the ball to give you a circular image on the ball on the paper.
Oh, so then you got to account for that offset of that pencil you use to roll around the ball. So how do you do that?
Yeah.
Do you know how to do that? I do.
Yeah, obviously you've got to offset, but then
Oh yeah, you got to offset for the distance between the
Oh
edge
yeah,
of the wood to the center of the frickin' pencil
so
lead.
that's an indirect measurement then. Okay.
Right.
Huck, you'd need a pretty big piece of paper, wouldn't you, for the Earth?
Yeah, but the point is, you can measure the width of the paper of the pencil at the blunt end,
Right,
and
right,
then the
right. But
width, and
still, the paper, you're
divide
imagining the paper.
it by 2.
You're using the paper to begin with. You need the flat surface to begin with, and you cannot imagine that and use theoretical measurement science or whatever you want, pseudoscience.
No,
Like,
is the top of the table your computer on? Is it flat?
yeah, but like when it comes to
Is
the Earth, you're not. You
your
can't.
dining table flat?
Well, sure, if you're doing a tennis ball, but you're not doing that. You're not doing the Earth on a tennis ball. Not in your
Yes,
globe model.
everything you're talking about is flat, including the surface of water at rest. Isn't that amazing? That's flat and level, horizontal plane. But yet you can't have horizontal planes on a ball.
All right, let's see. Are there any Globers? Wait, is Lucky Guess? Are you a Glober? Lucky?
What's up?
Do you believe in the spinning space monkey religion?
This is Mr. Grimm.
Oh.
Hello, Grim.
What's up, guys?
Oh, okay. It's been a while. I
Oh,
recognize
yeah.
that name.
Hey, how you doing? I don't believe in the Big Bang and black holes and neutron stars and dwarf star densities and multiverses and any of that bullshit.
So are you are you fully flat earther then?
No. Not a flat earther, but flat earthers are more allies to me than enemies compared to the standard narrative. So I appreciate outside alternative cosmologies and people with the balls to speak up against things that they don't believe in. So instead of being all like, anti flat earther and shit like that, I'm just, You can use me when you need me.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
so I've
talked
known
about how
Grimm.
they. Yeah.
I was just going to say I've known Grimm for a really long time. He's an electric universe proponent. Last time I checked,
Yeah.
he likes to stick to the science as much as possible. He rejects a lot of the Einstein stuff. He believes that the electric universe, the electromagnetic forces, is the ruling force of the universe. So Grimm and I agree on a lot of things. We disagree on a few things.
Yeah, so we try not to pick our scabs at each other, and we move forward, with what we, have. Otherwise, it's just, it's real argumentative and weird, and then you end up not being friends with people who you normally would be friends with had you not pick the same scabs every day.
Is it
weird?
Well, okay. Let me ask this question. So, in the electric universe, is the Earth spinning or not spinning?
Yeah, this isn't where you want to go with me, right? Because again, I'm better as an ally against the standard narrative on a lot of other topics, but I don't argue the shape of the Earth with flat earthers or anybody.
Right. So
Right.
if you guys allow Grimm to come in here and hang out, what you'll see is that he'll start picking them apart on their cosmology, because he disagrees with their cosmology just as much as I do. So whereas I'm against the lambda-CDM model, meaning there's no cold dark matter, he thinks that there could be cold dark matter. It could be plasma. That's
But it wouldn't be their definition of cold dark matter at all. So it would just be
right.
it would just be regular matter. It's the fourth state of it, plasma, and electrical interactions, over these vast distances. They can see the plasma is there. They see the filamentary structures illuminated. They know it's fucking baryons. That's plasma. So they're just ignoring that and saying other shit like, oh, it's heated or something. But what would keep it in a collimated structure like that? That's a signal. That's an absolute electrical signal. There's nothing else to do that.
Making a thing.
Because the
You know
magnetic
the
fields
thing.
confine the plasma, right, into those long. That's why lightning bolts are a particular width to their distance and all of that. It's a scalable relationship. I think plasma is a scalable physics, like 10 to the 39th order. So that's whatever you can do smaller than an atom, you can do bigger than, galaxy clusters. And what do they show you there with their cosmological fucking web, the cosmic web, that's galaxies strung together and everything, and nothing is isolated from those webs. There's nothing outside of them. So they don't have answers for that highly structured universe with their Big Bang model. They're supposed to be homogeneous, but it's highly structured on those giant levels, which completely debunks the Big Bang 100% right off the muscle, all by itself. They're starting to realize that right now, but it's, you really want to piss off a baller, talk about James Webb Telescope killing the Big
Exactly.
Bang.
Yeah, SC
They get
Montreal
so pissed off.
always talks about James Webb.
They get so mad about it because it's true. It's happening. James Webb, the images are just blowing their old bullshit right out of the water.
Have you seen that ring galaxy cluster that definitely
That's
shouldn't be there?
exactly what I'm talking about. That highly structured system there. I think
Yeah.
it was what's that wacky LL Fusion dude's name again?
Dr. Eric Lerner.
Lerner, yes. I remember but not his name. That dude pointed that out. I saw a video with him. You got to put him on double time so that you could get through it, though, because he's kind of slow. But he's
Well,
very
he's
smart.
old. Very smart. Very sharp.
Very fucking smart. People mistake his clumsiness for stupidity, and that's just a bad move.
Yeah, so the thing about Mr. Grimm is he's definitely a truther. Like, I don't care what his cosmology is. If he's correct about the jab and the right hook, which he is, he used to argue vehemently in pandas against those.
Yep.
people over there about the the boxing that I just mentioned, and yeah, the clot is obvious. I mean, the plot is obvious.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, the plot thickens. Yeah, the plot thickens.
All right, who wants to debate about the flat Earth not being real? Because I got the proof.
All right, I'm up.
Does it have to do with water gas?
No.
All right, Dallas.
Is that
It's
Dallas?
like this. Actually, how the hell did you know I'm from Dallas, Texas? I'm actually on the outskirts of Dallas, Texas, out there. From Cisco, Texas, where I live at.
We could hear the trucks.
I have a PhD in physics.
Do you now?
Yes, I do. I went to UT, University of Texas, over.
And you gonna tell us about the water gas?
What the hell you talking about water gas? I'm just telling you about when me and my friends, we personally made a rocket ship and flew up there.
Okay.
My dad's an oil baron, so it's like this. I got like me myself between my brothers, we got I got $17 million. I can do what I want. Okay.
I all know I was from Texas.
Well, I thought you were really playing a Dallas David for a
No, I
moment.
actually don't. I live in Cisco right now, but actually the family ranch. You ever heard of Borger, Texas? I live north of Borger. So basically I'm on Borger, Texas address. Our family has about 60,000 acres of farmland, so I got plenty of money because we had oil in our land, so I got more money you can burn. It's like this though. Me and my friends, we got together and we made a rocket ship and we flew up there. And I'm gonna tell you what, now the Earth is flat.
I'll tell you what.
So you're saying the Earth is flat?
This is 24/7 flat Earth, isn't it? So I'm gonna tell you right now. Well, here's the deal: we flew up there, and then we got into orbit, and we flew towards the South Pole. And guess what? Guess what? We saw the ice wall.
In your rocket ship?
And then we flew back around, landed back over north of Borger, Texas. But it's like this. Next time well, I'm gonna tell you what we're gonna do. It's like this. We're gonna get some gliders, and once we launch over and fly over, we got some gliders that gonna be that's got some landers. We're gonna come down.
Yo, man, $17 million and you guys can't afford a camera to record this, bro? Get the fuck out of here, man. How long are you gonna LARP? Hey, you got so much money. Hey, hold on. You got video evidence of this?
Yes, I do.
Hey, okay, post it.
If you want video evidence, you gotta come with $500, and I'll give you the video evidence.
Oh, look at this guy now. But he has $17 million now. He's trying to fucking get money off of me. Hey, man, you rich, man. Why you need $500 off of me, man?
I won't be rich after I spend all this money. I ain't gonna be rich. But listen.
Oh, it's like that now, eh?
Hold on,
well, here's the wheel. Who wants to go next? Hold on a second. Who wants to go on the next mission? Hold on a second. Who wants to go on the next mission? Because next mission we send down the orbiter gliders. They're gonna be.
Yeah, how much money you need for that? How much money you want from me?
Listen, I already got the money. I just need people.
Oh, you got the money? Yo, can you send me the money? I'll come. I need money first, though. I need the money up front.
Strap you to this rocket.
Hold on a second. Come December. I'm trying to look. Shut your pie hole, boy. I'm telling you, December 2024. We're gonna launch a rocket. We're gonna have 6, not 7, not 5, but 6 landers. They have glider wings on them. We're gonna send them down over the ice wall, and you're gonna find out.
Wait, hold on. 17 million, bro. But I mean, Elon Musk has way more money, and he can't even do that shit. Yo, what makes you think you can do it, bro?
Because a
What do
rocket
you mean
ain't
Elon
shit,
Musk
man.
can't do it? That's hilarious. The
Hold on a
problem is
second.
that he won't do it because he's part of the establishment. He wants to tax you for your fucking carbon emissions as well.
We the
Because who do you think
Wolfsbane
pays for his
family
fucking
of
contracts? The
North of
government
the
pays for
family.
his contracts.
Hey,
Who do you
shut
think
your pie
the
hole, boy. Shut your pie hole.
Hey, you need to watch this. Yeah, you need to watch
We
this
the
step,
Wolves,
boy, because you about to step on
we
a
the
goddamn
Wolfsbane family
sidewinder,
of
boy.
North Texas. Okay, Wolfsbane. Look at the
You about
Wolfsbane
to get
farms.
bit.
Bitch, you about to get bit in a
You
sec.
about to get
Listen, I'm
bit,
trying to
boy.
tell
You
you
better
this.
watch your mouth, boy.
Okay,
You don't just
listen.
talk to some other cowboy the way that you
December,
talk to your mama,
December
boy, because I ain't your
2024.
mama.
Yeah,
I'll
your
slap the
mama.
piss out of you,
I already
boy.
slept with your mama, and you're my son, bitch. You know.
Yeah,
But anyway,
my mama's
hold on a
dead,
second.
boy. You're a nasty motherfucker, ain't
Well,
you?
she still
Yeah,
liked
hell
it, even
yeah.
though she was
At least
dead.
your mama's still
So
wiggling. Look at her.
highly unlikely. When she's 102 years
She's
old, and
still
she's
wiggling,
still,
no,
yeah, not from you though. You know. But anyway, listen,
right now.
December. I'm trying to tell you something. December
Actually, your mama's
2024.
trying to tell you something, boy.
December
You
2024.
shut
Come
your
to the
mouth,
Wolf's Brain.
Wilfred.
Come to Wolf's
Your
Bane.
name ain't Dallas. Your
I'm
name's
trying.
Wilfred.
Shut your pie hole,
You
boy.
don't lie to these people like that,
December
boy.
2024. Come to the Wolfsbane Ranch, and we're gonna
Well,
launch.
that's
Okay.
easy for you to say.
We need
Come to
18 people.
the That's all, folks.
18 people. 18 people times 6.
What's that? How
Okay.
many is that? 2, 4, 8, 10, 14.
We need 108 people. We're gonna land y'all over the ice wall. Okay, over the ice
You
wall.
all. You mean you all?
That's right. But listen, we launching December 2024.
I
You
can't
said
wait
this.
for lunch.
You said this. You drunk fuck like 20 times.
Well, you didn't. The bear keeps interrupting me. I can't finish the sentence so far. North of Borger, Texas, is
Say that again.
Ranch. Okay, we're gonna launch, and I need you. But how many people gonna volunteer? You know, don't just talk. Volunteer.
Is there gonna be chicken wings? That's all I want to know.
Yes.
Then
How do
no,
you
I'm
know
not
what we cooking? Well, then fuck you.
Oh shit.
But listen, I got like over 15 sisters, so you can ride with some of them. My mama had over like I got a mama, stepmama, and a stepmama.
Oh, we know.
You got any of them brother cousins?
Baby,
If
you
you
know
saw the ice wall, how high was it?
it was 2,740 feet, 3 feet.
They're the sons of the cousins.
Listen, anyway, though, to be serious though,
No, you weren't up high enough to fly over it.
well, man, we was in orbit. Okay, that's higher than 2,000 feet if you know anything about space.
Yeah, well, why
Listen,
didn't you fly over the wall then?
well, we had an orbiter and we didn't have a lander. This time, let's hold on a second. This time we're
Oh,
going to
I'm
have
sorry. I thought I was actually muted.
we're gonna have 6 landers. Okay, as 108 people, and you gonna fly off and land, and then it's like this. You gonna figure your way to get back. But listen to me. There's a festival north of Borger, Texas, 2024, the Wolfsbane Farm Festival. It's gonna be like a Burning Man, but no Burning Man. You come to it, and you'll find out. Do not spread this around the internet.
Yeah, that guy definitely needs
Okay.
to be muted.
I promise I won't.
You must admit the internet does attract some funny people at times.
Yeah, because a brother cousin is when one guy gets 2 sisters pregnant. That's how you get brother cousins.
Hey, boy, get off your sister.
That's not incest, but it's right next door to it. He got that North Texan accent.
Nah, he's got that fake Texan accent. That's why I could sense it. That's why I thought he was faking to be Dallas David. That's why we started playing the familiarity game, but he didn't catch on because he was just faking to be country, not Dallas David. A burr. 11 when my wife thinks I can't hear her singing to the baby in the craziest ways. It's hilarious. Man, I should give you guys a soundbite of this.
Yeah, I like catching my wife doing funny stuff too.
Dude, she's mocking him. He was trying to do some old whiny bullshit, and she mirrored it right back at him. He was like, "What? You can't do that. That's not right." Like, he starts realizing he's getting mocked. Right? He's got a really angry face, and he stopped his little whining. Oh, so cute.
You got chicken wings?
How'd you know?
You were mentioning that big ring of galaxies.
Yeah, the galaxy cluster. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it was like a ring of galaxy
That's
clusters,
right.
right?
Yeah.
That blows my mind. And because there's nothing in their standard model that it explains why that's possible.
Right. It's kind of like finding a 30-year-old in a diaper at a nursery. Like, what the fuck are
Yeah.
you doing here?
Well,
You don't belong here.
it's definitely a black swan when you think of the actual math magics of the Big Bang. On those scales, there are no structures. It's all
Right.
homogeneous and point from point. So the fact that there's even one structure there that's highly organized in that way throws their whole shit out. That one little thing. And there's like hundreds of those types of observations now.
Well, first it was Professor Krupp. He recently destroyed the cold dark matter, so that's the CDM part of the model. And the James Webb Telescope is now destroying the lambda side of the model. So their model isn't in crisis; it's in the freaking grave.
It's in the grave. Yeah, absolutely. But it's like so many people are not taking it seriously. They're acting as if no, there's some band-aid you can put on all of this. There isn't. The initial what they're trying to do to confuse some people with one part of the problem would be to just double the age of the Big Bang.
Yeah, I've
After they
heard they
told
tried
you
to
with so
raise it.
much confidence, Bear, we've got it all figured out down to the 17th decimal point. Oh, do you? Because that never was believable. I think it was, who was it? Stephen Crothers, who actually is the first one to open my eyes to, them using the bastardized uh, uh, form of Schwarzschild's formula to create the black holes within the Big Bang, because No two black holes can fit in any one of the big bangs that they ever postulated because the math just doesn't allow it. And then they start pointing at asymptotically curved and asymptotically flat, and it's like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? You know, he's the one who opened my eyes to that.
I've been saying recently that if there was a Big Bang, that you can't have all the matter and energy in the universe in one spot and one single hydrogen atom escape that gravitational well. So I think that their model is just so dead at this point that they don't realize it, or they're trying to do like they're coping. But at this moment, we need a moment of silence for the lambda-CDM model.
They're just dumbing everybody down, dude, so they don't know any better.
Yeah, they try to do things to make shit so extra complicated that it's an untestable hypothesis in the first place. You can't even test it. So you just have to take the word for it. With their $60 billion machine that they're not going to let you in to see what's going on. They're going to just tell you, yeah, we found this thing. And then you get a couple of other scientists who are like, hold on a second, man. They said they found the thing, but they found it in the wrong frequency. So it's not the thing that they said they were looking for. So they didn't find the thing. And so now you got that kind of Higgs bozo bullshit going on.
But you also got to play in their world too, though, right? If you want to play.
Right. And once you get in there, now you're fucking liable for, you get a bunch of bills. This is how you get your funding. Next thing you know, you're fucking,
You're playing their tune, brother.
Yeah, your team them. Because you got your mortgage and your other shit, and why fight the system? Because that just doesn't get you citations, and citations is what gets you funding. So, it's like you need a Tony Stark type that's already rich and he's doing the science because he wants to figure something out. Not a guy who's trying to make money doing the science, because then he's gonna get wrapped into the system immediately about funding, and that's how they control them in every aspect. Weird how far it's gone.
Way too far.
Yeah.
But they should have let go of Einstein in the early 80s when Malcolm came up with his modified Newtonian dynamics. At least that understanding of the universe, you don't have to invent 96+% of the universe being dark matter and dark energy.
Yeah, no, that was weird. Once they started to actually measure shit in this upper atmosphere and started seeing that it's highly electrical, they should have started saying, okay, well, maybe there are ways that these electrical interactions are taking place over these vast distances. And then they would, be able to realize, oh, yeah, most of the plasmas that are in space aren't even like glowing or lit up, so that we're not really able to know that what we're looking through isn't a plasma. Once they realized that the solar wind was a plasma, that you could see right through it, and it's electric. You know what I mean? It's like, well, hold on now. Now we're talking about a new game. We're talking about electric currents in space that are undetectable, right? Because all you can see is the magnetic fields. But when we look with the magnometers and the Langmuir probes, all we see is these highly structured, organized magnetic fields pervasively throughout the entire universe. Nowhere is there not one. That means nowhere is there not a current. That's simple, because the magnetic fields don't exist without their causative electric currents in the first place. Because it's not like there's a magnet out there in space, and plasma doesn't have its own inherent magnetic field unless it's in motion. And when plasma is in motion, that's called a current, electric current. So it induces magnetic field and current at the same time when it's in motion. And it's all in motion. So let's think about what we're saying. It's all electric. And then there's no need for any of those other things. You don't need to actually, gravity would be from the ashes of those electrical systems, like on a much smaller scale, quantum scale. I know they just haven't figured out the math for it, but the thing, it all lines up. It's, 1,000 billion times weaker than the electromagnetic force, but it has the same vectors issues. and it just dominates all materials in the same way, meaning that it's probably a force that's acting upon the subatomic particles that make up all of matter in the first place. So it acts equally on them always in the same way.
This whole time since we've been talking, I've been looking for the galaxy clusters, James Webb Telescope. I can't find it. Everything is
they're AI scrubbing right now. A lot of only certain portals are showing stuff. It's getting real weird. I'm almost what the fuck is going on with the internet?
yeah, they're scared, bro. Because this should be like on the front page. This should be like
in some circles this it would almost be imagined that this things like this, but excuse me, I had the hiccups there. All this, distraction, war, Ukraine, all this kind of stuff. It would almost be worth it to do all of that to hide some of this stuff. As it's,
yeah.
not just, that stuff, but some of the blunders from the last 3-4 years. A lot of stuff is getting swept under because of this. Look at this new red herring and this other red herring. Hey, look, these are big emotional deals. Meanwhile, all the people that from the thingy thing, they're who's talking about that anymore. You got to divide everyone's attentions, otherwise we'll get shit done. That's what it is.
Yeah, so I'm gonna ask Montreal because I know that he's got it. This is kind of his topic, his little shtick that he likes to beat the anti-flat earthers over the head with. Let's see. Yeah, he's on. Perfect. So he'll probably send me something in a minute. And everything on here is, reaffirming the old paradigm. It's dark matter, rings, the galaxy clusters, but it's not the one that I'm looking for. Yeah, they're just hiding shit. Web deep field. Why are they so scared of this?
Isn't it crazy how much money and time and effort from all these different institutions has gone into dark matter, which there's never been any proof of or evidence of, even to start that research.
A huge black hole.
Yeah, but nothing is really known about like plasma. The like most abundant state of matter in the universe. Like nobody talks. You never hear it. It's not even in the cosmologist toolbox, and it's the most abundant in the entire universe. Really weird. The least studied subject and the most abundant.
Because if people started thinking about plasma, they would start thinking about cracking water and water cars and all sorts of, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you don't want people thinking about ether. You need them to stay in particle physics. You don't want them to learn about vibrations and, you know, the true nature of matter, because then it would just give people too much personal freedom. I mean, we won't be so, dependent on external energy sources from other people. We'd have our own little briefcase size energy generator running on magnets for 400 years.
Yeah, I can't find any of this stuff, bro. I've been searching for a minute. I keep trying different words and.
Well, I've got stuff opened up on my tabs right now from today or something I was looking at. Let me see if I can
I have a question.
Go.
Why is always in the flat Earth models, right? Why are they always pizza shaped? Like
pizza shaped? Did you get that from a flat earther or a Google search?
No, I'm just wondering because every single model I've ever heard about from flat Earth people,
Yeah,
they're
but
always pictures of pizza shapes.
here's the thing. Do me a favor and search for flat Earth on YouTube and tell me if you can find one single video that's a flat earther making a pro flat Earth argument. Because what you're going to find is you're going to find a whole bunch of disc-shaped models being presented to you by globe earthers. And that's your problem, that you don't understand that that's not our model. So
First thing that came up was a YouTube channel, Flat Earth Paradise.
okay, who runs it?
I don't know.
Well, let me do a search.
Yeah. I'll share my screen. I don't mind.
Just to be clear, flat is not a shape, and the size of the Earth has never been proven. And we're not floating in an open vacuum. At least.
What are we doing then?
Well, hold on. Just let me finish. I said we're not floating in an open vacuum, at the very least, without a container. That's the key. So you need a container.
So what do we have then? Do we have a container?
The only reason, or sorry, the only think of it like this, right? No curvature, not spinning, and there's no evidence that you can have an basically outer space vacuum cannot exist unless there's a container. But the main two things are no curvature, not spinning.
And no model either.
Yeah, there's no model.
We're not claiming a model.
What are you claiming if there's no model?
Reality, outside.
Oh, okay.
When I say Earth, you picture a blue marble in space, right? When actually the Earth is outside where the earthworms live in. Right?
Sorry, I was reading something.
It's okay, I'll say it again. When I say Earth, if you close your eyes, you're probably going to picture a blue marble floating in space.
Yeah.
But Earth is the dirt outside that the earthworms live in, right? One's a model, and one's a reality, right?
What about those people that have been to space?
Oh,
Can
if that's what you believe, if that's what you believe, I mean, if you live in America, you have the right to practice whatever religion you want. So you're free to believe whatever you like. I guess if you trust in men, you know, you can follow the cosmology of the patriarchy to the day you die. For all I care, I don't care.
I don't like the patriarchy.
Well, you like their cosmology, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, so you do like the patriarchy. You believe everything they say.
Depends on what they say.
Well,
I
they
don't
said that they've
believe
seen the
what
Earth
they
from...
say about Tower 7, about how that fell.
Oh, so you're a truth seeker, are you?
No, just specifically about Tower 7.
Well, yeah, you'd have to be an idiot to believe that, so I'll give you street cred for that. But what I'm trying to tell you is that we're talking about outside, right? We can go measure that outside over large bodies of water at rest, and we found that there's no curvature.
Wait, do you believe that two planes hit the other ones though? Is it just 7?
Yeah, it's just 7.
You believe the planes hit the other ones and then got really hot, and then they all just fell like perfectly like.
Well, you saw the planes on TV, right?
Oh yeah, obviously. If there's planes on TV,
I
it
was
had to be
very
planes.
young when that happened.
By the way, just to be clear, the vacuum of outer space, the only problem with it is when you have it next to the atmosphere, it will cause the gas pressure is going to escape. So basically, what if the outer space vacuum was real? The Earth would not have any atmosphere. That's the argument. That's the argument. You get what I'm saying? You understand?
Yeah.
Like
I get it now that you explained it.
Like for example, let's say you have a spaceship, right? And let's say you have oxygen inside the spaceship, right? And then you fly up into space, okay? And then you open the door to the outside, all right? What do you think happens to the oxygen when you open
Well,
the door?
it's trapped by. What's it trapped by? I don't know. Something's trapping it because we're breathing.
No, but do you get what I'm saying with the spaceship? Like, do you know what would happen to the oxygen?
What, the oxygen in the space shuttle?
Yeah, when you open the door, right?
Ah, it goes out.
Yeah, exactly. It goes out. So, okay, yeah. So then the question becomes, what stops the air from escaping what stops the atmosphere from going into outer space?
I don't know. I'm not an astrophysicist.
Okay. Well, let me ask you a different question. Do you think that gas pressure can be demonstrated without a container?
Can gas pressure be demonstrated without a container?
Right.
Yeah, it could be. In
Okay.
simulated models.
What about like a real life demonstration?
We're living in one, aren't we?
And what do you mean? The atmosphere?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the problem is when you put it next to a vacuum. Like okay, here.
Well, the gravity is pulling everything in.
Okay, so let me ask you.
It's
Okay,
pulling the molecules in.
Okay, so let me ask you this. If let's say I have a tire, right, a car tire, and let's say I wanted to replace the steel and the rubber with just gravity and just hold the air there. Like, get rid of the tire, just use gravity to hold the air there.
You would need a really big tire.
Okay, but do you agree that no one has ever demonstrated that?
Well, we can't build a tire that's as big as a planet.
Right. So no one can demonstrate it.
Well, that's why I said in simulated models.
Okay.
Silly Billy.
In reality, no one has ever demonstrated this.
Well, we're living in a reality where gas pressure is in a vacuum, and that's the Earth.
Right. You're assuming the area. You're assuming the location above the atmosphere is an outer space vacuum.
Yeah, it is. I've been there.
Nice. You've been to outer space?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you post the evidence for that?
Why? You should just take my word for it.
I'm the king of Texas. Do you take my word for it?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to need tribute. So if I send you my PayPal, I'm going to need you to pay.
How much you want?
Only 10,000 in US
I don't
dollars.
have 10,000.
Wait, I thought you said you believed I was the king of Texas.
Yeah, well, that's not the issue. The issue is I don't have $10,000.
I identify as the king of Texas. Do you not understand what I'm saying to you?
Yeah. But
Well,
I believe in the king of Tennessee, not Texas.
Oh. Well, I guess you're not just going to take my word for it then.
Well, I didn't say that, did I?
Moving on.
Yeah, this is getting really silly, Larry.
Okay, so you mentioned gravity. Let's talk about that. So, do you believe that there is scientific evidence to validate gravity?
Yep.
Okay, what's the naturally observed phenomenon?
Well, if you drop something, it goes down.
Okay, and what's the hypothesis?
The hypothesis is, would something go down if I drop it? Why does it go down? There must be some kind of force that pulls it down and not up, or left, or
Why are
right.
you assuming it's a push or a pull and not a push?
Why is it a pull?
Yeah,
Have you
why
ever dropped anything?
Yes. I don't make assumptions like you though.
Oh. I don't make assumptions. Alright, maybe sometimes.
You did
Okay,
say gravity holds things down. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, so the hypothesis is you see something fall to the ground because of what?
Because of gravity.
Okay, and what's the independent variable?
I don't know.
What would you manipulate in the experiment?
Nothing really, because you can just drop different things at the same time and they fall at the same rate.
All you're
13 point
showing,
something meters a second.
yeah, but that's all you're showing is something moving.
Yeah.
That's not proof. You're proving movement, you're not proving gravity.
Look, we agree that some things fall when you drop them, like a cell phone. But if you drop a helium balloon, right, it goes up. So what we're asking is for the cause and effect relationship. Do you understand the law of cause and effect? Do you
Not
understand how that
really,
works?
no.
Okay, so basically every effect has a cause. You cannot have an effect without a cause, right? But correlation is not causation, right? You understand what that means?
Yeah.
Cool. So if the summertime shark bites and ice cream sales go up at the same time, that doesn't mean that sharks like ice cream, right? It's because people are hot and they're trying to cool down, so they go to the oceans and the ice cream shop. You with me so far?
Yeah.
So how do we know if something is actually the cause instead of a false cause, right? Well, that's what we do like experiments for. So we manipulate the cause to see the effect, right? That's what's called a hypothesis test or an experiment. You with me so far?
Yeah.
Okay, so you say that gravity holds things down. And I'm telling you that the only reason that there's oceans to begin with is because there's high gas pressure pushing it down and low temperature keep it from boiling. Do you know that you can boil water in a vacuum at very low
Really?
temperatures? Yes, you
I
can.
didn't know that.
Yeah, and you could also boil water with high temperature. Right, so you're
Wow.
claiming that it's gravity holding this down, but I can manipulate gas pressure and temperature and show you that it was actually that's what was holding it down. And you can say the word gravity all day long, but unless you can manipulate the gravity, just like I manipulated the temperature or the gas pressure, then yours is just a false cause, right? Because you can't prove that that's the cause. But
Well, how come?
I can demonstrate it scientifically, empirically, and you can do it anywhere in the world. Boil water with a vacuum container and a vacuum pump.
How come when we went to the moon, and in the moon video, we dropped a hammer and something else? I
That's
forget
just
what the
something
other
you
thing
saw on
was.
TV. That's not reality. Did you not know that they could fake things on TV?
No. No, that's the first I've heard of it.
Yeah, you don't believe in Bigfoot, do you?
I do, actually.
Okay, so you don't believe in everything you see on TV, do you?
No, I do.
So you do know they've been photoshopping, so to speak, since the 1850s. They take a slide and they lay it over other slides and it makes it a compilation photo, right? Like a collage.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been faking that stuff since the 1850s, since
Wow.
before the Civil War. That's a
Wow.
really long time of them faking stuff with cameras. They just put it in layers, and they do it with videos nowadays. You know, like Mary Poppins. They've been doing this stuff since really early on in film. In fact, one of the first films was a rocket going to the moon. So they were already working on your predictive programming back then. But the point is that you're claiming gravity holds things down. But how do
Yeah.
you know? Because you claim the moon's gravity affects the tides. Can you manipulate the moon's gravity and turn it on and off and see if the tides stop and start again? You can't do
Well,
that.
if we moved the moon,
You can't do that. We're talking about a
I
scientific
mean, you
experiment
can't,
that
but
you
I
can do.
can.
You can move the moon. I think I'm done. Passing the mic.
Okay, so how do you move the moon? Tell us.
I can do it with my mind.
Are you a Jedi? Have you ever seen Star
No.
Wars?
I've
Why?
seen Star Wars. Very realistic.
Okay, can you
What?
post the demonstration of you moving the moon with your mind in the chat so we can take a look just to validate it?
Sorry, I don't like to send videos in the chat.
Okay, but you don't. Do you have evidence for it? Do you have evidence that you move the moon?
That I can move the moon with my mind?
Yeah.
Not really, no.
Why not?
Because I can only do it when no one's looking.
Oh shit! You got people looking at you right now?
Yeah.
Damn, that's rough. Well, how about next year? Try it next year.
Yeah, no, I'm working on that. I'm trying to make the moon far enough away where we don't have tides at all and it's just flat.
How about the sun? Can you move the sun with your mind?
No, it's too hot.
How hot is it?
It's at least 20 degrees.
Makes sense. Before we carry on with moving the moon, is there any other Globers that want to speak up? Any Globers here?
I'm here.
Welcome.
Yeah, this conversation's interesting.
Have you ever heard of a? I can't. I'm laughing too much at that.
Yeah, I think the Earth is a globe, and there's a reason why we see boats disappear from bottom up, and it's not hills, because that doesn't make sense. So.
Have you ever seen those videos where they zoom in on the boat after it goes away?
After it goes away? You mean like when it's partially visible or whatever?
Like when the bottom disappears. Like, have you ever seen one where they zoom in on it, but you can see it again?
No.
Right. Here, 1 second. Let me give you.
There's thousands of videos where boats are disappearing at 5 miles one day, 10 miles the next, 30 miles the next. Do you think the edge of the sphere is moving when these boats disappear at different distances?
I mean, evidently, yeah. If you don't want to talk about refraction or whatever, I guess that has to be the case.
That the radius of your sphere is changing every day?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Wait. Do you actually believe the radius is changing, or you're just saying that for, like, hypothetically?
I'm kind of, yeah. But, like, what is your response to that?
No, we need to know if you actually believe. Like,
Yeah.
put your foot in the sand
Yeah,
and
yeah,
take
yeah.
a stand.
Yeah, sure.
So you truly believe? Well,
Are you gonna respond?
Would you bet your
Like,
life?
come on. Are you gonna respond?
Because I don't know if you're being sarcastic.
I think a lot of you guys don't believe the Earth's flat, honestly. So, but I still engage with the arguments because it's fun.
Okay.
I know it is. I wanted to believe it was a spinning ball. I wanted to prove people wrong when they told me it's flat. I told them they were idiots. Then I went and looked into it. You know, I got a P 1000. I took pictures of Mount St. Helens. It didn't match the Earth curve calculator, dude. All you got to do is look into it. It's very simple, very easy. Instead of just trusting your pseudoscience priests in their lab coats.
Wait, so what's the Earth curve calculator? Does it take into account refraction?
Yes.
If you want to believe that things come back, you're basically saying that you can see around corners. That's what refraction is. It's bringing things up from behind a frickin' sphere edge magically and
It's
presenting
curvature.
them.
All it is curvature of your line of sight. That's all it is.
No,
It's not crazy. Why is that wrong?
Dude, it doesn't lift buildings and boats thousands of feet. That's nonsense.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's curving your line of sight so it appears more flat than it is, and it's based on the conditions like temperature and humidity and stuff.
Okay, let me ask you this. So, do you think that if you had enough refraction that you could see the back of your head around the entire globe?
Probably not, because there's just a bunch of other factors like your actual visibility. You know, on a flat Earth, there's still visibility, like
So there's limitations.
Dust, air quality or whatever. Yeah.
Okay. And go ahead, Bear Pelagic. I don't know if you want to say anything else. Okay, I'll just take over. So okay, let me ask you this. What do you need for refraction to exist? What is required?
Two different isometropic mediums or whatever it's called. I think I said that wrong, but yeah.
Okay, and what on the Earth, what would it be? Like, let's say you're at a beach. What are the mediums?
So the mediums would be the different density gradients of the air in the atmosphere.
Okay, so the
more dense air would curve your line of sight towards the surface. Pretty sure.
Okay, and what happens to the atmosphere when you put it next to an open vacuum?
I don't know. I think
Here, let me give you an example. So, have you familiar with like a vacuum chamber? Like
yeah.
Okay. What happens when you open the door to the chamber?
It fills up with air. Or sorry.
The air moves, right?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, now the atmosphere that you require to exist for refraction to happen is the atmosphere, and you believe that there is an open vacuum located directly above it.
Yeah, so I guess I'd have to appeal to gravity. And I just heard the conversation about gravity.
Okay. So
you could just call it the weight of the air and then ignore gravity.
Okay. Sure, it's the weight of the air.
But if I got a propane tank and it's full 250 psi, mass attracts mass, right? So gas is made of mass, and you have the entire Earth gravitational pull pulling it down if the nozzle is facing up. But what happens when I open that nozzle that's facing up against the center of gravity? Your theory spews off into space, not outer space, but the space above the propane tank.
Right. Now, before you open it, why is there a pressure gradient inside your tank?
Because you have gas pressure because of the tank.
No, I'm talking about inside the tank. There's a difference at the top of the tank versus the
Right.
bottom.
Right, because you've got gas pressure that creates the gas pressure gradients.
But what is creating the gradient? The answer is the weight.
All right,
Doesn't
so
weight require? Sorry, go ahead.
no, you go.
I was going to ask, doesn't the definition of weight require a downward direction?
Yes.
I could be wrong. Yeah.
Well, how much does a fully inflated beach ball weigh at the bottom of the swimming pool? It doesn't, right? Doesn't weigh anything. It floats on top of the pool.
All right. So anyway, so is there a way to demonstrate gas next to an open vacuum without assuming the atmosphere is next to outer space?
Nope, it's just a model. There's lots of things that are possible in models. If you look at the Imperial College, I think they had a model in 2020. Not very popular model these days, but man, the government's got away with all kinds of weird stuff because of that model, which turned out to have nothing to do with reality. But we probably shouldn't talk much further than that.
Is he still here? Jarker, are you still there? Okay. I think they left. Whatever.
Jarker is still here. He just isn't answering.
Oh, yeah. Was that was who we were, or who were we talking to earlier? Is that him?
Yes, that's who you were talking to.
Okay. All right. He's on mute. All right. Fine.
The thing about models is they can be wrong, right? So there was a Earth core dynamo model that recently got debunked, and they said now the Earth's core is spinning in the opposite direction. With all that conservation of angular momentum, what would be the force that would cause it to spin in the opposite direction? So that model is wrong, by the way. Recently got debunked. So earlier I posted a video, Professor Krupa, the 10 problems with cold dark matter. Does anybody want me to post it again so that they can see it?
You said dark matter is cold, like the temperature of.
Yeah, that's just what they call it.
Is there any hot dark matter?
Allegedly, there's a theory.
If they can quantify dark matter, do you think they would be able to give us the speed of dark?
I don't know. But
Well, it's
they
kind
just
of
debunked
That
it.
was a
So
joke, by the way. That was a joke.
yes, I like it. The reason they call it dark matter, a better name would be unknown matter. It's kind of like the tomb of the unknown soldier. If they ever figure out who it is, then they bury them with their name, and then they put somebody else's remains in there. So, of course, dark matter, we don't know anything about it because that's why it's called dark matter.
Okay. Do you truly believe it exists though, or like, but you wouldn't claim that you know it exists, right?
Right. I'm not a cosmologist, but I trust the people who say that there's more matter than we see, and so it makes sense that there would be unknown matter out there.
except for Professor Krupa, you don't trust him.
Well, I don't know anything about Professor Krupa.
Really? He's the one that said that cold dark matter was debunked with a certainty of 5 sigma.
Oh, but yeah, I'm not familiar with that.
Matthew said, "I'm not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole."
Oh no, I'd be happy to talk about it if I knew what I was talking about.
I've already sent it to you, but I guess because of your anchor bias and sunk cost bias, you probably didn't check it out.
What about dark matter? Like I said, I'm not a cosmologist. I don't know anything about that type of cosmology.
I'll be right back.
So Matthew's not a cosmologist; he's a mathematician.
I mean, I do some math, some computer science, but I just think common sense is good enough for most of these arguments.
I've heard Neil deGrasse Tyson and other theoretical physicists that say you have to suspend your common sense in order to think about these counterintuitive properties of deep space.
Yeah, I suppose the things on the edges of cosmology, it's not very intuitive. I would agree with that. But that's like sort of the complicated part of cosmology. I'm talking about the simple ideas of the shape of the Earth and our, what we can see, the sun and the moon and the stars, that type of stuff.
You see that video that Witsit posted about the horizon? It was a live stream he did more than a few months back. Talked about the larger aperture you have, the less convergence you get. Do you see that?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, I'd probably avoid that if I was you. It kind of destroys your guys' belief that you have exclusive evidence of the globe when you look at the horizon and the sunset and all that stuff.
Well, I mean, the mere fact that the sun sets is pretty good.
Yeah, that's destroyed when you watch that video. It's a real short video from Berkeley.
Do you think it's dark outside right now?
It is, where I live.
And do you think that the sun is above your head, higher than
No,
you?
it's probably above like Hawaii or Japan's head.
Right, but it's still above. It's higher than you are, right?
Yeah, of course. All the heavenly bodies are higher than I am.
So you go outside and looking towards Hawaii, and there's nothing between the sun and your eyes except for thin air.
Right. Do you know about the inverse square law and light attenuation?
Yep.
Right. So do you think
So
light
even though there's
travels
nothing
forever?
but thin air, you can't see it. It's pitch black outside. Even though the sun's right there, you just can't see it.
Well, it's not right there. It's like 8,000 miles over there. Do you know how big 8,000 miles is?
Yep.
So it's like somewhere over the Pacific right now. I don't know exactly where it's at because I don't know what time it is. Even if I did know what time it was, I wouldn't know exactly where it's at. But it's definitely not over my head right now.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, is anybody in here like willing to deliver a sound argument that establishes the conclusion that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. You can?
Yeah, sure. You ready?
Okay. What's premise one?
Okay. So premise one is that all water seeks level when at rest. That's the physics of water. It doesn't matter if you put it in a cup, a bathtub, a lake, an ocean. Water always seeks level. We've built buildings with it for probably almost 10,000 years by now. We good on the first premise?
Yeah, I have P1 written down. What's P2?
70% of the Earth is covered in water. %70 of the Earth's surface is covered in water.
Gotcha. That's premise two. What's premise three?
So if the Earth is curving, 70% is not enough to complete the globe model that you see on TV. And then there's abyssal plains that make up more than 50% of the Earth's crust, and then there's Great Plains all over the world, and there's salt flats, tectonic plates, not tectonic bowls. So all these things, we're all describing a flat stationary plane. But it's a topographical plane, so I'm not saying the Earth is paper. You understand that, right?
Okay, so I'm not sure. I don't think all of that is premise three. Premise three, from what I understand, is if the Earth is curving, then 70% of the Earth being water is not enough. Is that what you said?
Right. 70% of the Earth is covered in water. So 30% of the Earth, because Earth means dirt and rocks and gravel, right? Mountains. So if only 30% of the Earth is, what covers the surface, that's not enough to make a sphere. Because the water is flat, only 30% of the Earth can't make a sphere.
Okay, well, wait, hold on. So that sounds like, okay, so then what's the conclusion of the argument?
Water shows us that the Earth is flat and stationary because the surface of water does not demonstrate curvature. That's why when we see too far, which we have been for almost a decade, we've been noticing that we can see too far with the 8 inches per mile squared. That's why the globe Earth person says, well, the reason it looks flat is because of refraction.
Okay, so I have premise one: all water seeks level or seeks to be level or whatever. Premise two is 70% of the Earth is covered in water, and then premise three is if the Earth is curving, then 70% of the Earth being covered in water is not enough. And then the conclusion is water shows. What was that?
30% of the Earth curving is not enough.
Oh, okay, well that's not what you said. I guess I'll erase that.
I apologize.
Okay, now what? Can you restate P3 then?
Right. If 30% of the Earth's surface is Earth, then that's not enough curvature to make a sphere. If only 30% of it's curving.
Okay, and then what about premise 3 is not going to be expected under the globe Earth hypothesis?
Well, you would have to have water curving. So the whole Pacific Ocean, Indian Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, all that would have to be curving for the model to be correct. And what we observe, because this isn't like you have to trust me and go to space, like you can go to the ocean yourself and make some observations, and you could test the geometry that they give with an Earth of 3,959 miles. Then every horizon distant measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, according to Mr. Was it Andrew Thomas Young? I think he's the one that said that. So when you test that and you do the approximation of 8 inches per mile squared, which is accurate within 1,000 miles, you don't see the curvature the way that they say that you do, and that's why they say there's refraction.
Hold on, are you just appealing to? Wait, so are you now like appealing to an observation that proves that the Earth is flat?
Well, wouldn't you always appeal to observations when trying to see if something is real?
Yeah,
if it's not science. Hold on, bro. If it's not science and you can't science it, then the only thing you can do is observe it. And if it's a geometrical claim that there's a geometrical horizon, then it would have to be there when we're trying to find it. And if we can't see it, then that means it's not detectable. But more than that, it's more than just 8 inches per mile squared. Now they say that it looks flat because of refraction, which makes it completely unfalsifiable, right? Because anything that we say, oh, look, we can see too far, they say, oh,
Okay,
it's refraction. Hold on, bro.
Okay, you're sort of going off on a tangent.
I'm not on a tangent, bro. I'm on topic. We're talking about the
Oh, you're on topic?
Yes, we're talking about
Okay, do you know what the question that I asked you was?
Bro, you're asking me to provide an argument for the globe.
No, the question that you should be responding to right now. Do you know what the question was?
Go ahead, ask it again.
You don't? Okay, so you don't know. Okay, so I don't know why you postured like you did know while you were rambling, right? If you didn't know what the question was, just ask for disambiguation next time, okay? So we don't have like little tangents like that. So my question was, what about P3 is going to be expected under the flat Earth hypothesis, but not the globe Earth hypothesis?
We'd be able to see too far. That's why I was talking about us seeing too far, and then they make it unfalsifiable when they say refraction. So I was on topic.
Okay, so what do you mean by we'd be able to tease? Hold on, calm down. So what do you mean by that?
Okay, if there's a geometric horizon, that means that Earth curvature is causing the horizon. That's not what we actually observe. And when we don't observe it, the globe earther says, well, it's because of refraction. It looks flat because of refraction. So that makes it unfalsifiable. And according
who are you talking? You're not responding to me anymore. You're talking about some random guy that said a thing somewhere.
Answers. You don't get to control my answers.
No, you're just you're building up like somebody to respond to. You're talking about somebody somewhere saying refraction.
You're not going to control my argument, bro.
So first of all, you're not providing an argument, right? You're providing an answer, which is going to be a propositional claim, right? That's going to be a justification. And it being a justification is going to be a property of the said proposition. So, Larry, right, rather than just sort of rambling on, answer the fucking question. What about P3 is going to be expected under the flat Earth hypothesis, but not the globe Earth hypothesis, rather than rambling off on somebody somewhere says a thing that you disagree with?
We'd be able to see too far, given the geometry of the Earth curving at 8 inches per mile squared.
Okay, so yeah, so now P3 is going to be unsound because of refraction.
Aren't you going off topic talking about refraction, bro?
No, so that previous topic was answered, and so now I provided a new thing. My claim now is that P3 is unsound. Try to keep up in the conversation. The difference is I asked you a direct question, you dodged and rambled. This time, the topic was closed, and we moved on to a new topic. That's how that works, Larry.
So how did I dodge if I said we would expect to see No curvature.
Because you rambled. Yeah, so anyways, P3 is unsound because of refraction.
Okay.
Or the argument's unsound because of...
So that means that the claim of curvature would also have to be unsound because of refraction. It's unfalsifiable. So you just showed that the Earth having curvature would be unfalsifiable. So your argument is also unsound.
You are throwing your geometric horizon under the bus. Zinheiger.
Don't forget to, remove that from your little report.
Okay, I don't know why I got muted there, but that doesn't follow whatsoever, right?
Wait a minute. So you're saying that we can't see the lack of curvature because of refraction, but somehow you get to also claim a geometric cause horizon while there's refraction? Does that fit in your head?
Again, I don't know why I got muted. So again, none of what you said follows. And I said that P3 is not true because of refraction, which is going to be a thing that's not going to be controlled for in the premise. So this is going to be a confounding variable that's not controlled for in the data set.
You are on
So I don't know why you're... Shut the fuck up, retard.
And making
What,
are
you rambling? Do you want to ramble too?
Larry's argument.
Do you want me to hold your hand to the conversation?
Argument.
Can somebody muzzle this dog? What are you doing?
Oh my god.
This dude is a control freak. He's a control freak. He has to have control of the conversation or we're going to make him look bad. So he has to have complete control. So, sir, if you're not a control freak, please govern yourself and let other people talk without you interrupting them unless you lack the capacity.
Saying refraction, you are supporting Larry's argument, not refuting it. You're saying, I guess there isn't a geometric horizon then.
That makes his Earth curve unfalsifiable. And according to Karl Popper, if it's not falsifiable, you can't really consider it science. And yeah, granted this is geometry, but that same concept still applies.
Yeah, so I don't know why I keep getting muted. If I get muted again, I'm just going to leave. But yeah, so I mean, again, none of what you said follows whatsoever. I'm saying this argument doesn't go through because P3 is not true, and by virtue, it is not a sound argument.
Okay, so you're saying that we cannot see too far given the 8 inches per mile formula.
So that's not what I said. Can you directly say what it is that I said, Larry?
You said that P3 is not valid. Why is it not valid?
Not valid. Valid is a property of an argument. Validity is a property of an argument.
Why is it not
Not
valid?
a given proposition.
Why is it not a given proposition then?
It is. It's a premise, you fucking idiot.
Okay, so what are you saying about P3?
I said P3 is not true, you fucking idiot.
Okay, why is it not true?
Because of refraction, which is going to be, right, a confounding variable that's not going to be controlled for in premise 3.
So how do you control for it when you're looking for the globe?
Again, P3 is not true because it's not. Now, if we want to move on to a further conversation about the empirics and how to scientifically test this, we can do that. But I just want you to concede that this argument isn't true.
I'm not going to concede to that. You're just saying it's a false cause, right? You can't see too far. Yes, we can. And well, okay, you can see too far, and that's why it looks flat, but there's refraction. And then you don't want to talk about refraction unless you bring it up. And somehow when you guys claim, well, the reason it looks too flat is because of refraction, that somehow falsifies the fact that we could see too far? That doesn't make any sense, bro.
That again, none of that's what I said. Can you recount for the second time what it is that I said and respond to what I said rather than asking an irrelevant question, right? That isn't even relevant to the argument. P3 is not true, right? And by the way, this argument's obviously invalid, so it's not sound on that basis. But I'm just going to pretend that it's valid, right? To be a good faith interlocutor. But again, P3 is not true, and therefore the argument's not sound because it has a confounding variable that's not going to be controlled for.
Okay. Let's say hypothetically that I agree with that. How do the globe earthers control for it when they measure the curvature?
So I know we're not going to dodge, right? Do you concede that this argument is not sound?
Asked and answered. Can you not remember?
Do you agree that the argument is not sound?
I do not agree with you.
Okay, so why is premise 3 true?
It's true because we can see too far, given the curvature of the Earth that you guys claim.
Great. And what did I respond to about that?
I think you were rambling on about refraction.
So recount what I said and respond to the recounting.
You said, well, you can't control for refraction, therefore it's not true. And then I asked you, how did the globe
why is
Earthers
that?
control for it?
And why is that, Larry?
Why is it's your claim? How am I supposed to know
Okay,
why?
so I know because you're brain dead retard and you can't follow a conversation. So the reason, right, is because you're saying that this is going to be a symmetry breaker, right, such that the globe Earth theory doesn't have an explanation for it. Right. So I asked you the question about P3. The question was, what's going to be true, right, in the globe Earth hypothesis that's not going to be true in the given flat Earth hypothesis with regards to P3. Now, you gave the justification for P3 in that regard, and my response was refraction, which brings it back to a symmetry, which is to say that both have explanations under the given data set. You fucking idiot.
Well, I've noticed that you're doing a lot of ad homs, like 2 every time you speak. So that's how you know you're winning the argument, right, sir?
Do you think that interacted with what I said whatsoever?
Well, do you think you pointing out that I'm an idiot helps your argument?
Are you going to respond to what I said?
Well, I'm just curious. Are you possible angry or butthurt some kind of way?
Look, Larry, every time you move to meta, you lose. You should just stop doing it, right? You look bad every time you do this. Just go and respond to the argument.
Yeah, so you said there's refraction, right? Which is changing the goalpost. Originally there was...
It's not what I said.
I know, it's what I'm saying.
What was it? No, you said you were referring to what I said.
Can you
so the thrust of what I was saying is that P3 is not a symmetry breaker between the two given hypotheses. You fucking idiot.
So you didn't say refraction.
That's a subset. I said the thrust of what I said.
Okay, so I have to make sure that I get the thrust of what you said.
Yep.
When I repeat you, not just...
Yeah, so when you're responding to somebody, you should know what the thrust is, so you should know what to address.
And this motherfucker can just shut the fuck up while you say it.
I know it's crazy, the personal attacks, and I gotta repeat back exactly what he wants me to say, or I'm an idiot. This guy is not a good faith interlocutor, for sure. So the personal attacks, we're just gonna let that go. We're gonna let that slide. And we're gonna address the fact that they've changed the goalpost. They used to say 8 inches per mile squared, and now they say we're strawmanning them like they never said that. Now it's refraction, right? And they think that this somehow disproves the flat Earth, but actually it disproves the globe Earth claim. Because if we can't have a geometric horizon at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and that's got to be consistent, by the way. It can be closer, can never be further. If that's not consistent, then refraction takes away your geometric Earth curve caused horizon. Thanks.
Okay, I don't know why we just let this dementia patient just jibber jabber for 3 minutes straight and not interact with anything that I said whatsoever.
Did you say refraction?
Okay, if I get muted again, I'm just going to leave. Again, Larry.
I already said that.
Well, he had a good run. He had a good run, guys. Good try. Good try.
So anytime that you're going to make a good faith argument and you're using personal attacks, you can't brag about you being a good faith interlocutor while attacking the person. That's not how that works. And if refraction did disprove the whole flat Earth paradigm, then why were we bringing it up from 2015 to 2019? And the Globers were like, nuh-uh, that's not happening. And then when the Black Swan came out, then everybody hopped on the bandwagon like they were right the whole time. Why would we do that? Why would we bring up an argument that defeats us when obviously the refraction is a paradigm shift that the Globers had, where they had to concede to the flat earthers that it does look flat. We can see too far. And then they changed the goalpost and said, well, forget about the 8 inches per mile squared. It's actually 8 inches per mile squared. And then you got to take into consideration refraction. Anytime a flat earther sees too far, well, the refraction index was really high that day. So we all know that that is not a good faith argument. You can't change the goalpost.
Yeah, exactly. That's not. He makes it sound like it's something that has to be accounted for. No, it's not accounted for. Thing that you need to use in order to save the phenomenon, right?
Sorry, I let the dog out. I didn't hear what you said. You said they got to save the formula?
Because he made out like it was something that needs to be accounted for. Fraction, right? It needs to be accounted for.
Well, you can't
Like
see
it's
around
something that
corners, so it doesn't even matter.
it's a conditional. It's conditional, right? Right, which you must take into consideration. Like he wants it to work exactly the way it needs to. He needs it to work in order to explain the observation, explain away whatever he's going to or observing, or whatever you're going to be observing and presenting. He needs it. He needs the original premise to be true, that Earth is a sphere. And he can't get off that one. He has to stick to that, right?
I mean, it is a sphere.
All right, show us the measurement. Go ahead. What's the measurement of Earth?
No, I've been to space. I've seen
you
it.
saw the Earth from space?
Yeah.
On TV, right?
Damn, that's sick, bro. I get it.
It is a sphere.
Because you saw it on TV, right?
Yeah.
So you never went to space then?
No, I've been to space. That was a different occasion.
So you saw it on TV and then... So... So you saw it on TV and you went to space?
Yeah.
Okay, nah, got it.
So second person in an hour.
Sorry, go ahead.
Second person in an hour to claim to have been to space. The psychosis is strong with these youngsters.
Well, yeah, honeybuns, we've got rockets. We can go up there.
Do you have uncut footage of the rocket going into outer space? Actually,
not that I'm willing to show you.
Rip. That would have been really interesting. Because they always cut it, you know? That's the problem.
Yeah, sorry about that.
It's crazy to me. You know, Chinese people go to Disneyland and they got a camera strapped to their neck. But rich people go to space and they always forget to buy a camera.
Well, yeah, they're going to space. They don't need a camera.
To be fair, most when I was a globe earther, I never really thought that I would have to like defend it. You know what I mean? Like I never anticipated, oh, I would have to like start actually defending this idea. So they probably don't even think about it, to be honest with you. Most of the, or, you know, there's not really an incentive to think about it.
Yeah, but you know, most people.
Larry.
Hold on. Most people document their food, right? Why wouldn't you document a trip to the freaking moon? What?
True.
You're a flat earther. Have you been to space?
You mean outer space? No, of course not.
Yeah.
Doesn't exist.
Then how do you know?
So you're doing a burden of proof reversal, right? You're saying that you've been to space, and we're saying provide the evidence for your extraordinary claim. It's going to require extraordinary evidence, or it could be dismissed just the same. And you're saying, yeah, but how do you know that I didn't go to space? Which is equivalent to saying your mom is a wood elf and your father is a giant to prove me wrong, right? That's stupid.
Well, my mom is actually a widow because my dad died
wood
5
elf.
years ago. Oh,
And
I
sorry
thought
to
you said
hear about your
widow.
father. Sorry to hear about your father. But I said wood elf.
Oh, I thought you said widow. My bad. I mean, she could be a wood elf. Maybe she used to cosplay.
But is she genetically like a wood? Or I'm sorry, is she made of wood and does she have pointy ears?
I mean, I wouldn't know that. This is getting off topic. Can we get back on topic?
Okay.
I'm sure everyone wants to talk about my mother, but
Okay, so the only objection that I have with this idea of space is that when you have gas pressure next to an open vacuum, the air moves. So basically, in other words, you would need, in order for what you're saying to be true, you either would have had to go through some kind of like container, because otherwise, if
yeah,
it
the
was
atmosphere.
what?
The atmosphere.
So you're saying the atmosphere is the container? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not gravity then.
What was the question?
Okay, what is containing the atmosphere?
Well, gravity.
Okay.
The atmosphere is the byproduct of it.
Okay, is there a way to demonstrate gravity stopping gas from entering a vacuum without assuming that the atmosphere is next to outer space? Is there a way to demonstrate gas pressure next to a vacuum without assuming outer space exists?
I mean, there probably is a way, but I don't know it.
What is that way?
I'm telling you, I don't know. There probably is.
No, there isn't.
How do you know that?
You have yet to show me.
Well, that's because I don't know.
That's because it's impossible.
Nobody knows. It's never been demonstrated. It'll never be demonstrated. It's impossible.
It can never be demonstrated.
Yep. It's over.
In no logical reality does a vacuum remain next to atmosphere without sucking it up without a barrier. So this is the problem here. There needs to be a barrier. Otherwise, it's like opening a can in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah. Have you ever opened a can in the middle of the ocean?
Yeah, the water goes. I mean, the pressure of the can goes out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's bad though. You don't want that to happen.
Why not?
Because you need gravity to stop it. Otherwise the atmosphere would immediately go into the vacuum. Like there would be no atmosphere basically.
But we have an atmosphere.
Right.
Yeah,
Right,
and
but
it's
you
only
claim
there because of the barrier.
I often like to get them to invoke the barrier. Did you know that we can have something called over the horizon radar? Did you know about that?
Nope.
Yeah, you didn't know that? So
I
there's
don't know a lot of things.
that's all right. No one expects you to know everything. I'm not going to be a prick to you just because you don't know something. That would be incredibly rude. But yeah, there's also Marconi made a radio broadcast from England or the UK all the way to Australia, right? And this is really impossible because those old broadcast signals were line of sight, right?
Yes.
Which means that there wouldn't be any curvature. So how do they do that if the Earth is curved?
Is it?
You know how much curvature would be between the UK and Australia?
I want to say at least 10%.
Yeah, a lot. Right, it's allegedly down under, is what they say. Down under the curve. Right? So how did he make that broadcast?
I don't know. Why don't you tell me?
Well, I can tell you what the Glover says. Sure. The
What
Glover
do they
says
say?
that Marconi bounced the signal off of the ionosphere. And this is the part where I say, is that what you kids are calling the dome these days? You calling the container the ionosphere? So you can either have your curvature or you can have your vacuum of space, but you can't have both. Sorry to be the one to tell you, don't shoot the messenger.
Sorry, I'm playing a game. It's hard to concentrate.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't concentrate on that either. It would cause a bit of cog dis, and you're probably not in any shape to be dealing with cognitive dissonance right now.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you're playing a video game.
Oh yeah, that's true.
What's wrong with video games?
Okay, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Actually, give me 30 seconds.
All right, cool.
What the heck?
In the video game, is it spinning? Like, is the Earth spinning inside the video game?
No, this is a flat video game.
Oh, hell yeah.
It's called Dota 2.
You know, all games actually are flat.
Yeah.
They have to have a flat map, otherwise it wouldn't physically, comport.
It'd be kind of hard to play a video game on a spinning object.
Exactly.
Okay, I have a question.
Yeah, what's your question?
So I'm a Glover, but I did think it was kind of weird when I saw the image of the recent lunar lander from the U.S. There was an image that showed like I don't know if you've seen it. It's like what they claim is like the lunar surface plus like an image of the sun and the earth or something like that. Does that sound familiar?
No. I don't
Yes.
think.
Can you post
Okay,
it?
go ahead.
Just post it in the chat.
Yeah, I'll post it in the side chat.
And what's your question?
Well, so what I found really interesting to me that like really made me scratch my head was that I looked at an image of I looked at an image of Earth from Apollo 11, I think it was, and it looked really clear. It looked like very HD, like
CGI.
looked like the it looked like the it looked like the computer. Or it looked like the image was pretty. Looked like it was a pretty good camera if it was a camera, right?
It was not.
Okay, sure. But like I'm just
You
trying to
can't even
say.
see the stars.
Well, I thought it was interesting that like you could see the sun and the Earth in the new lunar lander, but the Earth was much smaller. It looked much more like a planet does in the sky. Like when I look at like let me show you the picture. Hold on.
Did they ever take like a recording of the launch, like from the surface of the Earth, uncut all the way to space? Did they ever do that?
I don't think so.
They can't.
It's all good. Maybe next year. It's all good.
They shot
They
it
can't
in
afford a
Nevada.
camera.
They shot it in the desert in Nevada.
The Earth is supposed to look 4 times as large as what the Moon does from the Moon.
Okay, there's the image. Let me grab the image from Apollo 11.
Okay, let me take a look.
A 360 camera? I remember them having cameras like this on the lunar surface. They had
Why you would
Uh,
Hasselblad.
release such a fucking terrible image, you know?
Okay, so those are the two images. And, I really do scratch my head at this because, one image definitely looks better than the other. And that's the one from like, what, fucking 40, 60 years ago or something like that. And then there's this other picture that looks, it looks like shit, but it kind of does look realistic. Especially when you can see the little tiny dot above the sun, which does look like the Earth.
Wait a minute, my friend. Are you saying that the moon footage
Why
looks
is it a
realistic?
fisheye lens?
Hold on just a second. Are you saying the moon footage looks realistic?
The one from recently does, yeah.
Okay, that's kind of weird that you would say that, because if you've never been to the moon, how would you know what a counterfeit looks like?
Well, because I'm not here to defend the globe. I'm here to specifically point out that I thought it was interesting that, from my perspective, this does make it seem as though the Apollo 11 image was fake. And
Okay.
so
Please continue. I apologize.
Yeah, it does seem like Apollo 11. There's something suspicious about that image, especially when, the size of the Earth in the top picture is significantly smaller than the size of the Earth in the bottom picture. And on top of that, if you look at it's kind of hard to see the Earth in the top picture, but like there's that bright spot, and then there's a little dot above it, and it's only like partly illuminated. It's not like a full circle, and that's pretty much what we would expect. If we were to look at, like, when I look through my telescope and I look at a different, planet, I see something very similar to that kind of shape and that kind of luminosity. I don't see like this blue. If I look at a different planet in the solar system, it's not like this uniform color, and you can see like everything very, very colorfully. Does that make sense?
Well, I heard you say that you're not arguing for it, but I think that you made an argue for one of them looking right and the other one looking wrong. Is that what I'm getting that you're saying?
Yeah, I think one of them does look right.
Okay. So the one that looks right, is that the fisheye lens looking one?
Yeah.
I wasn't aware that they brought any fisheye lens to the moon missions. I could be wrong, because there was 6 journeys to the moon, allegedly. So I guess I would have to see evidence that they had a Hasselblad hookup fisheye lens 3D camera looking thing, because what that looks like is somebody took a program to make it look like that Mavic drone shot, where they take an image and they make it like a 3D image. It looks like they took that program and stuck it over the top of an Apollo mission alleged photograph.
Well, I kind of doubt that, because they would be undermining their own point, given that the quality of the Apollo 11 picture is way better. Don't you agree?
No, I'm just saying a regular person did this. I'm not saying NASA did this
So
alone.
I think earlier you were arguing that the whole thing about refraction, right, was that by saying refraction, it's actually a support of the flat Earth, because it's a concession of the glober that that there's this unfalsifiable claim that's being made, right?
Correct.
So this is like one of those things, isn't it?
I don't see
Where
how.
even because the new image, right, the image that was released this year, very much undermines the image of this image of the Earth specifically. I've greatly undermines the image from Apollo 11. Don't you agree?
We can close this down real quick. When was the last time you were on the moon?
I don't see how the image of the Earth, because that's not the Earth. Like, the Earth is the dirt outside. This is just like an image on the internet. And when you look at the original, it doesn't look much better. So
What? Wait, the second image looks like The second image, I'll be honest, looks like it was CGI'd. The
Well,
first
that's the
image
one
does
that
not
came
look.
from NASA. The first image, I
Yeah,
don't
I
know where you
agree.
got that from. Where'd you get that from?
Well, Intuitive Machines. It's a private company that put a lunar lander on the moon.
Oh, so this is new tech. Okay.
Yeah, this is one from a few weeks back, Larry.
I didn't understand that
Yeah,
to begin
this
with.
has
So
nothing to do with. This has nothing to do with NASA.
just scratch everything I said earlier. I apologize. I was misinformed. So let's take a new look at the Intuitive Machines. Thanks.
Yeah, this came out a week ago, and it really made me scratch my head about a lot of things.
Why would you think either of these images are real?
The second one, because the second one undermines the first one significantly. That's why.
Yeah, and
It's
then you
like
find
it's
another
like
image that
imagine.
undermines Intuitive's one, and on it goes. That the inconsistencies are, throughout all the images were presented. And you go to India stuff, and you go to Israel stuff.
Yeah, but what's the well? I mean,
so the rest of them are lying, but one person's telling the truth is basically your reasoning, right?
well, no, I see what you're trying to get at. That like the very fact that things are being undermined here is that we should disregard the whole narrative altogether, right?
No, but I mean, your main argument for why the intuitive image is more likely to be correct for you is because the Earth in that resembles the objects you look at through your telescope.
Well, in the second image or the first image, it definitely does. Like that's exactly what I would look at if I looked through a telescope. That little tiny dot at the top.
In that image, the Earth resembles me pasting a white circle in Photoshop.
Right, but by doing so, you're undermining the first photo, right? So here's the thing. If you're trying to push a narrative, right? If this company is trying to also push a narrative with NASA, right? Wouldn't they just make a higher resolution picture?
Well,
Why would they release
most images
why would they
you get are
release
going
a
to be low
worse quality? But why would they release a worse quality image 60 years later?
We can't divine thoughts like that, bro. I don't know what kind of
See,
answer.
this is the thing. I actually do. I'll leave it this. I actually do think the second image that I posted is CGI. I'm pretty confident about that. I'm definitely not confident. I'm not confident that the first image is fake, though.
Okay, well, you can believe whatever you like. That's no problem. But I just want to point out that if you think the second image was fake, that's where we get the images of the Earth being a globe, is when they went halfway to the moon and turned around and looked at the Earth and saw it for the first time as an object in the sky. Allegedly, that's what happened. So if you think that they went to the moon and the second image shows you not much of the Earth, then, by default, you would be a flat earther because we all experience a flat, stationary top of
No, I
thing.
wouldn't be. I think I would just reject the moon landing.
But where else have you seen the Earth as a globe?
Well, I think what you're doing here is you're trying to get me into the other arguments, which I think for me, like, I'm not convinced by the whole. Have you seen it? Well, no. Then it must not be the case, right? I haven't seen an electron, right? But I know how it works,
Well,
and I
I mean,
rely on it all the time.
you've been electrocuted before, though, right?
Yeah, but I haven't seen the electron.
Right. I haven't seen the electron either, but it's not an extraordinary claim that there's this thing called an electron, and it's this model of what we think the electric current is, right? Now, could it be something different? Yeah, it could be, but for all purposes, applied science especially, an electron's a pretty good model for what we experience when we touch hot wires, and we're really good
You're
ground.
doing the same thing. Now, see, this is how I feel like flat Earth is an overreaction to the moon landing is because
I'm not
I
talking
feel
about the
like
moon
you have a
landing.
double standard. No,
He's
I
pointing out the
am
double
though.
standard.
Not
Go ahead.
everyone believes in electrons. Not everyone
Well,
believes
you're
in atmosphere.
not everybody believes in electrons. It sounds like this guy I was talking to
Same
did.
thing with quarks, neutrinos, all of that shit.
But
Not everyone.
Yeah, if you could just point out my
I
double
can come
standard.
along.
Yeah, sure. The double standard is that you're willing to believe in the science of an electron simply by observing phenomena that doesn't seem related at all to an electron, right? Like, for example, being electrocuted is a feeling I get, right? But that feeling that I get has nothing to do with observing an electron. In the same way that, like, if, in the same way that, like, if I go up in an airplane, I could see like a little bit of a curve, right?
And you know.
Or
How high?
a little bit, yeah.
Okay.
It's pretty
I
high,
love
yeah.
this argument.
So you can
Hold on,
see
you're
the
about to get
curvature.
destroyed. Hold on.
Go ahead, take it away, bro.
Yeah, you're about to get destroyed. Get ready.
You're saying that, oh, they lied to me once before, but they're not lying now. It's kind of
Well, he's saying he could see the
what I hear.
curvature of the Earth from an airplane. So, does anybody want to address that?
But I know what you're gonna try to say, like, maybe the windows
I
are
think a
curved.
better one.
No.
One would be
But
boats over
here's
the
what I'm
horizon,
gonna.
man.
No, it's Neil deGrasse
I
Tyson saying it.
really don't want to. I really don't want to deflect from the point that I was trying to make earlier about the electron. Is
Yeah, a
that
better one would be
know?
boats over the horizon, right? A better one would be boats over the horizon. You see the effect of something which you assume is the cause of the effect, and that's justifiable in this. You're saying that that some people that say the Earth is flat, they hold the position that I see the effect of something, therefore it's justifiable belief that the electrons exist. I see the observed effect of a boat going over the horizon, but it's not justifiable to say that that's due to Earth curvature. Is that what you're saying? It's like that's a double standard there.
Yeah. Yeah, like to you,
Fair?
there might be
I
a
think that's fair.
disconnect, but for the same way, I think there's a disconnect between like feeling, as a tingling, sensation because you're being electrocuted, versus the observance and the knowledge of the existence of electrons as they are portrayed, right? Like,
Well, let
as
me
far as
address that.
I've observed, but hold on, I just want to end with this real quick. I'll let you address. As far as I've observed, right, I've only seen electrons in mass quantities behave in like very over large quantities, right? I haven't really like zoomed in to the extent that scientists, so to speak, have.
Okay, I'll give you that. It was a double standard, being that subatomic particles are not observable, right? And we can't observe, being on the moon. But when I look at the images that I'm pulling up for this intuitive machines, I'm curious. Do they have any rectilineal lenses that they took photographs with? Because I can't find any. I'm just looking for like a straight up photograph because all the ones that I'm seeing are really weird fisheye lens like drone technology.
For where?
Intuitive machines when they landed on the moon allegedly.
What do
Okay,
you
so
mean
you think that okay, I'll grant you, out of curiosity that the fisheye lens was specifically designed to give a sense of an illusion, right?
Yeah. Do we
That
have
there's
any
like,
other images?
well, I'm not really. I guess my point is that, like, if it is a fisheye lens, right, then it's more likely that they actually are on the moon. Do you agree with that?
No, that's a weird assumption to me.
What?
No, because at the end of the day, if you wanted to engineer the photos, you wouldn't use a fisheye lens. You would just uh, embed the curvature on the surface itself.
So my only question is, like, do you not think that anybody's ever landed on the moon whatsoever? I'm just curious.
I'm very skeptical that's ever happened.
Okay, why?
partly because the other countries haven't done so. I actually do think China is trying. Well, according to China, they want to land on the moon by 2025. I think that might be legit.
Okay, so explain why there's reflectors on the moon right now that people can actually point lasers at to actually have the lasers bounce back towards your telescope, essentially.
Have you done this?
I've never done that. Yeah.
I don't have like, for example, I don't have the equipment to do something like that. But are you saying that like nobody's ever done something like that because they've actually conducted an experiment on this to prove that like they actually can shoot lasers towards these reflectors that can actually bounce back, essentially. Granted, you need a very powerful laser to do this, but I don't have a powerful laser. But however, I'm also not going to say, oh, we never landed on the moon because they've already proven
Based
this.
on trust. You have to trust them.
No, it's not based on trust. It's based on science, essentially. You know, trust
What's
is
the
like
science?
You never validated it.
Show me the science.
Well, I appreciate you guys talking with me.
Hold on just a second, bro. This guy claims that we don't need trust because there's science, and he's right. If there is science, then it doesn't require any faith at all. So I'm just asking to see the science if you're willing to present it.
Well, I could present it to you, but are you willing to accept any sources I provide?
Yeah, of course. I'm not going to turn you down because where it came from. I'm going to analyze the material.
Okay.
Do it a fair shake to the best of my ability. I'm aware of my biases.
Okay. Wait, one. Y'all may continue, and I'll provide it in the chat over. So.
Sure. Yeah, mathematician. The thing is that I know you don't want to argue. We're just talking about stuff, and that's fine. I may seem a little bit combative, and I apologize for that. I'm looking at the images from the source that you gave me and the other ones that I could find for myself, and it's just real hard to determine what reality is through a fisheye lens and comparing it to a place that I've never been before.
Sure,
So
but I can.
If I had $100 bill, I could look at other $100 bills and see if it's counterfeit. But with this stuff, what am I comparing it to? Something I saw on a projector that was projected onto a screen that was recorded from a camera pointed at that projector screen from 1969 through 72. I mean, this is really hard to tell if this is authentic. And I would say, just my opinion, I'm not trying to argue with you, that this would not be something that is verifiable. I think that it requires faith, and that's why I asked the other gentleman for the science. Thanks.
Well, I agree that there is a level of faith. I concede that. But at the same time, based on the fact that the first image undermines the second image, I'm more likely to simply reject the older image and accept the newer one because of the fact that it undermines the first one. And even though there are some aspects of the new image, like the fact that maybe there's a fisheye lens or whatever, I'm still willing to accept the fact that it doesn't seem like the fakeness of the image is within the actual image itself, but rather the framework that the image is taken from. And I think that's a huge distinction between the older photo, where it seems as though the editing was not done, I should say like it wasn't the hardware that made the image look fake, but rather the software. If that makes sense.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks for presenting. I'm going to go ahead and speak to the other gentleman. So I said that I would look at what you posted, and I went to the NASA.gov website and I checked it out, and it's basically saying the laser beam reflected between Earth and Moon boosts science. I guess they're claiming that they bounced a laser beam off the moon because of these retroreflectors. But I posted a link where they did it in 1962 before there was any moon landing missions. And the fact that they can bounce a laser off the moon doesn't really prove anything. And when I looked into this a few years back, what they said was that they shine a laser light at the moon. When they get back a handful of photons, which they meant like less than 10, they considered a success if they got back like 6 or 8 photons, green photons from the laser. So I don't really think that this proves anything other than you can bounce light off of the moon. Allegedly. I don't even know if it proves that.
Well, here's the thing, though: is like they actually placed reflectors on the moon. Like that's the study that I'm trying to explain to you is that like they actually placed reflectors on the moon to prove that like, hey,
but I'm a math. Well, I do math, but and I would say that like if you were to shoot a laser at a mirror and it beams back and lands right back at the target, you would have to shoot exactly perpendicular to that. I forgot they made the mirrors curved, right? Is that what
Yeah,
from what I
they're
understand.
okay,
back
that's
in all
right.
directions. But the problem is they did this in 1962 on May the 9th. So that was before there was any retroreflectors.
Wait, let me get this. Okay, I reopened it, so let me take a look at this.
That was before they made what?
Okay. So I
Landing.
see what. So you're talking about like just shooting a laser directly at the moon. I'm not talking about like at the moon. I'm talking about the reflectors to show that they actually landed people on the moon because like Lance Armstrong actually put these reflectors on the moon when they first landed to show,
You mean
hey,
Neil
we made it
Armstrong?
here. Neil, okay,
Right,
I'm
but
sorry, Lance. I'm sorry.
It's all right. No worries.
Neil
But
Armstrong. I'm sorry.
yeah, Neil Armstrong. But the problem is that we had already bounced lasers off the moon before that. So if they didn't go to the moon and they didn't put down retroreflectors, and we're still getting reflections from the moon back to Earth, then it wouldn't really prove whether they did it or not because it had been done before they allegedly put the retroreflectors on the moon. Do you get what I'm saying?
Okay, so you're saying there's no reflectors on the moon, right?
I'm saying there's no evidence other than pictures and the government's word, Neil Armstrong's
Yeah,
word.
I think his point is that like the reflectors didn't make a difference
Right.
between what
Right.
was there before versus
So
after.
it's like this. Let's say I got a gun, right, and I shoot a target bullseye at 1,000 yards, and then you come and put a sight on my gun, right? So now it's got optics, and I make that shot at 1,000 yards, and you claim the only way that's possible is because I put that optic on your rifle. No, bro, I already made the shot. That doesn't prove anything. It doesn't prove anything because I was already known to hit that target.
Okay,
See what
so
I'm saying?
okay, so here's the thing. Okay, if you shoot a target at a let's say for example a stationary object that's already been there, right? And you can determine the distance of that. That's one thing. But if you put an object on something else, like say for example, you're gonna shoot a laser at a tree that's like 600 yards away, but then like you shoot a reflector off of that tree right there, you're not saying that the tree isn't already there, but now you have a reflector on that tree that determines that you've placed an object on that tree, right?
How do you
could determine
verify it?
based upon the reflector that's already there. Like it determines a more precise position. Wouldn't you agree with that?
No. How do we verify that there's a reflector on the moon?
Well, for example, like they actually have the coordinates placed down, like where people can actually shoot lasers at these reflectors, and it's the exact same position that have already been placed there before. Correct?
Is that something you could show me?
Well, wait hold on a second.
There's two major problems with putting retroreflectors on the moon. First one is the ascending module would have covered the retroreflectors in hypergolic exhaust or dust. And then the second one is after being up there for 55 years, they should have been pelted with millions of micrometeorites and been destroyed.
Yeah, those are both really good points.
Do you have proof they've been destroyed?
They should have
Well,
been.
no. Yeah, they should have been. That makes a lot of sense.
Should have been and have been is two different things, right?
Well,
Yeah,
no, it's
55 years, a million particles hitting the moon every year. 55 million chances to destroy those mirrors.
Hold on, dude, hold on. Let me explain this, right? It literally the JWST telescope that was launched, right? Even that got a crack in the mirror within months of being in a vacuum of space, right? And they literally took an image of that crack and sent it, and we all saw it. Yeah, that's like very, very, very common. It's like it's there are ways, according to the scientists, there are ways of like fixing the image for JWST, but with the mirrors in the that you would set up on the moon plus the dust, yeah, there's no real good argument for there being a mirror that can like perfectly refract light across millions of miles.
It's the law of averages, right? It's unlikely
that's not
that it
answering my
hasn't
question. Can you prove that they have been destroyed?
No, you have to prove that they actually are there. You're the one making the claim. You can't reverse that burden of proof onto us.
Well, actually, I can, because so far,
Okay, you can, but it's a fallacy.
How is it a fallacy?
Right, it's called burden of proof reversal fallacy. So it's
Okay,
like
that
me.
sounds-
Hold on,
that
hold on.
sounds
It's
like a dodge.
It's like no, it's not a dodge, bro.
It is a dodge.
Let me
No.
explain why it's not a dodge, right?
Send it. Go ahead.
So I'm claiming the reason that the light reflects off the moon is because of fairy dust, and you can't prove me wrong.
Good one, Larry.
Okay, prove the existence of fairies. Let's hear that.
Well, no, you got to prove it, right?
Okay, is there any scientific proof of any fairies whatsoever?
Why are you asking me for proof? I just reverse carded you, and now you
Okay,
got to prove there's no fairy dust.
We can prove the existence of the moon, but you cannot prove the existence of fairies, correct?
Okay, you got to prove the existence of the retroreflectors if I have to prove the...
I already have proven the existence of the reflectors. I've sent you 2 links regarding that, and now you're telling me about fairies. Come on, dude. Seriously.
I don't think you're catching what I'm trying to put down here.
I get what you're doing, but now you're just dodging and deflecting. I'm sorry.
not dodging. I've addressed your argument head on by claiming
No, you have not actually. Now you're
Okay.
talking about fairies. You're saying fairy dust. Okay, prove me the existence of fairies, and we can talk business then.
Okay, let's go back to what I said. They bounced lasers off the moon in 1962. So the claim that they added some sort of retroreflector in 69 and now it's possible only because there's retroreflectors is a piss poor argument. They already did it in 62 without the reflectors.
But then they also okay, and I've already talked about how they put these reflectors in place to where you can actually bounce those off the moon, and then now you're talking about fairy dust. So
yeah, to explain to you how a fallacy works, and you did not get it. You want me to explain the fallacy? I'll read it to you if you like.
You're not. No. First things first. Okay, you're talking about 2 completely different things. Okay, we're talking about reflectors on the moon, and I've talked about how they've been placed there. Neil Armstrong placed those reflectors there, and you're talking about fairy dust now. Okay, so which one is?
Okay, the only reason I did that is to explain to you how that fallacy works, because we don't allow logical fallacies without them being addressed. So I posted the website your logical fallacy is. Right? So you can read that and understand why I brought up fairy dust. See, here he's talking about Bertrand declares that a teapot is, right? He's explaining to you by giving you example of how it works, just like I did with the fairy dust. This is an example of the fallacy and why you shouldn't use it. So normally when you accidentally commit a fallacy, you look at it and you say, okay, how did I commit a fallacy? And then you look at what the person is saying and they fit your argument into that fallacy. And then you say, okay, that was a fallacy. I won't make that argument again. That's a illogical argument. I'll reformulate my argument and come back with another argument absent a fallacy this time. That's what you're supposed to do. Does that make sense?
Sorry, I'm just now I'm rereading your article. Are you saying that no retroreflectors have been placed on the moon whatsoever?
I'm saying an extraordinary claim requires extraordinary evidence. I'm just asking for the science that you said that you had, and nowhere in the science that you're showing me is there any science. There's no science.
Okay, so this article that you dropped, right, by Gary Setinovsky, right? Do you stand by this article?
Well, I don't know if I stand by the article, but I stand by the fact that they've been bouncing moon lasers.
So why would you present an article if you don't stand by it then?
I'm not, listen to what I'm saying. I'm not standing by the article. I'm standing by the claim that they've been bouncing lasers off the moon since 1962.
Do you not understand my question? I'll ask you one more time.
I understand your question, but I'm not going to stand by everything that's in that article when the only thing that I was trying, because I didn't read the whole article. I'm just giving
Don't you think
evidence.
that's a problem?
No, because all I was trying to do was show evidence. Hold on. It's not. Can you mute yourself while you have a good belly laugh? The reason it's not a problem because I made a claim that they bounced lasers off the moon in 1962, and then I posted an article that backed up my claim. So my claim isn't just a baseless claim. It has some substantiation behind it because of this article. And in the second paragraph, it says what I was trying to cite my source for.
What does the third article say?
The third paragraph?
The third paragraph, yes.
That would be your claim.
But it's from the same website that you dropped on here.
That's correct.
So your point is completely fucking moot.
No, the second the second paragraph in the article.
The third paragraph validates what I'm saying.
No, it doesn't validate what
the
you're
laser
saying.
ranging retroflector mirrors were also deployed on Apollo 14 and 15 missions and a similar device was also included on the Soviet Union's Lunokhod 2 spacecraft.
So you think this proves your point to be true? Absolutely.
It does. Because like somebody earlier said, why has nobody else done it? Looks like the Soviets
So does it prove what I said? Absolutely. That they did it in the early 60s?
Yeah, but it also proves what I said too.
Yeah, it does.
It proves what I said too, that they placed like lunar reflectors on the moon's surface.
I get it that you think that it proves what you said too.
I don't think I'm saying I'm proving it. Okay. It also says like readings collected over the years have shown the moon is slowly spiraling around the Earth at a rate of 38 millimeters per year, and this contains a liquid center which makes up 20% of its radius. But the original Apollo reflector is the only one still operational. So there's only one still full in operation, while everybody says, oh, well, all these meteors could come down and damage this equipment. So it says this is the only one that's still in operation. This basically validates everything I've been saying, correct?
Holy shit, what have I come back to?
You believe that it does. I don't believe that it does. That's why I said I don't represent the whole article.
So you're only gonna wait, you're gonna pick and choose which part of the articles to believe in?
Yeah, that's called discernment.
No, that's a lack of consistency.
And that's all or nothing fallacy. See, you tried to get me to commit the all or nothing fallacy by saying,
no,
do you back up this?
Talking about, sir?
Bro, can I finish? Can I finish without you getting too excited?
I'm not. Please go ahead.
Thank you. That's when you asked me, do you represent this whole article? And I was like, no, I represent the part that I was pointing out, which was the second paragraph. Then you're saying that if I don't accept the whole thing, that's somehow incorrect, but that's an all or nothing fallacy, right? So I don't have to back up. Yes, it is a textbook all or nothing fallacy. You have to believe in all of it or you can't use any of it. That's what you're saying, right?
I say you're being intellectually dishonest right now because
well, I'm not the one committing fallacies, sir. You are.
What fallacy have I presented?
The all or nothing fallacy and the other one, what did I say it was? Burden of proof fallacy.
You drop an article for me to look at, but then you only take certain parts. That's called cherry picking, sir. Do you not understand that?
Sir, I posted the whole article for you to look at. If I would have just took the paragraph and posted
it, are you cherry picking?
Bro, can you let me finish?
Are you cherry picking?
Are you going to let me finish?
Are you cherry picking?
No, I'm not. Do you want me to explain why?
Go right on ahead. Entertain me.
So cherry picking would be like if I only took that one paragraph and posted it as my proof, but I didn't. I posted the entire article so that everyone can read the whole thing. That's the opposite of cherry picking, bro. I gave you the context clues.
Okay, you want me to tell you how you're wrong?
Please explain to me how I only picked out the part that I wanted to show. Go ahead.
Because it's sort of like the same thing with people that like cherry pick parts of the Bible to follow, but then they don't follow the entire Bible to the letter. Either if you don't follow the Bible to the letter, then obviously you're not a true Christian, correct? That's the same fallacy that you're utilizing, essentially.
So you're saying that if I don't follow what it says in, I think, Leviticus chapter 19 through 21, somewhere in there, it says, if a rabbi's daughter is a whore that we're supposed to stone her to death, you think in order for me to be a good Christian, I'm supposed to stone to death rabbis' daughters?
That's called cherry picking, sir. We don't.
Yeah,
follow
I'm not gonna kill any Jewish girls.
Exactly.
Hate to break it to you, and if that makes me not a good Christian in your eyes, oh fucking well.
That's my point, though, because like we don't follow the Bible to the letter. We cherry pick certain parts from it, just like what you've done here. You've only cherry picked this part that you want to make your argument, essentially. But you are the one that presented this argument, not me. You're the one that sent me this link, and you're saying, "Oh, well, I'm only going to follow this part where it says we bounce lasers off the moon," but you're going to ignore the part that says reflectors on the moon to make your point.
Where did you find that third paragraph?
It's on the fucking link you sent me.
Oh, so I didn't cherry pick it. I sent you the whole thing. Oh, okay.
No, you're choosing to ignore the third paragraph because you want to focus on the first paragraph to prove your point.
Alex, a paragraph in an article is not proof it happened.
Yeah, it's not proof. It's just evidence backing up my claim that what I said was true, that they bounced lasers off the moon in 1962, before the moon landings, proving that you don't need retroreflectors on the surface of the moon from 1969 in order to bounce lasers off of the surface of the moon. That was my argument.
My fucking dude, I'm sorry, but I said, when I first stepped into this conversation, I said, "Do you not believe that people landed on the moon?" And the argument was just, "No, I don't believe it."
You can't even travel to the medium claimed as space. It's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
What?
You're entertaining this nonsense, man.
What? Okay, can you say that again, please?
Of course, we don't believe anybody traveled to the moon. It's naturally impossible by natural law.
By natural law.
The
What is
medium
natural law?
space is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
What? Are you serious?
Yes, very serious. Yes.
This is according to who?
Everyone in physics.
Who's everyone in physics? That's not labeling everybody in particular.
And entropy.
What? Are you kidding me? So you mean to tell me? Are you telling me that everybody is basically lying about the fact that we've gone to space? I mean, can anybody point to me where somebody's like,
Did you forget the topic of the channel? We're flat earthers. They're lying to you about the entire fucking cosmology.
show me one astronaut that's a flat earther? I would love to hear this.
I don't need to show you anybody that's a flat earther.
Yes, you actually do. I'm asking you to prove. It's not
okay,
curved.
Alex, here's a simple question: if a surface is not curving in any direction, what is it?
What?
Okay, slow, obviously.
I'm not slow. You're asking a stupid question.
Direction. Okay.
You're not going to see.
Surface is not curving in any direction. What is it?
Flat.
How would we define flat? Okay. So it's not about the opinions of any person on this earth. It's about the nature of what the surface of Earth is doing. If it's not curving, it cannot be a sphere.
Okay, let me ask you a question, sir. If you were to go in outer space, what would the planet look like to you?
If I could go to Narnia, I'm sure I'd see a lot of fantastic.
No. Answer the question, please. If you were to go into outer space, okay. If you were to go into outer space, what would you see? If you were to look at the Earth, what would it look like to you?
There is no outer space to go to.
Are you fucking stupid? Seriously, are you fucking stupid?
Have you been to space, Alex?
Hey, listen,
when was the
no.
last time you were in space?
I've never been to fucking outer space because it's 8 miles
on
up.
The screen.
Yeah, I did watch it on
the last
screen.
time you were up there? When was the last time you were in outer space?
When was the last time you were in outer space?
I don't believe in fantasy stories, so.
Well, what do you believe in then? You believe in. Okay, so what do you believe in? You believe that the Earth is flat, even though that's scientifically impossible.
I could not.
It is scientifically impossible for us to be a flat Earth. Actually, did you not realize this?
Larry, you're letting them off, bro.
Scientific inquiry. It's a geometric inquiry.
A geometric inquiry. What do you mean by geometric inquiry exactly?
Well, do you think when I measure a piece of wood, I'm performing science?
Well, a piece of wood is not the Earth, now is it?
Well, can you answer the question? Am I performing science when I measure this piece of wood?
No, you're not performing science when you're measuring a piece of wood.
Okay, so when we go out to measure the nature of the surface of Earth, we're not performing science.
Why not?
We're just tackling a geometric inquiry.
It's just a measurement.
What do you mean? Why not? It's like a category error. It's not science.
How is it not science?
Because
I just demonstrate to you we're not performing any experimentation. We're taking measurements.
Okay,
Science involves experimentation.
Okay, if you're measuring a piece of wood, it's not a piece of science necessarily, because you're just taking like a ruler out. That's not necessarily science. But like when it comes down to the Earth, that's a completely different aspect. Wouldn't you agree?
No, I wouldn't
No.
agree.
Shape
Of course
is not science. Shape is not.
Of course you wouldn't agree. Because would you say that like the planet is different from a piece of wood? Would you say that's different?
We're not
Would
on
you
a planet.
agree it's an object?
How about you answer my question?
Of
Would you
some
say that
nature?
would you say the planet is different from a piece of wood?
I wouldn't say we're on a
Planets
planet.
are lights in the sky.
You don't think we're on a planet? Why not?
We have no evidence we're a planet.
It's a one planet.
Wait. No, stop. Shut the fuck up.
Planets
Okay,
are lights in the sky,
I'm asking
retard.
this gentleman here, okay? Please.
All right,
Why
go
don't
on,
you think
go
we're on
on.
a planet?
Obvious why.
I just told you there's no
Few
evidence we're on a planet.
There's no evidence we're on a planet. What are we on then?
Well, we're on Earth.
Okay, what is Earth?
It's Earth.
What is Earth?
It's Earth.
What the fuck is Earth? God damn it! What the fuck is Earth?
It's
not Earth.
plane.
No. Okay, what the fuck is Earth? What the? Okay, if
Alex,
I wanted,
you need to
if I
calm
wanted,
down.
I am calm, but it's just like I feel like I'm talking to a jackass. Okay, what the fuck is Earth? What the fuck is it?
I'm dude.
It's what we all stand upon.
Okay, that's great, but what is it? If I was to look at the planet Earth right now, what the fuck am I looking at?
Topographical.
I don't know that we can actually.
Again, you're
like,
invoking your fairy
okay.
tale. When was the last time you looked at Earth?
What is a fairy
and
tale?
thought as a
Okay,
planet?
listen to me, you fucking
Explain
jive
that
turkey.
to
I'm
us.
asking you a very direct question, and you're dodging.
Attack the ball, not the player, sunshine.
Nobody.
This
nobody has
this
a
fucking-
nobody has a God's eye view of the entirety of the reality that we that we observe and experience.
What?
The size of the Earth
Nobody
is
has
unknown.
Holy shit!
Yeah, nobody has a God's eye view.
The size is unknown. The size of the Earth is unknown.
Alex, do you know anything about this topic?
I know plenty about this topic. I certainly seem to know a lot more than you
sound
do.
like it.
I've
No,
asked you a
you
direct
sound
question.
like-
I've asked you a direct question. You're like, it's the Earth. That's what you're saying. And I've asked you
Okay,
if you were
what's
to
wrong
look
with that?
at it right now. No, if I was to ask you a question, okay, let's say the term Earth does not fucking exist. Okay, what is it that we are on right now? What is our planet? Even if you don't believe in it.
An extended plane.
I didn't ask you, God damn it! I'm asking the fucking jackass over here, please. Now,
Planets
please.
are lights in the sky,
sorry.
Yeah,
retard.
we are on a motionless topographical plane, essentially.
Based upon what?
Based upon we are not in motion, and the ground measures as a topographical plane.
Okay, do you realize how scientifically impossible that actually is?
Again, I just went over science with you. This is not scientific inquiry.
You did not go over
Stupid.
science with me whatsoever. With me, okay.
You don't even understand what science is.
Oh, right. Yes, I'm sorry. I don't understand science whatsoever. You are 100% correct, sir.
So, again, where's the experiment in measuring something?
What?
My point proven. You don't understand what science is.
No, you're asking a dumb fucking question, okay? Okay, do you understand like how the Earth actually rotates around the fucking sun? Do you know understand like, how that
we
works?
were all taught the same fairy tale, and then we realized it was bullshit.
What makes it a fairy tale exactly?
This is
That there's no
attention-seeking
empirical evidence
behavior.
for
There's no
it.
evidence.
No. I'm asking this fucking asshole here, okay? What makes it
Just
a
told
fairy
you.
tale?
And you better calm down, or you're about to get muted.
No, I'm about what?
You better calm down or you're about to get muted. I told you there's
Why?
no
Because I'm
empirical
affecting your fucking.
evidence for your
I'm
claim.
affecting your reality. Essentially, are you fucking scared
No.
to understand that the fucking the
Dude,
Earth is not flat?
relax, man. Obvious has
Everybody
been
in
so
here.
chill with you, and you're fucking flipping out.
I'm not flipping out. It's just like this guy is
You
not
are.
answering direct questions. Honestly, he's being intellectually dishonest. Essentially,
No, Alex, the problem is you can't accept what you're being told. Every single person in this room went
is
to
wrong.
conventional education. Okay, went through conventional education. We all
Where?
believed in heliocentric in our respective countries. Most people in here are Americans. I'm from Britain. Okay. We all learned the same thing as you. We all saw the same movies. We all saw the same pictures presented to us. We've all seen the footage that's been given to us from NASA and co. We are aware of it all, okay? We know we're told that, sunrises happen because the Earth is rotating on its axis at 1,000 miles per hour, Yada, yada, yada. We know it all, okay? I'm trying to tell you none of that's true. There is no empirical evidence for it. When we go out and measure the actual Earth, the surface of Earth, we don't find any curvature. It cannot be a ball.
All right, so let me ask you a question then, okay? What would prove to you that curvature actually does exist on the planet Earth?
If the Earth itself provided curvature?
No. I wasn't asking you. I was asking this gentleman here.
Yeah, I'll answer this and then Larry can take over because I want to go make some breakfast. But yeah, if we go out and actually measure the surface and we find curvature, that would prove curvature exists.
Measurement. Direct measurement of the surface of the Earth. That's all we need. All we need is one direct measurement of Earth curvature, and that's all we need.
So let's say, for example, if you set up a station and then set up another station 1 mile away, and if it's supposed to be a certain measurement, like say, for example, 15 degrees, would you accept then that that would be curvature of the Earth then?
How much feet? How much feet in degrees?
About a mile, and then it's supposed to be about 15 degrees, essentially.
Okay, post it. Let's see it.
No, I asked you a question. I didn't ask for me to post it. I just asked you, would you accept that premise?
Is this some hypothetical you want us to dance around?
It has to align. That 15 degrees has to directly be in alignment with the radius and the distance to the horizon. So it has to be based on the size of the Earth, and no one has ever measured the size of the Earth. But I digress.
Okay, so the thing, there's a guy that actually tried to prove that that the Earth wasn't round. He says in order for this to happen, to take place, he actually set up a reflector like a mile away or something like that. So there would have to be like a 15 degree fucking rotational axis or whatever the fuck it was. I can't remember what it was. But then it actually showed that like 15 degrees is exactly what the measurement was that proved that the Earth was in fact like round and shit like that. And he basically made himself look fucking stupid because it was like a documentary. I think it was like Ahead of the Curve or something like that.
How did it? Did it prove that?
They did prove
How
it
did
actually.
it prove that? How?
Hold on a second. Let me go fucking find it now. God damn it.
He's talking about that Netflix bullshit.
That is true. Even this guy knows what I'm talking about.
What, the flashlight or
Don't give him mouse a cookie. Make these
I think he's
retards
talking
go
about Bob
scramble for
Nodell.
their dipshit.
What are you talking about? The flashlight or the gyro or
the gyro, the laser gyro?
The gyro. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. Just
so this argument is really simple to defeat because if they're saying that the ring laser gyroscope proves that the axial rotation, then it would have to be that it would also prove the revolution around the Earth once per year.
No,
it
he
doesn't.
was talking about Jaren
I know.
doing the light.
I know. I'm saying that if the ring laser gyroscope proves axial rotation, it would also have to prove the revolution of the Earth around the Sun. That's also a motion a ring laser gyroscope is sensitive enough for it to detect, but it does not. See the Michelson-Morley experiment, so-called. So this is not a winning argument for them. It's actually a nail in the coffin.
The what argument? I'm sorry.
The Michelson-Morley.
Michael.
Michelson-Morley. Mickelson Morley. Yeah.
He's not going to understand
Maybe it's
that.
a weapon. He
I
just
know
come
that. That's for the rest of you guys. I wasn't talking to him.
Okay, he posted in the chat. Let me see. Let me take a look. A sec. Just give me like a couple minutes.
Hey Larry, I thought it was funny that he called you out for cherry picking when he was actually cherry picking, right? With that article you posted?
I wasn't cherry picking shit.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to him. You keep researching. Because he called Larry out for cherry picking a
That's me.
paragraph out of. Yeah, I know. I'm not talking
me,
to you.
goddammit.
I'm talking to Larry. God damn it.
Well, you're talking about me, fuckhead.
That's all right. Because you did the same thing you claimed he did.
Where?
You
Where
claimed
the
him
fuck
for
did I
cherry
do?
picking.
Where
When
did I do
he,
that?
Hey, dude, why are you spazzing? You
Yeah,
did
you're
that.
spazzing, bro.
He gave you a resource as a hostile witness, and then you cherry picked out of it.
Where
And
did
then
I
you tried to
cherry pick?
ignore the points that he proved.
Where did I cherry pick? That's what I'm trying to ask him, but you decide to interrupt. This is
You
A
said
and B
the
conversation.
third paragraph. The
I
third
said this.
paragraph.
I said this is an A and B conversation. See your way out of it. Okay, so go ahead,
The third
Oblivion.
paragraph. The third paragraph. Dude, you're a spaz.
I'm smarter than you are, obviously.
But hey, go on. Keep researching. Let's go.
Yeah.
Oblivion, please continue.
I already said it. You claimed Larry was cherry picking in that article, but you were also cherry picking.
How was I cherry
based on your own
picking?
claim?
How was I cherry
Because
picking?
oh shit. I didn't want to
shit.
change the article. I didn't want to change the
Oh
subject. I was
shit!
just saying
I
because
was
Larry's
asking you to
an
prove.
article.
Where am I cherry picking Oblivion? Can
Read
you
the third
answer a direct
paragraph.
question?
Read the third paragraph.
Read the third
Read the third
paragraph
paragraph.
versus his
Okay.
second. And then you claimed he was cherry picking, but you're also cherry picking based on your own claim.
Okay, Oblivion, pay attention. I'm going to educate you real quick. I
thought
didn't
it was
disprove
funny.
what he. Oh no, I
Yeah,
didn't.
Larry was
I didn't.
actually doing a hostile witness. And was
Okay,
not a cherry pick.
so pay
But
attention.
you
I'm
were cherry
educating you.
picking.
Okay, I didn't cherry pick anything. I proved
You were
that he was
cherry picking.
incorrect. No, you. Okay,
You
so
did.
I proved that he was incorrect. Actually,
So do you deny that they bounced a laser off the moon without a retroreflector?
no, I don't deny it whatsoever.
Well, then there you go. Then he wasn't cherry picking, bro.
But he denied the existence of reflectors on the moon, though.
Can you prove they exist?
There's no reflectors on the moon, man.
I posted two articles proving that there was reflectors on the moon. He chose to not
proving.
Can I get in for a second? This man
They
has a
say they
really
measured the
low.
length without the frickin' reflectors. It's retarded.
This man has a really low standard of proof. So to him, like if he reads it in like a Google article, like to him that's proof. Like he sees an explanation and it's
Oh,
proven correct
I'm sorry.
because there's an explanation.
This is what Larry said. I won't discount any article you prove to me. I will listen to any article you have to say, but now you have a fucking problem with it. Why is that, Larry?
Well, I'm not going to discount it just because you showed it to me. I'm actually going to read it and use discernment like I talked about earlier. I don't know why you have a problem with discernment.
What does discernment even mean? Do you even know what discernment means?
I do. I can define it for you if you'd like.
Send it. Go ahead.
Discernment is the ability to apply wisdom and not just knowledge to the evidence that is coming into your perception, right? The evidence that you're perceiving, whether it's from an article or in real life, and being able to determine the validity of this evidence based on the wisdom you've already gained.
So you're saying I'm wrong then? Because like I displayed two articles. You displayed
I didn't
one
say
article.
you're wrong.
You're not wrong.
Bro, it's not the amount of arguments, or it's not the amount of articles that posts is the winning person, right? Because I can post you 1,000 articles about germ theory. That doesn't make terrain theory invalid, right? You understand that?
But we're not talking about those odd topics. But okay, I see where
Yeah,
you're
I
coming
know.
from.
We're not talking about those topics. You think that an article is proof, so I'm telling everyone in the room that you have a real low quality of evidence. Like your standard of evidence is so low, I bet you could read like the Quran and read the Bible and think they're both true at the same time.
I wouldn't though, honestly.
Well, I guess because you're confirmation bias.
No, it's because like I consider like the Bible and the Quran like really good stories based upon nothing, essentially. There's no proof to back up any of the claims with that anything that took place in the Bible actually took place. Nothing. They're very good stories.
Yep, moving on. Well, to you, that would be evidence, right? Because it's an article, right? And you can read it. So that proves things, right?
Is that really your onus? Seriously?
What is my onus?
We're okay. I already said that the Bible makes a very good story, but I posted 2 articles that actually talk about scientific fact that actually can be backed up. The Bible cannot be scientifically proven. You know that, right?
You know that clay doesn't bond with iron, right?
Okay,
Did you know that?
you're
Did you
changing the
know
topic
that you
now.
cannot bond clay with iron like you can with alloys where you can bond aluminum and titanium?
You're changing the topic now. I'm simply saying that, like the Bible.
No, he's not.
Yes, he actually is. I said that the Bible is not scientific fact, quite like like the articles I
That's
posted.
in the Bible.
I don't give a shit.
He just said is in the Bible.
And the Bible is not scientific fact. I already made that abundantly clear.
But what he just said about iron and clay, right? That's in the Bible.
Okay, and
Well, that can be demonstrated scientifically, right? By your standards.
What? Did you not hear a word I just said?
No one here except you is having issues listening, kid.
What?
Yeah, everyone else just understood that I just proved you wrong when you said that the Bible can't prove anything scientifically. And then I said the Bible claims that you can't bond clay and iron. That's something that you can test in a lab. So you're wrong. The Bible does make scientific claims.
No.
What?
Okay. If you say so.
You didn't know that? You can't bond iron with clay? There's no chemical bonds that are going to happen.
It's got more validity than your article, man.
Sure it does, because you say so, right?
Right, because it can be tested in a lab.
It's in the Bible, man. You can't bond iron and clay, and you can actually test this scientifically using the scientific method. What do you bring? You brought an article to the table. Come on.
Yeah, you brought an article to the table that can't be scientifically validated.
According to who?
Science.
By who? By science?
Physicist.
What? What physicist?
Hold on a second. I'm intrigued. What's this article in regards to?
Reflectors on the moon. Apparently, I was told I was wrong that there are no reflectors on the moon.
Well, what's the moon?
What? It's a celestial object in the sky, in the outer space.
It's an object? You're sure of this?
Yep.
Okay, how are you sure that it's an object?
I look at it. It's right there.
So you look at it and you already know it's an object.
Yes, that tends to be how it works.
No, that's not how it works. You actually have to figure out things are objects by touching them, usually. Did you touch the moon?
I sure didn't, but I also didn't touch $1 million, but I know they exist, right?
Yeah, great false equivalence. You can actually touch $1 million. You can't touch the moon.
You can actually touch the moon, but you just got to go to the moon, don't you?
Oh, really? So how are you going to touch the moon?
I'd have to go to outer space, wouldn't I?
What's outer space? Now you've made another claim. What's this outer space?
I would get into a fucking rocket and I would go 8.5 miles high into the fucking atmosphere, and then I would go to the moon. That's like 3 days to get there.
That's fascinating. You can't do any of this. You and I both know that.
See you when you get back, man. See you when you get back.
I would love to go to outer space, actually. That would be fantastic.
And yet you can't.
Why can't I?
Well, the very reason that you said I wish I could, but you know you can't. You've already said it.
Why can't I?
Well, then do it. Why wouldn't you go?
Okay, first of all, I don't have the qualifications to go into outer space, do I?
So now you're going to give me all the reasons why you can't go, right?
There's actually a reason why you can't go into outer space. You actually have
to. Oh, there it is. You can't go. Great. So you've affirmed my point.
You haven't made a point, goddammit. What's wrong with you?
Don't freak out. I told you can't go to space, and now you're telling me all the ways that you can't go.
Wasn't it Jeff Bezos who was doing like the Blue Origin thing where like you can pay to go to space or whatever?
He can pay billions of dollars to go into outer space. So unless I have billions of dollars,
They don't go to outer space.
According to Neil deGrasse Tyson, he didn't go to outer space.
What?
That's not outer space.
According to Neil deGrasse Tyson, the billionaire Bozos didn't go to outer space.
Where'd they go? They went to like super high.
Please drop the article where it. Please prove that article, please. I would love to see that link.
Hold on a second. You don't even know what outer space is. What is it defined as?
It's about 100 miles above the Earth's. Above the Earth's.
Did you find that picture of Dick Scoville, the guy that was supposedly killed in the Challenger accident? In the picture, he's got a lazy eye. And astronauts aren't allowed to have like physical problems with their eyes. He's got a lazy eye in the picture. It's hilarious, dude. There's like no way no way he could even have been an astronaut. It's funny as shit.
The definition of outer space
but
is
let's not get off what Sesu said. Can anyone define outer space?
It's kind of arbitrary.
It's basically a
it's
space
just
outside of
100
a
miles.
celestial object where there are stars and planets. So if there's
where does it start?
Okay, what's outside of our planet then? Let's start with that. Is there
What
anything
planet?
outside of our planet? Our planet.
Don't beg the question. What planet are you talking about? The Earth? Earth's not a planet.
Yes. Oh, what is it then?
Well, it's certainly not a planet. It's not a wandering
What the fuck
star.
is it? What is it?
Why are you freaking out, bro? You need to calm down. Like,
I'm calm.
seriously, man.
When I deal with dumb fucking people, they tend to fucking piss me off. Let's put it that way.
So you're calling the Earth a planet. You don't know what a planet is. And now you're freaking out.
What is it then? What is it then?
It's the Earth.
What is the Earth?
The Earth is the place where you live.
So what is that?
Say Earth isn't.
I don't know. I mean, it's obviously a flat and stationary enclosed, realm. But outside of that, I have no idea. How can you define the Earth other than it's the Earth?
Based upon what you've said, you know that, right?
Scientific proof of what?
I love when he comes in with his scientific proof. There's no scientific proof. It's a ball. So step off, Junior.
It is. There is scientific proof. It's been proven.
Excellent.
Multiple
Bring
times.
it up and show us. Go and get it. Go and get your scientific proof. We want to know what scientists did it. Cut the bullshit.
Okay.
Make your claim. Bring your evidence or piss off.
Okay, mate.
Well,
okay. You've had enough. I'm so sorry. You've had enough.
You're just a whiny little turd. We're sick of listening to your shit. Fuck off and make your YouTube shows elsewhere.
No, I just want to speak.
Don't worry about it. He's already really ramped up, so you don't want to get him any more ramped
Your
up.
mic's really low. If you can turn it up.
Is it better?
A little better. It could be better though.
Oh wait.
Well, okay, so we can barely hear you, bro.
Better. Yeah, you seem much better to talk to than this other crazy guy. But so that's why I want you to get your mic all settled, bro.
So, well, I'm sorry. What? Could you say that again, please?
You weren't being spoken to.
Is this better? Is it better this way?
Yeah, a lot
absolutely, 100%.
All right, I just wanted to say one thing. Was like, I was talking to this guy like a while ago, and he asked me what mass was, and I wasn't able to give like a good answer. But the best answer I can give is that mass is energy. But
mass is now energy.
Mass is energy.
Einstein, dude.
So you're saying that mass is energy, but they're two different words.
Mass is a measure of energy, yeah.
Okay, so how much mass does it take to power a light bulb?
I don't know off the top of my head.
How many watts of mass?
That's funny.
I don't.
Holy
my head
doesn't convert.
What do
You
you
got
mean?
a citation for that mass is energy thing?
I mean, sure, but
Yes.
like, I don't know if you're gonna. I can give you like a physics paper about it, but
Well, anybody saying that mass is energy is going to be breaking new ground because, as far as I know, there's two definitions for mass. One of them is the same as inertia, which is resistance to acceleration, and the other one is a certain amount of matter in a given space. Both of those, of course, are incorrect.
that's like the really basic definition of mass.
So you're going to go from resistance to acceleration to now it being energy? That's a huge leap,
Yeah.
bro.
Basically, where mass comes from is like you have subatomic particles, and within those subatomic particles, there are, I think, quarks, and those quarks interact in the gluon field, and the energy of the gluon field is what gives you 99% of your mass.
Okay. So now all you need to do is show me how that was determined.
How that was determined.
Yeah, because it just sounds like made up bullshit, is what it sounds like. Unless you think because it was in a paper, all of a sudden that makes it real.
Yeah. Oh. Sorry to interrupt the conversation, but I'm just I consider the Earth to be round. I'm not here to like have a debate, but I just want to hear like why everybody thinks like the Earth is flat.
Because they're idiots. They have no proof to back up. They have no claims to back up. All they say is like, "Oh, the Earth is flat."
Shouldn't you be in a cherry tree picking stuff? There's no evidence to prove that it's a ball, mate. That's why we believe it's everything but.
I apologize. Earlier, I changed the subject. He's supposed to be researching something, and I forget what it was.
Basically, if you use a particle accelerator, you can measure like what happened, and then you kind of have to just infer that quarks exist from that. But I guess you can't directly like observe quarks existing.
Right. So it's made up.
Yeah, you can't directly observe a quark or an electron.
Yep.
Like dark matter.
Yeah, some of these are conventions, and some of these are strictly just made up nonsense.
Okay.
I mean, I don't want to be the one that have to tell everybody that, by the way, for most of your life, people have been telling you things that are pure speculation and won't even attempt to prove them. And then you walk around reciting it or telling people that you think you know something, but none of it has been validated or even tested. That's a bummer. Like we all had to figure that out on our own.
Can I ask? So, you guys believe the Earth is flat, correct? Well, a lot of you.
No. We experience it that way. So do you. You experience it and navigate it and use it as flat and stationary. And you wouldn't be able to validate whether it's curving in any direction anyways. So unless you right now feel like you're spinning at about 1,000 miles an hour if you're close to the equator.
Well, people always say like you would feel it if you're spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, but that's just because you're putting it that way. If you put it another way, it'd be like, could you feel if you were spinning once every 24 hours? No.
Yeah, but there's a problem with scale, right? So on the large scale, you're correct. 15 degrees an hour would not be noticed very much, right? However, at our scale, 60 mile an hour is hauling ass. So go ahead and just imagine what 1,038 miles per hour at the equator would feel like at your size.
Yeah, but
isn't this like
you're going in a
when we're
circle,
in a car, right?
You're
Like when
going
you're in
in
a car, it doesn't feel like you're going like or in a bullet
Okay.
train. I've been
Is the car a closed system?
have you been in an airplane
100 miles
before?
an hour.
Hold
Have you
on,
guys been in
fellas.
an
I
airplane?
don't want you to go to false equivalences right away. You're liking like apples to bananas in this situation. In fact, it's not even that close. So a car is a closed system, and I assume you guys are going to talk about planes and cars going in a straight line, right? So already you're way off track. And then we have air pressure even around the car itself. So, if you want to liken it to the Earth, you're going to be on a spinning object, which is an angular velocity, which is an acceleration, which is like you being in a car going around a corner. Now it's a big corner, so we'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Then it's a convertible, and it's exposed to a vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr. That would be sort of likened to what we're talking about here. So have you guys been in a convertible going 1,038 miles per hour exposed to a vacuum?
That would be no.
Okay. I less want to talk about the scientific stuff. I more want to talk about why have people been lying about us and what is the motive behind it.
What, you don't like science?
No, I like
Why don't
science.
you want to talk? Okay, let's talk about the science.
Wait. I like science, but like, I want to establish. I want to establish why you guys think people are like lying.
You'd have to establish that. You'd have to establish a deception or at least a misunderstanding has taken place first.
So I guess like, why are millions of scientists around the world lying to us and trying to mislead us about the Earth being a globe?
I don't think they're lying.
Okay.
Unintentionally. Not intentionally. Not wittingly.
So if you went to school and became a so-called scientist, and then decades later, you would ask the same question, why are you, like someone else would ask the same question, why are you lying to us? You were taught what you were taught. You repeat it decades later. Someone else will ask, why are you lying?
The schools lying to us then?
They're not lying. It's anchor bias, right? If you grew up in Saudi Arabia, you would be a Wahhabi Salafist, right? Just like if you grew up in Iran, you would be a Sunni, or wait, a Shia, excuse me, you'd be a Shia Muslim. They're not lying to the people they're teaching their religion to. They believe it and accept it, and they teach it to the next person. This is a well-known phenomenon. It's called anchor bias.
I think somebody asked like how we know subatomic particles exist or whatever. I'm not really sure about quarks specifically, but like for example, like electrons, like it's the same thing. Like, I mean, for one thing, like just because you can't see something doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. But the original experiment that like confirmed it. I mean, we have more sophisticated ones now, but the original one in like 1960 something, he had like cathode rays of just basically like electrons, and he could use them to like hit magnetic fields, and when they hit, electricity was produced, and when they missed, nothing happened. So he knew that for some reason this ray of particles carried electricity, and um he could use like magnetic fields and electric fields to like measure how much charge each gram of the stream of electrons had, and he uses to basically figure out what an electron was and the properties that it had, and confirm its existence anyway.
Grams of electrons? Never heard that before.
Grams of cathode rays. I should have been more specific.
Okay, well, let's focus on verifiability, right? Because I think some people in here, maybe even myself, have a trouble understanding, how do you verify something? So I've never been to Australia or Moscow, right? But I believe they exist, right? Because it's not an extraordinary claim. Plus, you can go there and verify it. So I don't believe Texas exists because I was born here. I know that it exists. And the thing is that if someone's claiming that there's rocks in the sky that you can walk on, that's an extraordinary claim. So what are we talking about? Like the Hallelujah Mountains from the Avatar movie with the blue monkeys? Like, No. Okay, we're talking about the moon. It's actually a planet in a vacuum that you can walk on. It's like, okay, how do I verify that? We can't go to space, so you can't verify it. And not only that, can you not only verify this place in space that you can walk on rocks in the sky, but also it goes against entropy in the second law of thermodynamics, that you could have a place 10 to the 17 negative torr adjacent to a high pressure of 14.7 psi. How would that be possible? It defies everything we know about physics. Anytime you have gas in a container, you can have gas pressure, but without that container, you can't have higher gas pressure sitting next to a lower gas pressure. So if you look at the definition of gas pressure, you need to have a container because the gas pressure is measured by the force the gas particles exert against the wall of the container. So when we add all this together and we use a little bit of discernment, we can say, wow, that extraordinary claim that you can walk on rocks in the sky and that the moon is actually a planet, and you have gas pressure without a container with a vacuum up there, like none of this is verifiable. So this is all very non-scientific in the sense that, according to Karl Popper, something has to be falsifiable in order for it to be science. For example, if I made the claim that you can boil water at low temperature, well, that seems to be a pretty extraordinary claim, unless you know that you can boil water in a container if you have a sealed container with a vacuum pump hooked up to it, creating a partial vacuum. You can boil water at a very low temperature. So we can verify that. That's the real science. Whereas walking on a rock in the sky, that's not verifiable. That's just a story. So it's a baseless assertion.
Sure. Well, I want to address just one thing that you said, and we could talk about the rest too. But you asked about like how the pressure thing and like how I guess the gas on Earth stays on Earth. Well, I think it's obvious. Just like gravity pulls it in.
Okay, let's test that. That sounds like a falsifiable theory. Excellent. So let's get a propane tank, the nozzle pointing up to the sky, and fill it up with propane, 250 psi, and let's open that nozzle. Is gravity going to contain the gas? And you're talking about mass attracting mass, right?
Well, I think that's a different situation than gas staying on Earth.
Gas pressure is different than gas pressure. How?
For one thing, the propane tank doesn't have a strong enough gravitational field to keep all of the gas inside of it or whatever.
Is it not in the Earth's gravitational field closer to the center than the exosphere, meaning that it would have an even stronger gravitational field?
It's not like, yeah, but at the same time, the pressure inside the propane tank is so much more that it overcomes the gravity and essentially escapes the propane tank.
So there goes your theory of gravity holding down gas.
I mean, if the pressure is great enough, then yeah, it will escape.
Right, like 14.7 and 10 to the 17 negative torr, right? That's a huge difference. Way, way stronger of a vacuum than 14.7 psi compared to 250 psi. You talk about an impossible vacuum. That's 14.7 compared to 10 to the 17 negative torr. Like that's almost completely empty. Right?
I mean, I guess so, but like, I guess I don't know.
There's a lot, and there's claimed to be a lot of it. A huge, huge volume available.
See, the thing is, I'm trying to explain to you guys that there's two mechanics, two cars. I've disabled both of them. I sent them to two mechanics. One says I have a theory. It's a starter. That'll be $500. You try to start it, it doesn't start, and the guy says, but I explained it to you. It was a good theory. It's the starter. That'll be $500. While the second mechanic, through a process of elimination, He makes sure that the starter works, the battery's good, the connection is there, but the starter fuse was removed. So he manipulates that one presumed cause, that independent variable, and then it starts. And then he says, that'll be $500. And you go out to the car and you start it and it starts and you gladly pay the man. Theoretical astrophysics is like the first mechanic. Whereas the scientist who controls and manipulates variables, he's the second mechanic. One of them's a pseudo mechanic, and one of them's a real mechanic. Does that make sense? Because the first guy, you're going to have to take him to court before you ever get your car back, unless you're going to give him the $500. The second guy fixed your car, identified the only possible cause, and now you can go to work and pay your bills, and you'll gladly give him $500. That's the difference between like pseudoscience and real science.
Saying, well, theoretically, and with no practical demonstration, and the other's saying, well, theoretically and practically, yeah, I'll demonstrate it for you.
And see, that's the problem. You guys are convinced that gravity holds down the oceans. Meanwhile, I can boil water in a vacuum chamber. So I take the water out of the ocean, I boil it at low pressure, and then I get another cup of water and I boil it with high temperature, proving that those two things are the actual cause of the ocean staying down on the surface of the Earth. Can you manipulate gravity? Turn it on and off? And make the water go off like I did? And you still want $500, or what is it, $58 million a day for NASA? Is that what it is now? Is it 58 or 68? And then how much money are we giving to India for their space program? You know, the money just keeps going. So can anybody give me an experiment where I can manipulate gravity and cause the ocean to fuck off? Like I can with the high pressure versus low pressure and low temperature versus high temperature? Because I can make the ocean fuck off two different kinds of ways, showing that there's two causes that holds the ocean down. How do I manipulate gravity to make it fuck off? You can't. It's not verifiable or falsifiable in any kind of way. But people believe it because when they drop their cell phone, they say, oh, that's gravity. But when it comes to science, you have to manipulate the independent variable. That means by itself, you put a fuse in the truck, and then it starts. You didn't change the alternator, the transmission fluid, the tires, the engine, and then it started. You changed one thing, proving that that was a cause of it not starting. Science has never settled. It might be another cause, like temperature and pressure causing water to boil. But still, one is theoretical and unfalsifiable. In fact, using the word theory may be an ambiguity fallacy on my part, so I'll try not to make that fallacy again. I apologize. Let's call it a postulation. You guys are postulating that gravity holds oceans down. Meanwhile, I'm experimenting showing that, well, yeah, it may be gravity, but I'm actually proving that it's high pressure and low temperature that's holding the oceans down.
Actually read something about this the other day, and I can't remember where I did. I don't know if I bookmarked it or saved it. I should have fucking noted it down. And it was in relation to atmospheric pressure or something. And it was saying thank you to the atmosphere for oceans or something to that effect. Hey.
Oh man, if you got that, I need that. That's part of my arguments now.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to maybe go through my history, my browsing history or something. See if I can
So, is there any Globers in here that can explain over the horizon radar? Because there's a horizon. It's supposed to be a geometric Earth curve cause horizon. How is it possible that we have radar that's line of sight that goes over the Earth curve? It seems like an impossible thing if there's a horizon. So you guys, well, I mean, there is a horizon. If there's Earth curvature causing the horizon, then line-of-sight radar wouldn't be able to bounce off of anything because it would just fly off into outer space and never hit the target that's behind the curve.
Periscopes in submarines would be absolutely useless.
And didn't Marconi make a broadcast from England to Australia? How did he do that in line-of-sight radio waves? Because primitive radio was line-of-sight. How's that possible, Globers? I thought there was Earth curvature.
Well, not just that. Like when I was in signals platoon, and we were taught that HF bounces off the ionosphere, which I think is probably a bunch of bullshit. But how can you, with one transmitter and one receiver, talk on HF radio with someone on the direct opposite side of the globe? It's impossible. The ionosphere is not that high up. You have to bounce it a few times. That alone disproves this whole notion of a globe.
Well, you could look at it that way, sure, fine. But if you're a glober, you would have to look at it like the ionosphere is the container, because it contains the radio waves. So all this time, globe earthers been invoking a container. They just didn't know it.
Yeah, most definitely, mate. The only point I was trying to make is that the ionosphere is not high enough above the Earth for you to be able, if it is a globe, to talk on the direct opposite side of it. That's maybe I didn't articulate well. Sorry, but yeah, no, 100%.
No, what you said makes perfect sense because you're a flat earther, right? But they can't say what you said, because if they say what you said, then they're doing away with their Earth curve. So in order to keep their Earth curve, they have to invoke a container. I don't care what they call it. A container is a container. They call it the ionosphere. I think Christians and Jewish people and Muslims call it the firmament. A rose is a rose by another name. So whatever you're calling it, it's containing something for sure, if you're a glober.
Most definitely, and I do know that that HF does travel up on an angle and bounce back down somehow because, it's an absolute bitch to set up. It's not line of sight like VHF or UHF, and but again, it would be impossible on a sphere to talk to someone on the opposite side of the Earth without a lot of retrans in the middle to keep bouncing up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down to get onto that opposite side. Therefore, no globe. Yeah,
you would have to have some sort of container if you believe in over-the-horizon radar and Marconi's transmission from the UK to Australia. You would have to invoke some kind of container for that to be even possible, geometrically.
100%. And another example of that as well, although it's not anywhere near as far, but again, shouldn't be able to do it. We got line of sight with 2 handheld radios from Dili to Metanaro in East Timor, which is 30 kilometers. Now, with the drop over distance that distance is supposed to be there's no way you should have been able to because we're only talking handheld radios. We're not talking very high aerials, and we're not talking high power at all. And we can communicate perfectly clearly.
Now that you let me. I know you do. I'm just playing with you. Yeah, it's kind of funny because, a couple weeks ago I could get the Globers to invoke the firmament, and now they don't want to touch that one with a 10-foot pole. So it's almost like they're cherry picking conversations that they want to have and don't want to have with me.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. There's I was talking with Jen about this the other night. Like, it's just amazing to me, everything we do in the military and everything you do, period, is based off a flat, or some kind of flat. And how us people that were in the military didn't come to this conclusion a lot earlier is beyond me. Like, how I didn't come to it when I was 17 and joined up in 2003 is beyond me. Because everything that we do is radio signals based off flat, navigation based off flat, firing weapon systems accurately, up to and including artillery, and even up to and including missiles like the Javelin or recoilless rifles like the 84mm. Based off flat. Everything is based off of flat that we do. Yet somehow it's a globe.
So, have you had anybody challenge you, Larry, on that, or they don't
No,
really
not
pick up
yet.
on the challenge? I don't think.
Yeah, nobody's challenged me on that. I really
Doesn't sound
revel
like
in
it.
the, I really revel in the idea of getting the Globers to invoke the container. Just like when I mentioned the Big Bang, how could one single hydrogen atom escape that gravitational well? You know, then they start throwing gravity under the bus because they realize that you can't have Big Bang and gravity. If everything in existence, dark matter, dark energy, plus the quarks and the antiquarks and the bosons and the gravitons, all these particles were in one spot, then how could anything escape that gravitational well? So they start saying that space-time wasn't there yet. And they start throwing gravity under the bus.
You should have been here the other day. Two guys were saying that space-time is actually physical.
Did you
Actually,
tell
three
them not
guys.
to wear it in public? Because if they put on the continuum and go out in public, they might get 5 to 10 depending on where they're at.
Yeah. Yeah, they said space-time was physical. I don't know why or who told them this, but even Yakubian Knight Jeckham was, I don't know if he was in on it, but there was a couple of guys in here that were basically saying that's the case. Space-time is physical.
Well, that's because they saw some professor showing them bowling balls on a trampoline, and they didn't understand that that's a false equivalency. They just believed it like a religion because they saw it, like when they see their cell phone dropping. So to them, it's all like the same thing. It's all physical reality, but they don't understand that it's a religion. At best, it's a concept. Are there any Globers in here? Math got your tongue?
Yeah, there's some, but they're mainly silent. They don't want to chime in. Some of them are just not ready for this argument, to be honest.
Well, I think they're scared of you.
It's still Sunday, right? Somewhere, right? I think in California. I was wondering about the tides, because to me it just makes sense that with the day and night cycle, there is a high pressure during the day and a low pressure at night.
You talking about the sun?
No, the tides.
Right, but what's causing the high pressure during the day?
Yeah, I would say the sun would be heating up the system,
Right.
and another part of the system would be cooling off.
Perfect. That's exactly what I think is going on. It's pressure mediation,
Sorry
right?
to-
Because go ahead, bro.
Sorry to butt in, Larry. I think I've found it when I was looking through. It might have been might have been this here that I'm referring to in the wiki page of atmosphere of Earth, right? It says the atmosphere of Earth creates pressure, absorbs most meteoroids and ultraviolet solar radiation, warms the surface through heat retention, greenhouse effect, and reduces temperature extremes between day and night, the diurnal temperature variation, maintaining conditions allowing life and liquid water to exist on the Earth's surface. That's in the first paragraph,
Thank you.
Atmosphere of Earth in the wiki article.
I love it. Yeah, that definitely goes with my argument. Yeah, so high pressure, low temperature is what holds down the oceans, not gravity. And this is something that you can falsify, so you can actually prove this scientifically.
I'll link it in the side chat.
So back to my postulation, because it's not a theory, that the sun causes all the elements in the ocean to expand, causing high tide. Now, I can't really test this because I would have to block out like an entire ocean for over 24 hours, which I can't do that. So it's not a theory. It's not a scientific theory, at least. It does kind of make sense, though.
It has more to do with pressure. I've noticed that when hurricanes are going to hit, like, well, there was one that was going to hit Florida. Before that hurricane hit, the pressure that storm was creating over the ocean was drawing back the ocean from the shore. And the shore, like there was a bay there, it was completely bare. I mean, you could see the floor all the way for a good distance. So I would say that the pressure that storm's creating over that specific area is causing that the tide to recede. So I do believe that it has to do with the pressure
Created by the sun. Correct? The pressure created by the sun?
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen the what was that major hurricane that was going to hit Florida? Was it last year? And yeah, it was on the news. They show like the bay before the hurricane hit. It was like all the water receded, like it was all drawn back. So I don't know. I think it has more to do with pressure.
Yeah, we got the same phenomenon. Like I've been through 6, 7 cyclones here in Australia, and a couple of them were quite major, and you had the exact same phenomenon actually as they got closer. Yeah, so now you mentioned that, Alpha. Yeah, that's a very good point.
Yeah, and I think that's the major reason why those tides are caused, because you have like these. I want to say the words anthrodromic points, and you've seen a chart like that. Go look that up in Google. They have like this colored chart where it shows like the points where they're strongest in the oceans, and the pressures that happen above those points. So causes these tides. Like, well, and in different areas have like multiple tides. So it's not just like one phenomena happening because the moon's overhead, like with a key tide, but it has to do with like these pressure points on the Earth that push on the water. They press against the water and cause them to either rise or recede. Depends.
Yeah, definitely.
The tidal nodes have always been my bro. You cannot say the moon's pulling on the ocean when you have tidal nodes, because that just completely negates that argument altogether.
Yeah, because in some areas they don't just have one tide that goes in and out, like due to the fact that the moon's there. Because that's that mainstream rhetoric. Some places have more than one tide.
Right.
You can't explain that You can't explain that phenomena with just one thing.
With one
It has to
force,
do
yeah,
with
with one force pulling on it, yeah.
Yep. It's because then you have multiple tides in one location that couldn't be explained. You know what I mean?
Right.
Just couldn't be
No
explained
doubt.
with one type of phenomena.
Yeah, same in Australia. So, like for example, on the northwest of Australia, we have an area called the Kimberley. It's one of the least explored. It's almost like in the middle of the Amazon jungle kind of thing. Very, very, very remote, very pristine. They have tides that are sometimes 16 meters difference between low and high, and then you go across the other corner of Australia at the same time, and there's barely any difference in the tide at all. Yeah, it's definitely very interesting.
I feel like it's just man trying to say what is when there's. I mean, we're not the creator, bro. Like, we don't know why things work the certain ways, and that's why we call them anomalies.
So there's a different mean sea level in both of those points, eh?
Yeah, you could say that. That's fair.
So yeah.
That's why I said
That's
it was a
fair.
postulation,
Absolutely.
not a
So
science.
there's
Well,
not
there's
one
nothing wrong.
mean sea level for the whole of everything.
Yeah, they've got different point, and that's noted though, man. People should know that anyway. If they don't
Well,
know that, you can
I'll
look it
tell you,
up.
that Oakley and Brian's logic and Witsit told me I was talking bullshit. They said there's one mean sea
No, I
level
mean like
everywhere.
it's recorded.
Well, that's what I told them.
No, it's recorded.
Yeah, that's what I told them, but
Well,
they
no,
told me I was
Well, I
talking
don't know.
bullshit.
I don't know. I don't
well, there,
honestly, Elder. I don't know. I don't know what was being spoke of at that moment. So they could have. I don't want to put them out of context, but I know that people in different locations record the mean sea level to be in a different a
it's an
different
average.
point. So yeah.
What's the standard though? What's the
Well,
standard?
There
Yeah,
isn't a standard. It's arbitrary.
Exactly.
yeah. So the
It's
standard,
different.
yeah. So the standard comes from the Atlantic Ocean, but it's just an average across the continents. Yeah, but it still stands.
Yeah. So
No, there
yeah.
isn't one mean
So
sea
I
level.
think
There's
he's
four. There's four. There's four
no.
in the Netherlands.
Yeah, there's not. Yeah, I think he's agreeing with you. There's not one mean sea level, but
Yeah,
at
yeah.
the same time, it being an average, the thing that supersedes that is the standard, which is the Atlantic. So,
Correct.
but
Who's going to be able to
he,
measure that?
That's got nothing to do
yeah,
with
he is saying
the
the same thing
UK.
you are.
The UK spot the point though.
Yeah.
The Atlantic.
Yeah. He's agreeing with that. He's agreeing with
Yeah.
that. Everybody is. I think people should agree
Right.
with that. That's not the.
Yeah, but
That's not what
what
we're.
happens
Because
is
it being an average. Yeah, go ahead.
what happens is that that's what I said. But those shadow giants, they said that wasn't so, and then people start telling me, repeating what they said because they said it, and then telling me that that's wrong.
Yeah, I get what you're
So
saying.
there's only one.
All right, Elder Bear or whatever, cut the Bev shit. Okay, there's no such thing as a shadow giant. All right, just talk like a normal dude.
Yeah, what is that?
Nobody could
What
ever
is that shadow giant?
Yeah,
What is
People who tell stories and other people repeat it.
okay. Who cares? Okay, if people tell a
Well,
story.
I care.
Well, okay.
I care.
This is all humanity have passed history through story. Okay, so if you care, go talk to them. Go talk to them.
Yeah, but
okay.
But what I find is that the same kind of imagery that the globe gave people for them to believe in without any knowledge is being given from the flat side as well, and people are just repeating stuff that's nonsense. And I just think that's just madness. I think it's just the same as the contradiction of the globe being pointed out.
I get where you're. I get where you're trying to
People
get
say that there's one mean sea level everywhere, then people repeat that.
No. It's exactly what Apocryphon said, right? So it is an average, meaning that there's different points where it gets measured differently, but the standard would be the Atlantic. So that's not. He's not saying everywhere is measured the same. That's a different. I think maybe that's what you're
Nobody
hearing.
could say if it matches,
that's not
though.
what's being. That's not what's being said.
Well, you're saying
Nobody
that
could
the
say if it
average is the
matches one
same
way or the
everywhere.
other. Nobody could say either way. How are you going to be able to tell? What's the standard?
Well, people are telling me
the Atlantic standard.
They're telling me.
I mean,
what are you saying?
Nobody could tell. Nobody could
What
tell.
are you
if it's at
saying?
the same...
There is one everywhere, or they're different?
There is one average. Do you know what
Nobody
average
could
is?
tell.
Yeah,
everywhere.
How are you going to tell?
I'm not arguing for it. I'm asking the question. Stop.
The other?
I'm not arguing.
Nobody
I'm
could
asking the
tell.
question.
Hold on, Alderbear. It's kind of like saying this: like there is a standard of, let's say, time, and we're gonna call it Greenwich
No, we're
time,
talking
right?
about mean sea level. That's not the same. It's not even analogous.
No. The whole point is, if you take UTC into consideration, everybody's gonna follow according to UTC because it's an average. It's what's a given standard, if you will. Now, it's not to say that one is correct or wrong, but there's an average. So when you have an average of elevation at mean sea level, they're going to take it from Atlantic. Why don't they take it from the Pacific? Well, because they took it from the Atlantic. And I'm not saying that way down the Netherlands it's going to be the same exact, but it will be measured according to the standard. That's kind of the point that I'm making, bro. I'm not
No,
saying
it's
it's like
not. No, it's not. It's not. They're all separate and they're measured separately, measured from different
He's not
places
here.
in different parts
He's not here.
of the
you're not
world.
understanding what I'm saying. You're not understanding what I'm saying.
That's
It's okay
fine.
though. It's okay.
That's fine. That's
Right.
fine.
It's fine. It's
So,
okay.
well, just got to be clear. Is mean sea level the same everywhere? That was the question.
Yeah. See,
Some people seem to
that's
be
Nobody could
saying it
tell.
might be,
How
and
would you?
some
How
not.
would you tell? How would you
Okay, that's what
tell?
I said. Yeah, but that's what I said. But when I
then
asked
why
some
are you?
people about it the other day, they said it wasn't. They said that it was the same everywhere.
But what you're saying is the average the same everywhere? No, it's an average.
No, I know.
So
Yeah.
That's what I said.
Exactly.
That's the point.
Well,
Oh my God.
yeah,
You're not getting it
I'm
out of
just.
there.
I am getting it. I am getting it because that's what I said. But when people who say that that's wrong and that I was wrong and that's not true, I
Okay.
wonder how many other people start saying that because bigger people say that
Why
that's
are
not
you
true.
worried? Why are you? Yeah, but why are you worried about that if no one here is saying that? Why is that a big concern of yours?
Right.
Well, today they're
Why?
not. Okay, that's why I asked the question. That's what I
Right, but
just
why
asked.
won't you say, okay, well, it's not happening now, so I don't have to worry about it. Instead, you keep going on about something that's not happening here. I don't get it.
Well, I just asked the
Right.
question. Now I know it's not happening amongst the people here right today, so that's
Okay,
fine.
so
I'm not
shouldn't it be?
arguing about
Yeah,
it.
Okay.
well, you keep
I
bringing it
just
up like,
asked.
Well,
I
let's
just
get
asked.
into
I
we
it.
wonder
told you.
how far these stories go because I just feel there's a lot of
But who
confusion going
cares?
around.
Who cares?
Okay.
I
Listen,
care.
everybody can. Wait, yeah, I don't care if you care. It doesn't. It's not
I
your
don't
burden
care
to carry,
if you
is
don't
it?
care. It's my life. I
It's not
just
your
want
burden
to,
to carry. Yeah,
I'm just
yeah, it's
making
your life,
sense of
but it's not.
reality. That's all.
Okay.
But you're
Well,
not
I'm
going
not
to be
here for
speaking
I'm
for
not
others.
here for a
Hold on,
fight,
hold
Miggy.
on.
Don't be silly. I just asked the question. What do you think?
I know that. So you
No,
don't
I
need to be
don't think
concerned
they're the
about
same.
other people. You don't need to be concerned about other people. Just be concerned for what truth you're speaking, and that's it. And if other
Yeah, but I
people agree
do.
or
But then
disagree, then that's on them.
people want to shut me down for speaking that
well,
and
well,
asking
we're
let's.
not
about
shutting you
it.
down, bro. We're not shutting you down.
Well.
We're just
I know you're
Okay.
not. You're not. No, but
So
that's what
Alderbert.
happened the other day when I asked.
Okay, dude, you're getting shut down because you're being really cringe. Okay,
What? Because I
it's not
asked you
about
about
asking
mean sea level.
questions. No,
Okay.
it's about saying weird things like shadow giants and when all that sort of crap.
So
Well,
Alderbert.
that's what happens, isn't it? People say things and people repeat it without knowing anything about it.
Yeah,
That's
so
what
you got
happens.
told a story about people being shadow giants, and now you're
No,
repeating that story as at the same time you don't like people who repeat stories.
you just use an analogy of time though for your story.
So
Okay. So
what?
Alderbert.
And
So
that
a
means
shadow giant is an analogy of something else, wherever
that
that
you're
comes
telling a
from.
story while you don't like stories.
Okay. So
What are you talking
Alderbert.
about?
Alderbert. Okay. With that being said, Alderbert, let's talk about the meat and potatoes real quick. Okay. With that being said, what does mean C average mean to you? Let's go with that. Let's start there. Because if you're gonna really be real about it, no matter what the measurement is, are we still talking about water being level across a horizon?
No,
Regardless of how you you don't want to say that. Okay, so maybe now we're getting more into a good conversation that's actually worth talking about. Why is it not level in your world when actually
because
everywhere else
it's
it gets measured that way?
measured that way. That's why I asked the question about it. Mean sea level is an average point. It's a point. It's a point that is an average of the rise and fall of the sea. The
That
level of the
represents what?
sea going up and down. Hang on,
Okay.
going up and down. Has nothing to do with horizontal. Absolutely nothing to do with horizontal. It's a point
Okay.
that
Okay.
marks
So
the rise and fall of the sea, and an average is taken of the height between of the rise and the fall.
okay. Okay. Now with that height, what do you think they're trying to establish? I will answer it for you. They're trying to establish a horizon,
No,
meaning
they're not.
a.
No, they're not.
Are you
No.
sure? Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. I
You
asked,
show
are you
me. You
sure?
show me. Give me a
Hold on.
citation where
Okay,
sea level was established as a horizontal reference.
okay. I'll tell you how. Because when we are building something on the earth, okay, on the ground, not the water. When we're built, even in the water too, but in this example, when we're building something on the earth, we are establishing a benchmark, and that benchmark is either 400 feet above sea level or 700 feet above sea level. But what we're creating is a horizontal line for us to build something. And once you take that measurement and then you take that point and then you go off, you go 300 yards away from that point, you're still measuring off the mean sea level. So then you know that you have to either go 2 more feet higher or 2 more feet lower because you're creating a horizontal. Now, if you want to say no, that's fine. But that's going to let me know you don't know shit about building. But what I'm telling you
Yeah.
is that that's the
Okay.
way it's
So
done. That's
go on. But you just said you created a horizontal from
yes.
an average point, a point that they said here, this
A
point
benchmark.
here, this mark on the ground establishes the point of the average of the level of the sea going up and down. We'll agree
Correct.
that that's the average of sea level, and from that point we can measure and we can transfer that point from one place to another.
Correct. Absolutely. And two
And you
times
have
on
to
Tuesday.
you have to create the horizontal for that. It doesn't exist already.
Exactly.
And
It
when you
doesn't.
hang on, I'll show you a picture.
And launching Skibbity Book. With Skibbity Book, get ready to edge and goon with your friends like never before. Forget status updates. With Skibbity Book, you'll.
What was that? What was
Skibbity
that?
Book.
Go ahead, Albert. What you were saying? Go ahead. Make your point.
Well, I think
I
that the
can make my
notion that
point while
mean
as you
sea
speak.
level being a mark of the rise and fall of the sea means that the sea, whenever is horizontal as soon as you sit on it, is ridiculous.
So let me
It's
take.
not a
Go
measure
ahead.
of horizontal.
Go
Go ahead.
ahead, Larry. No, go ahead, Larry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just be real quick. So I'm going to take the other side of the coin now because I looked at it one way and now I'm going to look at it the other way. So back to their argument. How do we know, right? If we're looking at mean sea level and that's what we're basing our measurement of sea level on, right? Because if I'm wrong, correct me. Aren't we basing the measurement of sea level based on mean sea level?
It's just a point. And from there, you can establish further horizontals in order to measure from elevation
Exactly.
up and down from. But the point itself isn't horizontal. The point is a vertical measurement, not a horizontal measurement.
No, you're going to create a horizontal line off of that vertical.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
From the vertical point.
Yes,
The
I agree.
point is not a
Yes.
line. A point is not a line.
No. I agree with you, but you're going to create a line. That's why I said 400 feet above sea level is the point, and then you're going to draw a line from there to make it horizontal.
Yeah.
So your second point is the dude. Come on, bro. How are you not getting
But
this?
that's 400 feet above
He
that
doesn't get
point.
it
That's
because
not the sea.
okay. So what he's saying though, Apocryphon, is that the point above where you say mean sea level is just a point, right? But what you're trying to get him to realize is that the second point that you're going to say, okay, this point that has elevation from where I established the point of mean sea level is going to be the connecting point underneath this, like whatever elevation height you are, underneath that elevation, the mean sea level underneath that is going to establish the elevation profile of the where I'm standing at. I don't think,
Exactly.
but he doesn't. Okay, so he's saying this, right? That you just made up mean sea level. You just made it up. You
No,
said
you
this
said
is an
that. You said that
arbitrary.
I said that.
This
No,
is
you're
this
saying
is
that. I
this
never
is an
said that. It
this is an
exists. I didn't
arbitrary
say
point.
anybody made it up.
Yeah, but you said this is an arbitrary. This is
I
listen.
dropped a picture
I
in
need to
the
finish.
chat. You tell me whether that's horizontal or not.
Yeah, but you interrupt, dude. I don't understand. You don't let people finish their points. So when somebody establishes mean sea level, that it's either established as that is what mean sea level is, and then you start from there, and then you can't say that from any point that you're going to establish from that mean sea level that you're going to make a horizontal plane. So there is no horizontal plane that exists in your worldview. So that's what I'm bringing to the table right now, is that it does establish a horizontal plane. So that point is the establishment of where the horizontal plane starts to become defined. So in the next point you connect, we'll establish it for sure. Even if it's a place above mean sea level, but you're going to say that underneath this elevation profile will be the horizontal plane of where mean sea level is from the point where you actually measured it at. I don't know.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to get at. So
Hold on. So to give you a visualization, Elder Bear, imagine this, okay? Imagine you're gonna build a building that's like 10 miles inward of the coast, okay? So when you have the surveyors go out and they tell you the topography of the land is 500 feet above sea level, visually you're going to imagine if the water was to go inland and cut through the dirt and the earth, it's going to be below you, flat and horizontal, and you're going to build based upon that line because that's the level from the medium sea level, right? And then so that imagine you're building upon water now, but there's dirt that you're on, obviously, but that line cuts all the way through United States at that particular measurement. So that's what we call medium sea level. And every building, every road, every fucking everything that's going to be built on that land is going to be based upon that elevation. So that way, horizontally, for miles and miles and miles, 1,000 miles, everything's going to be built off that. That's why you have mountains. When you say what's the height of a mountain? Well, that's 6,000 feet above what? Above sea level. That's going to say if the ocean was to come all the way into the mountains, at the bottom of that mountain will be the ocean, and that's what you're going to build upon. Do you understand that?
You established the horizontal. It's not the sea.
yeah, he doesn't get it though. This is the part
Oh
where
my
he has
God.
confusion. Yeah, he's
The
confused
sea
about this
isn't
point
the
right
sea
here.
isn't. Yeah, but you say that the sea is horizontal.
It is.
Yes.
Well,
Yes,
you
it
show me in
is.
that picture I posted where the sea is horizontal. The second picture I posted was as a datum point, which is what you're talking about. How does that relate to the water that beyond it? The water isn't horizontal because the water's moving constantly,
I
He
know.
doesn't
up
That's
get
and
it.
why it's
down,
an
in and
average.
out. It's
That's
not
why it's an
horizontal just
average,
That's
because
why
you're
it's
on
bro.
your
an
boat on
average.
it.
That's why it's an
No,
average, bro.
the point is the average.
Holy fuck.
You
Holy
could
fuck.
Yeah,
transfer
he
that
doesn't get
point,
it.
but that doesn't mean that it's a horizontal.
It
It's a
is.
point where you could create a horizontal from and transfer that point,
Okay. Okay.
and then
Let me
say
ask you.
that's above or below that
Okay.
point.
Okay. Okay.
The point
Let me ask
itself isn't horizontal,
Aldebaran. I'm going to ask
and
you a
neither is the
question.
sea.
Aldebaran, I'm going to ask you a question that I learned years ago in my apprenticeship as an iron worker. Okay, in school when I was an apprentice, and
Back to the rubbery.
yeah, I took a 4-year course, okay, for ironworking. And one of the thing is that we actually asked them, why do they go with the East Coast? Because we're West Coast, right? We're arrogant over here, right? And we're like, why do we go based upon the East Coast? And the reason why they said simply is because the shelf on the West Coast is different than the East Coast. So this is why we take the measurement from the East Coast because they have a different shelf. Do you disagree with me? Yes or no?
Well, you just proved my point. You have two different mean sea levels,
Yeah, I know, but that's
right?
why it's an
So they're not.
average.
It's not
That's why
horizontal.
it's an average,
Otherwise, it would
dude.
all be the same.
Oh my
The
No, you
mean
god!
can't
sea
say that.
levels. The mean sea levels aren't the same. How would you
This is
know?
why
The mean sea levels aren't the same.
this is
You've
why
only
there's
got a
an
point. There's
average.
an arbitrary average. It's
Okay,
just an average.
Look,
It's not
stop. You
horizontal.
can't say it's not the same or different.
But, well, why not?
it's an average.
Because you don't know.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Elder Bear,
Well,
you're like
yeah.
grasping for straws now, bro. You're not getting it.
No,
You're
no.
not getting it, brother. You're not getting it. Look at the reason why they cannot go based upon the West Coast shelf is because, like on the West Coast, there's a huge part of land that goes into the
How do you
ocean?
know? How do you
Because
know?
they know because they mapped it out. They know that the earth, the ground that we live. Okay, let me put it this way. On the East Coast, they don't have beaches that go really flat out into the ocean the way we do on the West Coast. So like you can walk out like 100 yards away from the ocean shore, and you're still able to stand up because it's a flat shelf of dirt. There's you're walking on a continent on a piece of ground that's very very flat as you go away from it. But in the Atlantic, it's like it just drops. It drops deep, really, really quick. It's a continental shelf that it just goes deep really, really quickly. So they consider that the medium because they don't have this really flat Earth on the West Coast to where they can measure it because of the rise and decline of the water, and it's just easier to measure in the Atlantic. Do you understand that? Yes or no? Dude, all I'm saying is this, bro. Like, our teachers taught us this, and this is why they know that they had to take the average from the East Coast and not the West Coast, because it's easier to take an average on a side to where it's just you don't have that shelf, the flat shelf on the West Coast. That's all I'm telling you, bro. Like, you don't have to listen. You don't have to believe me. It is what it is. I'm just saying, dude. Like, I know that answer. That's all I'm saying.
It can only be the same in the sense that it's an average, right? At different points, right? And in that sense, they can say this mount, like Kilimanjaro, is so X amount of meters above sea level. And they can say Mount Kosciuszko is X amount of meters above sea level, right? Based on averages measured at different points. But who can say for one way or the other that those two different points you could draw a straight line to, and it would be a horizontal line? Who can say that? Nobody can actually say that because they can't fucking do that.
Nobody's ever done that. Yeah. But the thing that we understand about the mechanics of water will always display no convexity to it. So, like, when we have water at rest, it's a great indicator that we're on the path of saying that we understand something about the mechanics of water. We can't then therefore say that water behaves differently in one place to the next to say that it would display convexity. You know what I mean? Like, that's not, if you start saying that, then that's erroneous, because then you're going to have to show how that's the case. So the only thing we can understand from water is that it holds rigidity when it's not on the surface. So, like, if you pick up a glass of water and you manipulate a container, the surface of the water holds rigidity flat horizontally to the surface of the ground that you're on. So you could stand on the hill, like on the slope of the hill, and hold a container of water, or a glass of water, and you could even tilt the glass while you're on the slope of the hill. The surface will always remain flat horizontally to the surface of the earth. It's parallel to the earth. So even if you're on a slope and you have the container manipulated in a different direction, the surface of that water remains horizontal to the surface of the earth. And that, because it holds that rigidity, displays the understanding that that's how water behaves when at rest. So the further understanding of that, when you expand out and you go into the macro scale, would be that there is different pressure points. However, water will always be with that rigidity in mind. It will always be to the ground horizontally. Until somebody says that it's not, then they have to prove the water doesn't hold that rigidity, and then they would have to provide evidence of how it does not. Because for now, it seems like when you can take water from like wherever it's in, right, whether it's the ocean or a lake, and you can gather some of that water and lift it up above the surface of the water, it will always remain, the surface of that water you just put in a container will always remain flat horizontally to the surface of the water that you just took it off of.
And maybe this, I'm sorry, Mickey, but just real quick, maybe this might help him, because this is what the teacher told us, the instructor told us. It's kind of equivalent to putting a rock in a body of water. It's going to raise the water but it's only because the rock is raising it. So that's why if you look at the shelf of the Pacific, that shelf raises the water, so that's why they can't go by it, because there's a shelf that's raising it. But that's why on the East Coast there's not a rock in the water raising the water, so they can take a better average from that. Do you understand what I'm saying right now, Elder Bear? You get it, like visually?
Well, what I understand is that Earth, that continental shelf you talk about, is somehow under the flat Earth. But if you can show me some evidence of this rigidity of the sea, and show me evidence of it being level and horizontal,
hang on.
and that is sea level, then that'd be interesting to see, because I've never seen it ever.
Yeah, I know, but here's the thing that people aren't putting into consideration. When you start talking about, like, continent to continent, there's the thing that T-Dub was saying just a while ago, right? Which is nobody's ever seen. Let's just take, for example, some guy is standing on the East Coast of the United
Somebody in the chat
States.
that says that they're different. I don't know if you saw it.
Yeah,
they are
just
Germany, Spain, Italy.
can you
2 or 3
wait?
meters
Can you just
difference.
wait a little bit? I feel like when I'm speaking, you jump right in the middle of what I'm saying. So just wait a little bit. So all I'm telling you is that somebody that we're on the East Coast, right, looking off into the east, and maybe they're staring at the UK or whatever. Somebody in the UK staring into the west, and then both of them couldn't see the shores they're in to then give you like a differential, right? Like one guy says, well, my water's higher than the guy's water over there and the east coast of the United States. Nobody can do that. However, because that can't be done, you can't then therefore say that one coast is higher than the other to make it ununiform, that it's not uniform. However, we can say, though, with tides, that there would be different tides for different places. Therefore, meaning there would have to be an average that you'd have to get from that specific location, and not like, say, if you're standing at different coasts, and one guy's, on the phone with another guy saying, hey, how high is your water over there? Because mine's at this level. That's not going to be a way to do that. You have to do it locally where you're at, and that's how that operates. So that's all I'm saying. Overall, it can be done.
It's known.
And
But if you can show me, if you can just show me the sea, I'm talking about the sea. If you can show me the sea at rest, rigid, horizontal, perfectly horizontal,
the fuck you talking about?
as described by being sea level, as opposed to being a level of the sea going up and down, then I can consider it, can't I?
Okay, but Alderbear, the
But
reason
it's the
why,
sea.
but
But it's not
Alderbear,
the sea, because the sea isn't horizontal.
But Aldebaran, the reason why it's an average is because they know that according to the way the water is hitting a continental shelf, based upon the terrain below it, like I said, the West Coast has a really, really high shelf, and it's really, really shallow for many, many miles out into the sea before it drops. This is why they went with an average, because you can, just like Miggy's saying, you can't take an average, you can't pinpoint the position of water from one coast to the other, so they took an average. But don't get that don't get that misconstrued and say that when we go onto the continent and start building shit according to this mean average, we're building everything horizontally. And horizontally
from that
meaning,
point.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I think you dropped out. Did you drop out?
Yeah, mean sea level is just a point. It's a vertical point. It's not a horizontal point. You can
I
you can
agree.
establish a horizontal from it, but in itself, it's not horizontal.
Yeah, dude, it's a.
It's not a vertical. Listen, he doesn't get it. It's not a vertical point.
If it took in some places 19 years to observe the level of the sea going up and down,
he's really, this guy. He's okay, Apocryphon. I don't know if you know Elderberg or not, but he's stuck on. You need to show him how the water would be horizontal from point A all the way to like New York City, point B. You know what I mean? Like he wants to see
Right.
horizontal, and you can't show him that. So just using the average mean sea level, right, from wherever you are, and in the building inland for about 100 miles in, you're using that mean sea average. So that
Right.
average that you're getting is going to help you establish a horizontal plane from mean sea level, from that vertical point that he was talking about, right? Because he just said it. From that point to the other one, you're going to know the elevation profile, because you're
Correct.
going to say, okay, he doesn't get it though. He says, show me the horizontal plane. So he wants to see the line drawn from mean sea level all the way inward into the elevation profile of what you're building. That's what he wants. That's what he's
Right.
demanding.
But he's not getting
That's
that.
ridiculous.
Yeah, I know, but he's not getting though that the very point that you are creating and establishing a benchmark based upon it, and then you build off of that. You are now carrying out that
A horizontal plane.
horizontal line exactly according to it. Oh my God, I don't know what he's not getting. It's crazy.
He says, just show it to me first. He wants to see it. So you're not going to be able to show him something that is established by mean sea level, because
Right.
first of all, there's tides, right? So the
Yeah.
mean sea level is got it from an average of where the water is, rising and falling. So from that average, you're establishing the plane horizontally. That's how
Correct.
listen, it goes even the other way when you go from the beach off into the ocean. So when you go from the beach off into the ocean, when you use a sextant, that's what you're establishing. That's how you know it's a horizontal plane. Otherwise, it wouldn't work, because then there would be no way to do celestial navigation if you're not putting the sextant on the floor, which would be the mean sea
Exactly.
level. It doesn't okay, people struggle with this, and I get it, because they want to see the actual the actual line drawn. But what we're saying is, if there wasn't any horizontal, the math wouldn't work for using celestial navigation, with the triangulation, that sort of thing, or doing it when you go inland, when you try to establish an elevation profile from wherever you are on the earth. You would say this is below sea level, above sea level. You wouldn't have that, because how would you know, right?
Yeah, we just did this the other night, man.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, some minds just can't grasp the most simplistic
It's
things in
not.
the world, bro.
It's really not hard, man. To be honest, it's not. It's not
It's
that hard.
not
But
at
at the same,
all. It's not.
it's boggling to me how, and he'll keep saying the same thing, that you're repeating something that Nathan Oakley or QE said. Nobody even. I don't even watch those guys, to be honest, man. QE, I know because he goes into 24/7. But I mean, I'm not watching their shows. I'm and this is just an understanding about the Earth as a horizontal plane. That's the frame of reference that Skinny Vet was using. Everybody uses it. Listen, man, when you practically use the Earth, you're using it in that way. When you say, well, this mountain is this amount of feet high or whatever, you're going off a mean sea level. That line that's established from that vertical point where you establish mean sea level, all the way to the point where the bottom of the base of that mountain is. That's the horizontal plane that you're establishing that elevation profile. That's just the way it is.
That is correct. Yep.
Wasting your time. Wasting your time.
So, and we've been saying this. So, when you use your firing solutions, with your mortar or with anything that you're trying to do, that elevation profile is paramount. You have to know what elevation you are. You establish that from mean sea level, so that you know that horizontal line from mean sea level to where you're at is going to give you an elevation profile. Not only that, but it's going to also tell you where your target is in relation to where you are. That way, when you use your two little the bubble levels that you have, it's going to be it's going to reference the Earth, because you're not just establishing a horizontal plane just where you're at. That plane of existence is in relation to or in conjunction with the plane of the Earth, the one that's established the elevation profile from mean sea level to where you are. So that plane of the Earth, in conjunction with leveling the mortar, will always be in conjunction with each other. They're tied into each other, so that you know from your elevation where you are, you know how much is, or the arc that it's going to take to hit your target, because people's
Exactly.
lives are at risk. You know that. If you're not doing your calculations correct about the elevation from where you are to where that target is, then somebody could get hurt, friendly fire in that. So you need to know
Dude,
this, and you can only establish that if a mean sea level is giving you an elevation profile to work off of. If you don't have that horizontal line underneath your feet from mean sea level, then you can't establish a horizontal profile, vertical profile from where you are to know the elevation you are to where your target is. This is, I mean, it's just so. I don't know why we have to go this way. I thought everybody could understand when we talk about elevation that this is the case, and it seems like we have to go very fundamental, very basic. But if you are somebody that's arranging a mortar or whatever, you're doing that because you already know you're working off of the horizontal plane that's been established with mean sea level. At that
Exactly.
point to where you, at that point to where you are, you already know what elevation you are because of that average that you're working off of. You've established that
Hey, Alpha.
horizontal plane from mean sea level. Does that
Sorry,
make
Alpha, I
sense?
was just going to say, man, you're an honorary motorman. You're an honorary maggot from now on. Fucking very well said.
And
That's
and
why.
and
That's
go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was just gonna say, approximately. That's why when Skinny Vet was talking about leveling the mortar, he's leveling it based upon the average mean sea level to his location. It's
Correct.
already that establishes the horizontal plane of reference. He's gonna need that because whenever he levels his mortar right with his two levels, he's gonna be using the horizontal plane of reference to then say, okay, I've established my mortar. It's now level because I've got these two bubble levels, right? But in reference to the horizontal plane from mean sea level to his vertical profile of elevation, he's going to know where his target is in relation to where he is, so that he's not going to, he's going to keep his troops out of harm's way. So
Right.
his target can be clean. It can be a clean. Anyway.
And Miggy. And with that being said, the reason why he knows his position and that he can hit the target is because the target itself is also off an elevation of the plane sea level. And that's how you're creating a horizontal. Because you know that both points
Yep.
are based upon an elevation of that medium sea level.
Yep.
Because that's how we're taking
Yep.
the elevation to begin with. Holy
And that's
fuck.
why we are listen, that's why they're accurate whenever they balance out the mortar, whenever he gets it leveled out, because he knows the baseline for that is going to be the horizontal plane of reference, which is the earth. He knows that the mean sea level has established that to his feet. He knows
Correct.
that his elevation profile, his vertical elevation profile is in response to the horizontal plane
Right.
of reference. It is
Right.
directly related to it. So
Right.
then
That's
his
why.
target, so then his target will be at a specific elevation profile, so that the arc of the firing solution will reach its target at a specific, that's why they use these coordinate systems to hit precisely where they need to be. So that
Exactly.
whenever they do strike their target, they're in an exact position in reference to the horizontal plane. It is flat, it's a flat plane. It just curving, then that the elevation profile is working off a curved surface, which means that it's not a horizontal plane anymore. It is a curved plane, and that doesn't exist.
That's why if
Because mean sea level wouldn't be at a level. Yeah,
that's
I was saying
why
that
if
mean sea level. If you for example, hold on. So, for example, just real quick, I'm just going to end it here. For example, if you establish a mean sea level at, let's say, whatever beach you are from, with the location, and you work your way inland, and it's a curved surface, well, that drop over the distance is going to be needed to be factored in because your elevation where you are is over the distance. They will not be on the same horizontal plane of reference. They will be on two different horizontal planes. Let's just say Skinny was on a specific vertical a position at an elevation, right? And if the Earth was curving, well, his horizontal plane would be a different horizontal plane than mean sea level, where it was a vertical. When the mean sea level was that vertical point that mean sea level was at, that point would be a different horizontal plane than the plane that he's standing on at the elevation at a different location of the Earth that he was standing on. So that means that vertical on the mean sea level is a different horizontal plane than the one where he's standing at, wherever on the Earth he is. That's two different horizontal planes. It's not one. And that's not how it works. We're working
Right.
off of one horizontal plane of reference.
And Miggy, just
two, three.
Roboting.
Go ahead.
Okay. No, I'm just gonna throw this out there. That's why if you're hitting a target, with a mortar shell that's, let's say a quarter mile away, you're not going to hit it at an angle as if it's on a ball, and you're not going to hit it from the side of it. You're actually going to hit it from the top of it, because over a football field, if you throw a football, it's going to come down into the receiver's fucking hands. But on a ball, they try to say like that shell will go up and it's going to hit the target sideways if it's pointing away, if it's diverging away from you, and you're going to now hit the target sideways. That's not the way it works. The mortar shell is going to hit directly above bullseye from above. And if you want to visualize it, the shell is not going to go up and then all of a sudden hit the side of the target because it's going to correct itself for a globe. No, it's going to hit directly on top of it because it's shooting across a horizontal plane. And it's never going to it's not going to hit it sideways if it wasn't shot sideways, if you just shot it straight up to land directly on it. And so technically, if it was 1,000 miles away from you, well then that missile should always hit the fucking come at the target from a vertical standpoint on a sphere. It would hit the side of the object. It never hits the side of the object. It hits the top of the object. Like for instance, like a bunker. A bunker is not going to get hit from the side of it. It's going to get hit from the top of it, and that's because it's going up and down on a plane horizontal, a flat fucking plane. And that's why it drops. That's why that's why.
That's why.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's why I was saying you don't ever have to factor in the drop over the distance when you're using the firing solution that you do, because you're not using a curved surface for the plane of reference. The plane of reference is a horizontal plane. That's how it's used from mean sea level to the point where the person is. It's connecting that plane together. So underneath the person's feet of the elevation profile of the vehicle, where that person is, directly proportional to the target, it would be on a horizontal plane, so that would make the use case be efficient to say, I know exactly where this target is without having to factor in any curvature for that firing solution. That's just the way it is, and that's Skinny's been saying this, but I'm getting in depth with this because I want to articulate his point so that he doesn't need to be rehashing it. It doesn't need to be. The horizontal plane of reference is already established with mean sea level to his feet, so that he knows he's working off of a horizontal plane. Otherwise, that curved surface he's going to be using, if it was a globe, he'd have to factor in what that drop rate over the distance would be on top of the target's location geographically.
Right. That's why bunker busters are a really good example, because that missile that shot way from the naval ship way out in the ocean, when it goes up and it comes down and it busts the bunker, it always comes from above. Like, so in a curved world, that means that that missile would have to go up and up and up, and all of a sudden skirt to make an angle according to its position. But to hit it from the top. But that's not the way it works. On a planar surface, it's going to go up and it's going to come down and it's going to hit it from above. It will never hit a bunker sideways, or else you won't fucking bust the bunker. It literally will negate the whole fucking principle of a bunker buster, because it's not going to come sideways on a globe Earth to hit the target sideways from 1,000 miles out from the ocean. It's
Yeah.
going to come directly upon
So
it.
I've never heard that.
That's what Skinny Vet's whole, that's Skinny Vet's whole
Sorry, I was
point
just
when
going
he
to say
was talking about this. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
thank you. And I've never heard two civilians, you in particular, Alpha, actually put it so succinctly. Very well done. It's very, very basic, and it's a dumb munition. Okay, once you fire it, it will go on the trajectory it's supposed to go on, and that is based off a flat. It is very, very basic,
Exactly.
very simple, and you've explained it very well.
Exactly. It's not gonna correct itself because it's coming in, like it has to hit it from above. So imagine a ball, like imagine a basketball, and you throw a missile over it, and then all of a sudden it has to go a little bit farther because it's curved and then come down. No, that's not the way the projectiles work, bro. They don't fucking correct themselves because it's a ball. They just literally are just in the trajectory over a flat plane, and it's gonna go up and it's gonna come down. And that's it, bro. It's very, very fucking simple.
Yeah, it's working off the horizontal plane of reference. So the idea when we say horizontal plane of reference, it's not working off a curved surface, even though there's elevation profiles, right, that happen from mean sea level. We know this. That's the reason why you need to have a horizontal plane of reference for what we just outlined. So that puts that to bed, or at least it should. And if anybody, I don't know why anybody wouldn't get this. It's so simple. Like the people that use these weapons, they don't have to factor in how much drop over distance there needs to be. And Skinny would say right now, if he had to use drop over distance so that he knows what to correct for, he does not correct for that. It's simple.
No, you don't. No, you don't. All it is it's bearing, elevation, and charge. And then the spotter walks you on, you get
Exactly.
line target. It's bearing, elevation, and how many charge bags you put on the fucking round. Or with artillery, it's bearing and elevation. And if you got a two-part, there
Yep.
are some artillery pieces where it's projectile and charge, but or you just adjust elevation depending on what charge is actually in the munition. But this is exactly what you guys said. It's very, very, very well said. And yeah, that this is so simple that this has to be explained to this level is just
It's
beyond me.
crazy. It's crazy. What goes up must come down, right? That's what they say. And it's going to come down according to the projectile, the arc that it takes. Nothing's hitting fucking shit sideways, bro, because it's a ball. It's always going to hit directly above its
So
target.
right. So just know this one thing: horizontal plane of reference from mean sea level. The vertical point from mean sea level connecting to your feet is going to give you a vertical elevation profile from where you're standing. That should be understood. Your elevation profile is gathered from the horizontal plane of reference from mean sea level. So now the 2 points that connect are the vertical mean sea level point and the point from your underneath your feet, because you're going to know what elevation you are due to the fact that you know where the point for mean sea level is, connecting the horizontal plane from your feet to mean sea level. Now you have a horizontal plane of reference. That's what you have. So now when you level your mortar, you know exactly what to do with your targeting system.
Right.
There it is.
Because it's not fucking curving away from you. Bottom line.
And you're also not adjusting like each individual area that you are. You're not adjusting for vertical point fucking level. It's it's using the mean level, which is the central point here.
Anybody find that 500 miles an hour? Anybody? What happened? This thing working?
I'm going slower than 500 miles an hour. Going 0 miles an hour.
Far out, man.
Close enough.
Close enough. 0. I like it.
Yeah. My model is 0 curve and 0 spin. Easy.
Easy peasy, man. I like it.
Yeah.
I don't know what fucking peasy means, but it sounds fun. I guess just because it rhymes. Maybe, I don't know. Probably not even a word.
All right, let's see. Is there any other spinning space monkey priests in the chat? Unmute yourself and save us from our confusion. Save us from our misunderstanding of imaginary
Laugh now. That's cool. Anybody? Come on down, man. The earth is flat.
Bueller.
Bueller? Bueller?
They made a game called Spinning Monkey Ball, by the way. It's kind of funny.
Get the really?
Yeah, it's like actually pretty fun.
I think I remember that game. To be honest,
You gotta
I think
drop a screen
Yeah.
grab of that and put it in the chat.
The guy named Spinning Monkey Ball?
Spinning Monkey Ball's a game?
Yeah, it's an actual video game.
It's an actual video game.
It has a little monkey on it. Yeah, you're right. I remember playing that game. To
It's
be
fun
honest.
too. It's
Somebody
fun.
grab me somebody grab me something there, man. Spinning Monkey Ball.
Yeah, the speedruns are crazy for that one. But they're definitely not speedrunning it at 1,000 miles an hour. That's for sure.
All right.
And each monkey is inside a container because it's inside a ball. All the monkeys are in little containers. That's hilarious. I just realized that.
So anything fun in here happened today? Anybody come up with something crazy?
There was a guy that was really confident about retro reflectors on the moon.
Oh, that guy. One of those, huh?
He was very, very confident.
Retro reflectors on the moon.
And then we asked him, how do you verify it? You know.
Yeah, you missed you missed a pretty decent one today. Actually, there was that guy, and there was this, and yeah, I'm still actually blown away. Two civilians explaining the art of mortaring so well. I never expected that. I think they missed their calling. They should be instructors in mortar school of mortars.
Miggy's pretty sharp, man. Who was the other guy that knew how to explain it?
Apocryphon. Miggy did most of it, but Apocryphon as well. Both did very, very well.
Oh yeah, Hank hit. Is Hank still? Larry is still there.
He bounced.
That is Hank, right? Hank is Larry.
Yeah, that's Hank.
Dude, it's been a while.
Hank Hill, man, legend.
Yeah. He's been around for so long.
I know. I remember I used to hang out with Hangouts, Poncho Pete's, and he was kind of a glober, man. Back then, it was hilarious. Hank Hill.
Actually, you know who was the most passionate today? It was actually this guy with. He talked about what's P1, P2, P3. Like he wanted a logical syllogism, and yeah, I forget his name, but yeah, he was.
All right. Probably didn't work out too good for him, maybe.
No, it didn't. All right. Anyways, is there any Ubers?
I don't see anybody, man, like that has a globe or anything, or fencer or anything.
All right.
I mean, I'm sure
All right.
somebody.
Who wants to pretend to be a Glober?
So fun.
Actually, how about this? Someone pretend to be a concaver. That'll make things interesting.
I couldn't even try. I looked at it for like one day. I was like, nah, no. But was that Ernest? Was it Ernest who went concave?
Yeah.
It was Ernest, brother Ernest. You guys remember him? He used to stand out in front of Harvard yelling at all the teachers and saying, and the students. He had like long hair, a hippie, older guy. He used to do live streams out there all the time, man. He would just say, look, I'll debate anybody on this campus. Let's go. Earth's flat, man.
Bro.
Brother Ernest. Anybody remember him?
Wait. Someone who was talking just now?
Yeah,
I heard someone say something.
That was me. I was just joking. I was joking with Flat Earth Dude the other day about. All right, never mind. Just go on, Flat Earth Dude.
No,
Anyways.
say it. We're bored.
Go
Say
for
it.
it.
Say what?
We're bored.
Whatever.
We're so bored, you. Just
I
say
said,
whatever.
I was like, yeah, dude, just look at the sky, bro. It just proves the
It's
Earth is
like-
round, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck.
The night
You
sky.
You can't see the curve, dude. Like, look at the stars and shit.
Hey, just quickly, we do have North Korea in the chat. If he wants to tune in.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, he's in the chat?
North Korea, you're there? I heard you landed on the sun a couple years ago.
Well, he's not in the DC.
They did it, but they did it at night, so it didn't burn them.
Oh, good timing. Good timing.
That's so ridiculous.
That's some big brain right there.
Well, I don't see North Korea in the VC, so.
I was just saying he's in the chat at the moment. I was just saying, and he should be able to hear us. Hey, North Korea, man, why don't you mic up, man?
He's listening on
Come
YouTube
in.
or something?
No, it's in the chat for this on Discord here.
I know, but if he's listening and he's not in the chat, he has to be listening on YouTube or Rumble or something like that, man. Right?
Might just be a chat skank.
Or a chat skank. There's that.
Yeah.
If you guys don't know what skank means, I don't know if you have that in America, but in Australia, yeah, basically another word for slut. For slut, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we got.
We're on the same page with that one.
We prefer
Elder Bear's having a poke. Elder Bear's having a poke in the chat. He's a bit butthurt. Come on, man, mic up.
He'll be all right. Yeah, come on in, mic up, man.
Save us from our confusion. Come on. Don't you wanna make us understand? Because that's what you guys always say. You just don't understand it. Doesn't mean it's not true. So help us understand. That's what they always say.
He's got a red mic. That means he's angry.
I got the overstand.
Oh, is he muted?
What about that?
Oh, I promise I'll be nice. I promise I'll we'll be nice to them if they be nice to us. Come on, man.
I actually can't even see if someone's muted, by the way. So whoever's muted, just type in the chat or something. I don't know.
It's the Elder Bears muted. It's the only one. All right. Retro reflectors on the moon, huh? Anyway, it was funny that when people bring that up, I'm like, hey, man. So you're saying they bounce laser eyes off the moon? And they're like, yeah, we do it all the time. Anyway, the last place to actually do it, they stopped doing it about 2019, 2018, somewhere in there. But I know a guy that actually went and saw the test, and basically they get in a room and they say they shoot a bunch of photons at these retro reflectors, and then like only a couple of them come back and hit, and it makes a sound. It goes beep beep, and they're like, "Ah, that's it, we got it." It's weak.
I think, yeah, it's kind of a weird argument because the argument that the guy made today was, oh, someone had to put the reflector on the moon. So he was trying to say that proves that the moon landings were real. But my argument against the moon landing has nothing to do with the reflectors. But yeah.
Well, here's the funny thing, man. They used the same test back in 1962, and that's how they bounced lasers off the moon. 7 years, 8 years before they actually said they landed on the moon. So how do you explain that one, man?
They drummed that into him, and he still couldn't comprehend.
Still couldn't comprehend that one.
Yeah, no, he just couldn't get it through his head.
Yeah. Just he'll figure it out. Give him a couple years.
He'll get it. He'll get it.
He'll be thinking about that shit for the rest of his life. I guarantee it. That'll be good.
All right, let's see. Is there any spinning space monkeys?
Any concavers?
Want to save us from our confusion?
Come set us straight on the concave, man.
Yeah,
can I shout out the YouTube chat, man? Do you mind if I do that?
Set us straight on a curving globe. That's funny.
I gotta shout out the YouTube chatters, man. Hold on.
That's so funny. Even the phrase setting them straight is just like, oh, that's funny.
It's interesting when you start looking up all the old phrases that he used. The sky's the limit.
Yeah, setting them straight.
I'm gonna shout out YouTube, man. Matrix, man. What's up? What is in there?
Horizon. Horizontal.
Gary, what's up? We got Al Bartos. Bartos. Fuck that all up. Sorry, bro.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Duke is up in there. Matrix, man. Green is in there. What's up, Green Buds?
I wish we had that soundboard. Who the fuck is that guy?
Who the fuck is that guy? That's one of my favorite ones too, man. Yeah.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Shalom. So we got to set our fucking stupid ass clocks forward in our here tonight, man. Fuck. So we can save some daylight, man. Apparently.
That's how they bend the space time. They just.
How do you explain daylight savings on a fucking flat Earth, man? Come on.
You press the save button.
Press the save button.
Yeah.
I always just question this, bro. I used to be like, wait, so let's say the sun sets at like 8 o'clock at night, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, when we set our clock an hour back, why does 1 hour represent like 4 hours? Because then it's like getting really dark at 4 o'clock. Like, how did that happen, bro? Like, what the fuck? What? Like, are you pissing on me and saying it's raining?
I think there's something to that, man.
I agree.
Brother Earth is
we had that daylight savings bullshit, and we had that daylight savings bullshit for like 2 years in my state of Queensland in Australia.
Yeah.
And then everyone's just like fucking retarded. So we dropped it. So we're actually one of that.
Into someone else, you bastard.
They've been threatening.
I wasn't having a crack at you cockroach fuck.
It's just really weird, bro. Like, how does a 1 hour change represent a 3 hour change? I just never understood that bullshit, to be honest. It makes zero sense.
Yeah, I know. It makes sense when you realise that it's all a construct. Sorry, I wasn't trying to talk over anyone. I was just saying it makes sense when you realise that everything outside of sunrise, midday, sunset, moonrise, moonset, fucking solstices, equinoxes, and the seasons is all basically a construct.
Right.
Everything else is man-made outside of that.
Yeah, so like if you think about it, like it makes sense to say that the sun is now traveling faster the further south away it is from the north. That's why we're having less light. That makes sense, but
That
not a
makes
globe Earth. Globe Earth doesn't make sense though. But on a planet Earth, it does make sense because now the sun is having to move faster as it's further away. Obviously, it's speeding up, and even and they can still like see in the south, like where you guys are at in Australia, you have daylight, but you're not seeing the sun. And I'm just saying, like that makes sense too. You're not because it's further away, so now it's like you're getting more daylight from like maybe the glow of that container that we're in as the sun's bouncing off of it. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy, but I'm just saying it makes more sense that way to
Hey,
just say like
I
it's a
think
globe.
I think it is speculation Sunday for a lot of you. So
It
have
is.
at it. By the way, man, we can speculate around here today.
Oh, cool. If it's
We're almost there.
speculation Sunday, it's a fucking clock. I've been telling people that for years.
Yeah.
How does the sun revolve around the flat Earth? How does that work?
Goes in circles. Go ahead. Next question.
Very good.
You mean why? You mean why does
Well,
it do
no,
that?
I've never looked into like how it rotates around the flat Earth.
Like what's causing it?
No,
Hey,
like the orientation, like the way that the shape looks that it's rotating around. Like, is it going underneath a flat thing? As it, you know what I mean?
Oh,
Or
flat's
is it
not a
just
shape. Flat's not a yeah.
Oh man.
But you need the
I haven't looked into
positions.
this much.
So
Okay.
can I give you an analogy? Like imagine if you had a light in your hand and you were on a football field and and there was a pole at the center of the football field, the 50-yard line. There's a pole, okay, and then you were to take like from like 10 yards away from that pole and you just walked in a circle around that pole. And when you got to the other side of that football field, well, the position you were at where you began is dark because you have the flashlight in your hand. So now they're not going to see that light, but now they see the light. So then you go back around and then all of a sudden they see the light again. It's because that's the way it works. Light is just spinning above you, bro. Round and round it goes. That's forever, and it has
So
been.
it's just spinning and following the perimeter of a circle, basically up above us,
Correct.
right?
Exactly.
Okay.
When you say perimeter, that implies a finite size, but unfortunately, the Earth had the real size of the Earth has never actually been proven.
Is the model of like the disc with like ice on the sides, is that not the thing anymore? Where there's like edges to it?
We don't. Flat's not a. Let me put it this way: the only thing we're saying is that there is no curve and it's not spinning. We're not telling you it's a disc or any whatever it is, right? Flat is not a shape, right? We don't know what's underneath, right? It's yeah. Go ahead.
By the way, I'm not trying to gotcha or anything. I'm literally just asking questions out of curiosity.
No, it's all right. It's okay. But just to let you know, like that it's like a misnomer. Like there's people that believe they see a flat disc with space still existing in the heliocentric model. Like that's not what we're saying. That's the flat Earth
Ridiculous.
society shit.
It's ridiculous.
That's ridiculous. But
Right.
if you could just imagine, like we don't know the shape of the Earth, but we know it's not a ball that's spinning with a 25,000 circumference mile, oblate spheroid just going around and around and around the sun. That's the whole point.
Is that the
Like
null
we,
school, man?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah, there's no
in a
flat Earth
nutshell.
model. There's no flat Earth model. It's just that
Yeah.
there's no curvature and there's no spin, and that's basically it. Well, you can't have. There's also no vacuum of outer space without a container, but that's a different story. But yeah, the basic idea is that there's no curvature and it's not spinning. That's it.
It's kind of a representation there in the chat. You can look.
Yeah, that GIF that's helpful for
the second picture. Well, no, the second picture on the right was an old map that used to come from a website called Null School, and it was
Bob Wins.
Bob Wins.
Yeah, Bob Wins.
Bob Wins. But they took it away. They took away that Null School AE map, man, of the weather, because it was just too damning. They just took it down.
Yeah, when you look at weather patterns on a globe, it makes no sense that they take the path of travel that they do. But when you flatten it out, it makes perfect sense. Like it's even symmetrical. It'll even give you a beautiful circulation of the wind currents themselves and the jet streams themselves. It's like a perfect, beautiful, it makes sense. It's logical. It's like it's reality.
It's perfect, man. I remember that Null School map going on there and it was very accurate as far as weather patterns and what was happening, and it was in real time. The maps are in real time, real weather maps, and it was deadly accurate, man, on an AE map like that, man. But they took it down, man. It so pissed me off, man, when they got rid of that fucker, man, because it was kind of a dead giveaway, and they had to pull it.
You still see it.
Yeah,
you can still see it. Basically, what's happening there.
Because when you compare it to a sphere, like there's a lot of really weird directions that wind would have to take, and the circulation of it, like the entire system itself, not only in the air but also in the sea. The currents in the sea also make way more sense on a planar Earth. It's like they go round and round and round, like in a toilet bowl, like for an easy explanation. But on a globe, when you try to take that data and you put it on a globe,
it's
that's
ridiculous.
why,
it looks like a fucking roller coaster, man.
Exactly. It makes zero sense, bro. But when you flatten it out, then it makes sense. This is why those currents go that way.
Weather patterns.
Yeah. By the way, is the guy who asked the question? Are you still there?
Who, me?
Yeah. So I just want to make one thing clear: we're not floating in a vacuum. Like we're not floating in outer space vacuum. I know that at the very least.
Cool to know.
Yeah. At the very least, we're not doing that without a container.
Which one's that?
Yeah, no, that's good. Just because I think like anyone would say that it's ridiculous to think that we were like if it is flat, that we're just like floating around as a plane in space. But yeah.
Well, that's what propaganda wants you to believe.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just quickly, guys. Quickly, someone's hot micing, I think.
Yeah, it's me. I'm talking a new perspective. Sorry.
Yeah.
What's the question?
Yeah. I just want to know if there's more undiscovered land that we don't know about.
Potentially. We don't. Yeah. You'd have to travel across Antarctica. But
that's the theory. That's the theory. Yeah.
Yeah, we assume. Yeah.
So
we don't assume.
So would it be the same sun that heats up that land, or would it be a different sun?
Good question.
Good question, bro.
We don't know. You'd have to travel across what? You have to basically. Have you ever tried to take a flight across Antarctica?
No.
Okay.
Well, you're not going to be able to. Just newsflash. Not to be the bummer of you.
Boulder once.
Yeah. That's honestly that's where the
live on it.
That's where the conversation always leads. Yeah, it always ends there too. Yeah.
Right.
So if there's more land, would there be more humans that we don't know about?
Potentially.
We don't know.
Outer ponders and extraterrestrials.
Lizard people.
Extra people. There was extra people.
That's where the dinosaurs involved into intelligent beings.
Have you heard of Emerald Bird? That would be I can't even. It's like I've never been to Antarctica, so I wouldn't know.
That's the thing too. The thing about undiscovered lands is undiscovered, so it's hard for us to say.
I usually put it this way when somebody asks me that one question. I'm like, well, that water has to have a container, right? And the oceans are big, man, but something is containing the water way out there. Now, if it's a shoreline or ice or fucking whatever, rocks, I don't know. I don't care. But something is out there containing that fucking water. And what it is, I don't know.
I'd argue it's the continents, honestly.
I put it this way. Imagine ants on a log in an Olympic-sized pool. Obviously, they're on water. They're on something, but the water is measurably horizontally flat, and eventually it will come to an end. Now, what's outside that Olympic pool? An entire continent. But we can't go to that entire continent from the pool. We're stuck in the pool. And that's all we know. Everything about the pool. That's all we know.
That's it. We're in the pool, man. Take a swim, man. Take a dip. Enjoy the weather.
So if we had, like, for example, a nuclear powered, Boeing jet or something like that, something that can keep us up in the sky for a long time, right?
To fly straight.
Huh?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So can we fly over the Antarctic? Yeah, can we fly southward and see how big this fucking place is?
I think we have.
Yeah, but
Admiral Byrd did it. Admiral Byrd, he had an expedition with a crew, and he flew. And matter of fact, he said that he came to a point to where it looked like there was land from the position of the plane. He said there was land that looked like half of the United States still to explore, but they couldn't go there, so they returned back. And then he went on the news or the little talk show or whatever, and he was stating, like, we're gonna go back. But then then eerily, they never let him go back. They shut it down. They shut
And he
down
also
his
died,
exploration.
didn't he?
Yeah.
Like within very close timing, I think.
Yeah, and then he was never able to go back and explore what he himself was saying. We want to go back and explore it. We want to go way beyond what we saw, because he was like, "Oh man!" And in his expedition, he said that he saw like a tropical forest with vegetation and animals. So how does that exist in Antarctica in our paradigm of believing that it's just all ice and it's just like an inhabited land, like a desolate land? To where his own observations were like, no, there's like mountains, and then he was like, there's so many it's rich in resources, and they were afraid that this is why all the other powers of that be, they're going to explore and exploit the resources in Antarctica. So all of a sudden they made an agreement that this treaty to where we're not going to go down there, we're not going to explore it, we're not going to exploit it, and then it just shut it all down, bro, across the board. It just got shut down. You can no longer go that. You can no longer take that type of expedition. Never. No one can do it.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting reading reading Admiral Byrd and everything like that. However, at the end of the day, it was just observations, and yeah, but there's definitely got to be something there to all of these governments like Australia. Australia has their own zone, for example. You're not allowed to go there. You can't just jump on your own friggin' boat and go exploring yourself. There's definitely something to that, but I don't know. Like, it's pretty unsubstantiated as well, though. Yeah, in all honesty, like.
Yeah, it's also dangerous to go down. Yeah.
It's because it's speculation Sunday. I get that, all that kind of stuff. But we're kind of supposed to stick to what is provable, or B, tides is one thing, but these jungle lands and everything. And this is not a shot at anyone, by the way, but these jungle lands, according to the observations of one guy, and he's written it down in his memoirs. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's a bit out there, yeah.
Well, some people have speculated that, Mr. Byrd, Admiral Byrd, and he
bless you,
was the guy who it was supposed to let everybody know, hey man, there's more land over here, bros. We saw there's a bunch of fucking oil and shit and resources, and yeah, we got to go explore it. Let's go. Let's do it. And then
he got shut
he
down.
died. He died. He dies, and then not too long after that, like a year after that, they got a thing called
shut it down.
Antarctic Treaty. What?
He got the call. Admiral Burrow got the call.
He got the call to go home, and he went home, and then Antarctic Treaty came, and then right after that, NASA came and said, hey man, we're going to space, bitches. We're going to go check out this globe we've been talking about for 2,500 years. And
what a great distraction, by the way. Like,
Great
imagine you found the perimeter, or you found like other continents, and the first reaction is to create this completely different cosmology as a distraction. Wow.
Yes.
That's really sophisticated if you think about it.
Yeah.
They put a lot of time into
I got to
it.
shout out the YouTube chat one more time real quick, man. We got God's Cabbage, and this guy is OG legend, man. QNFEE apostrophe S. That dude he's made thousands of fucking flat earth videos, dude. Thousands. Guy's a fucking legend. Thank you. Thank you, Q.
By the way, just quickly, I just wanted to say, Typhi, I haven't met you before, man. I don't think. How are you?
Hey, how's it going, dude? Good to meet you, bro.
Welcome. How'd you find this place?
I think I searched politics on Discord or something, just wanting to lurk into debates and stuff.
Do you believe in the spinning ball space monkey religion?
I don't really have like a strong belief on the topic because I can't prove anything myself, so it's hard to really say. Like, I could see both sides of it at this point, kind of on the fence.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Do you experience the Earth spinning or curving, like when you go outside?
I don't perceive the spin of the Earth, but I would assume that's because in the same way that when you're accelerating in a car and you reach a stable point of acceleration where the speed isn't changing, you don't feel the change in movement, because that's how you experience acceleration, is the change in movement. So since there's not a change in the spin, that's why I'm assuming I'm not feeling that.
Without so there, but let me rephrase the question. Have you ever heard of any measurements that detect the motion of the Earth?
No, I've never looked into that.
It's all good. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I wish I had a strong stance. It'd be more interesting, but I'm kind of lurking in here right now. I'm not gonna lie.
It's fine. That's all good. And then how about so you don't see any? You never saw any curvature anywhere?
Yeah, I mean that's the thing is I've never gone into space. I've never put a drone on a balloon
I like
or something.
that answer, man. That's a perfect answer. That's my answer. It's a reality answer. I love those. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Just took a transform, like transformed it. You can make it. You can make anything out of like transforming numbers if you have a certain.
I don't know where
someone talk. Who's that?
That's New Perspective, man. He's at my house right now, and he's sitting a little bit behind me. He's talking to me.
The limits of our visibility is 3958.8 exactly.
What is he?
So they made that the radius.
So, probably just use push the door.
We all have a personal dome. We all have our own personal limits of visibility.
Hey, bro, can we all agree that the Earth
they just made
is
that
flat?
It's how all celestial navigation's done. It's how everything.
Yeah.
You're getting talked
to. The Earth is obviously flat. Like if you think the Earth a globe, you're retarded.
What?
What?
No, I think they're just uninformed.
It's kind of
It's obviously flat.
Yeah.
That's what everybody been saying. Everybody been saying
it's obviously flat, man. No doubt about it.
Okay, Kelly K, I haven't seen you here before. Do anyone here know him?
Nope. I don't know.
Who? What was his name again?
Why is nobody
Kelly K, baby. Kelly K.
Oh wait, actually, I did have another question for that guy. Are you still there?
Yeah.
The,
TY, man.
the guy
TY.
who said they can't prove anything. Are you still there?
High five. Tie
Yeah, I'm
five?
here.
Okay.
Hi.
I have one more question. One more question for you.
Yeah.
Do you think that gas pressure without a container can be demonstrated?
I guess I would have to assume there's something we could apply to like the air to make the gas visible to us. I don't really know. I'm really I'm not great with science stuff.
Let me give you an
I'll be honest with
example.
you.
Let me give you an example. Think of like a car tire, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way to, instead of having the steel or the rubber, you just put the air around the rim and just get rid of the tire? Is there any way to demonstrate holding the air where the tire was supposed to be, but without the physical container of the tire?
Is this like, because with a globe perspective, you're basically just assuming that gravity is like holding in all the gases of the planet and shit instead of them just floating away into space?
Okay. Yeah, so can I take the tire away and just use gravity to hold the air there on where the rim
No.
is?
Definitely not.
Okay.
You got another honest answer? Honest answer.
Yeah,
You
it's
don't have
not
to. Like
it's not. Do you agree that that would be like as far as we know, that's impossible to demonstrate?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I couldn't tell you that I've ever heard of how we demonstrated it. So yeah, I'd probably agree with that.
Okay. And then let me ask you this. So in a vacuum chamber, have you ever heard of these like vacuum chambers where they just, like in a lab or something?
Sure. Yeah.
And when you open the door to the vacuum, what happens to the gas?
It's going to be a huge change in pressure, I think. I guess depending on what kind of vacuum chamber this is. I really don't know much about
It would
this.
go
I'll
in,
be real
right?
with you, man.
The
Right.
air would go
Yeah.
inside, right?
Right. So it all mixed together. Yeah.
Okay. Now, is there any way to now let's say instead of opening the door to the vacuum chamber, let's say I just replace the door with gravity.
far.
Is there a way to demonstrate a vacuum right next to gas and just get rid of the chamber, get rid of the walls and the door, and just put gravity and just hold it there? You know what I mean?
Is there a way to demonstrate that? I doubt it with with our technology right now. I mean, maybe. I'm not sure how sophisticated these kinds of tools have become. Yeah, I wish I had something to say to these things, honestly. Besides, like, yeah, that makes sense, and yeah.
Hey,
But,
hey, man, we all got tired of the globe. We all said, "Hey, man, it's cool. I like it," or whatever. We went on our lives, and we just like never really sat around and said, "All right, what's up with this globe, man? How does it work? How big is it supposed to be? How far away is the moon and the sun and the stars? And there's gas pressure here on ground, but in outer space it's a vacuum. What's up with that?" We just sit around and go, "What's up with this globe?" Literally, that's what we do, and we do it quite well. And we know more about the globe than any normal person could ever even imagine, man. We could go to a party tomorrow, man, and like 9 out of 10 people ain't gonna know fuck all about the globe, because they got taught it like real quick, and they just moved along. And you got to pass your next exam and get to school and make your breakfast and run along. Yeah, it's tough, man. But once you sit down and start looking at the globe, man, it really, really will make you question that you live on a globe, man. Shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour, man. That's crazy. It's crazy thing.
Yeah, 100%, dude. Like every single one of us here. I don't think has anyone here ever met someone who was a flat earther from the start? I never have.
Not me.
Nope.
Yeah, there's a couple of people.
I've heard some people claim that. Yeah, I grew up and my parents taught me it was flat, and I've heard a couple people, but I couldn't name them. I couldn't say, "Hey, man, that's."
What's her name? She's from an Indian tribe. Actually, there's a great talk I have on my channel. I'll post it. She talks about it. Her Indian tribe always teaching her that it was.
She had an Indian tribe. Here, New Perspective's going to post something in the chat, but she had an Indian tribe that taught her it was flat. But
A member of 24/7 called Rookie that said that he brought up
a Rook,
and that his family talked about it. Yeah, his family talked about it. The idea was in his head as a child. Yeah, that he'd. I don't know. You'd have to ask him the full story, but apparently he was introduced to it as a child. Yeah.
Yeah, there's been a few. I mean, you got to remember, man, we got like 9 years of this shit, and it's like we're gonna run across somebody that said, "Yeah, man, I knew it was flat the whole time, bro, since day one."
All right. Well, since there's no other globers, let's just. So I got one more question. So,
did Kelly bounce?
Are you still there?
Kelly took off. Okay.
Who, me?
Yeah, you still there? Okay.
Yep.
All right. So one last thing. So, so you mentioned gravity. Do you believe that there is scientific validation for gravity?
I mean, the knee-jerk reaction is going to be whatever that fucker that was looking at apples falling or whatever.
Newton?
Yeah.
Sir Isaac Newton.
That's sad. I didn't know that off the top of my head. But yeah, I mean, shit, man.
How about try try to define the word gravity.
It's the pull that an object is going to have in relation to an object smaller than it. Jesus. Okay. The more you ask, the more embarrassed I'm going to get, bro. I was not very into science as a kid.
That's a good start.
I started the same way, man. And I was like, man, I don't know.
Sorry, I'm trying to cut in. Dude, that is actually better than the vast majority of globies that I've heard. I've been here for nearly 3 months now. And
that's right.
That answer far better. Far better.
Thanks, man.
That's Newton's gravity, but Newton was disproved by Einstein, so that's like 115 years worth of a misunderstanding at that point. But we could teach you the correct way of your own paradigm if you like.
Hell yeah, let's hear it.
Well, according to Einstein, it's not pushing or pulling, but it's just the bending of space-time to where things are going to fall down because of this bending of space-time. So it's not necessarily a gravity mass attracting mass pulling to one another. So that's kind of like where we are today's world, and that's how they understand it. They still have big G and little g, and they incorporate Newton's law, but all Newton proved in his formulas was a downward vector. That's all he proved. And it's not to say that there's no such thing as gravity in the sense of gravity is just gravitas, meaning there's mass and weight, because that does exist. But the notion or the idea of it behind it, that's where we get into the weeds, and that's where we get into these discussions. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
All right, so back to Newtonian.
Oh yeah. I wanted to say something. So, in the case of Newton, obviously, we don't have to talk about Newton, but I just want to make this clear. So, when you have an object that's moving toward the surface of the Earth, and that has a mass, right? And then there's another mass involved in that, and what's that mass? There's two masses, right?
Right. So the other mass would be the planet,
the Earth, right?
Right.
Okay. Now here's the problem: is in a scientific experiment, we have to be very precise, and we have to know what all of the variables are, right? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. So now, if we are using two masses, one being the object and the other being the Earth, we need to know what those masses are, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now how do we physically measure the entire mass of the Earth?
I'd be very skeptical if someone said they had an accurate measurement of that.
This is the reason. This is the reason why I say there is no By the way, that is the reason why I say there is no scientific evidence of gravity. That's why.
Sure.
It's not that I deny anything exists. I'm just questioning, or I'm just saying there is nothing because it just hasn't been proven yet. Not yet, at least.
Makes sense.
Yeah, typewriter. And typewrite, just the fact to back up what I was saying, just the fact that the way you've been answering, man, tells us that you've actually got a fucking brain and you've actually got the ability. So, good on you, man. Good on you. You're being honest. It's clear you've actually got a fucking brain. So that's really good.
So good on you.
Thanks, dude. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I just honestly assume that we're being deceived on like really high levels. So it's just like when the truth is stranger than fiction, it's not that crazy anymore. So yeah, I'm pretty just open minded to things these days. But I appreciate the kind words, man. Thank you.
Oh, but check out all of
Just being honest, man. Not sucking your dick.
Hi-Fi, man. Check out all this information in the chat, man. There's a bunch of links and stuff that's been dropped just specifically for you. Maybe go check out New Perspective. Dropped a few things. Go grab those and put them on a tab, and then watch them later and check them out, man.
Start a little bookmarks list just for this for sure. Yeah, what's up?
But if you want more, man,
it's the new flat Earth model. You better get used to it. You'll be talking about it. We'll be talking about it soon. Being introduced.
Yeah, no, I mean, I like to read. I have something to say in these conversations moving forward. That'd be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, give them the home server, the 24/7 that has all the resources.
Yeah. No, this is a new model. This is a new model. This one where they say our vision is the same as the radius of the Earth.
Turn.
Shut up, Elder.
Wait your fucking turn.
Fuck off, Skinny. You're just a bouncer. Sit down. Spinal Tap 11.
We're talking with the new guys at the moment. Wait your turn. You've had your turn. Shut the fuck up or I will have you muted.
Yeah,
Shut up or I will have you muted.
Boys.
Okay, you guys, hold on. Take a breath.
We will talk when it's your turn.
That's what I was stressing. No change of subject.
We will talk when it's your turn. Shut up. Shut up. Ignore this guy, Typhi. Hey, Typhi. If someone can send Typhi, or I can send as well an invite link to the other server. Okay, beauty.
I did.
Oh, beauty. I'm a silver over there, mate, so I can actually check you in and everything like that if you're interested, because there's a lot of really good resources there.
Videos,
there's
documents,
resources.
Laser tests, moon tests, everything. Solar.
Yeah.
Winter.
On the left-hand side, on the left-hand side of your channel list, right? If you scroll to the bottom, you'll see additional information, A to Z, alphabetized subtopics related to the main topic. So if you've got a question about gravity, like a flat Earth dude was saying, satellites, seasons, blah 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 blah, it's all there.
Everything.
And the good thing about it is that when you go to search this topic on like Google or YouTube, any sort of platform like that, the first 50 pages of results are mainly going to be people like against flat Earth talking about, and oftentimes their arguments against what they say that we say is a straw man argument. So we don't actually say those things, but we fast tracked all the content that flat earthers have published into a collection, into a repository.
Yeah, no,
like
this is
want to hear from the other side. So yeah,
this is freaking great. Thank you for bringing me into this. I'm kind of just like dumbfounded with how much information is sitting here. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I'm definitely gonna just go through this stuff. So thanks, guys.
Check your DMs too, man. New Perspective sent you a couple things to check out as well. So just check them out. Come back. If you got questions, man, we are here 24/7, 365 days a year, bro. And we're not going anywhere, by the way.
Man, what I can take away from this today is that flat earthers are very kind. So thank you guys.
Yeah, thank you, man.
And feel free to DM any of
We
us.
better
Hey.
warn him.
For sure.
Yeah, no, but DM any of us, man, like that you see on this panel at the moment. Like, there's me, there's Matrix, there's T-Dub.
Yeah.
You know, people like that. Obviously, there's Flat Earth guy. You know, there's Quad. You know, you can DM us, man, as
Dude,
well.
man.
And
Call me the dude, bro, man. I'm the dude, man.
Thank you guys. No, I
right.
really appreciate it. Sincerely, thank you.
Flat Earth guy. Who's Flat Earth guy? Anybody got that name?
Sorry. I fucked that one up. Sorry.
I'm just giving you some shit because you're from Australia. I can do that. That's okay.
That's all good. All good, man. All good. But yeah. If you like, mate, like I said as well, we got the main server. When it's up and running, when there's people in there, or even when there's no people in there, there's me, there's Matrix, there's T-Dub.
Dude, there's so many links and videos and information. I mean, it's literally an absolute treasure trove of documents and videos and
it's mind blowing how much is sitting there, dude. You guys have
dude. I mean, we're talking like millions of pages of stuff, man, to look at. So pick whatever's bugging you, like satellites or Coriolis fact or whatever. And you just pick one of something. And it's like, dude, I need to understand this a little bit more. And you can go in there and find some pretty damn good resources, man.
Hell yeah. Man, I hope you guys are like archiving this in some way because there's just so much here.
Yeah,
one day Discord just like fuck you guys. Yeah.
There's a guy I know in Canada, man. He's been archiving stuff for years, but
that's good. Yeah.
That's all we can do, man. We share and archive. That's it.
Yeah.
Here it is. Here it ain't. There's music. If you're into music, man, there's a ton of cool truth music. I call it.
Tell them I'll send them all my Flat Earth songs on one.
Don't do that. I have a playlist, access to a playlist with 650 songs of truth and flat earth, dude. 650 songs, man. It's a legendary playlist, man. I'll say that.
Damn, this shit goes deep. That's fucking awesome.
Deep, man.
Can you send me that playlist? I'm fascinated to hear what a flat Earth song is.
650 songs, bro.
Yeah, I'll post it.
I would love to see that.
We're gonna post it in the chat for everybody, man.
Yeah,
check out this playlist, man. I've been playing this playlist for the last 4 or 5 months, and I still haven't gotten through like half of the songs in there.
Who's the guy who was concerned about
it's crazy, man?
Songs?
What's that?
Who was the guy who was talking about he wanted to hear a Flat Earth song?
Yeah, he wanted to hear the Flat Earth song.
Yeah, Mickey, dude, you realize that a lot of this started through music, B.O.B. And
B.O.B. Oh,
yeah,
geez,
a lot
B.O.B.
of musicians and stuff. And the other one I'm trying to blank on his name, but the original channel was his.
Yeah, B.O.B.'s OG, man, 100%. That guy been.
Oh,
yeah, we got a couple.
So I was gonna say, man. Oh, another legend.
Yeah. So what you're looking at here is that people express themselves much more on the Flat Earth side than the Globe Earth side. The Globe Earth is about Googling it and just kind of like believing some shit, where Flat Earthers have, experiences that they articulate through art and music and whatnot. You can see these festivals they make too, like Flattoberfest and Flat Earth conventions and stuff. That you'll see that on the Globe side at all.
I've seen, I've seen convention. I've never been to one, but I've heard that they happen. I've seen like some people go there.
Yeah, and we've got a couple of musicians actually as well. Like there's a girl called Flatsy. There's a couple of others as well. There's a few musicians actually. Come to think of it, in these Flat Earth surfers.
You got Flat Earth dude's a musician.
You know what's cool is a lot of intro songs for a lot of different YouTubers that have put out this Flat Earth songs. Like, dude, they're actually really cool. Like, Whitsit has a bunch of them. Jared has a bunch of them. Like, they're really cool songs, man. Check them out.
Yeah, sure.
Dude, there's Here Comes 650 songs, man. It's in the chat here.
If
you want to check out a playlist, man, there it is. Boom. That's the playlist right there. There you go.
One of my new favorites is from Jaren. He made a song called "The NASA Man Can." Dude, that is such a great fucking song, dude.
Can we
have
play
you guys
it
heard
in
it yet?
here?
Yeah,
Can we play it?
I wish we could. Can someone
Does
play
somebody
it?
have like a music bot or something they can play it? No,
Dude, he put it on YouTube, and he has a link for it. Dude, it's such a good song, too.
I don't think we have a music bot in this Discord, do we?
Can somebody just play it like in the background and just put your microphone to it so that people could fucking hear it? Like,
I would love to hear a song right now, man. Just as a fun little break, man. It'd be kind of cool.
Listen to the lyrics, like, oh my gosh, like it's so he did such a good job, like such a good production on that. Have you heard it yet, Crit?
Oh no.
Oh, dude, it's called "The NASA Man Can," dude, and listen to the lyrics. If you watch the video, they show all the lyrics, you know, like a karaoke style. Dude, it's really good. The way
can somebody screen share it? We can all go watch it.
Oh yeah, there you go. Hold on. Yeah, let me put my cigarette and my beer down.
Yeah,
I'll do that. Hold on.
All right.
Let me go get my phone. Hold on.
Thank you.
My phone's inside. Give me a second.
New Perspective's about to put it in the chat.
It's on Conspiracy Music Gurus.
It's on Conspiracy Music Gurus channel. You guys hear that?
Yeah, he's the one that made it for him. Yeah.
Okay. I know Alex. I've talked to Alex. He's been on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord a bunch of times. Very cool guy. Makes great music. Damn.
Okay.
He's living a good life, man. The guy's living a good life.
I'm gonna do a share screen right now. Give me a second.
Yeah, take your time, man. Take your time.
Share your screen. Here we go. It's 3, 2, 1. Okay, there we go. Go ahead. If you guys want to jump in.
I'm in. I'm jumping in, man. Here we go.
Yeah, it's great. Hold on, check it out. It's called the Scandaliumtious Bar. Oh my god, it's so good. You guys ready? Anybody want to listen to it? Jump in. Feel free. All right, Crit, you in?
Yeah.
All right. Check it out. I'm gonna press play. It's based upon the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory movie. If you remember, check it out. It's fucking great.
Oh shit! Look at that.
Could be I'm deaf. I'm not hearing anything.
Campanella wrote it.
Oh, you gotta click on it to hear it.
Yeah, you have to click on my share screen.
Okay, gotcha.
Hold on, I'll press pause. Let people jump in.
Yeah. Let them jump in, man. Give them a second. I love the Chocolate Factory beginning there, man. I'm sorry you guys can't see this on YouTube. Sorry, guys. Sorry,
but
Q. Nothing I can do, Q, man. You want an invite to the stream, the Discord? It's in the playlist. No, wait. No, that's a 24/7 one. We're in politics. I don't know if that one's.
That's the one, though.
I don't know if that's in the chat, man, or in the description or whatever. Yeah, I don't see it in there.
Are you guys ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Here we go.
Go. Shut up. Oh, that's heavy.
That's wrong, dude.
Is that the voice of Elder Bear?
No.
Joking.
Got you. That's on point. I love this, bro. It's so
It's
on
so
point.
good, dude. This is fucking great. It's so good. Yeah. It's so good.
I
This is
love it.
gonna get in trouble, man. This is just gonna go fucking viral, man.
Listen to this part. Listen. Check this out. Check this out. Oh, he got him. That's so good.
Oh, fuck yeah, man.
Dude, he did such a fucking good
It's
job
so
on it,
fucking
bro.
good, bro. This is so good. Get the fuck out of here.
What do you reckon, Typhoid?
Amazing, man. It's so much better than I thought I was going to be.
Dude, it's way good.
I can sing too.
Yeah.
Don't do it, Charlie. Don't do it. Don't do it,
Don't
Charlie.
do it, baby. Dude, that's the
Yes.
best.
Oh,
That's
that
the
was amazing.
best video this decade, man. 100%, man.
Dude, I'm
Dude,
telling you, bro. Jaren,
that is so
kudos,
good,
bro.
man. Fuck off, man.
Jaren fucking came with it, bro.
I got another good one for him.
All right, here's one more, man. Oh shit! Did you go? He. I think he bounced. He dropped back.
Tell him to share this one.
Ah, we have to
Which
go
one?
back.
Which one? Which one?
I'm about to drop it. Hold on.
Hold on.
All right. For the chat, I guess I could post the video if you didn't. Oh yeah, someone posted it. Good shit. Good. Thank you, perspective. Always on point.
No
Always
worries,
in it.
brother.
No worries, brother. He's right.
Go.
Here it comes. Here it comes.
I'll play it. I'll screen share again. I'll play it.
Dude, that was. By the way, man, let me just say that for this decade, man, that was the best flatter fucking
Dude,
I've seen,
bro,
man.
on point.
And I've watched
point,
hundreds
bro.
and
Where-
hundreds, but that shit was fucking. It was perfect. All
You
right,
post a link yet? I'll play it when you post it.
Here we go.
I'm sharing my screen too.
Here
For
it
those that
comes.
want to look in. Okay, cool.
Did he get it? There it is. There it is.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, Flatterall, bro. Have you even seen Flatterall? Check this out.
Flatterall.
And diarrhea.
Diarrhea. Diarrhea.
Oh yeah.
And
that was great. That was fucking awesome.
those are the two best fucking things that are going on. I mean, those two videos right there, man, just knock it out of the park, man. Thanks.
Dude, I'm telling you that video that Jaren put out though, like so what
Oh
happened
my
was like
goodness.
Jaren wrote the lyrics and then he gave it
Right.
to Conspiracy Cats. And
Yeah,
I
yeah.
guess apparently Conspiracy Cats made like in one day. He was done. He made the whole video and sang all the lyrics and everything. Like he did a fucking great job.
Conspiracy guru.
I'm sorry, Conspiracy
Guru.
Guru. My bad. Yeah. Conspiracy Guru.
Alex. You call him Alex.
Yeah. Alex did, yeah.
Yeah,
Fuck, he
Alex
did a
is great, man.
great job, dude. He did a great job.
That was by far the best video I've seen this decade, man. It was so
Yeah.
good, man. Yeah,
Yeah.
that reminds me of back in the day, but yeah, that was so good. Damn. I think it's gonna go a little bit viral or something, man. He's gonna get that taken down or something, man. It was too good, dude.
Well, he did say that if YouTube eventually takes it down, he
Yeah,
put it
yeah.
on Rumble. He put it on Rumble so fucking it stays there because they don't take shit down.
Well,
Yeah.
right now they don't take its shit down, but in the future it could happen. But yeah, I probably should archive that one on a fucking thumb drive or something, man. That is
Dude,
amazing.
it's so good, bro. It
So good, dude.
dunks on NASA. It slam dunks on NASA, bro. Like
It's dunking shit everywhere, man. Fucking, that was a complete fucking download dump, dude. Right there, man.
right.
It's
I
amazing.
kind of want to play it again just for. So, does anybody else?
Yeah,
want
I
to hear
probably
it?
missed some
Yeah.
shit. Play it again. Yeah, I know I missed some shit.
Round two.
Yeah, here we go, guys. Listen, bro. It's
There we
so
go.
good.
I'm gonna crank it up. I'll try to be quiet. Just watch it. I'll try.
Hold on, let me put full screen or something.
Hey, oh. It's fucking good.
He did the voice so good.
Yeah. A light year. A light year. A light year.
Mm-hmm.
How far is that?
Yeah.
6 trillion miles. 6 trillion. Look at it. It's so good. Oh shit. So good. So good, man. Oh, I love it. It's so bad. Fuck. Man.
Who made this?
That was a good one.
Jaren did.
Oh, okay.
I just put another one in there.
Dude.
By the one I just put in
Oh,
the
good. All right, let's talk about this one, man. Let's talk about. Okay, Jaren wrote the words, and Alex sang it, man.
Yeah, yeah.
That was fantastic, man.
And he also did all the so Jaren did the words in the video, and then Alex, he did all the vocals, even the kids, like, hey, the NASA man, kind of like they
That's a man, Cameron.
yeah, like, dude, so
It's
many
conspiracy
on
all right.
point.
I want to say this, man, because I'm a boomer. Apparently, I've been
Hey,
told.
wait,
But
real quick, play the
boomers are gonna fucking love that fucking video, man.
play the video I just put in at the very bottom.
All right, here we go.
All right, here we go.
That was great. That's fucking great.
Come
That was
on,
sick.
man. That shit's tight, man. That shit's tight.
That was a good one. Yeah.
But it's making fun of the fact that they found out what they did was they took the stars, right? And we see a sphere. We see in a spherical everywhere because we have a limit of visibility, which happens to be 3958.8, right? And I think that's exactly what they measured. It's for everyone's personal dome of visibility. Then they made us on the ball, but the way they did it, the way they plotted the latitudes, is they made up this thing called the deflection of the vertical when they needed to have the ground curve, but it wasn't curving in alignment with the stars right. So they plotted the ground to curve, or they plotted the ground as a curve, even though it was flat, but they just used the stars as like a model for the way that they decided the ground should look. And they called it deflection of the vertical and said it was a gravitational thing that was going on.
Deflection of the vertical, bro.
Yeah, like, oh, there's some gravity. There's a big mountain that's making this plumb bob sweat. Can't you see it's going that direction a little bit? It must be curved. And they plotted everything out there.
3958.8.
3958.
Visual reference dome, man. That we all experience, and they just turn it into a map and.
So, anyway, you don't have
Is that Mike? Is that Mike?
All right, we're gonna go back to the live, or we're gonna hang out here.
Yeah, we'll probably go back to the live, mate. We got a couple of new faces here as well. Just
there we go.
But yeah, Wi-Fi, how you enjoying your experience so far, man?
It's been awesome, man. I think those videos show the power of memes to spread information. Because I feel like
yeah, it's like an AI kind of information spreading thing, man. Think about it, man. I don't know. I could be wrong.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Capabilities are stupid crazy now. But we just watched a couple of videos. What'd you think of the NASA man can?
That was great, man. The production quality was just way better than I was expecting. Made it
awesome. Yeah, it's good, man. That's a friend of ours, a friend of mine called Alex. He lives in Spain. But,
nice.
And he
that was a great video.
Put that together. Him and another guy that lives here in California, where I live. And they put the lyrics and the music and everything. They worked it together. I think it was a great production.
Yeah, well,
I mean, I was as good as anything on MTV.
Man. Like the main thing out of that entire video that sticks out to me, as they pinpointed and called it out, is like, how can the relay, right, from the moon to the Earth with the astronauts, it was only 2 seconds, but from the ISS it's 11 seconds. But the ISS is way like closer than the moon. So then why that is like hilarious to me, bro. Like that is calling these it calls them out, bro.
Listen.
Not just that. Not just that. Just sorry, quickly. Not just that. The ISS has a hell of a lot more power for the antenna and the whole freaking Whereas on the moon, on the moon, they were using this tiny little friggin' battery to go 384,400 fucking kilometers.
Right?
Yeah.
Right.
If you actually go back and listen to the conversation between Nixon and Neil Armstrong, if you go back and actually listen to the recording, you can tell it's a speech that he's given, and they edited in, "Hey, Neil, are you there?" But during the whole talk, man, it wasn't like a conversation, man. If you listen to it, it was more of a speech, and that's what Nixon gave was a speech.
Yeah, it was a script.
It was a speech. It's a script. Yeah, it was planned out. But I listened to it probably like 10 times, man. I'm like, he's just reading a script, man. There's no conversation actually happening on the moon, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's so funny. Look, just for me personally, look, it's just so funny. And I know a couple of you heard this, but a lot of you on here haven't, especially Typhi here. It's just amazing for me. Look, the same guy that brought up flat Earth with me, and I abused the fuck out of him for 90 minutes. Before that, he brought up the moon landing's a bunch of bullshit, and 5 minutes of cursory research, and you can figure that out. And I'm just like, yeah, no, that makes sense. That's a bunch of bullshit. And I was always actually kind of skeptical about it. But then he brought up flat Earth like literally a couple of weeks later, and then I just spent 90 minutes abusing the fuck out of him. And he talk about classic doublethink.
Well, hold on. Think of it this.
I was a fucking retard, man.
Think of it this way.
You should feel like a retard, man. You should feel like a retard.
Hey, think of it this way. Who in here is from Australia?
Skinny.
Me, T-Dub, Matrix, AJ.
Okay. So check it out. Check it out. Skinny, I'm going to ask you a question, and you answer me, okay? Right? What's 1 + 1?
2.
Okay. What's 2 + 2?
4.
All right. So that delay between me to you, and I'm in California, and you're in Australia. How many miles is that?
10,000.
Okay.
I know it's a long fucking way.
Okay. How many miles is us to the ISS? How many miles?
250.
Okay. So think about this. 250 miles. There's 11-second delay. Yet I can talk to Australia with a 2-second delay. Just ponder on that, bro. Think about the bullshit.
Yeah, I like that thing. I mean, that's logical thinking. What you're bringing up. Yep.
Yeah, like you were saying, it's less than 11 seconds apparently in 69 from the fucking moon, which is 384,400 kilometers. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, none of it just but yeah.
If Globers cannot fucking like grasp that, if a little spark doesn't
they're
pop
not
up
going
in
to
their fucking
grasp it,
brain,
man. They're not going to grasp. Fuck.
Yeah, you're right. But I'm just saying, if they can't, then they really have to reevaluate where they pull logic and critical thinking from.
Hey, now that's what I really enjoyed Tie-Fi tonight, man. He was like answering honest questions with his own reality and going, man, well, fuck, I don't know. I've never seen the Earth from fucking outer space. I mean, that's a logical thought, man.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Yeah, he's still here. Tie-Fi, man, look, no one is trying to pressure you into anything at all, man. But I think you found that we're a pretty friendly bunch, and you're being very polite. You're being very nice, and even if you were a hardcore globe, being polite, being nice, you're going to stay here. It's if you're being a dickhead. Like flat earthers get muted here for being dickheads, and you're obviously being. But yeah, like I said, bud,
I've been muted. I have been muted. I know this for a fact. I checked it out.
I got muted 2 nights ago.
Yeah, it was 2 nights ago. I got muted, man. 100%. But
yeah, and I was going hardcore at Bev and Elder Bear for abusing the shit out of Flatsy, but that's another story for another time. But point being,
we don't let that happen. And that shit ain't gonna slide, man.
Yeah, I want to comb through the info in those servers and like come back with a few questions the next time, just so
that's
get some out.
Go for it. Of course, go for it, man. Go for it.
Yeah, we love to answer questions that people have. But there's also questions that are kind of facetious because they're trying to get you like in a gotcha, but they're not being genuine, and we don't like that shit. Like, come on, dude. Like, don't ask questions.
When I say come for questions, I mean more like, can you guys explain this further for me or something? Not like, well, look at this, and you're wrong or something.
Yeah.
Or have you got any burning questions right now, man? Any burning questions right now that you might have?
Honestly, no, just because I haven't really disagreed with anything you guys have said here so far. So I'm just like, yeah, that makes sense.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing.
Yeah, no, but I definitely I like want to come up with questions just because I think that adds value to myself and
it's
learning.
Healthy. It's healthy. It's healthy. Yeah.
Song, man.
Put it this way: to take this for what it's worth, man. But you've obviously got the ability to actually think a little bit. You know, you've got the not just a little bit. You can actually fucking rub two brain neurons together. So hats off to you, man. You can actually.
Yeah, no, I mean, to just seeing how much there is there, it's like you guys have to be on to something at least, you know, like there's not just all this fucking information and it's all bullshit, you know, like I can't believe that. So I have to go look at it.
You got.
Well,
you
that's
got
why
God. Sorry.
That's why we.
You're like, hey, someone's hot micing again.
Yeah, it's me, man. Fuck yeah, it's me. Go ahead.
You're like,
That's why.
go ahead, buddy.
That's why we like to take those questions that some would consider bullshit, and we like to dissect it so that way we can separate the bullshit from the real. You know what I mean? Like that way.
Hey,
we can get someone.
Who the fuck said get you into the gotcha?
I don't know, but Typho was trying to say something, guys. Typho, you want to go ahead, buddy?
I pretty much said it. Yeah, no, just I definitely understand the character you guys are referring to who comes in here with like agenda to gotcha or whatever, and I just like wouldn't really.
I think I said it. I said that we don't like when people try to like come up with questions that are like a gotcha question. Like we like genuine people, not disingenuous people.
Right.
Plus, it's just like, I don't know. I think those people, they're not coming in here to change their mind. You know, like they're just coming in to like win like discussion in their head or something. And I don't know. It's just like not what I'm here for. You know. So like, genuinely, if I'm coming to ask something, it's me being like, just curious. Just like, hey, can you guys expand on this? Like that would be the attitude I'm coming with. Just like, can you guys say more about this?
Oh man, there's so much, man. There's so much we can talk about Earth.
Yeah,
it's never ending.
That's awesome.
And it's a great place. We live here. We can check it out, and that's all we're really doing here. We're not here to change your mind or try to get you into a cult or some shit.
Yeah, and I don't feel pressured, by the way. So far,
this is Earth, and this is how Earth presents itself. And there's other explanations for how it presents itself. And we're just here to like look at those other explanations of how Earth presents itself. And that's it, man. We're not.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, yeah, that's it, man. I mean, you can talk about water or purity or whatever. It's Earth, man. We can check it out. So
I love conspiracy theories and all that kind of stuff. And I don't know, just something like this. It wouldn't be like unbelievable at this point to me.
Exactly. You know? It's not completely out of the realm that somebody said, "Hey, man, the Earth is a spinning globe shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour," and you were like, "Yeah, that sounds good," but I don't feel any of that, bro.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, man, we don't feel it. And they would say, "Yeah, you're right. You don't feel it." And the reason you don't feel it is because of refraction. And you would be like, what do you mean? That's the reason I don't feel Earth spinning at millions of miles an hour is refraction. Okay, that's cool.
Reflection.
Reflection. Anyway, I'm being a little bit ridiculous right now, and I appreciate you guys putting up with me, but I'll be gone soon.
You always say this shit, man. You're fine. It's all good. But no, just happy to have Typho here. Happy to have everyone here on the panel.
You too, Skinny brother. Love you, man. Love you, brother.
Likewise, man.
I mean, even though you're upside down, hanging on a globe with your feet holding you to the earth.
And
it's
his
really
ground
weird.
heart isn't rusty, so don't say that.
Oh, man, it's really it's actually quite frustrating being upside down. You know, you go for your morning piss, and you're pissing up your own nostrils and all over the bottom of your chin, and like it really fucks up the start of your day.
Are there any Globers in here right now that have any questions or staunch evidence of your globe? Anybody? Please speak now or forever hold your peace.
Who's this STRN? STRN Stern?
Are we back in live or are we? Okay, yeah, we're back live. Okay.
We got STRN, we got SIPE, we've got.
All right, man. I'm out here in like 10 minutes. Okay. Hey,
Any globe? Any other globies?
is there anybody hanging upside down on a globe right now? I would like to talk to somebody hanging upside down on a globe. For me, I'm in Southern California, but
So am I.
I'm in SoCal, and I love SoCal. I hate the traffic, man. I fucking hate it, man. It so sucks.
I-9?
But
the I-9, is that what you have out there?
The weather's fucking killer, man. The weather's killer. It kicks ass, man. The weather
Dude,
here
I was
kicks.
sitting down in my fucking garage cutting gutters and like putting out shit. I live south of Lake Michigan, and I was like, oh, my basement's flooding. Got the recip out, cut some old gutters out, figured out the problem. Horrible night, but it was fun, you know? I mean, I was soaking wet, but I was having a good time.
Well, you're having a good time, man.
It was good. It was good. Like, I solved the problem, got the water out of the basement. I found out that my my ejector pump, my little like like a sump pump, was pumping out into my concrete backyard fucking stupid patio that's been around since the 70s, and it sunk an inch and a half, and it was just pumping water back into the basement. So I cut a gutter, threw it under the pipe, chucked it out into the garden. Like, things are going good. Like, everything's dry now. Took a year and a half to figure out where the water was coming from, but it went out last night and figured it out. Yeah, thank you. It was not fun, but it was fun.
Hi guys, what's this chat about?
Hey, if you didn't check the name,
there's a label on the top.
Yeah, but what's
the name at the top there, man? Where you click to get in here?
24/7 flat Earth. I read.
So
yeah,
why would you come in and ask a question? What's this all about?
Because I don't know.
What? No. That's
what do you think it's about?
What do you think it's about? I mean, if I went up and clicked on like
okay, you know what?
Meine Arbeit für Richtiges.
No.
How would I know? How the fuck would I know, man? If I didn't click on LGBTQ or conspiracy or fucking how many other fucking servers are in here? Shit, there's a shitload of them, man. Politics.
Well, there's one server in here,
but there's one that says flat Earth fucking 24/7. If you clicked on it and come in here and ask the question,
channel.
What's up?
It's got a big fucking flag on the front.
It's suspicious, man.
I mean, the front didn't fall off. It's still
if I went to like Dallas Cowboys server or whatever and said
Dallas Cowboys
if I went in there and said, "Hey man, what are you guys talking about, man?"
Well, hello.
I clicked on the Dallas Cowboys.
Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders are here.
Cheerleaders servers are here, and then whatever, man. It's very suspicious. You would ask us.
Is it not self-evident where you are?
What are you guys talking about? What's up? Hey, we're talking about Earth, man. Do you like to talk about Earth? Does anybody here like to talk about Earth? Where we live? Trees, plants, oceans, rivers, snow, gas.
I think we got
that's interesting.
Yeah, I think we got a new person trying to talk. Female voice. Can you talk up again, please?
Well, hello there.
Hey there. Welcome. How did you find us? How did you find this place?
I am actually from PNR, and I've seen some of you guys over there at points in time, and I wanted to kind of come over and check your guys' stuff out here. But I did have a question.
Sure. Go ahead.
So the thing that I wonder the most about flat Earth is if the Earth were flat, how would that change my life?
Well, you're not spinning on a ball shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. And You didn't come from a Big Bang cosmology, potentially, and you would just look at things differently every day. Whether you tied your shoes or you got dressed, took a shower, whatever, every day is gonna be different looking at the world. And if you want to look at the world and actually look at it and examine it and test it and say, hey man, am I shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour? Or am I stationary and I'm literally the center of my own universe, man? 100%.
So, I mean, I understand.
So
I
you were
understand.
in the chat. Sorry, so you were in the chat a bit earlier, Darwin. Yeah, that was really positive chat. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
So, as it is right now, and I'm not saying that any of you guys are wrong or incorrect for like looking at this and wanting to examine it. That's kind of what
Look at
human
her.
nature is, right? But I mean, I don't think about the earth being round as it is. I don't feel like it really affects anything in my actual life. And like when I think about flat earth, regardless if it's flat or round, I just kind of wonder like how that would change my life, my direct life, whether it was flat.
Yeah, it might not change your life at all. You're absolutely right. And it might not.
Well,
So
let me
but it
intervene
might.
real quick, if you don't mind. Let me intervene. One of the most major components about learning that we've been lied to since childhood, and there's this agenda being pushed for hundreds of years. It's not going to change your life per se, but at least you could acknowledge that you're being lied to begin with, and then you might want to jump into, well, then why are they lying to me? Why are they trying to sell me this falsehood? And then if you were like, political about things, you would say, why are they taking millions and millions and millions of dollars away from the taxpayers, wallet to fund a falsehood? And then you might question, okay, well then maybe that's why we don't have enough money to help the homeless and to help the fucking care and better living for citizens, because of this false institution that is stealing and robbing money away from you. Now I don't know, you might not see it that way, but I'm just saying, like, that's probably a good start to make you think, wait, why would they be lying to me? I don't know. How do you feel about that?
I mean, I think that's a really good point you bring up as far as like the taxes and how that all plays in. That absolutely would affect everyone's daily life. So I can see why you would want to know whatever the truth is on that, right? Actually, it's a really good point. I have another question for you.
Truth, man.
Okay.
I like truth. We like truth.
What is your personal reason for wanting to know the truth about it?
Well, because once you've been told a lie, you want to know the truth. And so, like, for instance, if somebody lied to you, do you not want to know, why did you lie to me? Why did you have to lie to me? Because there's so many like ambiances around it, obviously. But ultimately, if you're someone that's searching for truth in your life in this world that we live in today, when there's so much like misconception and so much malinformation and disinformation going around, like, it's just one of those avenues that you can take to get even deeper into that argument by first establishing, wait, they're lying to me. So then why would they lie to me? Do you get what I'm saying?
So when you say they, who are you referencing?
The establishment, for lack of better words.
The disinfo agents. Disinfo agents. Think about it.
So like the establishment equals what?
The powers that be. So, like, I'm not specifically saying just the government, because obviously the government is involved with this, but there's obviously a bigger, picture being painted here, to where why would they be lying to us to make us believe this or that? And why would they try to indoctrinate us from the beginning, being that the system in place is really, really hardcore focused towards a toddler or a baby? And it starts from that. Do you understand what I'm saying? In regards to, like, they put a globe in cartoons and say, this is what you live on. And then they kind of go forward to where you grow up later in your teens and adulthood. And then all of a sudden, you're believing a falsehood, which allows them to continue this robbing of the tax dollars. You get what I'm saying?
When do you think the lie started?
Back when
Centuries ago.
NASA was developed. No, well,
Earlier,
the lie
no, earlier
started.
than that.
No, yeah, of course.
Earlier
The
than that.
lie started. Yeah, you're right. The lie started way longer time ago, but when it was being pushed as a upon the American public, it started along with the educational system way long time ago, when they were literally putting globes in every school for you to believe it to be this heliocentric model. Even though the heliocentric model itself has been debunked, even within the scientific community themselves, but they still push it. Do you get what I'm saying?
If I may add to that, Apocryphon and Snow as well. If you really want to probably look at it, Snow, I would look into, if you haven't heard of it before, I'd look into the Prussian model of schooling, which started in the 1840s. That the root of a lot of this, not necessarily the tap root, but where it started really showing above ground, is there. If you look into the Prussian model, and what it's actually designed to do, which is designed to create a hive mind, lack of individual thinking, lack of individual ability to process anything. It's designed basically to create nice, compliant little factory workers, industrial revolution era, and basically just keep people in check, if that makes sense. I'm not articulating well. I haven't slept well, but does that make sense?
Yeah.
The hive mind programming. I got it.
So then you think that this started with the you said Prussian model?
Mm.
Oh, that's just one example. But yeah, if you're looking at with the restriction of information, the censorship, the heliocentric model is older than the Prussian model, but the style of teaching it definitely comes out of that for sure. And you can easily look into that one yourself. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, for instance, Snow, there are literal scientists that had the credentials that were fighting against the heliocentric model since many, 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 like hundreds of years ago. They were not, like, they weren't buying it, but the agenda that was put in place has obviously been the victor, because this is the system we live in today. And then now we have all these systems and careers and all this, what we call reality, all of a
And
sudden
so
is based upon it being a globe. But it's all a lie, because they now are able to convince us that this is why they're spending $600 billion dollars a year on a falsehood. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think that in order to get to any lie, you have to get to the basis of where the lie started. And you kind of have to start from there and work your way through. So I was just kind of curious where you guys assumed that started, so that I could begin it at the beginning,
Right. Yeah. No, I hear you.
Because this is not something that I've ever truly dove into, to tell you the truth. Like I'm gonna be straight. Like I haven't put a lot of thought into my thoughts on this, but yeah, I'm always open for new information. And if you
Well,
guys
yeah. Look,
think then
another way to put it as well. Like really, so the Big Bang and all that kind of shit, and the heliocentric model are intrinsically tied together. So you can also look into the theory of evolution and all that kind of shit as well, as for a start point as well. But in terms of educating people into it, 1840s Prussian model, that would be a good place for you to start, mate. Honestly, I'm reasonably new to flat Earth, but I'm pretty well versed in history, and I'm very happy to. If you like, you can message me, and I'm very happy to put you onto some stuff if you like regarding
You're
that historically.
you're really versed in history, brother. Thank you. Thank you
Yeah,
for doing
Appreciate
the
it.
work.
I very much appreciate that, and thank you for the warm welcome too. By the way, that was really awesome. By
It was.
Toby.
That was nice.
You're not going to get mistreated here, darling. It's all good. We're actually the only time people get muted or mistreated here is when they're being dicks, and you're not being a dick. Typhoid's not being a dick. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a
But
really good night. I just want to say shout out to everybody. It's been a really good night. There was no tension. It was chill. Thank you guys for being chill and kind of going with, hey, the information is leading us here and we're going to check it out. And that's all we're doing here. We're just checking out information that we've been given. And somebody said, hey, man, it's this. And we went, whoa, wait a minute, man.
Do you guys often hear, or because I know that you guys have a 24/7 flat Earth server as well?
Yeah, we do have a complete server that's dedicated to flat Earth 24/7. The best we can do. We've been doing it for, I don't know, 8-9 years, something like that.
Wow.
But it has inside that server, and it has the most amazing library of cosmology things, man. Earth, stars, satellites. I mean, it's endless. I mean, there's a trillion fucking.
Jesus, man.
It's a trillion lines of code in that server. A trillion. Yeah.
Can someone actually send Snow the invite link for the other server? And if you like Snow, I could actually me or the other silvers or golds in here could actually check in to that as well. VC check in when it's up and running. It's been a bit quiet the last couple of weeks, but it'll fire up again. But there's plenty of information on there for you as well. It'll be another good reference point for you.
Well, good news. I'm actually already part of that server. So
Excellent. All right.
I just hadn't really ventured over there.
Yeah. Go in
on,
there and check it out.
I plan on actually venturing over there tomorrow. I'm actually a partnership rep for PNR, and you guys are on our list of partnerships. And so tomorrow I plan on going over and getting a contact for you guys, just so we can try to collaborate more and hopefully help each other out.
What's PNR? What's PNR?
So we did have a room in PNR actually for a while that Spake
Is that
had set up.
politics and religion?
Yeah. So Spake set that room up.
PNR. Yeah, man. I'm in that server. Yeah. It
not there anymore.
Good. Yeah, it's gone.
Guys, stop talking over AJ.
They took us out, man. They took us out, bro. They took it.
Come on, guys. Stop talking over AJ, please.
That's all good, man.
AJ,
It's all good. Everyone's just talking. No, I was just saying that, there was a bit of a falling out between the owner of the server and some of the dudes there. So then it sort of went a little bit quiet, and then obviously it didn't have the numbers there. I was trying to get in there as much as I could, but I was away on holidays when all that happened, and it was a bit of a mess.
Unfortunately, that's really sad to hear. I've been helping out to try to because one thing that we did is we had a lot of partners, but we didn't have very good relationships with our partners. And I kind of came in and I've tried to help out, gain some better relationships, do some better collaboration, because at the end of the day, we all just want our servers to grow and be positive. And so, I'm kind of going through the list slowly, but you guys were next on the list for tomorrow. So I figured I'd come over and check out your room tonight over here in Politics, because Politics is our sister server as well. You guys seem like a pretty good group of guys, so I appreciate it.
It's not only a good group, it's an amazing group. you. You guys are amazing, man. I mean, the conversations that go on in here about Earth are incredible. And there's things in here that even I have never thought about how Earth works. And if you can join a server and say, hey, man, I'm going to learn something about Earth, you're winning. You're fucking winning, man. So,
I actually had a pretty good relationship. I can't remember who the person was. He was one of your YouTubers though. And he did often like a lot of their YouTube stuff with you guys, and I haven't talked to him in such a long time, but I did, spend some
Teos
time.
UK?
I'm sorry?
Teos UK?
That might have been it. I wish I remembered the name. We kind of
He's the
just
one that
like,
does YouTube.
yeah, we just kind of like stopped talking for a while. I don't know what happened, just drifted. You know how it
I
works.
think I know who looks after our 24/7 YouTube channel, or who was doing it prior to who was here now.
Helio Skeptic.
Anyway,
Yeah, I think it
Teos
was
was doing it
Helio.
as well.
Yeah.
Teos was doing it as well, but he's
shout
dropped
out
off the
to
radar.
Helio. Shout out to Helio.
Heard it from.
Yeah, I think it was Helio was his name actually. Yeah.
Shout out to
Yeah, I haven't
Helio
seen Helio
Skeptic.
around for a while.
Helio Skeptic. Shout
Well,
out, my brother.
that's a bummer. He was a really nice guy. But I'm sorry, I didn't mean to come over here and like bring all that in. I just
know.
kind of wanted to come.
No, you're right, Darwin. Actually, Helio he's ducked in and out since I've been on the servers, but it's been a couple of weeks. I have noticed him in some of the chats.
Yep,
the silver
me
chats.
too, man. The guy's he's
But
been
yeah.
we
Yeah.
were down for a couple of days on the live streams, and he's like, I'm working on it. I got some technical issues, man. I'm like, all right. But yeah, he figured it out. We're back live, and that's all you can do. That's all you can do, man.
He
we
was a
got
great guy. So
Helio
hopefully
is a legend, OG legend.
Hey Snow,
Yeah, he's a sweet guy.
Hey Snow, do you have any questions that may be itching at you in regards to the Earth and what you've been taught about it and the way you understand it?
like I said, I just the questions that I had, I kind of stated out. I don't really like to debate things when it comes to like gaining knowledge about things that I don't understand. And I can fully admit that this is absolutely not a topic that I've ever dove into to investigate. So just starting at the beginning, I guess, would be the best. And then, working my way through there, I'm sure I'll come up with tons of questions that I'll be able to ask you guys.
Sounds good.
Yeah, go for it, Darwin. On the main server. There's a lot there for you. And yeah. Anyway, sorry. Someone else was talking.
Dude, the honesty that's coming out this evening has been very, very interesting. That's all I gotta say. Because the people we have talked to this evening are saying, "Hey, man, I don't know for sure, man. I've never seen the globe from outer space with my own two eyes. I mean, that kind of honesty is very welcome here. By the way." Say, man, I've never seen a fucking globe from outer space with my own two eyes. If you can admit that, then you're cool, man. You're cool, man. That's all I'm
We've
saying.
had Typhi and Snow,
cool, man.
and Snow in a row, man. We've had two good ones in a row. Fucking this is really
It's crazy,
fucking cool
Skinny.
tonight, man.
Skinny, have you ever experienced such a evening like this? Come on.
No, not once.
Not once, right? Hey, dude, it's my first too, man. And I've been out here doing this shit for 8 years plus, man.
Yeah,
I haven't
I like to
been
say
in
it's
a room
pretty
so
chill.
friendly. Sorry.
It
I have
was. Go ahead.
What's your question?
What is the biggest criticism that you guys have to deal with? Because I know it's hard holding like a belief that a lot of people or the mainstream doesn't necessarily fully understand. What is the biggest criticism that you get?
that we are going against the consensus. That's the biggest argument. Because a lot of people come in here like, we all know it to be a globe. We
Yeah.
all know
We
it.
all know it. The
Right.
consensus, bro.
Yeah, because
That's it.
Incredulity.
I'm
right.
down. Yeah.
And that's what we have to deal with, because just because everybody says this is good for us and this is what it is because we know it to be, yet they are on this falsehood, and that's why we pick it apart line by line by line in conversation. And when we do that, you're going to either like go back with critical logical thinking, or you're going to stay in the rhetoric and the belief, the falsehood, the indoctrination, and you either continue to believe what you've been told, or you hear what we tell you, and then you can make up your own mind. But a lot of people are like, you don't have the credentials to be talking about the stars and how they are, for a matter of fact, 27 trillion miles away, and we know that distance. Like, that's the kind of shit we deal with. There's a lot of lies and falsehoods that get spewed out, but we're just here to tell you, no, that's not what it is. And not only it's not what it is, but you yourself can say that it is that, because you do not know that. You only believe that to be true. That goes back to what he said earlier, this incongruity to where that you're just stuck. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, man, we all know it's a globe, man. Quit trying to. How dare you try to trick me into this flat Earth thing, man? I mean, come on. I mean, you're tricking me into flat Earth. I know you guys are. You tricked me.
I know, right?
You made the call. What? Prove it's a ball. Come on.
Yeah, I know, right? I know, and this is the thing, Snow, as well, man. So we're not here, and this is for Typhi as well, although I think we already said it to him earlier. We're not here trying to, like, indoctrinate anybody, or it's like, you believe in flat Earth or you're a fucking idiot or anything like that. No, we're just encouraging people to think and do their own research, and, yeah, like, we're not trying to drag anybody into and try and thump it into their heads or anything like that. It's just,
Hey, I
listen
want
to
you guys to trick me into the flat Earth, or trick me into the flat globe. Which one? Which one? Who's gonna trick me into the globe, man? Trick me into the globe, man. Come on.
Walk
At the end of the
outside
day,
and tell me which one of your senses.
As heated as it can get. Go.
Walk outside and tell me which one of your senses proves a globe. You don't hear it. You don't see it. You can't touch it.
None.
Definitely not going to taste it. That's a bit out there.
None.
Not one of your senses proves it's a globe.
Unless you're in North Korea, Matrix, they have no food, so they're eating dirt, like those few defectors.
Okay, I have another one. Let's say I was a 14-year-old kid and I had never been indoctrinated one way or the other. What would be your best argument to show me that the world was flat?
If you've never been indoctrinated, you wouldn't be questioning in the first place.
Water is level.
Yeah, we start with the fundamentals of what do you observe and experience, then what are you told, right? And then there's a contrast there. And okay, so now what can you go out into reality and test that you're observing and in experience, and confirm either one way or the other that your observation and experience is the reality, or what you're being told, which you don't observe and experience, is the reality. Because either way, one or the other is going to have to be not only observed but tested and measured, and there's going to be solid empirical evidence to support one or the other, right?
Yeah, if you were born on the Earth and you were never told about the spinning globe thing, you wouldn't have any reason to believe flat. You would just assume that your reality is like it seems, right? Like everyone experiences stationary level Earth all the time. It's not like the question of what the whole thing is even came about until they started telling us we're on a ball and showing us pictures from space where you could supposedly see the whole thing.
no one assumed that they could ever see the whole thing necessarily. Even it wasn't a belief. So flat Earth isn't a belief; it's just a loss of one.
So here's another thing that I come across. Anytime I hear someone talk about flat Earth, it feels like there's no general consensus other than the Earth is flat. Like, it's almost like religion, right? Where religion, you could have Catholics or Christians or, so on, so on. Like, it seems like most flat earthers have some sort of different interpretation of what that means.
The one thing we have in common is we're non-believers. That's all it is.
Right. So, like, no matter what,
non-believers. No,
I love that.
manga?
At the end of the day, Snow, is that we know that it's not the 25,000 mile circumference oblate spheroid hurling and spinning and rotating through an infinite vacuum of a gaseous ball. Just that whole heliocentric model gets thrown out the window, and that's where we stand. And we stand with those that we stand on other shoulders, by the way, because there were great scientists that also presented this fact that this is not what's happening. There's so many. We can get very, very scientific and very, very technical with you, like with all these great scientists that they prove it themselves through observations and experiments to prove that there's no movement here on Earth according to the stars in the sky that we do see moving around us. And that's kind of like where we all kind of like sit and rest ourselves comfortably, because we know that they were right. And the way we know they're right,
you're not going to find everybody saying, making it's not a new claim, because making claims that we can't necessarily prove is what got us into this.
And if I may add to that, to back these guys' points up as well, just quickly as well. So Snow, yep, you are right. There are different flat earthers that will have quote unquote different beliefs. Like some might believe in what the firmament might be, and some might believe in ether, and some might believe in this, that, and the other. But one thing that we all hold to, every single one of us hold to, scientific method. What can be proven scientific method? Who has proven curvature? Who has proven spin? Who has observed rotation of the Earth? Can you have gas pressure without containment? Science tells us these three very, 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 very succinctly and very, very clearly. And these three are actually what the whole heliocentric model are based off of. That is curvature, spin, and gas pressure without containment. And those three, you will never hear flat earthers actually argue over that at all. Some of them do extrapolate out from that, but we are based in fact that is scientifically proven to be true. Where some people might speculate on other things, and that's why we have Speculation Sunday, for example, for people to ask those kinds of questions. And I've asked a lot of questions on Speculation Sunday and that. But overall, it's we're all based in the scientific method, mate.
I'll give you an example of a critique that flat earthers have to put up with, and it is that flat Earth itself is a psyop, like sort of made out to make like truthers look stupid.
Right.
Have you come across this one before?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Like flat Earth society.
And to piggyback on that is that when we're dealing with reality, you're going to at the same time have so much, counterparts that they want to say, no, we know it's a globe because of this, and this, but all they're doing is just like justifying or reconfirming the bias that we ourselves are saying it's a lie. So they're using the lie to prove the lie, and then they go out and talk about, well, we use instruments to do this and we measured it, but they're literally misrepresenting, because technically they are not using the tools accurately in their own observation experiments. They're not using it the way it's supposed to be used to falsify their narrative. And a lot of globers, you'll find a lot of people that believe that it's still a sphere. They themselves are just saying it. They're just saying, "Oh, I know somebody that does this and does that," but that's still a falsehood because even the way they're coming up with these, reasons, if you will, they're just more falsehoods, and they're just trying to prove they're really just convincing themselves. And anybody that's truly searching for the truth is going to see through that and realize they are wrong. And when you realize they're wrong, then it has to make you go back to the drawing board and say, well, then what is it? And then all we're saying is like, it's not a ball. Now, outside of that, what is it? We do not know. But at least we have a firm establishment of, or a footprint of saying, but it's not what we've been told it to be. And that's really the bottom line of it. We know it's not what we were told to be.
So that was going to
yeah.
That was going to be kind of my
Sorry.
last question, actually. So they say that ignorance is bliss, right? And obviously, you guys claim that you have found some knowledge that others don't have. Was it worth it?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It was almost like it's vindicating,
Fucking
if
A.
you will.
Fuck yeah,
Yeah,
it was. Yeah,
it's
oh, fuck
vindicating
yeah.
because when you listen to their arguments and then you can dissect their arguments and prove them wrong, then it's a victory. It's an accomplishment. And then knowing that truth, then at least you know you're on the right path for it if you're truly seeking it. Does that make sense?
If you're truly seeking truth, it will make sense in your senses. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
One of the beauties.
I mean,
one of the beauties. One of the,
Yeah, it's not just that. It's not just that
of
either.
what we do here. Hello, am I coming through?
Yeah, you're good. You're there.
Yeah.
One of the beauty. One of the awesome things about being in this arena, right, is you get to help people challenge, right, their worldview, even if at the end of the day is as heated as it can get in debates and things. If you can get someone to at least be challenging their worldview, right, and going out and doing more investigation into why they're saying they believe what they're saying they believe.
Yes.
It's an accomplishment.
Exactly.
Because at the end of I don't care if you can believe whatever you want, right? But why are you believing it? Do you even know why you're believing what you say you believe?
You don't know
Yeah,
why you believe what you believe. Yeah. God.
Yeah, and to the points that have already been raised as well, to address the other part of your question, Snow, was it worth it? Really, at the end of the day, look, you seem a very open-minded lady. Now, it's not just with flat Earth. It's like with a lot of other arenas where when you wake up, when you leave the matrix, when you realize you've been lied to about something or your eyes are opened with something, and then you find yourself in a very small minority and you're just watching the majority just go along like sheep, like cattle to the slaughter. Is it uncomfortable at times? Yeah, it is. Can you go back in that bubble once you're outside? No, you can't. Is it worth it? Yeah, you're awake.
Right.
And I don't know if any of that makes sense to you. I don't know, but you definitely don't seem to be, a mainstream, NPC or anything like that. You seem to be somewhat awake to something, and that's why you're here. And yeah, so the answer is worth it. Definitely. Is it comfortable? Not necessarily.
No,
At
it's
times.
not. Hey, man,
Is it
it's
worth
not
it? Yes.
comfortable, bro. It's not fucking comfortable. However, it is enlightening. It's enlightening.
The world starts making more sense, though, right? Like that's what I found when I was sort of like, you look out in the world, it seems so messed up. What's coming through on the TV seems so messed up.
Yeah.
And you're like, why does this keep happening? Why do human beings seem to keep doing this to themselves? And yeah, I mean, flat Earth is at the sort of the bottom of that well, you might say, and that it sort of everything comes into an alignment. You start sort of understanding why. Would it be like the human soul is seemingly torturing itself on a day-to-day basis? And yeah, I mean, it's not pleasant, but at least then it makes sense why it's happening the way it is happening. It's not an endorsement of the activity, of course, but
That's crazy.
It's freedom. It's freedom. There's a beauty in freedom.
Freedom,
There's a
man.
pain in
It's freedom.
And with freedom comes responsibility, and it's like, holy shit, like, it's freedom at the end of the day. And personally, I'm very comfortable with it. Like, I've had a lot of sacred cows slaughtered for me personally, including this one. I was everyone in here was a Glober, darling. And I'm I'm not I'm not any different to anyone in here like that. But even with a lot of other things, and I'm perfectly comfortable in it. But I've always been a bit of an outsider and an oddball. But for people that were in the in crowd, maybe it's a bit more painful. I guess it's a matter of perspective as well. But was it worth it? 100% mate. 100%.
And in line with the previous questions, I'm kind of wondering. So like the globe model, like what like the mainstream thinks, like that seems to pan out in a lot of things that are useful. Like the globe model comes from like partially also from like an understanding of physics, which whether you guys would say it's right or wrong, right? It does result into things like a computer that we're all using, like all those things to mesh together. So like if one thing breaks down, that means that there's some fundamental issue at the core of like all of it, which I'm sure you guys would agree with. But if there's some issue, then why does it have so much like predictive capability, and is it so productive for our society? How do you reconcile that?
Well,
You have to identify.
once when you look at when you really look into it, the origins of it, and you realize that everything about this spheroid and the calculations of it, it was based upon a planar Earth to begin with, and then a lot of that same math that is used to predict and to like to portray, like you're gonna realize like it was all based upon the calculations in on a planar Earth. Even to come back to it, like full circle, you're gonna realize like even the model itself is just a plagiarism, if you will, because they took the same like calculations of like optically and visually, like you see something, you go so many miles away, and then they made it like 3,959 miles away. Like then all of a sudden, that's the radius. But technically, that math equates to a planar Earth on a large scale. Now, when you go south of the equator, it gets fuzzy and off, but only because you're trying to squeeze it into the globe model to make it make sense. But it doesn't make sense, and these are the same like arguments that we have all the time with so many people, because that's obviously a problem, but not for us. It's only a problem for the Globers.
Yeah.
I
I think there's
I feel like
misconception. There's a misconception there about just how much it must be all related, right? No, just because
well, like you guys would reject gravity, right?
Because we can invent TVs and things doesn't necessarily mean that that was due to the understanding of the Earth being a spinning ball in outer space, right?
No, but like it's a base like of knowledge that kind of like maybe when people discovered that like the Earth was round, or like thought they discovered, I guess you guys would say, then like at that point, or like that the not everything orbits around the Earth, right? When things like that were discovered, then maybe those were like cutting edge discoveries, but that's not true right now anymore, right? Right now, like it's more things like that are fundamental forces in physics.
That's somehow connected to other advancements in society that have allowed us to produce.
Well, technologically, they are though. Today. Like our understanding of physics is the basics
you try
for.
And find the connection. Okay, you try and draw the dots and find the connection, right? That you'll find that there isn't necessarily a line to be drawn. There's dots that don't exist, for instance, can't match up together.
Well, like for instance, like physics has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth when you're really dealing with a lot of the physics in today's world. But if you want to try to like throw in there like, wow, satellites wouldn't be orbiting. Well, hold on, stop, because you're again invoking a spherical, Earth on that. But it's not to say that those same principles can't work on a planar Earth. All you're doing is just invoking another idea, which we're telling you that's false and it can't be real. going back to the fundamental principles, water's flat. It's not bending, it's not curving, it's measurably flat. So if you yourself believed, well, the physics of satellites orbiting makes sense mathematically, but we're telling you, okay, but you cannot have a ball to orbit around based upon XYZ, and we pointed out, then it destroys the argument of the so-called physics of a spherical Earth. You get what I'm saying?
Like, pretend I'm agnostic to the question right now, right? Like, I'm just evaluating our current understanding, right? Which does, like, for example, under our understanding of physics, especially gravity, but like all the other forces too, you can't have a flat Earth that just exists because it would like collapse.
Look, I got to stop you. I'm sorry. Got to stop you because this is why we have practical physics, right? And then theoretical physics. Practical physics will deal with the things like, an average rate of that a solid or a liquid will fall through the medium of air, right? And you can exploit that, right? And you can use that in engineering, in physics, in reality. It has practical use, right? The reason why, right, is just assumed. Right? That's where theoretical physics comes in, because nothing that theoretical physics is going to present to you is necessarily backed by practical physics. Maybe some of it can, but with gravity, you're going to find that.
Okay.
You're going to find that gravity, right? Study of the reasons behind why we can exploit things falling through the medium of air at an agreed upon rate is nothing but abstract concept.
But I'm just saying that our models, these abstract concepts, right? Which I agree, ultimately they're abstract concepts that we write down in a book, and then we have ideas about them. What I'm just saying is that these abstract concepts and that whole, all our ideas of like our modern scientific understanding, they do all mesh together. Now, I understand you guys would say they are wrong, or like when they don't mesh with your ideas, they would be wrong, right? I am just saying, how do you reconcile that the understanding that you guys won't have, but that all the NPCs have, right? How is their understanding able to produce these results that we see in like our technological advanced society?
That's what I'm telling you. Practical physics deals with what can be demonstrated. Right? Theoretical physics doesn't.
Right. So for instance, you can hold on. Like for instance, you can theorize that gravity, this whole entire system, this whole heliocentric model that we believe in as kids and learn in school, that it makes sense on a small level, but in today's world with quantum being a new thing, and maybe you didn't get the memo, but the great scientists of today in this world, in this paradigm, in this world right now, they're now going back to the drawing board, because that whole like idea of gravity being something that is a real thing based upon mass attracting mass in a heliocentric model has been disproven. Not only that, on a universal scale, it collapses in on itself. So the scientists themselves in today's world are having to go back to the drawing board to try to make it make sense. So you're saying you guys are like, so you're saying you guys are you're saying you guys are avoiding the fact that gravity is a real thing because things fall at a certain rate. Okay, maybe not you, but a lot of Glovers do, unfortunately. But I'm saying this though: if you cannot say because gravity is working locally, but when you introduce, well, it doesn't work
you're not
universally.
answering my question.
Well, I'm trying to. So if it doesn't work universally, then that negates the notion to begin with, because you can't have one and not the other. You would literally have to have both working in concert, because if you don't have them working in concert, then they collapse. Then it's no longer what we thought it to be. This is why the scientists of today are having to go back to the drawing board and trying to recalculate that. Now, we're not saying that gravity is not a thing in the sense of gravitas, meaning weight, meaning there's a mass and a weight. We're not saying that, but we're trying to educate people. It's that whole concept doesn't mean that it has to be a spheroid in a heliocentric model. Matter of fact, the science, quote unquote, proves that it's not that because it doesn't work. And because it doesn't work, I'm really surprised and I'm really fathomed that the fact that Glovers today will even still hold on to that archaic idea. And when I say archaic idea, it's 100 years ago. It's
You've been talking for
100
so
years
long, my
ago.
dude.
100 years ago is disproven, by the way. I don't know if you know that or not. Do you know that?
Do I know what?
That gravity, mass attracting mass, was disproven a long time ago. Do you know that?
What, like, I don't know what you're specifically referring to. Are you referring to Newtonian gravity? Are you referring to like special?
No, exactly.
Well, it is very
gravity
tempting to argue with you about this because you're heavily misrepresenting it, but I don't really want to do that right now, okay? We've done that before, and the conversation always ends up being really boring. So I'm just wondering, right? Like, I understand you guys have this, like, complete, well, we established that you don't have a consensus, which is okay, I guess. Yeah. Annoying, I guess, but like okay. Then like there's this other side though, which does have a consensus. Even like let's say I don't care like whether it's true with a capital T, okay? Because I don't know objectively what the real world is like. Let's just assume that, right? I don't even care. But like this explanation that the NPC Globers have, right? They get me a phone, TV, internet, running water, all of the above, right? And then you guys have an alternative that is not like that doesn't even have a consensus, so I wouldn't even be able to call it incoherent because I don't even know what it is. But like it's just a rejection of something that provably works to a degree I care about. You know, I care about having a phone and all of that, right? So like I don't understand why
Stop.
you guys talk for so long.
Your television and all your other goodies have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Full stop.
Exactly. A phone and a TV. Hold on.
It's part of the same model, so yes, it does.
Hold on. No, it doesn't. A phone and a TV and running water have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Hey, Snow, are you still here, Snow?
They have to do with relativity, which again
Hold on.
ties back into the model he's talking about.
Okay, hold on. Snow, are you still here? Wait, hold on.
Right, I
Hold on,
gotcha.
hold on.
Go ahead, sorry.
Snow, are you still here?
Yes, I am.
Remember when I told you that one of the biggest things we deal with is consensus? And he just mentioned that. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
That was proof of the pudding right there. That was proof of the pudding right there.
Wait, what do you think you've proven?
That people care about consensus?
Yeah, so earlier she asked what's one of the biggest things that we have to deal with in the conversation in the server. And the thing I said was that there are people such as yourself, and you proved it, by the way. They come in here and say, well, the consensus say this is what it is. And then all you did was prove what I told Snow earlier.
But I'm not saying it's true. That's not my claim.
I know.
I'm just saying that there's this group outside that has some model that works for me in a sense, right? Because I have these things out of this model, right? The global NPCs, they do make the phones, right? Unless you can show me some flat earth science that I can use to get to a phone. I don't think that exists.
Address this specifically, that there's a distinction. There's a distinction between what we can observe, what we can measure, what we can test, what's repeatable, what's falsifiable, what is just lies in the realm of speculation. Right?
Well, we
neither the twain shall meet.
I don't know how that's
right?
relevant.
And it doesn't necessarily. I know that there's an overarching model which encompasses both practical physics and theoretical physics, but you'll find that not necessarily what's been developed, what the advancements in technology that we're now utilizing and exploiting today necessarily relies on what's discussed within theoretical physics, that which can't be observed, that which can't be demonstrated, that which isn't falsifiable. And that's
I mean,
where
I
the
disagree.
distinction lies.
The problem is like, what do you think people? Well, when people make your TV, do you think they do some experiments in their room, or do you think they go online, look up some papers, see how they can apply the papers?
Okay,
Like,
okay. Well,
we're talking about
let's break it down.
theoretical versus experimental.
Hold on,
right?
buddy, wait. Hold on, buddy,
Well,
buddy.
no,
Let's
I'm
break it down.
asking T-Dub.
Wait,
Wait, can you
hold
answer a
on.
question?
Hold on. Let's break it down.
No, I guess not. Okay.
Okay, so what were you asking again exactly?
I'm asking you that. So, do you recognize that when people try and make a TV, for example, or improve upon the TV technology, right? They don't do experiments in their room or like wherever they are. They like go online and look up like theoretical papers on how like electrons work in quantum environments, for example, because that's where TVs are at right now.
The understanding that certain things, when you do certain things and put certain things together, that you get an effect doesn't necessarily mean that they understand what's happening. They've just observed something to occur and they've realized that there's value in that. They exploit that, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that they have. There is conventions which are agreed upon as to why something is happening, what's actually happening on a micro scale. It doesn't necessarily mean that that has been empirically proven, right? And
Sure.
then
Because
we
empirical proof is
I get what
impossible.
you're saying. There's a model, right? There's a model. There's an understanding what might be
Yes,
taking place.
and the model is predictive of future outcomes.
It doesn't necessarily mean that that model is correct, right? We're just observing things take place and understanding that there's value, exploitive value in what's taking place, and then we utilize that and we can create technology out of that.
Well, let's say I just grant that.
It relates to any theories about why it's taking place, and whether that leads to an understanding of the Earth being a spinning ball in outer space or not.
Like, let's say I just grant that. Like, all I was replying to is that you were trying to separate experimental from like theoretical, which is just like it's incorrect. Like our current what we do right now and like to produce like goods or whatever requires a theoretical understanding of physics. It's not just like people doing weird experiments in the room. But like since you kind of did concede that there, I'm just like, and then you went on to say that like it's not necessarily true with a capital T. But let's say just I grant that. I don't have a problem granting that really. Like the problem is that the model that the global NPCs have, right?
Okay, the problem is, I'll tell you what the problem is for you, mate. What you want, and I'll describe this quite simply, because everyone comes in here wanting the same thing. They want to pick their model up, push it to the side, and us to give them a whole new shiny one. Go outside and look for yourself. We're not going to give you a brand new model. We're not going to remove your whole reality and drop it onto you. That's what you want. You want your model removed and a brand new one put in place. It's not going to happen, my friend. Go and
We're
do this
saying
shit yourself.
if you want people to not accept their current model, you need to present them with one that has superior characteristics.
You don't have a model yourself, and that's what you don't understand.
Well,
we do have a model. What do you
I'm
mean?
looking at a computer right now, resulting from that model.
You're looking at a picture of a globe that you are claiming as a model. That's it.
But like, how do you have those pictures?
At all of physics and chemistry, and that's like, what do you mean? There's a ton of different collaborating
There's
evidence
different
here.
fields within physics, right? Yes, right. But in like a general physics classroom, like high school, beginning of university or college level physics, right? You're going to be looking at, there is theory, right? And then there's practical. How we're going to do some theory today, and then you're going to follow up by the practical. They want you to understand some basic principles, little models that they've created, conventions, that what they say, that they think, how they think their understanding of what's happening, right? That is okay. That's fine, right? Doesn't necessarily, that information, that understanding hasn't necessarily been gained by an understanding that we're on a ball spinning in space, but that they can use that to then go on to the practical, right? In theoretical physics, right, you're not going to find that. You're just going to find the theory, not the practical. Even if they do try and say, well, it's practical because we're going to look through a telescope, right?
Yeah,
Not
I don't know why
going
he
to
keeps
be
repeating that.
performing any empirical experimental experiments, right? Just by looking.
Physics
Like-
itself
One of the
is
senses.
composing and testing theories. That's like all it is concerned with. Like the
You won't be
reason
able-
to do
you won't
those
be testing
experiments, the
anything in
reason to
reality.
do the
You won't be
practical
you won't be
stuff,
performing any empirical experiments. I'm sorry, you won't be.
the reason to do
math,
empirical experiments
all
like I
it's
have
all
is
looking
to
and
verify
declaring.
that it's consistent with the theory. That's the entire point of those.
Because you can't grab stars and put them in the laboratory.
You can measure
No,
them.
instead we have to grab light from the stars and measure that light. Yeah.
Let me ask a question to these crazy people who think the Earth is flat. If the Earth were flat, because when you're standing near the center of the Earth, the gravity that you experience would be the greatest because you'd be closest to the center of the mass of the Earth. As you move to the perimeters of the Earth, your weight would decrease because you're getting farther and farther from the central mass of the Earth. How come somebody's weight doesn't change when they fly across the ocean in a jetliner?
Mass attracting mass was debunked by Einstein 108 years ago. You want to try again?
Can you answer me?
It wasn't meaningfully debunked. He just said the mechanism is different, but mass does still attract mass in an Einsteinian model.
Yeah, why
It's
doesn't
just
your
via a different
weight
mechanism.
change when somebody flies to Anchorage, Alaska from Florida? How come they don't lose 10 pounds? You can't answer, can you?
So why would they be losing weight?
Duh.
Because they're further from the center of mass. The further you are from the center of mass, the lower the effective gravity.
You might have lost a few people here. This was a question or a statement?
The question
he's helping you along.
The question was, why isn't the gravity lower? Right? Because that's what we would expect given a non-infinite flat Earth. Like, the flat Earth would have to be of infinite size for us to not see this effect. And that would cause its own problems.
I'm still waiting for evidence, scientific evidence of gravity.
Well, then you're very silly, because there's tons of experiments that demonstrate this. You can basically just take mass and use them to twist something, and then you can see, yep, masses do indeed attract masses.
What do you
So
mean
it's all
exactly?
theoretical.
What do you mean by that? I just told you that experiments proved it. What more do you want?
So which experiments?
I'm thinking of the torsion ones, basically.
What would be? So you're going to develop a hypothesis, right?
If you were to start from scratch, I suppose you would, sure. But I'm not talking about how to do physics. I'm talking about the physics that has been done.
All right, so we're going to analyze that. We're going to break that down and see what they did. Does it conform to the scientific method?
What do you mean by that? Like, the question isn't whether it comports with the scientific method. The question is whether, you produce a model that's consistent.
If we're looking into a cause and effect relationship, right, that we've observed in nature, if we're wondering about, yes, indeed, that's what natural science is, right? We're going to look at what's causing a certain thing that I observed happening in nature.
No, we're building a model that is consistent with our observations. We don't need to start assuming anything about causality.
Yeah, you do. Otherwise, you're just begging the question, affirming the consequent, and reifying.
I don't know what you mean, but you don't need to start affirming any particular model of causality in order to do science. You just need to build a model and see if your predictions are consistent with your observations.
No, because that wouldn't give you a definitive outcome.
It's an inductive process. There is no definitive outcome.
That's right. That's why it's pseudoscience.
No, you're just saying that you don't believe in science in general. But, I mean,
No,
if you have a problem with induction, you've got bigger problems, man.
Natural science deals in supposition of cause and effect relationship, right? Something occurring of natural phenomenon.
Do you have a better way to describe the real world?
You observe something occurring in nature, and you postulate a cause, right? Then you want to, in a controlled environment, right, with as many variables accounted for as possible, do a test. and see if what you think is causing that to occur is or isn't that to occur. Natural
No,
science.
because that's oftentimes impossible. So that's not at all what's happening.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, so that's not the standard that we use, because that wouldn't allow
I
us
don't care
to
what you
build
think your
very
standard
good
is.
models at
That's
all.
natural science. That's the standard in natural science.
I don't care what you think the standard is. That's not the standard that we actually use
And you're
when
not looking
evaluating
for a
the
cause,
usefulness
are
of
you?
models.
You just want to have a guess. You just want to have a guess.
If you're looking for a cause, you're making assumptions there. You're making assumptions that aren't necessarily justified.
Yeah, sure. It might turn out you're wrong, though.
Exactly.
You can
So there's
determine
no
that
reason.
through natural science. Yeah, through the
No,
scientific
natural
method,
science
you can determine whether
cannot
your
demonstrate
guess was
causes.
correct or incorrect.
No,
you
it
can't
can't.
with the way
Natural
you're talking
science,
about. All you can do
natural
is make
science-
correlations.
Jesus fuck. Anything based on our perceptions is not going to tell you about causality. Like, it cannot.
Yeah, it can. You
Give me an
can
example.
definitely find causality
Give me an example.
in nature. Yes.
Give me an example. Give me an example.
Example? You want an example? Seriously, you want an example?
Yes. Yeah, because you're wrong about this.
Right.
You can't. You can induce it, but you can't find it. You can't demonstrate it. You can't prove it.
So we don't have cures for things. We don't understand certain diseases are caused by certain mechanisms.
No, we can say that there's a correlation in our observation. Please allow me to finish my statement. We can say that there's a correlation between our observation of pathogens and, like, particular bodily health outcomes. But that's not the same as them being causal.
Yes,
Causality
it
is like a
absolutely
metaphysical thing.
100%
No, it is not.
causal,
No, it is not.
because
No, it is not.
Yes, because in a scientific experiment, you'll be physically, as the researcher, manipulating or varying what you think is the cause. It will either produce the outcome or not produce the outcome.
And none of that can establish whether that actually was the cause. Because that's not
Yes, it
how proofs
can.
work.
Are you
No, it
serious?
can't. Yes, this is like
basis
fucking
for our
obvious.
understanding of the natural world. What
No,
are
it
you
isn't.
talking about?
You're just completely wrong, man. No. What you're describing here is an induction. That's it. We can induce that this is the cause. We can't deduce it. You understand? It's the difference between deductive and inductive reasoning.
T-Dub, could you point me in the real world to like cause as a thing? Can you do that?
Scurvy. You
No,
will
I'm not
never
talking
falsify.
about a proxy for it.
You
I'm
will
talking about cause in
will
itself.
never. Excuse me. You guys wonder why, you know.
Describe for my question, but I'll shut up.
Never falsify that scurvy isn't caused by vitamin C deficiency. Never
You can't
falsify
the cause of anything. Because it isn't a thing that empiricism has access to.
Because it's been
Empiricism can't
established.
examine causes at all.
Yes, the cause was identified.
No. The cause was...
was.
Well, okay, identified perhaps, but it wasn't proven. We don't know whether that's true.
100%.
Causation is just an idea to
we have an induction for it. We don't have a deduction for it.
Yes, you do.
Please tell me the deduction.
Talking about
lay out the deduction for me, right? Start.
Through.
You're describing an induction now. That is not a deduction. Try again.
No, it's experimental validation.
That can only ever produce an induction.
Validation of either that A caused B to occur, didn't occurs B to occur.
Please give me an example of an experiment that could possibly get access to the causes involved.
Will you ever be able to falsify,
a null result?
I don't know what any of you are saying.
This is what you're doing in a natural science experiment, right?
No.
You're making it falsifiable by saying that either A will cause B, or A will not cause B. Right? You're going to get one of
the
two
model
outcomes.
Is falsifiable, but that is not about whether it's the cause or not. It's just whether the perceptions are consistent with the model. Different question.
The falsifiability lies within the experiment by saying either A will cause B or A won't cause B.
Yeah, but you're falsifying the model.
One or the other.
No. The model has the causal relationships, but we can't examine causal relationships.
What model?
Whatever model you're testing. Whatever model you're testing. Whatever hypothesis you just described a model. You just said that A causes B. That's a fucking model. That A causes B is a model.
Develop a model afterwards, after you've done your experimentation.
Okay, I don't give a fuck whether you want to call it a model or hypothesis, whatever. You have a causal relationship. You want to figure out, is this causal relationship reflective of the world, right? So then you go and you build an experiment, you see, okay, does A actually correlate with B? Is that the same as causal? Is that examining the cause? No, it's not. We can't ever affirm causation. We can only ever, how do I put this? When we affirm causation, when we affirm causation, it's induction. It's not deduction. Do you understand that?
That is the whole point of a scientific experiment utilizing the scientific method.
I disagree. I don't think that we need to start making philosophical assumptions about causation to start using science. No, that's not true.
It's not philosophical. You're literally...
It is. Causation is a philosophical question. It's metaphysics.
The cause.
It's metaphysics, dude. You don't need to think that causes even exist.
So that you can drag validity into what you want be valid, right?
No, I'm just saying don't say that things are proven when they're not proven.
Within fields of study that don't involve the scientific method.
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Yeah, you do. You understand completely.
No, why would you want to use the scientific method outside of what science can access? That doesn't make sense.
Shut up for a minute.
You're the one speaking more than me, man.
Within the scientific experiment, right, you're going to be manipulating the independent variable, the thing that you have supposed is causing something to happen. You assume that it's going to cause or not cause something to happen.
In some models, yeah.
When you manipulate that thing, it will either cause the result you're looking for or not cause the result that you're looking for.
No, you will observe the result. You will observe. No, you will observe the result varying in a way that is either consistent with it being this causal relationship existing, or not consistent with it. That is not the same as the cause.
It will absolutely one or the other prove that it caused it or didn't cause it to happen.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
You do realize that we have before found examples.
It's how antibiotics were fucking created.
That doesn't tell you whether or not it's true.
We now have the ability to kill germs in your gut.
I'm not saying that induction isn't an effective way to predict future outcomes. I never argued that. I'm not saying that the conclusions it reaches aren't consistent with the world. That is the entire point of them. I'm saying that you don't need causality to do any of that. You're just adding a bunch of philosophical baggage for no fucking reason. Just don't do it.
In an experiment, you witness the independent variable either causing or not causing
something
you don't.
To happen. Nope.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't. You witness the independent variable varying, and you witness the result varying. That you never witness a cause.
Oh, you're basing it on what you observed something occurring in reality.
I agree, something occurred in reality, but you can't directly observe causes. Humans don't have sense perception for causes.
What?
Humans don't have sense perception for causes. We can detect things like electromagnetic radiation. We can detect things like sound waves in air. We can't detect causes. No. Nor do we have any scientific instrumentation that can detect causes. No, they again detect the same kinds of things that our senses do. They detect variations in matter.
Can you just point to cause in the real world, T-Dub? That would defeat humanity's argument. Point to it. Show us cause. Not like a proxy, not like this happened and then this happened and that was caused by it. Just cause in and of itself.
What are you talking about? We get you guys come in here all the time saying saying I dropped something, therefore gravity. You think that there's a causal mechanism behind it. Am I not correct?
That's an idea, like cause and effect, causality, whatever you want to call it. That's an idea in philosophy. That's not an empirically like measurable thing.
It's
right?
part of
It's
the
just
scientific method.
We try and it's something we use in philosophy to try and explain something,
No,
but
it's
it's
the
not
scientific
measured.
method. It's how we deduce the effect that is what the cause of
we
an
don't
effect
deduce
is.
the cause.
Yes, we do.
We don't
It's
deduce
called
the cause.
scientific method.
We do not deduce the cause.
Exactly.
When
Look
you
up
deduce
scientific
something,
method.
when you deduce something, you're laying out a proof, and if that proof is valid, it is, and if that proof is valid, then it's an ironclad thing.
There's
It
something
doesn't
called the
vary over
scientific
time.
method.
It's pretty much close to absolute knowledge, right?
You just denied all of
method is
that
established.
is not.
Exactly.
That is. I'm in the middle of a sentence. That is not the way that science works. Science works by induction, not deduction.
No, you just
No,
denied the entire
pseudoscience works through induction.
You just denied the scientific method in science.
Can I ask a question?
That's ridiculous. But that's where people need to go. People who believe bizarre crap like the Earth is flat and evolution theory, garbage like that, you have to deny real science to do it.
I very much don't think that I'm talking about anything that denies real science. I'm saying that
Well, you
you
just
don't
denied the
need.
scientific
Oh
method.
my God! No, I didn't. I'm saying that the scientific method doesn't entail causality. Doesn't depend on causality.
The scientific method is based on cause and effect. That's
No,
what,
it is not. You can merely talk about consistency with perceptions.
You're ignorant. No, you're ignorant.
You're ignorant. No, you're
Go
ignorant.
look up the scientific method and read what it is.
Go look up philosophy of science, man.
The scientific method is about observing things to deduce what is the cause of an effect or a property of something by deduction and experimentation to eliminate.
You don't need to do that.
You don't. You're ignorant.
Alrighty, ladies. The scientific method has 4 steps. Number 1, observation and description of a phenomenon or group of phenomena. Number 2, formulation of a hypothesis to explain the phenomena. In physics, the hypothesis often takes the form of a causal mechanism or mathematical relation. Number 3, use of the hypothesis to predict the existence of other phenomena or to predict quantitatively the results of new observations. Number 4, performance of experimental tests of the predictions by several independent experimenters and properly performed experiments.
Right, to find what? The cause of the effect they're investigating. Exactly.
You're like adding on a personal philosophical understanding there, Nephilim, that you don't necessarily have to do. Like,
no,
you're
it's
being
ridiculous.
pretty weird about that.
No, it's ridiculous what you're saying. When the scientists want to understand what causes a particular thing, sorry, I'm going to interrupt you, but they want to know why this happens. What they're looking for is the cause of it. Then they do their investigation to discern what is the cause of the effect that we're observing. That's what the scientific method is. You're in denial of it. You're expressing complete ignorance or denial of everything.
You're putting the conclusion in your argument. You're saying when scientists want to know the cause.
That's right.
You're literally saying when scientists want to know the cause. That's exactly what the medical
science field does. They want to know what causes cancer. They study to find out what is the cause of cancer.
Listen,
the medical field tries to find treatments for medical problems. It doesn't care fundamentally about causes, and that's why you can see. And that is why no. Oh
my gosh! No wonder you
completely wrong. This, if you look into the history of this, you can see that people were.
That's the funny thing. I'm going to shut him up for a minute. Nephilim, you're arguing with a glober. I'm the flat earther who's been trying to tell him exactly what you're saying.
That's hard to believe. It really it is.
I know, right?
It's really ignorant. It truly is stupid.
Like Nephilim, you guys have a high school level understanding, and like humanity seems to have like a college level and better understanding. Like his description is more accurate of a pure scientific process. You're trying to add on to a layer that's not that's just like basically your personal view.
No, it's
which
not.
is not
Let me
helping
explain to you why what you're saying is ridiculous. Okay? What is the purpose of studying cancer? is to know why cancer occurs. Right?
The problem is
So
there doesn't have to be a
stop.
there doesn't
Let
have
me,
to be a
let me explain.
purpose.
The reason for
You're
studying
adding
cancer
that
is to
on.
find out. The reason for studying cancer is to find out what causes it, so you can stop it or prevent it. Right? That's what
That's
you
why
want to know.
you want
What is the
people to study
cause?
this.
That is what the
Like, I
cause
don't
and the
know.
purpose of studying it is to find the cause for the effect. Your ignorance. You're ignorant.
Some scientists might just do it because it's fun. Like, people have different reasons for doing things. That doesn't mean that's the only way. Like,
That is
the
the
only
reason
reason
for
people
studying
do
cancer.
something. Like, all scientists
Oh my
do
gosh,
really
you're stupid.
is make a model or try and have a prediction and then like test that model,
You're
right?
just stupid.
Those testings are just like taking observational
you're
data and testing it with a model. That's really the purest form of just doing science. There doesn't have to be
You
a
just
cause
denied it.
there, and you're using cause differently than teed up because you're just saying like that's why they do that, which is a different way than he was even using it. But
No,
like you're both
you're just,
wrong.
nothing you said is true. That's
We can
ridiculous.
say
Can I
that,
get in
but you can
here?
engage with the argument.
I can prove it. I already
Can I get
did.
in here real quick?
It's absurd.
Can I get in here real quick? The whole point of the scientific method is to eliminate human interference. Elder Bear, you are hot micing, buddy. You got a lot of background noise. Anyways, the whole point of the scientific method is to eliminate human interference so that the things that are true before you were ever here, while you're here, and well after you're gone. That's the point. The cause and effect relationship in nature, that's pertinent to our knowledge and understanding of the real and natural world around us.
Okay. The purpose of studying cancer is to find out what causes it, so you can prevent it or cure
It's
it.
because you're
looking for the cause.
dietary, okay?
You're
Why are
looking
we
for
talking
a
about
cause.
cancer in this? It's dietary.
You're
If
looking
you
for a
have cancer,
cause.
you have shitty diet.
They didn't know what caused cancer until they studied it. They
So,
find the
Nephilim.
cause of it. Great Scots, you people are ignorant.
Nephilim, do you think that a doctor must understand how a patient developed this particular cancer that they have in order to treat that cancer?
In order to cure it, that's why they study to find a cure. A cure
That
for what
doesn't
causes
directly
it
answer my
gives you
question.
the knowledge to attempt to find a cure. Why
Could you
does
answer
it
my
happen?
question?
You have to know why it happens so you can address the issue. That's why they study it, its cause and effect.
Are you saying yes to my question or no to my question?
You're
Doctors
not
don't, but chemists do.
you can't be reasoned with because you're lacking intelligence.
Oh, he has a perfectly fair question. Can you just answer it? Come on, dude.
You're only white knighting. Settle down.
So my point here, right, is that a doctor does not need to understand why a particular patient has the particular cancer they have. It actually pretty much doesn't matter whether it's from induced by radiation or cell mutations or if they were born with it. None of that matters. The point is, right,
Look
they
at my
have
screen.
they have a diagnostic criteria, and all they have to do is find a treatment that matches the diagnostic criteria and then apply that treatment.
You
They
just
don't need to
denied
care about
everything.
causes at all.
Look, share my screen. I'm sharing my screen. You'll see it. A science paper written. The principle of causation as a basis of the scientific method. You're ignorant. I'm trying to help you, but you seem unteachable. Cause and effect
No,
is
this
critical
is again.
to the scientific method. You're in denial of the truth,
No.
or you're ignorant. One of the two, but you're unteachable.
It's
know how to help
critical. It's
Don't know how to
critical
help
to please. It is critical to science being a useful tool, but it's not critical to science itself. The
It's
reason it's so
necessary.
successful. No. The reason it's so successful is that reality tends
You
to
heard it.
align with these kinds of models, right? If we started doing science and we discovered, oh, none of our models that incorporate causality are at all effective at predicting the future, well, then science wouldn't have very many places to go. It wouldn't be a very useful tool.
Now you're talking about causation. Now you're talking about correlation versus causation. You're talking about pseudoscience versus actual science.
What?
That's right. He is so ignorant, unbelievable, that anybody would believe cause and effect is not at the basis of the scientific method. You can't help these people.
I literally told you why this is the case. You don't
Let me
have
share
to make
another
these
screen.
philosophical
I'm
assumptions.
sharing another screen from the University of Hawaii. They state, cause and effect are important concepts in both science and engineering as science seeks to create explanations. Durr. Durr.
Do you think
Do you
this
want
in
me to
any
provide
way, like,
500 more? Should I
do you
provide
think this
500
in,
more?
do you think this in any way has anything to do with what I'm saying? It doesn't.
Do I need, if I provide 500 more scientific sources that
If
state
you
cause and
provide
effect is the
500 more
basis?
things that I just called worthless in terms of responding to my point, no, that wouldn't help. They're worthless. I already told you that they're worthless.
They're all worthless. So is the University of Hawaii and all the universities in the world and all the research and all the millions of dollars they pump into it and all the scientists, they're all
The
stupid when they
way
use
to
cause and effect.
contend with
Why?
a philosophical point is to actually
Oh my
engage with
goodness.
that philosophical point, not to randomly gesticulate to a bunch of incredible institutions in other fields.
You're not saying anything of value. I'm sorry.
You don't have to engage with me, dude. You can just say, "Yep, this guy has a different belief about the philosophy of science." Okay,
It's
cool.
not a
That's
different
it.
belief. I'm sharing
is a
what
different belief.
scientists say, and you don't believe them. Here's another one.
Why are you deferring to scientists in matter of
Here's another.
philosophy? You would refer
National
to
Library of
philosopher.
Medicine. National Library of
Indeed.
Medicine.
Nephilim.
They state,
If we're going to
in
appeal to
medical,
authority, you should
clinical
be appealing to
medical research,
philosophers.
causality is demonstrated by randomized control trials.
Nephilim, you're not listening to us. Well, you're not listening to humanity, especially. Like, we're talking about philosophy. Do you agree, Nephilim?
How about you listen to him because he's trying to do you a favour.
Well,
You keep
he's
rattling on
talking
about how the
twice as much
scientific
as we
method
are.
is incorrect.
No
You
one
keep
said
rattling
that.
on about how the scientific method is wrong. He's telling you how
No
it
one
bloody
said that.
works.
Yeah, no one said that. I'm
So
just.
why
If
do
you
you
think
why
that's
don't
what
you
people
shut
are
up and listen
saying,
then?
you're just not listening, Matrix.
I'm not listening.
Stupid.
Yes, you just completely you just implied very, very heavily that people were saying anything like that. No, they weren't. Not even close.
So why don't you shut up and listen to him then?
How does
What the
that
fuck do you
logically
mean?
follow? So, like, Nephilim, whether causation is at the roots of science, do you agree that that's a philosophical question? Dude, I don't want to see more papers. I'm asking you a question. Can you answer the question?
Or he wants to know what your belief system is. Because they believe in a globe and we know it's flat. That's the difference.
Did I say that? Can you tell me how I said that? No, actually, no, never mind. I want Nephilim to answer the question. Nephilim, causation being at the root of
He likes that
science
fat
or
one.
the scientific method. Is that a philosophical question or not?
It's a scientific question. I answered.
Okay, how do you measure that? Can you show me an experiment to measure?
It's based on science, not philosophy.
Can you measure it?
Science is about
What's your
observation
hypothesis?
testing, and science
What's
is
your
about
model?
science is about
You don't have
observation
one.
testing and observability.
Yeah, can you observation test causation?
That's what cause is, and that's what looking for the cause is. That's what science does. You're
just
completely
talking
naive.
at me. Can you
No,
answer my
I've
question?
showed you. No, I'm really done with you. I've shown 3 sources on the screen from science. The science is based on
The problem is
cause and
that's a
effect.
philosophical question. Any
I'm sorry.
reasonable person that is familiar with philosophy of science would agree, okay? Like, if we're going to defer to authority, then that's the authority I will defer to, I guess.
Well, great.
But, like,
Okay, so
can you
I'm just
recognize
proving.
that?
I'm just telling you that I've shown you 3 science sources that state causality and cause and effect are at the basis of the scientific method. You refuse to accept it. That's fine. That's fine.
If we were talking about like the speed of light and I referred you to a philosopher, would you call me crazy?
I've already made my point. I've shown you 3 science sources.
You're not answering a single
No,
question.
I'm not interested. I'm
all
done
you're
with
doing
you.
is
I'm done with
going
this.
down your dialogue.
I've done what I needed to do. I showed
You're
you
actually being
goons.
worse than the flat earthers.
I showed you
Which is
goons.
impressive.
Yeah, I've done enough. I've shown you goons 3 times from science sources. The cause and effect is at the heart of the scientific method. You can continue to live in your bubble. That's on you.
Nephilim.
Gladly.
If I say that, I set up some experiment, then I'm essentially in this experiment saying that, my observations of the experiment will be consistent with, let's say, the laws of thermodynamics. Do you think that that is non-scientific because I'm not employing any causal mechanisms?
I'm done with you. I've shown you 3 sources. If you can't come to grips with what science is,
yeah, you can't come to grips with any of my actual points, but that's okay. Not everyone can engage
it's all
at this
about
level.
philosophy. It's not about the shape of the earth, which is what this server is about. So get back to the server topic.
This is the 5th time, Nephilim, you refer to your sources, which is really funny. Instead of engaging with the conversation,
lost. I can't help you when somebody can show you on the screen what
I am lost in
right
understanding
about science and the scientific method, and you deny what scientists themselves say science is. I can't help you any more than that, can I?
That was such a dumb statement, actually. You're literally saying that we should refer to scientists when we talk about philosophy of science. You don't defer to scientists, you defer to philosopher, because
we're
that's
not
their
talking
field of
about
study.
philosophy of science. We're talking about science, the scientific method, not the philosophy of science.
We're talking about the philosophy of science here.
No, we're not.
That is what this entire conversation is about.
We're talking about the scientific
method. Then you are very mistaken. Because that is absolutely the only thing this conversation has been about for a long time now.
I've proven my point. Cause and effect is at the heart of the scientific method. It's at the basis for it. So if you can't understand that, okay, you're welcome to be stupid.
Yeah, you're welcome to be stupid. You're welcome to be stupid, man.
This is how stupid people get, man. Really.
Yeah, they simply take as dogma something instead of engaging with what other people are saying. They don't actually do their own independent thinking as to what the other person is talking about. They don't try to understand what they're saying. They simply assert dogmatically their point without any kind of deeper thought.
Oh, no, I proved it with 3 sources from science. You're welcome to live in denial.
Do you think that what you, quote-unquote, proved in any way responds to anything that I said?
Okay. I can't help you. I've shown you 3 science sources.
So Nephilim, this is the problem, right? You're proving a point that isn't relevant to the conversation. That's the problem. You're completely stepping beside what the conversation is. You're not engaging.
Yeah, I've done my damage. I showed you 3 science sources.
And none of them are relevant to the conversation.
No, they are relevant to the fact that cause and effect is at the basis of the scientific method, which you denied, and I proved you wrong.
I didn't deny that. That is your statement, dude. I have never pronounced anything about that statement. Now you're just misremembering shit.
No, you guys said cause and effect wasn't at the heart of the scientific method.
I didn't. No. At no point did I talk about anything being at the heart of anything. That's not true.
You said science is not about cause and effect, and I showed you it is.
No, I didn't. I didn't say that either.
I said that science.
I said that science does not depend on it.
Yeah, but it does. Yeah, and it does.
It doesn't.
I showed you.
It doesn't.
Yeah,
it doesn't. And I laid out to you an experiment to demonstrate this. Do you disagree with that experiment?
No, you're just sounding really dumber and dumber the more you go on.
Can you engage with what I said instead of just accusing me of being stupid?
I proved to you science.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't.
Basis of the scientific method. I'm moving on.
Nephilim.
I've done my damage.
Cool. So you don't have to engage, Nephilim. You can be quiet. It's okay. So as I already said, if I make an experiment, or instead of talking about causal mechanisms, Jesus Christ, I'm in the middle of a sentence. So
I'm done with you. I've already
you don't have to talk, Nephilim. Nephilim, you can shut up. It's okay. No one is forcing you to speak. So if I make an experiment, cool. If I make it cool,
go and make your experiment. Tell us the results.
Cool. Sure. So
we don't want to hear about it. Go and do it.
Yeah, let's get back to the wackanuts who think the Earth is flat instead of these guys who deny what the scientific method is. So I have a question for you wackanuts that think the Earth is flat. How do you fake photographs of the Earth from outer space in 1969?
Oh man, how many times do you want to run this script, dude? Well, you've been here so many times and you just run away.
No, a few times.
When you're challenged.
I'd like for somebody to explain that to me. How that's
I would like you to provide the imagery you're promising for like half a year now. It's very annoying to listen to you, man.
Well, the photographs
it's always
of the
the same stupid
are available to everyone. It's not like where are they?
Yeah.
You can see them online.
How about you post it? How about you post your How about you post the things you claim, okay?
You're saying there's no photographs of the now that's how far you have to go. There are no such things as photographs of the Earth from space.
You're very childish, sir. In your age, I wouldn't be that childish. How about you actually?
They're not on the Earth. There's no photographs of the Earth on the internet. None. It's not there. Hands over the eyes, thumbs in the ears. No. It's not out there. It's not on the internet. There's no pictures of the Earth from space out there. No, there's none. Nobody ever posted such a thing. I'll tell you how you can't fake
with
it,
your
though.
Voltard photos, I'm curious to know, why is it that every time they do a blue marble, the United States is always a different size, even though the actual physical size of the ball is the same? That's what I'm always curious about.
You going to answer that? It just died.
Okay, so I'll explain to you why the photographs from space of the Earth couldn't be faked with photographic understanding. What creates an image in emulsion film is millions and millions of microscopic bits of silver. Silver powder that is uber, uber, uber fine, super duper tiny bits, microscopic bits of silver dust. Okay, and when they are struck by light, the sun affects the silver molecules and changes them chemically into silver halide. Silver plus halo, the Greek word for the sun, equals silver halide. It's now chemically modified by the light of the sun. There's a latent image in that. You run it through the chemicals, and it fixes the image so that it can't change with more light striking it. Then you wash it and you clean it. Okay, so what happens to make the image is that the modified shape of those clusters of silver form grains. And the grains are like pixels on your digital electronic screen, except they're much smaller, way smaller than a pixel on an ultra-fine computer monitor. They're much, much smaller than that. So here's the thing. In order to fake an image of the Earth from this space, you'd have to be able to manipulate individual silver halide clusters with light individually using a beam of light smaller than a pencil lead. In fact, 1,000 times smaller than a pencil lead. Okay, it would have to be super microscopic beam of light, and you'd have to affect individual grains of light with it, grains of silver with it, to fake the shadows cast on the Earth by the mountains in a photograph made of the Earth from space. You'd have to fake that. Okay?
I have one
You can't
question.
do it. The technology to do it certainly didn't exist in 1960s, and it probably doesn't still exist today. We still can't make. I don't know anybody that makes. Maybe at Cornell University they could, or MIT today, just today, not 1970 or 1880, but today, maybe they could make a beam of light, individual size of an individual grain of silver halide, and manipulate it so that they could make this fake, illuminate and chemically change individual grains of silver in an emulsion film. It would take months and months and months and months of this work under high magnification for somebody to manipulate, just make one image of the Earth, okay? And it would have to look so realistic when they were finished. So it couldn't have been done. That's what I'm trying to tell you, okay? Can't have been done.
I've got one question, man. So if like you're taking a picture of like a shot of like a whatever, could the lens be distorting that and then come out in the end product? So like an apparent curvature could be formed by the lens, not what you actually see.
What you see is always through a lens, right?
He's gone.
Your eye is
He's
also
gone.
a lens.
Yeah, he's gone.
I'm not sure what you mean by that. What do you mean by could the lens do exactly what? What could
the distortion of the lens?
Could it do what?
Yeah, it distort the reality which you're assuming is the reality.
Could it distort what? The image of the Earth from space?
Yeah. Like all lenses do, right? In my opinion.
Well, only in certain ways.
Finished product.
Only in certain ways. What kind of effect are you thinking of exactly?
Well, like a simple like
in such way. What way?
Yeah. Like
there's two basic kinds of lens effects. Three basic lens distortions. There's achromatic aberration, There's spherical aberration, which includes pincushion distortion and barrel distortion. How do I know these things? Well, because I studied photography at the New York Institute of Photography. I'm an expert in photography. So there are three types of lens distortion, basically: achromatic aberration, pincushion distortion, and barrel distortion. Okay, right. So neither one of those three could create an image by itself. That could just pincushion distortion is a barrel distortion type. So if you look at something, pincushion distortion is created by wide angle lenses, right? It makes everything look curved. So whatever's closest, whatever's in the center of the image looks closest, even though it's not necessarily. Looks like it's bowed up towards the viewer, right? Curved up, like looking down on top of a pincushion, right? Okay. Barrel distortion is the opposite effect. It makes things seem bowed outward, okay? Modern camera lenses have been corrected for barrel and pincushion distortion, except for ultra-wide angle lenses. Telephoto lenses have their own amount of barrel distortion, but it's very slight. Okay, so barrel distortion tends to compress an image and make things look like they're closer to each other in a distance. Okay, but it doesn't change the shape of anything. Okay, pincushion distortion does, but that's only seen with wide angle lenses, like 27 millimeters or something like that, 17 millimeter. You get really wide angle lenses, you see a lot of pincushion distortion. With a 50 millimeter lens to 55 millimeter, that's called normal lens. It sees perspectives very much like your eye does, very normal looking perspective, right? When you get shorter than that, you start moving into wide angle, and things start getting to pincushion distortion. You get longer than that, and you experience only barrel distortion, but you don't really experience a curvature, a shape, and a change anymore, just compression of the image, okay? So none of these lens effects could change the image of the Earth from space in such ways to make it look like a ball when it's not.
May I ask a question?
Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I have a thought on all this. Nephilim, who in this room has ever made the claim out loud they're faking the photos individually at a molecular level, so to speak?
No, nobody has, but I'm saying you would have had to fake the images of the Earth from space, because the sun, being the source of light for the Earth, is going to cast shadows on the Earth. Every object that stands up, the higher the object, the longer its shadow is going to be. So if you're photographing the Earth from space, the mountain ranges of the Earth are going to cast shadows on the Earth dependent upon their angle to the sun as the source of light, okay? That would have to be manipulated by manipulating individual grains of silver at the microscopic level to create that fake it from space.
So these photographs actually show the shadows that close up? Because the photos I'm saying don't show it that close. They're just it's fuzzy. It looks horrible.
No, you can. The photographs were made on 2.25-inch emulsion film in a Hasselblad camera. That's the large negative. That's pretty darn big. That's much bigger than 35 millimeter. It contains a whole lot of detail. Lots.
I was going to venture to suggest that the term faking the photos seems to be able to have more than one meaning in this context. A, they're taking a photo and they're fudging it, or B, they're taking genuine photos of a non-real setup. So to come in here and say, oh, they can't do it at all because option one is impossible, doesn't rule out the secondary option, which is actually a lot more likely given the evidence that I've seen. So to come in here,
be impossible. They wouldn't be able to fake the features of the Earth.
I'd like to finish. So to come in here and fire hose everybody on option one seems a little bit disingenuous from my point of view.
I'm sorry, they wouldn't be able to fake that kind of imagery with that kind of detail in 1969. We probably couldn't do it today without millions of dollars and special technology and countless months of work for somebody to fake a single photograph.
My only problem I've got with it, mate,
is
something to think about. Option 2 is more plausible because over the last 40 years, we have, according to quite a lot of people, better and better technology. And allegedly, we've been up there multiple times with better technology. surely to God they would have taken at least one newer photograph with all this new technology, just one. But they have not. That's my problem. If we've got all this tech, they would have made all these great photographs instead of relying on 1960s tech.
No, they've made
I'm not disagreeing with that technology or what you're saying or your knowledge of photography. From what you've said so far, you're pretty on point. But I'm going with the photograph of a model because we haven't been in space, mate.
No, I'm sorry. They just couldn't make a model with that kind of detail. Nobody could do that. Make a model of the Earth with that kind of detail. Are you serious?
Are you sure?
How do you know?
I'm sure of that. Yeah.
Okay. What is the Universal Studios logo at the start of a movie?
Yeah. No,
And
it's
that's
not
been
an
around
image.
since the 1920s.
It's not an image of the Earth with so much detail that you can magnify it, and see individual buildings on New York Street. I'm sorry.
And that's what the photos you've got now are?
That can be done with CGI. That couldn't be done with emulsion film and clay. Sorry.
Wait,
No.
are you saying?
They wouldn't be able to model the Earth with that kind of detail from with clay.
Are you saying that that there's an actual photo out there where you can zoom in a photo from the moon of the Earth, that you can zoom in to such a high degree of magnification that you can zoom in on buildings?
There are photographs made from space in recent years where you can zoom in close enough in satellites.
Okay, so these are recent photos with modern technology.
What do you think photography is about? It's about mapping the Earth from space. These photographs have so much detail that you can zoom in and see an individual human being standing on a city street.
Okay, so we're talking about modern day technology.
Right. They couldn't have faked it in 1968. I'm sorry.
So let's not jump back and forth, right? Are we talking about the photos from the 60s, or are we talking about modern day technology?
Okay, I'm just telling you they couldn't have modeled that in 1960s. They may be able to do it today with these 3D printers. Maybe it would be possible to make something like that today. Maybe.
Okay, what we're trying to get to, Nephilim, is with your old photographs, can you zoom in and see people walking on the streets of New York?
No, but they can see individual buildings on a city street in New York City.
On the 60s.
Photographs made.
On the 60s photographs. That's what we're trying to get to, yes.
Sure, and they were made on 2.25 inch emulsion film.
Can you show us this?
Very large negative, okay? Very large negative.
Can you provide an example of this?
Sure, look on Sure, they're on the internet. You can look for them. You'll find lower resolution of copies of them. You're not going to find. You're not going to find. Can I finish the sentence, sir? Okay, so you're not going to find a 40,000 by 40,000 pixel image of one of these online, because that would be a 13 gigabyte download. They're not going to scan that photograph to that kind of detail and then put it online. It'd be a huge file. All right. So you're going to get lower resolution copies of them online.
Okay, so how can anybody validate this claim of yours if the evidence is not available?
Because you can look at the shadows of the mountain ranges of the Earth made by the sun on the Earth in the photographs that were made from space.
Can you please link us to these photographs?
No, I'm not going to do your homework. Google.
No. This is not homework. You've made a claim, and we would like to observe this claim. That is all.
That's what this server is about, my friend. We go back and forth. We shoot the shit. We give each other stuff.
Yeah, can I just quickly point out something? I was muted 15 minutes ago for literally getting to this point where you guys at right now. And by the way, this is like his third time he's being here. So again, I really want to know which moderator muted me for literally trying to not waste people's time. It's very... I just don't get it at all. Because you just get to... Mm-hmm.
So... And he left.
Nephilim left.
So
yeah, it's literally the same.
Total waste of time. I remember not too long ago, who was it? It was Miggy Alpha, who went back and forth with the same guy, and he couldn't get through to him. Same fire hosing, elephant hurling, if you want to call it.
I mean, yeah, but then you guys meet the interesting people over like people like him. So I mean, it says a lot about you guys too.
There's nothing. I don't think there's anything wrong with having interesting, in-depth conversations and going into detail. But there's a difference between that and skating around an issue, right? Because you can purposefully employ minute details of a thing off on tangents.
No, I'm saying Nephilim has nothing valuable to add, but he didn't get muted while other people were when he was having a conversation. So that, like, if you guys complain about Nephilim, you could have just like muted him instead, you know, and then you wouldn't have had this problem.
Sure. I mean, for a second, it did kind of seem like there was something to maybe get out of this. You know, I asked the question about the details and the years and all that stuff, and then he just flew away. You know, I do agree that was a bit of a waste of time, unfortunately.
Benefit of the doubt. You let them in here. If they carry on with shit, you hammer them. If they do the right thing and ask sensible new questions, let them ride.
Yeah.
So do the flat earthers have like a model or like a prescription about like reality or something like that we could test? I've like been asking this for the last couple of days and like I never get an answer. It would be interesting to hear something.
Altards have something that they can put forward with a claim that's verifiable.
But I feel like you guys have heard a lot of globers talk about stuff like that, right? A lot of NPC talk. I'm just like, I'm here open. I always have an open mind, to be honest. Like, you could convince me if you could.
Have you ever considered that you are one of these NPCs?
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, the global NPCs like me say global NPC stuff. I want to hear some enlightened flat earther stuff, please. Thank you.
We would like you to bring forward proof of your globe.
I don't have any. Can I hear your proof then?
So you've got no proof. So here you are telling us that we're wrong and you'd like to hear us.
No, I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm dogmatically holding to my model. I want to hear your your proof or like your model or whatever, so I can change my mind to a better model.
No model. There's no model. We've told you this umpteen times now, my friend. No model.
Wait, are there claims other than the artist flat?
Flat, non-moving. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Non-moving in reference to what?
Non-moving. What part of non-moving don't you get?
Okay, you don't even have an answer. Okay. Okay, well, that's kind of a bit boring to me, but okay, never mind. If anyone else wants to go for it.
You've got to remember, you're the one on trial here, my friend. You're a globie in a flat Earth server, not the other way around.
Channel, but okay. I mean, I'm just asking a question. You can say I'm on trial, but that doesn't mean that like you guys have like no positive claims, which is kind of a problem. I would think if I had some idea about something, but hey.
Oh, well, you're claiming to be a glober, so prove it's a globe.
Yeah, I would. If anyone else has like a positive claim, because you guys all said that you don't all believe the same thing, I would like. Yeah, no, I told you I believe in it dogmatically.
Globe proof. We are waiting for your globe proof. You're the one that's coming to a flat Earth server. Prove your globe.
Because I want to hear your point of view. Is that so weird?
Make your claim and then back it with verifiable evidence.
My claim is that I don't know. Yeah, I just dogmatically hold to the globe Earth thing because I grew up in it, okay? So I want to hear some positive claims so I can change my mind to a better model. Can you guys give me those positive claims?
Let's just go to it nice and easy. Can you prove axial rotation, yes or no?
You're asking me a question. That's not the same as you giving me a positive claim. Are you literally unable to give me one?
For yourself. We are not here to hand you any special model. You have to learn for yourself. Can you prove axial rotation? Yes or no?
No, Matrix, the way you need to ask it is, we don't feel motion. There's a positive claim. There is no motion.
So no positive claim.
Flat and not moving. Or how?
Oh wait, no. Someone said your positive claim is that there's no motion. Okay, in reference to what?
To the backdrop, to the stars, to the to
There's
detectable
observable
motion.
to the stars. No, like we see the stars move. I don't know why you would say there's no like motion.
No, sorry,
because
of the Earth. Of the Earth. I'm relating back to the axial rotation of the Earth. And that's the positive claim, is that there's no axial rotation of the Earth. It's an axial rotation of the heavens or the stars or the planets.
Okay.
So it's just not Earth.
How do you know that?
Detectable motion.
How do you know that it is not the Earth that rotates, but the stars?
I mean, there's a few experiments here and there. For one, like Aries failure or success, whichever side you lean on. Looking at stars through a telescope and adding a thicker or a medium which would reduce the speed of light, and then determine if it's us that's moving or the stars. That's one, for example.
Wait, can you repeat the last one? Something about a medium of light?
Yeah. So there was you observe a star from the Earth, right? And then there's a distance the star should travel in a set amount of time. But if you introduce water or a different medium into the telescope, and there'll be a different angle of incidence to the light and the time it travels. So that kind of proved that the Earth is stationary and the sky is the thing that's moving. If you want to look that up.
Wait, how would that prove that anyway? Like,
I'll drop you a link.
I mean, I can Google stuff. I'm just interested in talking about it. Like, so let's say we put some substance in front of your telescope. Why would putting a substance there prove whatever like moves is what is moving? Like, how would that prove anything either way? Because like all that does is would change the way the light would refract in the substance, right? It would change its path basically because it goes through a medium. Like that's a better word to use, a medium. Like same happens with air, but we correct for that in our telescopes, right? So how does changing the medium, how does that prove something like that?
One moment, please. I'll get you a nice video to watch. Essentially, it's the light that the time it travels down the telescope would be different to if there was a different medium, right? And you'd be able to determine which is the point of reference, which is rotating or moving and such.
Well, no, because they're just moving relative to each other, right? Like if anything, like you could maybe use the way the stars move relative to each other, if they move at all, or like detect some like minute change there to say that like the stars are moving or something like that. But I don't really see how changing the medium would change anything. You're gonna have to explain that one, and I don't think we have time to watch a video.
Right.
I mean, I will actually watch it after this, but I'm not just gonna watch a video.
If you believe in that light
explanation.
is, if you believe in, it's all about the plane of reference, right? So if the plane of reference of the telescope is moving, then the light shouldn't hit the observer at the right angle. It should be different. You might have to tilt the angle of the telescope to allow it to hit the eye, for example, depending on the plane of reference.
I'm just engaging into it. You explain it, okay? So like the telescope collects light not from only directly to it, but from all around it basically. It's like a big focuser of light really is what that does, what the lens does, right? So I don't understand how what you're saying would apply here.
Do you understand that the light would travel slower through a medium, right? That's not a different one. So then if the plane of reference
different
is moving,
speeds through different mediums, I agree.
Right. So then you'd have to adjust the angle to be able to view the star, or so it doesn't go out of the center of view if the Earth was moving. And it's essentially the experiment that kind of distinguishes which is moving which plane of reference is moving because of the path of light and the speed through the medium that you're observing it through. I dropped a link in
So
chat.
the light,
I
think I understand. So the light comes in, right, and the light has some velocity at some angle, well, in some direction, really, right, and then lights at your telescope, and then I guess you would say that if the I don't even know what you will call it, but if the starry sky was moving around, then it would come in at a particular angle. But if the Earth was moving, then it would come in at the same angle. Because like the movement is relative, right? In this case, like it doesn't really matter whether the Earth is spinning around the sun or like spinning in of itself. Because the movement is relative for this case.
Just as a visual example, the video I linked, whatever past the hour, just look at the first, like, just skip to the first, like, 10 seconds and just look at the little diagram
First
kind of
10
observation.
seconds diagram, okay.
It'll give you an idea, right? The Vimeo website, the Vimeo link, yes.
I have it open already. Yes, I see a telescope. Or something that looks like a telescope. Is it more than 10 seconds?
Sorry, no. It's between 10 and like a minute,
Sure.
right? They kind of you get the idea of it through
I'm
that.
kind of skipping through it. But like the telescope, like I'm just engaging with the video, right? So the telescope isn't like moving in the sense that it's moving just vertically, right? Like it's moving in relation to the like angular rotation of the Earth. So it's like moving in like in more like a moon shape, right? A half moon shape, a semicircle. It's not just moving across a flat plane. So like that's where the animation would be wrong. It's just that one animation. Okay. Okay. I mean, it's not convincing me right now, I guess. So Vimeo is a shit website. What the fuck?
So, because I got to go real soon, I chat GPT'd like a real basic example of the experiment and what it was trying to prove. But in the eyes of a 5-year-old, just so not like demeaning or anything, just so it can be really quick and concise. Okay, and there you go.
How would you guys react if I made an argument pro like Globe Earth and used ChatGPT in some random videos? Would not be very convincing, right?
I use it as like an explanation tool. Yeah.
It would be.
Glober's coming here doing that all the time. If you do it, it wouldn't worry us in the slightest.
But you would say it wouldn't convince you, right?
As long as it's verifiable evidence. The problem is he's coming here with stories.
I've come in here with nothing. I'm just asking for your evidence. Or your claims. I'll actually read it. Alright, imagine you have a super duper telescope that you want to check to see if the Earth goes around the sun. Now you might think that if the Earth is moving, you'd see the stars from different angles at different times of the year, right? Well, Sir George Airy, a clever scientist, had this cool idea. He wanted to use the telescope to see if he could spot stars from different positions as the Earth moved. But guess what? He didn't see what he expected. It's like when you spin around in a circle holding a toy, and you think the toy will look different from every angle, but it somehow doesn't. So even though he had this awesome telescope, Airy didn't find the proof he thought he would for the Earth moving around the sun. A failure taught scientists that it's not as simple as looking through a telescope to see the Earth moving. Sometimes things in space can be a bit tricky, just like playing with your toys. Okay. Well, I think he literally typed in explain like I'm a 5-year-old because that's what it did.
Yeah, I did, man. I was trying to get a basic example of the experiment, man, because you're unfamiliar with it. Okay.
I do think it's pretty funny how it actually explained like a 5-year-old. I guess ChatGPT has a way to go, huh?
I mean, I was using it for its core purpose as a language model. That's all.
Last time I saw something like this, ChatGPT, he's always convinced that the Earth is round. By the way, so did it say anything about that?
Oh, I know that, but I could actually spend 5-10 minutes convincing it the other way. You know, you
Yeah,
just
it
have to
still
like
works.
work around with it. Yeah,
It doesn't.
you just have to like almost like not trick it, but like convince it it's playing a
I
game
know.
and it has to play a role and it has to
I know.
become like, yeah, it has to manipulatable.
Doc, if you have a look in the chat at 42 minutes past the hour, old dude has posted up a video for you that you might want to watch.
Well, I don't like. I can watch videos if I really want to. I would like to like talk about it. You know, engage with the material. Like I could also like, let's say I want to defend the globe Earth, I could post you a bunch of like studies, but that would also be boring, right?
Well, at least you'd be posting some kind of evidence that we could have a look at.
I mean, sure, here I can post something.
So how about if you would like to have a discussion on those videos, how about you watch them? Thank you.
Okay, so no argumentation. Okay.
Tell you what, for me personally, I'm missing earlier tonight. Sorry, I was just going to say I'm missing earlier tonight. We had two newbies that were fucking awesome back to back, and then this shit.
Well, we're getting intellectual now, man. So what I was going to say is, it's not so much about the Earth shape; it's about we're talking about stationary or non-stationary right now. So you could say you could hypothesize it's a stationary globe. Just ignore the fact it's a globe, right? We're talking about stationary and non-stationary.
Sure.
By the way, Turquoise, how are you, man? I haven't seen you in a couple of days.
Yeah, man, I've been laying low. Just kind of the observer. Yeah, I kind of got my hands full at the moment, but I'm heading out real soon, so I'll catch up with you all later. Have a great day.
Yeah, I got to duck out very shortly myself, but it's no, it's an absolute pleasure as always, guys, and you guys have a good one. And yeah, God bless. Peace out. Kick ass, take names.
Catch a Skinny, catch a Turquoise.
See you later, guys.
Oh, let's try this last one. So, to believe in flat Earth as a model, you would have to allege that like the whole global thing is a big conspiracy, right? How do you think that conspiracy like occurred, and like how do you think it keeps being perpetuated? Like, why would anyone have an interest in perpetuating that? Like so globally too, it wouldn't just be one guy, right? It would be like entire, like basically all world governments would be in on it. How do you justify that?
There's no one in on it. It's just an appeal to stupidity. They were
We
taught
don't
something
have
in
to.
school and they keep following it. That's all that's happening.
Sorry, Matrix.
No, you're cool. Go for it, Blatty.
I was going to say, we don't have to justify why liars lie. We just point out the lie because we can't, divine their thoughts of why they would lie.
Okay, well, if you don't know, that's fair, I guess. You don't necessarily have to know. I'm just like I would just be worried if my belief hedged on alleging that basically everyone else thinks there's like a big conspiracy.
Well,
or like why everyone would have to be part of a conspiracy. Like, I don't know, 99.99% of people would have to be part of this conspiracy.
But have you
Like,
noticed?
and governments like suck at keeping secrets. Like,
But have you not
secrets always
noticed?
leak.
Sorry.
So that means you'd be
Sorry. I
Go
was going to
ahead.
say, have you not noticed that that the world is super media and social media driven? Even your supposed I call them priest, but your astrophysicist and all that, they're all about the clickbait and stuff like that. This is all just media and social media driven. It's pretty easy to propagandize a nation or the whole world if you have them under the system where they're just um, over encumbered with such propaganda that also when you have that kind of pressure in society to fit in, you're also appealing to authority because they are. I mean, it's just an ongoing cycle. This isn't something that happened so fast. It was a slow process.
Yeah, my original question though was the motivation. Like, why would someone do this? But
Yeah,
outside
but
of
I
that,
can't give you that. Why would I be able to give you their motivation? I don't have their thoughts. I'm not them. So I can only point you to the evidence that it is a lie.
So based on that, you'd be also in on it too.
and the conspiracy, well,
You're a
I guess
glober.
so. Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
unknowingly. Yeah, exactly. Unknowingly, you're defending it without any actual evidence for it. You will
well,
defend it like it's like you're a religious zealot telling somebody about your
okay.
religion.
Sure. So, like, why I am not religious, for example, is I think there's a lot of internal inconsistencies
We
within
beg to differ.
religion. The problem, well, oh, you guys, yeah, probably you guys are religious. Never mind. But yeah. So
No,
that's
I'm
why
not
I don't
religious.
believe in that.
I'm saying I'm not religious. I
Sure.
want to prove all things. This is the way that I live my life now. I want to prove everything. If I can't prove it, if I can't give you some sort of evidence for anything, I'm not gonna make the claim. So I won't make a claim that I can't support it. So if you're making some sort of claim on someone else's behalf that didn't support their claim, then you can't support their claim. And we're just pointing that out.
I mean, yeah, I guess you can point it out. Like, I cannot. I do definitely hold unjustified beliefs, as do we all, right? We kind of have to because we cannot examine everything we hold to be true. We kind of do so, like like I would say, algorithmically. I guess, like some things, just we assume to be correct
You
unless
would just
proven
humble
otherwise.
yourself and know that you can't know everything. You would have to humble yourself. You'd have to kill your ego. You would have to be able to just sit here like we are and know that no one knows what they're saying they know. They're just making these crazy claims based off of what they've been told and what you've been told. It all fits into this narrative. That's fine. You can live that way if you want to. We're not trying to make you a flat earther or
No,
anything.
no,
You
no. Like
came here, right? You came here.
sure,
We didn't go to you. You came here.
yes.
So we're not trying to convert you. We're just saying, hey, make a claim and we'll examine all of the details of the claim and pick it apart if we have to.
Okay. Yeah, we talked about that a little bit earlier, but I just like, to me, it's just, you have to understand too, like from an outside perspective, like if you will for a second imagine you're in an NPC's position, right? Like all these, like there's a worldview out there for, like, I will admit, by the way, a lot of people that think the earth is round also have no like way to justify it. They just also like dogmatically believe that. Now that doesn't mean that the belief underlying is wrong. I'm
Yeah,
just like
not
saying, like, people
a
do
good
just
approach. Right.
appeal to majority. Well, but it's a necessary approach for a lot of things, and people will be okay with that as long as it doesn't affect them in a negative way, right? Like if I can drive my car, use my GPS, blah blah, do all of that while I'm being purported, hey, the earth is round. If I go into a field of study and hey, blah blah blah, the earth is round, and that keeps on making sense, I might never like look into like, well, like how did they actually measure that?
Yeah, but you'll
Like
have to
RS.
examine your epistemology at that point too. So we're challenging your epistemology and your worldview, and people that get emotional when their epistemologies and their worldviews are challenged, it's kind of an alarming thing. But you don't realize it when you're being emotional about this challenge against those things, and we're here doing that, but we're not coming to you, you're coming to us. I mean, it's so triggering just to see the words flat earth, and you come here and you actually know our position, or you don't.
Well, I don't
Probably,
know.
I hope you don't think that we have the position that we're a disk in space, because that's not our position at all.
Well, I
But
don't know.
most
That's why I
people that
keep on
come in
asking,
here,
but people never answer.
yeah, but most people that come in here don't even know our position, and they start arguing with us over their own positions and their own ideas of our
Yeah,
position.
because you make them do it over and over
Yeah,
and
but
over. I have
they
to
have
ask
their,
more than 20 times.
but think about it. Think about it. Your own idea of our position is easy to tear down because it's your idea, not ours.
I'm glad you admit that. Correct.
But it's ours. The ours that you're not getting. You don't
Yeah,
have
because you're not
our position.
sharing it.
It's your idea of our position, not our actual position.
Yeah, because you don't want to give your position. Like, I have to ask a
You
million
don't ever
times for a
give us a
position.
reason to give it to you. You don't come in here
Me
with a
asking doesn't
clear
count.
conscience and an open mind and ask us why we think the way we do.
Wait, what does my
You just come
conscience
in
have
here
to
and you're
do with
like
it?
gravity, and you're like this and that, and we tear those down as you bring them out. This is the
No,
way that we do it. It's our
incorrect.
methodology.
I disagree. People come in here and you ask them to give a claim that they then have to prove. You don't, like,
And there's a
you're
reason
not
why we do
even
that.
interested.
The
Well,
reason
No,
why we do
that's
that
usually
is to
because the
bring
way
in.
that
because it's
people come in here
rhetorically
are trolls.
effective.
They're trolls. We have people come in here and they don't care to hear anything that we say. They're just waiting to talk. They don't listen. They're just waiting to talk.
Sure, I understand, but if I had an opposing worldview, right, that I really was convinced was correct, right, I couldn't. I would be ecstatic to share my worldview and to test it with like how accurate it is with like whatever people can come up with to come contradict it, right? Like I do kind of believe in like extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. I do think flat Earth falls under that, and like I just never hear really evidence for it at all, really, and like
Well,
I've never heard good evidence.
here's the reason why we are flat earthers is because when we go out and we test the claims of the globe, which we can only test the curvature because they show us that from images from the supposed outer space. They show us these things, and we go out and test for it. And then what we find is that there is none. And so they will come back with more unfalsifiable claims that just you're not
Wait,
getting to the bottom of it. You're not
wait.
understanding where we're coming from, because
You
we want
okay?
falsifiable claims. We don't want unfalsifiable claims.
You
You get what
just
I'm saying?
Yeah, but you just said that you falsified an unfalsifiable claim. You said
Yeah,
you go and
because
test it,
okay,
but you're
here's the
given
reason why
unfalsifiable claims.
okay,
Like
but
that's
here's what's been
tautologically
stacked on.
impossible.
Yeah, but you got to understand that when we went out there and we falsified the claim of curvature, they sprang up with this idea of terrestrial refraction. So, yeah, the Earth can look flat and you can see the horizon well beyond its predicted value, but it's because of it's always an excuse. It's never, hey, here's the globe Earth and here's the evidence. It's always, yeah, you see it as flat and stationary, but this is why it's not. And you can't actually go and test it. You just have to believe it.
Do you think you're also maybe biased with your engagements? Like,
I'm trying to not be. So that's why I come here and have these conversations.
but do you, well, wait, I don't think that tracks. So you come to a flat earther group, right? To have people.
Did you not hear what I just said?
Yeah, no, I understand that you allow people in
No,
here
did
and
you
you
not
ask
hear what
them.
I just said?
He's still trying to defend his
We've gone out to test the actual curvature
Yes, I
claim of the Earth.
understand.
We have
And then they came up
falsified
with
it,
new things,
but
correct?
we're met. Listen, buddy, we're met with these people who are like claiming something that
Hmm.
hasn't even been tested and verified as the reason why we're seeing the Earth the way that it is. It just presents itself the way it is because it's outside of our influence. We're not influencing it to look that way. It just does.
It just does the way you measure. Yeah, but you can understand though, right? That it is possible that your measurements are incomplete or that you're not factoring in some understanding that the globers would have.
Okay, that's fair enough.
And
I get that. That's cool.
okay.
We may have made a mistake or an error. So why is it that all of these people doing laser experiments are coming up with the same results? Multiple miles of zero curvature. Now, if you live on a ball with its current given bullshit radius and diameter, you should be able, at 1 foot of height, see no more than 1.225 miles. Because the formula is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Yeah, and given those dimensions, the whole cosmology is built off of the globe being at those dimensions and Venus being the same size and establishing an astronomical unit with the distance of the sun to understand how far away other stars are that you can zoom in on that you shouldn't be able to. They should be pinpricks when you even zoom in on them of light because of the the inverse square law of light. You shouldn't be able to zoom in on them and see them more. Instead, you should see them just as less as you do. So we're not looking at the Earth.
Yeah.
We're not seeing it the way that they're telling us that it is. If you actually go out and do your own observations, you're not going to see what they're telling you it is.
Well, I actually have seen planets. Like I've seen Venus, I've seen Uranus through telescope. I have seen distant specks of lights. I mean, I've seen Hubble images. I'm sure you guys don't like agree with the
That's a
Hubble images.
problem. They're so far away. You shouldn't be able to see such definition.
Why not?
Because take that telescope and point it at anything at the horizon. The
What do
horizon's
you
going
mean
to
at the
appear much
horizon?
further than it should, first of all. Second of all, because okay, first of all, I want to say
Wait.
this
I
with
I
better.
would
Let
like
me
to
say
stay on
this. Let
the
me say this. Let
distant
me say
object
this.
stuff.
Okay,
Okay.
with the optics, the better the optic, the further the horizon is. So that means that the horizon has to be optical. That means it's a property of optics. So horizon isn't because of any earth curve, it's because of optics. That's the way that we see the apparent location where the sky meets the surface.
How
So
like why do
we're
you say that the horizon is further the better the optic is?
because it is. That's an absolute fact. I can show you an example if you want me to. I will. Hold on.
2 minutes
I
past the hour, my friend. If you have a look at the picture of those oil rigs there, if we live on a ball, we should not be able to see the horizon that far out.
Okay, so I just really quickly because you guys have been very critical of globers that give like pictures of like globe Earth or whatever,
Because
right?
we've
And
all
honestly, oh hold on. Honestly, I agree. Okay, just having a picture plastered in chat and be like, look, it's this, whether that's globe or flat earth, I think that's really stupid because you don't know anything about the conditions the picture was taken, blah, 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 blah. I'd rather see like a holistic measurement laid out in like a paper or something like that, or a holistic understanding of like a model.
Before you get your panties in a bunch, that picture is a part of a video. It's one frame out of a video where a gentleman walks down to the water of the beach, looks down at the sand where he's got a little tripod, mounts the camera down on it, and then zooms across. The camera is 1 foot from water height. Now, as we said earlier, at 1 foot of height, you should be able to see 1.22 miles. Now, that first platform is 6.21 miles out. The second one is 9.41 miles out. And as you can clearly see, the horizon is beyond the second platform. Now, these are fixed platforms. They are not floating platforms. So they are known distances. The problem with this, my friend, is if we live on a ball, it would have a geometric front edge. And that is fact. It would have a geometric front edge. That photo destroys your geometric front edge.
Very cool. So, like, as a global NPC, okay, like, I think it's very dangerous to take something from a video and then be like, look, that's evidence. Don't you also agree? I mean, you guys are skeptics, right? I would hope, being a flat earther, like, wouldn't you, like, be more interested in the specific conditions the video was taken?
Okay, something to think about. Everyone keeps rattling on about weather conditions and refraction and all these other things.
I'm not saying that, though.
Why is it?
I went and personally verified the angle of this still frame taken from this beach. I went and personally verified it, that those oil rigs are at the distances that they are claimed to be. I did. I don't know if anybody else did, but I can tell you that I did, and you can go do that too, by the way.
Amen.
Okay, so did you go to the oil rigs? That you like see how like far they stick out of the water?
No. I went to No, yeah, I had to figure out the angle by the angle that the person was standing and took from the beach, because I can see that it's at the beach shore. I had to go into Google Earth and I had to zoom all the way in, and I had to figure out how far away that those oil rigs are from that point on my own. And I verified it myself. You can too. You can go verify
but like,
it.
do you know how much you stick out above the water, for example?
Do I know what?
What you're missing, it's not about the elevation of said platforms. It's about the fact that you can see the horizon beyond them. The platforms
Yeah, the horizon is the thing.
Markers.
There's a prediction. There's a prediction for the globe Earth of how far away the horizon should be at a certain elevation above.
But you have an unknown variable in the platforms.
Say what?
You have an unknown variable in the platforms, and how did you even measure how far the platforms
We're
away?
talking about the horizon. The platforms are just demarcators of how far away that the horizon is.
How far away? How do you know how far away the platforms are?
Through going into your own, go see how he's looking at those oil rigs. You can see the angle of them because there's a bunch of oil rigs. He's got platform habitat, and what's the other platform?
Hill House, but like sure, but how do you know how far away they are?
That he's looking at those two oil rigs, and go to the shore, and at least get an idea of how far away he is. I guess he did the same thing because he went to the same format that I did to figure out how far away they are from where he was.
How did you figure it out?
You can verify it.
How do you figure it out? How do you know you didn't have any measurement inaccuracies?
Because you can go and verify it for yourself.
I'm asking you for your methodology.
Let's put it to you like this. Let's just say Flatsy's measurements were totally incorrect and she was out by 5 miles. It's still way out of whack.
By 5 miles? That's like, then the platform could be right next to you. No, you'd be wrong.
at 1
No,
foot high, you
we're
should only
talking
be able
about
to see 1.22
yeah, but
miles.
yeah, but we're talking about a prediction of the distance to the horizon being orders of magnitude, 10 orders of magnitude off. That's a big deal. If anything is 10 orders of magnitude off in any other aspect, there's a problem. Am I correct?
10 orders. Yeah, but like you're presenting me this and you're like, trust me, my measurements are accurate. And then I'm saying, well, your measurements might not be accurate. And you're saying, well, even if
No,
it was
I told you to
off,
go test it. I told you to go figure it out. You can go find out. I
well,
did. I went and tested it for myself.
okay.
So you can go do the same thing.
Well, I'm not gonna take an airplane to wherever these things are. You know, like I have actually, like, believe it or not, I have done this with my high school class when I was 16 years old, and we did actually measure this at the sea. And to my knowledge, if I remember correctly, which I think I do, like it tracked out. Now maybe that was just Glober School or whatever, but I don't know. We didn't even do it with like
Oh,
platforms or
come on
anything like that.
now.
We just
I'm
measured
just
the
telling
length.
you something matter of factly. This I validated it for myself. You can go validate it for yourself. It's not just some sort of obscure thing. You don't even have to use these oil rigs. You can go do it somewhere else
Yeah, I'm
that you're
saying I have,
that's
and I
around.
got different data. And also, like,
You can
this is
still
also
go and do it on
okay.
your own somewhere else. It doesn't have to be where the oil rigs are.
I know, I know. I'm saying I did this with high school. I actually did do this with high school,
Yeah,
but
dude,
not
they told me that it was 8 inches per mile squared in high school. I remember. They never actually proved it because with better optics, it isn't that.
well,
We're
like
talking
proving
about
the
over, but we're talking about over like a terrain instead of something that is the physics of water known to rest flat on its surface at rest. So that's a great place to go and test and see if you can see some sort of distance that would not give you a globe. Because not only are those oil rigs giving you demarcators of how far away you're seeing the horizon, but how far away you're seeing that horizon,
was
if it
measured
was on a
correctly.
globe, it should be so distorted and you should see that it's a globe from left to right and front to back. And you don't. It appears to be flat with optical effects of the ocean and being over the ocean, but people like to fixate on that.
Well,
It's not
no,
something that you're going to
you're not
have
going
to
to see
deal
a
with
curve.
optics. Yeah, you're going to have to see some distortion of objects that are on the water if you're looking into them or looking at them or zooming into them. But the
Yes, okay,
horizon is still a predicted place for the globe.
sure.
Okay, it's orders 10 orders of magnitude off in that still frame of that video.
Like, so, like, let me ask you this then. I wonder what you would say to this. Why do I not see, like, the other side of whatever body of water would be there? Like, why don't I see a mountain range at the end if the Earth is flat?
Oh my
You can
gosh,
only see
because you
so far.
can't see forever. What are you talking about? I just got through talking to you about how it distorts your view of things, and the horizon
Okay,
is clearly optical.
sure.
Why would you be able to see something so far beyond your optical horizon limit? That is optical. Even with better optics other than your
Okay.
eyes, it still has, even though the
I
horizon is
agree there
much
can be
further
things
with
like
a better
fog and
optic.
atmospheric
Yeah,
distortion,
I'm saying
sure.
that the
But
horizon is further with a better optic. So that means that the horizon is optical. Duh.
I'm just like, okay, how far do you think you can see?
I mean, it
Depending
depends.
on.
What's the
It
best
depends.
telescope you've
What's your
got?
elevation? Are you looking over water? Are you looking over land? These things matter.
Sure. Like, how far do you think you can see in this picture? 1.22 miles? Is that what that means?
Over 10 miles, dude.
Do you think you're seeing over 10 miles in that picture? And how
Yeah,
did you come
and
to that
the
conclusion?
the guy that actually took this video, this is just the black swan is a still frame from a video that I presented. I didn't even present the black swan with the modus tollens. I did. I did the still frame of the video. This is used with the modus tollens. I don't know if you know what that is, but it's a logical syllogism. You can absolutely see way further than you should be able to on a globe.
Okay, let's make it a bit more interesting. So I've also been in airplanes. Why do I see? Why do I not see basically the entirety of the of the flat Earth, but I just see like a horizon?
Because you can only see so far. Your eyes have a limitation, a maximum capability.
Yeah, the gas is produced at or near the surface, so it's the thickest where we breathe and live, buddy. So we have
I
optical
agree.
and thickness that you have light attenuation. Light does not attenuate forever. So you can't see forever clearly
But
optically.
then
So why would we be the people saying,
it would be
"Oh,
dark. That wouldn't be
it's
colored,
weird."
right?
It's super weird that you would come at us with, "Why can't you see something so far away?" when clearly you can't. We're not postulating that the
Wait, but it's not dark. It's
Listen,
it's
we're not,
blue, right?
but we're not postulating that the earth is something completely different than what you see. We're saying that what you're seeing when you go out into the world is the flat earth, not something else in our imagination.
Well, I'm just asking you, like, if you think light doesn't come from that far away, then why do I still see like a color of the horizon, which would be explained through a globe model with distortion of light going around the
Yeah, but
curvature of
you're
the Earth bouncing off in the atmosphere
think
from the
about
sun?
okay, yeah, the colors during the sunset, is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm just asking you, like, if you're saying that, like, hey, I just can't see that far enough because there's no light from like at some point, right? Like, right, light doesn't reach me. Then I'm asking you, like, why do I still actually see something? Like, usually it's like a dark blue, but it's not black. If there was no light, it would be black, right?
What okay, give me some sort of specific so I can address it
So
correctly.
if I'm in an airplane, right, and I look towards the horizon, right, I'm not going to see no light. I'm going to see light refracted in the atmosphere. I'm going to see like the kind of the horizon,
What
not black.
what are you talking about? Like
The
the effect?
horizon is just a convergence point from where the sky meets the ground or the ocean. That's
Yeah,
it.
Well,
It is just
I'm
a horizontal
earlier.
line, a horizontal convergence point
Sure.
of your optical ability. If you pick up I was going to say magnifying glass. If you pick up binoculars or a camera, they have a
Better
better
optics.
optical ability. They will see further.
Yeah, I'm
There
asking you,
is
like,
still a
if that was
limitation,
true,
though.
then why is it not black? If I cannot see as far, if the
Why would it
light
be a
doesn't,
different
Why
color?
would it be
Why
black?
would it be any different color than what you
black
see
is the
every day of the
absence of
week?
color. Black, because black is the absence of color.
You
So
would
why
only
would there
Just
be an absence
black
of light?
when there's an
That's what I'm trying
absence
to follow.
of light.
because you're
You
telling me that light doesn't reach because there's
Yeah,
an
but you
optical
still
horizon.
see
No, we're
the
saying your
text.
eyes have a limitation, not the
But
light.
my eyes would only have a limitation to make out detail. They wouldn't have a
Yeah, but
limitation to
you're
magically
also
not
going.
receive light.
Listen, buddy. That
They are
means that,
receiving light.
okay. Yeah, that means that there's still light beyond the horizon that you can optically see, and it's attenuating further. Why would it just be black? It's not like light doesn't still act the way that it does, which we still don't fully understand, but we understand enough for semiconductors and, the screens in front of all of our faces at this
I don't know
point.
if you can say we, but
The
yeah, I
photoelectric
think I can say we.
and all of that stuff has made us understand light a little bit more, but we still don't understand light. And the way that it attenuates, we can at least understand that the thicker, like, especially, let's give the analogy of being underwater and the sun being like, if you're really deep in like a
It's
lake,
black.
yeah, and you see just like a
Exactly.
pinprick of light because that's the sun, and the further from the deep that you get and closer to the surface, you're going to see more of it. And then when you get up, that's the same thing.
Yes, I
Anyway,
know. That's why I'm asking. Why is it not black? If you admit it's the same thing, like if I'm deep enough in the
it's
ocean
not
or
the
look deep enough into the ocean, it
It's not the
becomes
same
black
thing.
because
okay.
I cannot see because light doesn't reach, which is the
It's not.
argument you're using.
That's not
No,
analogous to the
you've
the
got it
air.
backwards. You've got it totally backwards, my friend. The light is there. It's your eyes don't have the ability to see beyond a certain distance. That is all. You hit
Like-
a limit. The old limit. The reason
doesn't make sense.
the reason the whole ball Earth thing came about was because somebody standing at the edge of the ocean went, "Oh my God, ships disappear." All that was happening is they were outside of their optical ability. That's all it was, due to compression,
Yeah,
due
there
to
are
looming,
many
due to a few other
things.
optical effects. That's all it
Yeah,
was.
many things
Nothing
will
more.
give you this
What was his name? Aristoteles, whatever. Yeah,
Here we go.
thank you. I mean, so like, I don't think he just saw some ships disappear. Right? I think he actually kind of measured that, which was pretty
No,
cool.
he didn't measure anything. He
No.
measured shadows, but he didn't measure the curvature of the Earth because he just assumed he had a lot of assumptions before he did his shadow experiment, if you want to call it that. It's not that; it's an observation. But if you want to consider that, that isn't proof for a globe or a flat Earth because it could be proof for either. So you just
Okay, you want me to make a positive claim? Sure. Okay. So if I take an airplane, right, and I take off and I fly left 90 degrees at some point and just magically turn instantly, right? And then I keep flying a little bit longer, like let's say 1,000 miles, right? And I turn left again, then why do I ultimately intersect where I came from if the Earth was flat and not a sphere?
So you're saying that north isn't our absolute direction and everything is
Nope.
relative, but
I just said what I said. I said I take an airplane, I fly, I turn 90 degrees, and I turn 90 degrees again. Why do I intersect my original
you don't
line
do
where I came from?
that's not a thing that you can give me. You can't show me that. That's for sure. I do
What do you
know.
mean? You could charter a plane and try it out. As much
Listen,
as I can go to
listen,
your
listen,
platforms and go take
listen.
pictures of your platforms, right?
Are you going to listen to me? You
Well, no,
can't
because
show
you're
me.
misrepresenting the argument. You have a
No,
double
but
standard of evidence.
no, because you
Yeah,
can't
yeah,
show
yeah.
me that. No, you can't
Well,
show
you
me that.
also can show me these like platforms.
Yeah, I can, and I did.
Well, I can and I will if you take an airplane and charter a course, like I would instruct you to.
You won't find that anywhere.
Well, I will just also
I
say that
hope
from
you
your
do.
evidence. You won't
Go
find
ahead.
that anywhere.
I hope you do. For your sake, because this is what you're arguing for. I hope you find this
No.
evidence and you
I'm
can
saying for
present it.
your
But
sake, so
you're
you're
just
not
saying,
deluded anymore.
no,
No, I'm
you're
not just saying. I'm saying that to the same degree that you're saying that about the platforms. Like that's we have the same
no.
standard of evidence here.
Wrong. That's a very poor analogy, my friend.
How is it not the same standard of evidence?
I like his analogy. I think his analogy is a decent one. My question is why is the moon upside down when you compare it to the
Who
northern and southern
cares? That's
hemisphere?
celestial.
That's
I
just
don't want to
perspective.
talk
That's
about
all.
celestial things because that
Oh,
doesn't.
you don't want to like make sense? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
that doesn't defeat the Earth. By the way, let's just get back to the Earth. We were talking to somebody that was actually
Sure.
well, he just made some sort of wild claim that he can't support. I would love for you to support it for your case. I do. But you're not going to be able to because that's not something
Well, you
that you're
could charter a
able.
flight.
No,
you
you
can.
need to find where it's been done. If you're going to say it clearly, it's been done. So you're not going to be able to support it. I know this for a fact, but I hope for your sake that you can, and I would love for you to go ahead.
Wait. So if I gave you like a video of a guy doing it, then you would believe me?
I don't know. It's your claim. Why do I have to be the arbiter
Well,
of how you
because
present
you're saying my standard of evidence is not
evidence?
enough, so I'm asking you
You
for your
should be
standard of
able to
evidence.
present some sort of evidence for your claim.
Well, I
You
did.
shouldn't ask me what I want for
Well, I
evidence for
presented
your
evidence, and
claim.
you said
That's
it's
crazy.
not good
No,
enough,
you
so I'm asking you
presented
what you
words.
want.
All
That's
you've done is given us
crazy.
a story.
That's
So
Okay.
crazy.
present your evidence.
I'll
You're
give you
asking me
an
to tell you
image.
how to give your evidence for your claim.
This
That's
is the
crazy.
idea. So what's not good enough about the standard of evidence?
You haven't given
So
any. You just said something.
yeah, I've communicated to you an
I'm
idea.
gonna calm down. I'm a little.
As much as you have communicated to me an idea about your like weird little
I did give you something, buddy. You didn't give me anything. You just said things.
Dokabi, just present the video and see if she accepts it at this point. Like, just stop going back like in circles.
Well, no, I'm not gonna waste my time presenting something for them to just say, "Well, I don't accept that." So I want to know what the standard of evidence is. That's all I'm asking.
I don't think he has any videos,
I
dude.
would examine your evidence properly. You've
He's
talked
got
to me
images.
wrong. Clearly, I would accept it. You should be more alarmed by your emotional response to me
I'm not being
critiquing.
emotional. I'm just trying to overtalk you when you're trying to overtalk me. That's what you're seeing as an
You've
emotional
been over
response.
talking people for the last 2.5 hours.
No, actually,
wouldn't matter.
Flatsy has been talking way more than I have.
You've been on here for 2.5 hours. She hasn't. Anyways, before I go to bed, my friend, I want you to understand something. Observable, measurable, repeatable. If you can understand those three basic things when you're out in the real world and bringing your evidence in here, you'll probably
And
get along a lot
falsifiable.
better.
No, like,
Anyways,
please
ladies and
don't.
gentlemen,
Oh my god, this is retarded. Like, you guys think you measure something because you go out and fucking measure it, okay? You guys don't even know how to conduct a measurement. How would you even try to pretend to suggest that
Yeah, that's
that
just
your evidence is
gaslighting,
so
dude. Quit your gaslighting, dude. Not cool.
Yeah, very poor. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, have yourselves a great morning, evening, or good night, wherever
I
you
gotta
may
go
be.
too.
And I'll
It's
catch you on the
6:25
next
in the morning. I'm gonna wake up my family if I'm not careful because I'm getting so passionate. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna have to go too.
See you.
Good night, Flatsy.
Yeah. Good night, guys.
Yeah, I hope everybody is having a great morning. I'm having a great morning.
So it's like no one gonna tell me why the moon looks different in the north and southern hemispheres. So just not make it.
So why is it looking different? According
That's
to
what I'm
you, I don't
asking.
know why. Yeah,
That's what I'm asking.
exactly. Yeah, but why is it looking different to you? That's what I'm
That's what I'm
asking.
asking. That's what I'm
So
asking. I just asked that.
but 1 second. You must have been there, right? Or somehow got the information. So what is the difference? That's what I'm asking.
Oh
I don't
yeah.
know
So
about any
when I visited
differences.
Australia,
Mhm.
the position of the moon looked different than when and I had two pictures of it. And it looked different to me, and I was wondering why. How are you gonna ask me my own question that I'm asking? It's ridiculous.
Okay. I don't know why.
Okay,
Yeah,
there you go. That's all you have to say. Like what?
Who actually cares, though, dude?
I think people that subscribe to the flat Earth theory and people that are against the flat Earth theory would probably care, right?
But
Because if it's flat,
do you have a story?
Abscribe? People that abscribe? What the fuck does that mean?
I didn't say subscribe. Sorry, I'm eating too, so I might have stumbled on a word there. But I'm sure you understood what I said, right?
No, I didn't.
Curiosity.
No,
Out of
that's a
curiosity,
shame,
real
isn't it?
quick. Have you
It
ever
is because you
been
can't really articulate yourself. That's a shame.
Oh, okay.
out of curiosity? Have you ever got any explanation or story yet to why you see the moon the way you
No,
see
I
it on
haven't.
Earth?
That's why I came here to ask.
Ah, okay. So why do you think that we have the answers, or let's not say we, but at least
Well,
some people within
because
the?
I've been here before, and people here are pretty knowledgeable about things like that. So that's why. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but Clay,
That's cool.
who cares, dude?
But I mean,
Who
it's
gives a
okay
fuck?
if he's interested in sky
Yeah,
phenomena.
but I don't know. I don't
Wait,
know
so
anyone that actually
unfortunately,
cares
Jay
about
Zilla,
that.
just because you don't care doesn't mean you can just speak for everyone
Well, it
else, right?
doesn't make a difference to the
So
surface of the
I
Earth.
understand that you might not care, but that's not really relevant right now, right? So if you don't
That's
care,
true.
there's a like
It's
self mute
relevant to
button.
the argument. It's
Well,
relevant
I'm
to the
saying, what argument? What
cosmological argument.
argument is there? What
Well, the
argument is there?
argument. Well, the main argument here, dude, whether it's curved or not, that doesn't. It's
Who was arguing?
inconsequential.
Who was arguing anything? No one was talking. I asked a simple
Well,
question. What
that's the whole
argument are you
point of
talking
this
about? Are you
fucking
schizophrenic?
server, dude.
Are you fucking schizophrenic? Who was arguing?
It's
But
the whole
maybe
point of this server, dude. What are you
Yeah, that's
doing here,
cool.
man?
So I asked a simple question when nobody was talking. You have a problem with that?
Well, like I said, it's inconsequential to the
No, I'm
argument.
saying, do you
This
have
whole
an
point
issue
of
with
this
that?
server.
Like, do you have an issue with that?
I clearly don't because I said I don't care, and
Okay,
no one
then. Well,
does.
then just self mute and let someone else talk about it, right?
I ain't
Simple.
gonna mute, dude. I don't give a fuck. I ain't
Okay,
gonna
then
mute.
don't mute. Like, do whatever you want. Like, I'm just saying, if you don't want to interact with it, don't. No one's forcing you. No one's asking you specifically, right?
Well, it's just a bullshit question no one gives a fuck about, dude.
No, again, you don't give
Why
a
don't you
fuck
just go
about.
find out why then? Why are you asking us?
The thing
How
is,
about you just find
because
out for yourself?
I've already explained that. You're literally asking me a question that the other gentleman asked. The reason I'm asking you guys is because I've been here before and people are quite knowledgeable about stuff like this. Do you want me to do I need to repeat that a third time for you, or are you good?
Well, to what end? What are you asking that question for?
Because I
what's
want
the
to
end
know.
result?
Because I want to know. Simple.
Why? But why though?
Because I want to know. I don't have to have a reason.
To what end?
I don't have to have a reason. Do I?
Okay, that's fucking
No,
pointless
I'm
then,
asking
dude.
you, Jay Zilla, do I have to have a reason or no?
Well, most people
No,
with
no,
a little
no,
bit of
no, no.
common
I'm
sense
asking you
would
a yes or
actually
no.
have a
I'm asking
reason.
you a yes or no question. Do I have to have a reason?
You don't have to, but
Okay,
that's just
simple. End of
ridiculous.
conversation. That's it. I don't care what you. I don't care about your opinion about it.
Let's just all ask
You know
random
I don't care about
questions.
your opinion about
Let's
it.
just
But I'm
all
simply.
ask random
I
questions
asked the
then.
question. I asked a question based on my observation of something. If you're unable to answer it yourself, then just shut the fuck up. It's that simple.
All right, so okay, let me ask you a random question then. What's the
No, I'm
price of?
sorry. I don't want to answer your random question, so I'm
Oh
not
yeah,
going to talk.
see, why not then?
Because I don't want
Why
to. That's my
not?
choice. But I'm not going to talk, and
Okay,
I'm not
cool.
going to say, well, no. What I'm not going to do is I'm not going to say nobody cares about your question, right? I'm just going to let you ask it, but not to me.
Well, there is an overarching point
Yeah,
here.
you know, you at this point, you're going to continue to try and die on this weird little hill that you climbed upon. Like
I ain't dying no
you
hill,
know that
dude.
you're being a piece of shit human being right now, right?
Not at all, dude. I'm just
Okay,
saying that
buddy.
you are.
I don't know. I don't want to talk. Well, see how
We
this is
all know
going to work
your
out. I don't want to
intentions,
talk
dude.
to you anymore. So I'm
We
going to just
all know
turn it
your
down to 0
intentions,
on my.
dude.
I won't turn it down to 0. I'll turn it down to 1. So there you go. I don't want
Turn
to
me
talk
down
to
to
you.
whatever the
Simple.
fuck you want, dude. No
Like,
one
what are you
cares.
talking about? I don't know what. Like, why are you going to be super edgy
All
at like
right,
4
just
in the morning,
turn me
bro?
down,
I don't know
dude.
what
Turn me down.
guys. I don't know what the question was, but this is just getting ridiculous and out of hand. So let's
Absolutely,
just move on, yeah.
absolutely,
And I
AJ.
don't think anyone should be turning anybody down. Just move on
Yeah.
with the conversation, guys. I think that's probably the best
Yeah.
way
So
to deal
AJ,
with it.
the issue is what I asked, right? Not to him specifically, but he wanted to interject. I said, "Hey, does anyone know why the position of the moon is different in the northern and southern hemispheres?" And he then interjected and said, "Well, who cares? What are you talking about? Like, what are you doing? It's a little ridiculous."
Yeah, I'm asking. Who cares? Does
I'll turn him
anybody here
back up,
care?
but he's absolutely ridiculous. I'll be honest.
No.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Turn me back
Look,
up.
if he
Don't be a
doesn't want
weak
to answer,
bitch.
if he doesn't want to answer, maybe someone else wants to answer.
That's fine, and I never directed
If
my
not,
question at him, but he wanted to interject and speak for the whole room. And he said nobody cares. Like, what are you talking about? It's so ridiculous.
Pointless, dude. It's fucking pointless.
Yeah, we have now. I mean, for the third or fourth time, said what you said.
Hang on, he said it himself. There's no point to his question, so why
but
is
you know
anyone
what
going
is
to
also
answer it?
pointless? You know what is also pointless? The current conversation. It's even more pointless than talking about the moon because it's just a back and forth about how pointless the point of the other guy was, while the other point is blaming you for saying it's pointless. So the whole conversation is even more pointless than the question itself initially.
It is. It absolutely is.
But like I said, he even said that his question is pointless. He doesn't. You
I
know what I
never
mean?
said my
When I
question is
ask a
pointless.
question,
I said the reason why I asked it is because I wanted to know based off of an observation that I made. And the
but you
reason
said
I'm
you
asking,
don't have to have a reason.
hey, you're not going to overtalk me, buddy. And the reason I'm asking in here specifically is because I've been in here and people are actually quite knowledgeable in here. So I mean, I think those two correlate with each other.
Dude, you said you had no reason for it. So why is anybody going to engage your
no
question?
reason other than I want to know. That was my reason, is because I want to
Who
know.
cares about whether you want
To burst
to
your
know or
bubble,
not?
buddy. Sorry to burst your bubble, but that's reason enough for me to ask it. Simple. I don't know what your issue is.
Yeah, it's all about you, dude.
No, nobody was talking. What are you talking about? No one was saying anything. It was silent in
well,
here. So I mean,
it
if you
doesn't
want to
look
go
like
back to
anyone's.
silence, we absolutely can. But I don't think you should try and find fault in someone for asking a question that they're interested about. What are you talking about? You're ridiculous.
Well, it doesn't look like anyone's going to answer it, so I think we just need to
Of
move
course
on now,
not. Which
guys.
is why I've let it go.
All right, well, let's go. What else is happening?
Yeah, back to silence. Like, that's the ridiculousness of like this dude. I don't know what he's like on
Well, you
today.
know what? To be 100% honest, I'd rather silence than the argument that's been happening because the argument is very pointless. Yeah, it's just back and forwards of just bickering. It's
Yeah,
very hard to
that
listen
was
to.
my point all along, dude. Absolutely pointless. Let's just ask random questions and hope somebody answers it.
Well,
no other reason other than the fact that we would just want random conversations with
it's got to do with the
about
flat Earth
nothing.
situation. It
Oh,
absolutely
so
does.
it does now. See, there is a point. There is an end, a point to your question, right? That's what you were denying.
I've already stated the end point. The end point was because I want to know. Simple.
But you said it's related to.
Are you insane? Like, are you actually insane?
Gaslighting, dude. Not cool.
What are you I'm probably like the guy that won't gaslight at all. Like, I actually have real human conversations. I'm not. You're the one that's sitting over here. Why are you asking this? Who does it matter?
Whoever did that, you just beat me to it.
You guys need to cut it out. It's enough with that shit. Move on.
That's it.
Yeah, let's move on, dude.
This is what happens when you don't have an argument. You just have questions.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. That was my point. I mean, I'm sorry that people got annoyed, but I'm just here to call out bullshit. Is that not cool?
What was the bullshit? Maybe I can articulate it better. What was the bullshit so we can actually get somewhere?
All right, the fact that you first claimed that there was no point to your question, you just wanted to know, and just recently you're just like, no, it's actually related to flat Earth. So what is it? It's one or the other?
I mean, so let me say this really slowly for you, okay? Maybe you'll understand, and we'll actually get somewhere with this. I think it was pretty obvious that it was in relation to flat Earth as of me joining here and asking that specific question. But if that wasn't apparent, I mean, you need me to absolutely state that. Here we go. The reason I asked that question, it wasn't to say, oh, you guys are wrong, or oh, you guys are right. The reason I asked that was because, yeah, I'm genuinely interested in that question. I'm really confused right now as to what you're not understanding. I mean, now that I've stated it's in relation to flat Earth, even though I thought that'd be apparent, are you able to answer it or not? Like, that's really what I'm trying to get down to.
You heard my answer, dude.
You're not able to answer it?
Is that what I said?
Go ahead, articulate yourself.
I told you it's inconsequential. I don't know if you heard that. Let me say it real slowly for you. It's inconsequential.
Okay, so would you like me to then explain why I don't think it's inconsequential, or like does that not matter to you as well?
Go ahead.
Okay. Because I would think that if everything was flat, I don't know how the position would look inverted at a or go upside down. That's what I'm not understanding. But again, if you're unable to answer that based on your knowledge, that's fine.
Why not? Can you unpack that further, or is that the limit of your...
I mean, okay, yeah. So here, we'll do this. I'll turn on my camera. Are you able to see cameras right now, or no?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just turn on my camera. Live demonstration right here. Here you go. We have this screen right here. Let's say there's this mirror above it, right? If this is flat, let's assume the top of the screen is flat, which it is. All points you'd see this mirror would be positioned in the same way. This mirror would not be flipped the other way around. Correct? Do you understand what I'm saying now?
So is that mirror supposed to represent the moon?
Yeah, absolutely. I obviously.
So you'd say that the mirror is an absolute representation of the moon. Like it's the same thing. It's physical, just like your mirror. The whole thing. It's a physical object.
What the? Dude, are you serious right now? Okay, yeah. This mirror is a physical object. Yes, it absolutely is.
And so is the moon, right?
Yes.
So is the moon.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, and how would you know that? How do you know?
Oh my gosh. So are you gonna actually answer the question or no?
No. How do you know?
Okay.
If you're making a one-to-one representation, how do you know that the moon is physical, just like your mirror is?
So would you like to tell me that you either can't confirm the moon isn't real? Like, are you trying to say it's not real?
Question, dude. If you can't answer, it's fine. You don't know, right?
So I'm just looking at the moon from like how I see it every day when I look up in the sky. There we go.
And you touch it just like you did your mirror and confirm and verify for yourself that it is physical?
No, but I don't need to touch something.
Oh,
right?
No.
Nope. So are you going to answer the question or no?
It. Well, your whole example falls apart, dude, because you can't verify that the moon is physical, just like your mirror example is.
Okay. How about this? This is a little better example for you, right? There, we got a stoplight. You see those stoplights up there? Flat ground right there. I'm never going to be able to touch those stoplights, but I do see them right now, and they're absolutely there. So tell me why those stoplights at any point on that flat ground are never going to look upside down, but the moon looks upside down at a different point on the Earth. There you go. That's a little better for you.
Are those
Just because I can't
stoplights
touch the
physical
stoplight.
objects?
I mean, I guess who would know? I can't touch them, right? So I guess
Who
we'll
would
never know because
know?
I guess we just won't know.
Who would know?
I'm
Hang
not
on.
sure.
Can
Who
you?
would know?
If you tried hard enough, could you touch them?
No, I'm not that tall, sir. Sorry.
So you think it's impossible to touch a stoplight?
Do you think it's impossible to touch the moon?
I haven't done it, so I can't say yes or no.
No, but if you tried hard enough, could you?
No, no one can. No one has.
Sir, if you tried hard enough,
I have
could
the
you?
means. I have the means to actually touch a stoplight, but the moon, I don't think you or I have the means to do that. I know I don't.
Okay.
Nobody does.
So, would you like to tell me
That's a
why this
fact.
this unconfirmed physical object changes position? Are you able to tell me that or no?
I don't know what the moon is. Do you?
Physical object, a claim.
Unconfirmed. Sorry, that's what I said. Unconfirmed physical object.
Yeah,
I don't
so
know. It
let's
just
just
seems a little
speculate
ridiculous.
here.
Like if you're unable to actually answer the question, just say, "Hey, I don't fucking know." That's fine, and then we can move on with our lives.
I told you I don't know what the moon is, but apparently you do, or don't you? I don't know. I don't know your position here, dude.
Yeah. So again, you're unable to answer the question. Just save me like 20 minutes of my life and just say that to start next time. Simple.
I don't know what the moon is. I don't think anyone here, besides you and maybe a few other people on mute, claim to know what the moon is. I certainly don't, but you might. I'd like to see your proof for that, though, like your actual proof, verifiable proof that I can verify for myself. If you can't do that, just save us some time, dude, and just say you can't do that.
What, you want like verifiable proof that the moon exists?
No.
No. I want verifiable proof that the moon is what you claim it to be.
What am I claiming the moon to be?
Physical object.
If it's what is it? A spiritual object? Then what are we gonna go with?
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know,
Okay.
and I'm
so got you. So now we're gonna go with the
that.
claim. So now we're gonna go with the claim that anything we can't like actually get to is we can't say it's physical. We can't say anything. We just don't know.
That
So
would
there
be
aren't
the
like
honest way to go about
observable.
it,
So you're telling me there aren't observable traits of things that we can kind
That
of
would
like.
be the honest position to take.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
at the end of the
the
day,
honest position to take would explain why this physical or
no,
according to
because
this gentleman. Well, I was going to finish. The honest position to take would be to explain why this physical or I guess according to this gentleman possibly spiritual or I guess astral projection changes position. Right. That's what I'm curious about.
you're
So if you're
strawmanning,
saying
dude. I said
if you're
nothing
saying
like that.
if you're saying that it's not physical and we don't know what it is, and the reason why it may change position based on where you are on the earth is because it's not physical and it's I mean, what else does that? Can you give me an example of something else in the entire universe that does that?
I would say that no, none of us know what the moon is. We don't know where it really is. We don't really know what it's doing. It's not something that can be verified. However, what the moon is doing does not dictate the shape of the earth under our feet. We don't need to go off into so-called space, to prove what's under our feet. We just need to have a look at what's directly under our feet. We can go and look at water. We can look at how certain measurements are taken and things are done here on the earth. We don't need to go up to the sky to say, hey, why is this flipped over? Or, and look, at the end of the day, whatever answer you're given is really going to be a speculation to begin with. But what I will say is that falsification is independent of replacement. Yeah. If we can falsify this model and show that there is no curvature, then we don't need to replace your model with a new model to prove that we're not on a sphere.
Right, but I mean, I guess I could say the same exact thing. I could say, hey, you guys haven't physically done that or observed that or taken those measurements, right? So,
well, there is people in here that have done those things, yeah, and have done laser tests, other tests, across large bodies of
can
water.
any one of them speak up? Or are we somehow absent of those gentlemen right now, or women?
Maybe depends who's in here listening. Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess since we can't verify that, I mean, we're in the same boat, aren't we, buddy?
Well, we've got a few things that I can probably post if I.
Right, but I mean, I could also post
look.
someone that's been on the moon saying that they've been there, but you wouldn't believe that.
No, what I can do is I can give you some laser test information from a document that has a video alongside it with all of the steps they took and what occurred in the document.
Yeah, and that's great. And I could probably give you a bunch of documents that would explain how the moon is a physical object, but you wouldn't accept those. So what's the point?
Well, this is somebody who's actually taking videos of what he's doing with the documentation alongside it to show the distances of the laser, the heights, the temperatures, taking everything into account. So if you want to read it, you can. If you don't want to read it, don't. All good. Yeah.
Do you believe that
talking about it. I'm not talking about someone on the moon that's violating natural laws.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Do you believe that we've been to Mars? Do you believe those videos from the rovers on Mars, or are those fake? Or what's your claim to those?
Who cares about what people believe, dude?
I mean, I do. And when I'm talking to him, right, and trying to explain something to him,
dude, do you care about what I believe in?
Yeah, absolutely.
What I believe or what I know?
Both.
So where's the evidence that these rovers are on the moon or on Mars? Sorry.
Right. That's what I wanted to know. So you don't believe that they've actually been to Mars, right?
You're stuck on beliefs, dude. Who cares about beliefs?
Bro, shut up.
They cannot. They cannot. How do I say this? You cannot have gas pressure in our environment without containment. This outer space and leaving our atmosphere is all bullshit.
How?
Please demonstrate how you can have gas pressure without containment.
Without a physical container.
Yeah.
But this dude's stuck on beliefs. Hang on.
So the antecedent.
No, I'm not stuck on beliefs. I'm stuck on what I've seen. So what I've seen. No, you're not going to overtalk me, Zilla. Sorry. What I've seen.
Though, dude.
No, I'm not.
Gas laws state that the antecedent to gas pressure is the gas particles pressing upon the walls of a container. They only have elastic collisions with themselves, physical objects, or the walls of their container. So how can we acquire gas pressure on the Earth without containment next to the void of space, without entropy increasing? We're breaking two natural laws here to put this rover on Mars.
But what do you believe in, AJ? I'm interested in your beliefs, dude.
I believe in what can be verified as a fact, such as space is a violation of natural laws. So we are not going to the moon or putting rovers on Mars.
Yeah, so I don't believe that you can have gas pressure without a physical container. I know that. I'm only interested in things you know. I don't care about what people believe.
Why are you so stuck on this whole belief
I only
concept?
believe what I can know through verification. That's me. yeah.
Let's spend more time on people's beliefs. That's really productive.
Are you You know what? I'm gonna stop myself from saying what I was just gonna say, but you're a little ridiculous tonight, my man.
Cool. Ad hominem. Cool.
You've been talking shit for the
Great
past 30
argument,
minutes,
dude.
bro. What the hell do you
Great
want?
argument. Yeah, that's another great argument. I've been talking shit, yeah.
Well, you're
Have
certainly
you?
not conducting yourself like the other gentleman there. I mean, it's absolutely been productive with him. With you, it's kind of just been a waste of time.
Is that because I'm challenging your bullshit?
All you're saying
You're
is belief
challenging a
over and over
question I
again.
had
Your bullshit.
based on an observation that I made. Is it bothering you that much?
I'm
Did you
challenging the fact that you care about what people believe in instead of verifiable proof. That's
Who
what
said
I'm
I don't?
challenging
Who said I
at the
don't care
moment.
about verifiable proof? Now you're just like
Well, dude,
making
you
shit
just
up.
said you just asked AJ, do you believe we landed a rover on Mars? Who cares? Even if he said yeah or no, who cares? It's his belief. Who cares about people's beliefs, dude? People believe in all sorts of crazy shit. I
That's why
don't
people
care.
ask. If someone asks about someone's belief, obviously they care. We care. If I was to ask you something, right,
Yeah,
and
but
you
it's
say it's
pointless,
pointless,
dude. Who
if
cares?
you think it's pointless, then I advise you to never go outside again, never discuss anything with anyone ever again, and just simply sit in a cave by yourself.
Dude, your beliefs don't matter to anyone. They're
They matter to
inconsequential
everyone.
to reality. Your beliefs are inconsequential to reality. And that's what we're trying to discuss here, dude. That's why no one cares. I'm making that broad
Who is no
statement
one? I think you're
because
speaking
it's
for
like I
yourself right now,
said,
no?
it doesn't matter what you believe, dude. It's what you can prove. It's
I don't think it
it's
works like
the
that.
it's what if you have knowledge about a subject, that's what matters, not your beliefs. I don't care about what God you believe in or if you believe in pixies. That who cares, dude? It's about what you can prove. We're not here to waste people's time, man. It's simple.
You've wasted all of our time, I'll tell you that.
Cool, man. Opinion noted. But again, no one cares.
Who is no one? Can you name one person?
I'd say the majority of this voice
Name
chat.
one.
Jerry. Jerry doesn't
Now, is that a
care.
belief or is that a fact?
That's a fact. I've heard him say it.
You know for a fact Jerry does not care.
I don't
He's
care
about
either.
to. Yeah, neither.
don't
See,
care.
there you go, dude.
There you go, man.
Jerry? Mhm.
I would say for people who keeps coming back, they should know by now that we don't talk about stuff we can't verify most of the time. So bringing up stuff just want to ask about our feelings or beliefs is not the most interesting topic, to be honest.
The dude left. He left the voice chat after that. Oh my god, it's too good, too good. They both left, actually. Wow, amazing.
Yeah, so I am that was just in here speaking at the top. He's actually one of the facilitators of this room. He's a one of the main politics mods. Yeah, so you're aware next.
Yeah, that's cool, man. I didn't think I broke any of the rules, so
No, just giving you a heads up.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm happy to be kicked out and banned. It's happened before. People get upset, get offended. I'm cool with that. But I'm not here to destroy this VC. Definitely not. I'm trying to be as logical as I can be. And I'm sorry if I got rid of the entertainment for this morning. Anyone else want to open up their mic and see what's up?
I have a quick question.
Well, all ears, dude.
Do you believe in pressure gradient?
Again, with the belief?
Well, yeah. Do you know what pressure gradient is?
Yeah.
Can you describe it to me?
Yeah. So you have a greater concentration, a greater pressure of gas, say at the bottom of a container, and as you rise up, that pressure decreases.
Does in a dome, does pressure equalize?
In a dome?
Yeah, is that actually before I even ask that, so on a flat Earth, there's a dome, right? Or am I mistaken?
I don't know. Is there?
I'm just trying to see what your
I don't know if there's a dome, dude. I don't know if there's a dome, but logically speaking, there is a container. Because as somebody mentioned earlier, you can have gas pressure, which we do experience here at ground level. You can have that, and you also can't have a gas pressure gradient without a container. You can't have gas pressure. That also entails a gas pressure gradient. You can't have either of those without a container. I don't know if it's a dome. I don't know what shape it is, because that's actually a geometric shape, a dome, right?
Yeah.
I don't know what shape it is.
So the container, whatever material, whatever it's made of, whatever shape it is, doesn't matter. The container, can there be or does the container does the pressure equalize in the container?
As in, is it the same pressure everywhere in the container?
Like cross flow. Do you know what cross flow is?
Yeah. So, like, for example, a terrarium. Do you think the pressure is the same at all levels of that terrarium, or do you think that at ground level, where the gas is produced, we all know about the carbon cycle, right?
Yeah.
Would you think that that's where the greatest concentration of gas would be, therefore the greatest pressure? And as the gas expands in all directions, right, the lighter gases would rise to the top. Would there be less at the top and more at the bottom? I think that's how it would work. I mean, I know that's how it works. It's not a belief.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome, dude. We got a guy here that's server muted. Flurthers can't. I think he means flurfers. Can't refute USNGS. Is there any chance we can unmute the dude? See if he has anything to say for himself?
He doesn't talk.
Oh, he doesn't talk.
I
Okay.
was going to say he's muted for a reason, and unless whoever muted him's in here, I'm not unmuting him.
Yeah, fair enough.
He's very shy about his beliefs.
About his beliefs, yeah.
So he only texts.
Yeah, I have some beliefs too, but I'm not going to sit here and argue my beliefs with other people and tout it as proof for anything, because it's kind of easy to cut down. Yeah, so I don't do that, but some people are cool with that, and that's fine. But if I call you out for it, then just be honest and be like, yeah, this is my belief. You know, I can't prove it, so I'm just gonna sit here and talk about it, guess. What are you live streaming, Mr. Clay Under Seal? Let's have a look.
I'm doing a repro flight for JetBlue.
Oh, cool, man.
Which means I'm using a regional jet, an A320 that normally doesn't cross the Atlantic Ocean, to cross the Atlantic Ocean to bring it to Leipzig in order for be maintained and then used for a different airline in Europe again. Which happens quite often in reality. So as you can see, the whole livery of the aircraft is completely, all the JetBlue signs are marked off, and it has a temporary tail number, which is also assigned to reposition flights.
Cool, dude. Is that flight sim?
Yep. So now
Do
we're
you think
flying under Mike Alpha Bravo Romeo Foxtrot tail number or registration, sorry.
You think it's interesting how that program has to implement curvature?
There is no curvature in this program. It's only with the camera API, which is kind of funny because you have yet to, after 4 years of release now, we have yet to see the developers of the simulator actually give us access to the camera API. It's still not accessible for third-party developers, which means you could get rid of the fisheye lens effect, and you could make custom cameras and all that kind of stuff.
Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting, isn't it? But I found out that the whole map is being rendered totally flat, man. 100%.
Of course. Yeah. Doesn't surprise me, dude.
But the very reason why they don't give access to the camera API within the developer, realm for people to make custom cameras and stuff is because they know as soon as people have access to the camera API, they can change the focal length and the angle, wide angle, and so forth.
Yeah.
Because as you see, if I go like this, you see how there's like a huge curvature being generated. Especially when I go on the outside of the aircraft, I go like this. You see like this obnoxious curvature.
Yeah.
But if I zoom in and you get rid of the wide angle lens like this, you see what happens with the horizon? I mean, there's a bit cloudy right now, but it literally gives you the real perspective. And with some trickery, you can use the free camera to go very, very high on altitude, extremely high, and use that trick, and then you will see it. The map is being rendered in completely flat, two-dimensional.
Yeah.
It's not rendered as a globe. And guess what? If you want to cross Antarctica, the whole simulator freaks out, man. You glitch into the ground, your airplane like stalls and all that stuff. It's pretty insane. So not even in this simulator you can circumnavigate over the North Pole and South Pole, which is funny.
Yeah. That is funny, dude.
Which also makes it nice to play, because I know that I'm flying over a stationary topographical plane.
Absolutely, man. Yep.
Oops.
I have more questions. This one's actually for Play Under Seal, though.
Mm-hmm.
I know earlier Jayzilla said, like, he doesn't want to really talk about beliefs because he finds that pointless. Which, sure, I agree with that. Do you agree with that, Clay Under Seal?
That talking about beliefs is pointless?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly if that's exactly what he said, but I mean, if that's kind of what he implied.
Well, it depends on the circumstance, but when it comes to this room, I would personally say that talking about beliefs is out of context, because it is. There's other rooms for it if you want to talk about beliefs. Like, if it just doesn't contribute to the whole topic of trying to clear up if the Earth is a spinning ball or a topographical plane as it represents itself to be. And if I'm going to insert my beliefs upon the topographical plane I live upon, then it gets very messy, and I wouldn't recommend that. So yeah,
you have beliefs about it that aren't facts?
Sure, man. I have a lot of beliefs in my life. Like everybody else. Like, I think there's no human being that exists that doesn't have a lot of beliefs. Some people believe that good ground beef makes a good beef soup. That's a belief, even though it's a very weak one. But yeah.
Okay, I gotcha. Okay, I have another question for you, Jayza, I guess, because you seem to be like one of the only people who are talking. Gonna have to give me okay, wait, sorry. You're gonna have to give me a couple seconds because I just forgot it. Yeah, my bad.
All good, dude. Take your time. Man.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, I'm what you call a glober. So if I say belief or think when I refer to you, I just know I don't mean to harm by it.
Oh, that's cool.
It's kind of just okay. So I know you guys have in your flat Earth models. There's there's a localized sun, right? Where are the other planets? Or how do you how do you represent the other planets?
How do I represent the other lights in the sky?
Do you think planets emit light?
They seem to, as far as I can tell. I mean, that's all I can discern from what people term planets, and I mean, they are lights in the sky that we can sort of reference, and they always seem to be the same brightness and whatnot. Yeah, but like I said, all I can tell you about what people term planets is that it's a light in the sky and it moves, and that's as far as yeah.
Are there theories among flat earthers that explain what those lights come from or what they are?
I've heard a few people,
Do you have
come up with
one of your own?
no,
Not really.
no,
Okay.
can't help you. Sorry, dude.
Does anybody in here?
Yeah, not me. I don't know.
That's fine. If anybody has a theory, I would love to hear it. Okay.
Yeah, I think you'll find.
Sorry,
go ahead, dude. No, you're right.
I was just curious. What do you think is so important about knowing what stars are?
I mean, I guess I wouldn't say it's important. I'm just kind of, I guess, trying to make sense of a bunch of different, aspects of the universe when it comes to flat Earth and stuff.
Do you already have like a story someone told you maybe since you were a
I
child, or
I have theories also, I guess. I'm not gonna. I guess I'm presenting them as fact. Kind of just seems pointless in this server, or in this channel. But
right. But they are
I mean, I have theories
theories, right?
among.
Like they at the end of the day, in order for you to like prove them, and would go back for
Well, I'm
you
not
to
gonna. I'm not gonna.
just.
Well, whether or not. Well, even if I think it's a fact, I'm not. I'm not gonna say it's a fact because that seems to be an
Yeah,
issue
but
among
do
you.
you think it's a fact because you believe it to be a fact, or because you have substantial evidence for even for every normal person to understand, and evidence that's
Well,
reliable?
my evidence is probably not the same. It's probably not gonna be. Evidence for you, and so I think it's gonna be pointless for me to share evidence. Sure.
Well, yeah, but
I
the
think that really
question
that just comes down to our different
Okay.
theories.
So let's say this: we can say 1 + 1 is 2, right? You would say yes, 1 + 1 is 2. That's pretty simple
Yeah.
evidence, right? But the question is, when it comes to stars, for example, the theory, or if you want to call it evidence, whatever you adhere to or think it is true, is it based purely on factual, repeatable observations which are rooted within the evidence, or is it more based on, okay, I have accepted a certain kind of belief that the majority of people I know also accepts to be a true.
I would say I believe it, but I wouldn't say I believe it because the majority believes it. I would say I believe it because I've observed it to happen, and you would say you believe it because you haven't observed it to happen. And but I would say both are valid, I guess, because both are
Okay.
beliefs.
Well, that's was just an example of mine. I wasn't trying to say that you think the exact same thing. I was just trying to give an example. But to clarify, I think I once have actually accepted the same thing as you about the stars, right? Until if you want to understand my position, until I came to the conclusion that I have very much struggled with proving that to be the case. Since first of all, I've been born on this earth, I'm standing on this earth, and there is no evidence for me to what these lights in the sky are. Where if I would use the commonly accepted theory or story or truth claim that is presented by the heliocentric model primarily, which I would say is also what you adhere to, right? Currently.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Right. So yeah, but you know, the question is now, would you be able to back up and prove that the story that is being given about the lights in the sky is true? Because I'm just intellectually honest. I just say no, I can't do it. I know the story, right? I found it very interesting once, but then at some point I said to myself, you know what? Since I can't really prove it, I might as well not adhere to this belief and just say for what it is. It's a mystical, wonderful thing, and it is indeed wonderful for both parties to look at. But I just can't underline it with substantial truth, evidence.
Would you agree that there has to be some sort of explanation, whether or not you know what it is?
But I don't agree with that notion.
Or would you agree, or would you say that maybe it is just like a supernatural, mystical thing that happens, and it's not supposed to have an explanation?
Yeah, I think the thing is this, right? We have been raised, and sorry if I need to go that far, but we have been raised in a society of sophisticated people. We have been put into an education system, and I think we might have also inherited some kind of pride to information, to think that we live in this day and age where there is no so-called secret or mystery. We have solved it all. But in fact, if you look at science or whatnot, you find out there's a lot of things we just speculate on, which is still a huge mystery to us. So why should I do an exemption to the stars? Like, why? If there's still a mystery about why the human body actually dreams when it sleeps, right? And they can't 100% prove it or clarify it, or so many other aspects. Just the human body itself as a miracle almost. And that's just one little thing of many things within this creation, from my personal belief. I could name now evidence for why this is 100% self-evident creation, but that's not the point of this topic. I'm just saying, why then should I take the story about the stars that I have been given to be factual? What is we sophisticated people are actually not that sophisticated and actually just wrong many times. Also about the speculations to what the stars are, or the whole universe, quote unquote.
Buffy can tell you. Buffy knows. Buffy, why are you here?
Why am I here?
Yeah, you're dug. You're dug in, aren't you?
I'm dug into what?
You're dug into all your stuff. But why are you here?
Oh, I'm just a ponder, I guess.
You're here to ponder?
Yeah, I'm asking questions.
But you're dug into all your answers, aren't you? Why don't you tell us
just as much, just as much as you are, I suppose.
Why is that?
I'm
are you
having a conversation.
sure-footed?
I'm having a conversation with Clay, and you seem very hostile right now. We're not really. I don't
No,
really know if I don't really want to have an engagement with you right now. If that's okay. Am I allowed to not want to converse with him? Anybody?
I'm curious as to your intent.
Well, and that's okay, but I was having like a fairly calm conversation with Clay, and you seem kind of aggressive right now. And I would appreciate if we just didn't have a conversation.
Are you a troll?
Have I been acting like a troll lately? Like right now? Do
you label
perceive what I'm doing? Do you perceive what I'm talking about right now as a troll? I think I've asked. I think I've asked.
Your intent is to ponder.
I think I've asked valid-ish questions that have been answered, and I would like to continue asking questions.
I gotta say, so far, regardless of what the past might have been, so far it's very cultural, and maybe he is indeed just interested in our perspective.
And I think whether or not I even want to believe in flat Earth, I think asking questions is important. Either way, I don't think that matters. I think I'm allowed to ask questions. I think that's what the VC is hopefully for, right?
You're very dug in with your labels.
Okay, I'm just okay.
1 second.
I am just about as dug in as you are.
Buffy, real quick. This is very important. You got to emphasize this very much, okay? When it comes to this topic, if the Earth is a spinning ball or topographical plane, we use a certain kind of discernment when it comes to what the Earth currently, when I go outside and observe it and do measurements and repeat these measurements, represent itself to be, does not have the requirement for me to believe the Earth to be something. I just accept what it said, what it itself represents itself to be. Oh, sorry. Oh man, I'm getting. Anyways. It doesn't require belief, so no one is here trying to make you believe the Earth is anything but what it represents. But if the Earth, listen, this is very simple, very chill, man. I'm just chill. You chill. If the Earth represents itself to be for you a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying from an ever-expanding void of darkness, that's cool. I say that's cool, bro. You can believe that. If that's truly what you observe and experience and see in reality, nice, good for you. I have once adhered to the same thing, believed the same thing, or thought the same thing, or seen as a knowledge base. I have turned around from that. Because I have critically observed my own thing. I've actually started to really observe the Earth, and I came to the conclusion, you know what? The Earth observed itself to be, to me, a motionless topographical plane where water adheres to its containment, and when unmanipulated, it lays out flat. That's what I observe. I mean, we can go into nitty-gritties of it, but I don't need to have a belief on what I observe. I just observe it, and that's what I accept. No belief needed.
That's fair. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. You know.
I never stated anything otherwise.
But you said you said that you want to believe something about this topic. It's not necessary to believe it.
Alex asked me if I'm dug into this topic, and I answered. I feel like, pretty honestly, I feel like I'm just about as dug into my belief as you guys are dug into yours.
We don't live off of belief, buddy. We live off of measurable facts.
So this is another issue I wanted to bring up, and don't call me buddy, please. It's kind of condescending. I'm very much into science, and as you guys are, also clearly.
Would you prefer I use derogatory terms against you?
I would prefer you did not, actually.
Okay, so buddish is pretty fun then.
No, thank you.
What you got, Buffy? What do you bring?
Buffy, can I? You said you're very much into your belief.
No, it's not. I said I'm very much into science. Okay, can I?
Yeah, but you said belief. See, there's something wired in your brain
that is
where
true.
maybe your
it is a belief.
tongue right now, what you're vocalizing gives evidence to the point that maybe most of the things that you have inherited to be truth within your mind might be just a belief that at the end of the day, when analyzed further, could turn out to be not true, or even worse.
And absolutely, I agree with that. What I was going to say is, you guys are very knowledgeable when it comes to science. Okay, possibly even more knowledgeable than me. However, I think both of us have to acknowledge the fact that science, no scientists, even obviously you guys think they're probably like, yeah, whatever. Science kind of is based in the fact that facts, like actual facts, are never truly 100%. That's where the word theories come in. Theories are always the 99% chance topics of things happening. So I think, and not to lie, I'm not trying to single you out, but I think it was Jay Zilla. Before I really started talking, you guys were talking about, and somebody else, I think they left, but they were talking about how these are measurable facts. And measurable, sure, but I think in science, you can't really, there might be minor facts, but something as large as what the shape of the Earth is or how it's modeled, I don't really feel comfortable in saying anything regarding that is a fact.
You're a glober, though.
And but not once in this call have I said that that was a fact.
When you say hang on. No, hold on. Are you on the fence? Are you on the fence, Buffin?
No, I think the globe is a good theory for what shape of the Earth is. Just as I think that you believe that the flat Earth model is a good theory for what it is. I don't find comfortability in the use of the word fact when it comes to something this large of a magnitude.
Hold on. That is my point.
Hang on.
No, I'm an agnostic atheist, so no, it's not a fact.
Cool, that's cool, dude. Hang on. When you say theory, are you talking about a scientific theory?
A theory? Yeah. Yes. Sure. Yeah.
Okay, so you know that scientific theories have experiments to back them up?
Yes. You have a lot of labels to be so gray.
Right. And those experiments, they use deductive logic, right?
Okay.
What, are you a liar?
Yes, so they're definitive. They either prove something or they disprove something.
Theories are never
Why do you label yourself so, Buffy?
Theories are never 100% fact.
Yeah, but why do you label yourself so? Why do you have all these patches and badges?
As I label myself as what?
All these patches and badges that you have.
You're talking about my roles in the server?
Yeah, I'm talking about all the things that you apparently are footed on.
These are my beliefs.
That's right. So
yes, I have never claimed anything as a fact. What are you implying?
So you don't believe in any facts?
Okay, well, one, like things like Democrat and Libertarian and believing in laissez-faire, those are all beliefs. Those I can't portray those as facts. Never. When it comes to my religion, I'm an agnostic atheist. That literally means that I don't know, and I just believe things. I have not once portrayed any of my beliefs as facts.
An agnostic atheist is confused.
If you want to label as confusion, then by all means, sure.
Okay.
What does my lack of religion have to do with this topic? What does my economic policy have to do with this topic?
But Buffy, you know what the great thing is? You don't need to stay an atheist. See, the thing is, maybe, just maybe, okay, because I'm trying to get from your standpoint right now, right? If you want to call it confusion, atheist and whatnot, maybe there is such great evidence within creation, quote unquote. I'm looking at it from your perspective, so you wouldn't use the word creation. Let's say within reality, that might give a representation to where it comes from and so forth, or it might represent itself to be a specific thing when it, for example, comes back to the topic. I want to keep it at the topic of the room, right? So maybe you don't need to, use so much belief in your life. Maybe you can just, like a simplistic person that recognizes, okay, I have bought a lot of stuff in my life, I'm just gonna get rid of a lot of stuff and make my room much more clearer. You can do the same thing with your head, where you realize, okay, maybe I don't need to adhere to so many beliefs. I can actually, for once, really inherit a knowledge base that is based purely on observable, repeatable reality, right?
I might be wrong, but wasn't it you a little bit ago that said you have beliefs in your life about a bunch of things?
Well, yeah, I have. That's true.
So do I.
Yeah, but it sounded kind of like that because of, maybe I've misinterpreted it, but what you just said with Roto and your takes, that you yourself kind of accepted the fate that everything at the end of the day is just belief. That's what I got. But maybe
when
I'm
it comes down to like small, like very minute details, I agree that facts are a thing, right? I have hands. That is a fact. I know I have hands. It is a fact. But when it comes to especially things that relate to science, like the shape of the Earth, I guess this is kind of off topic, or like evolution, or my religion, which Rhoda brought up. Those are very larger and integral topics that can relate to science. Not way larger than just, do I have a hand, or is my hair this color? So when it comes to like giant questions like that, I do find it hard to just label if one thing or the other is a fact. You can use theory if you want. Whether or not I agree with it being a theory, I would prefer people like Jzilla to use the word theory instead of fact. That's all I'm saying.
Science doesn't deal with facts.
It's not that's also just not what I said.
I know, but I'm just asking you. What do you think?
Science does deal with facts. Science does deal with facts. But science, reasoning. they also deal with theories, right? The theory of evolution.
Well, that's not a scientific theory, because, like I said, scientific theories are backed up with experiments using deductive logic, and we all know that deductive logic is all about coming to specific conclusions about the phenomena that we're studying. That's what science does.
With empirical data.
Yeah, it doesn't deal with just theories. That's very colloquial of you to say, because theory can just mean, I've got a theory about what this guy's doing over here. That's just an idea. I need to now back that up.
I don't think even theories defined by science aren't just an idea, though.
Quite underdeveloped. Buffy, why are you here? What do you want to know? Are you here to troll, or are you here to ask questions?
Again, have I been trolling? Do you guys genuinely think
just answer that question? Why are you here?
To ask questions. If you guys think I've been trolling, I will.
You got troll as a label, son. It's on your shirt.
Okay,
tag.
am I trolling now? Am I trolling right now?
That's what I'm
personally
asking.
I don't think you are. That's my personal opinion on that.
Roto,
I don't think you are, dude.
I'm not going to respond to Roto. If I have, do I have the permission to not respond to him? I know last time I was in here and I refused to talk to somebody. I got muted for that. So I would prefer if I just didn't take the road up.
You hiding? You hiding? You can't answer that question. You say you're
This
here
is
to ask.
this is very Roto. This is very bad faith. I really just do not want to interact with you.
It is bad faith because I don't trust you. Why are you here?
Okay.
Because you're asking.
You guys already know my belief. You guys know I don't believe in the flat Earth. I'm not here to.
Oh, you don't. What happened?
Have
to
I
what
said I did?
Said? What happened to what you just said?
I said beliefs are. I said, what do you?
So you do believe in the globe?
I believe, yes. I'd never have portrayed it as a fact.
Glober. When I asked you earlier if you're a glober, you gave some sort of convoluted BS.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think
did you guys were you confused as to whether or not I was a glober?
No, you're an atheist. You're a glober. You're a libertarian.
No, I
you're
wasn't.
A troll. You're
okay.
You're
so then
vegetarian.
I would have.
You're all these things of your patches that you.
Yeah, they're all my beliefs. They're all my beliefs.
This is all your pride. So why are you here? So you're dug in.
Am I not allowed to be here? I can leave if this channel is only for flat earthers. Well, it doesn't seem like it because you're not really liking me just being here.
That's true. Now that's just me. These other guys.
So I can leave. So do you guys want me to leave? We can vote on it, and I'll leave right now.
Why don't you stand up and answer questions? You don't have to run.
I joined the channel so I can ask questions. I can answer questions, sure, but I joined the server.
These guys may not like me either. They may not. I don't know. But you're an interesting little character here, aren't you?
I haven't done anything.
I'm talking about your labels. Now, what kind of questions do you have?
Okay, why are you asking about my labels though?
Because it says troll.
Okay, so if I'll take it off right now, and then I'll take it off, and then you can just stop talking.
Dude, guys, I don't think any of this matters. Just focus on his arguments. Even if he's being a troll, who cares about the source of the argument? Who cares about him, dude? He may be a troll. I don't know. I actually don't care. I'm just focusing on what he's saying and what he's trying to put across here.
What are you trying to put across? Is the question? What's your intent?
Who cares though about his intent? I don't. You might, dude.
What's the question, Buffy? What question do you have?
All my questions so far have been asked. I suppose if I have another question, I'll let you know.
Do you want to know about stars? You're asking about planets.
I was earlier I was asking what your thoughts on them are, and the answer was we don't know, which is completely valid. Sure, yeah.
Yeah, that's not fine. You just talking to one person.
Because
do you know any history of the cosmology?
Because everyone else is muted. Yes. Clay and Jay Zilla were the only people who seemed to be talking, and I don't want to interact with you at all.
Had you heard of any other cosmologies besides the one that you list on your profile? Have you never heard of any other cosmology like astrology? You ever investigated astrology? Been around for a long time. I'm gonna take that as a no.
What are you doing, man? What are you doing?
So, have you never heard that the planets are wandering stars?
I've heard that, yeah.
You have heard that. So your
I've
question is
heard
what?
that.
Okay, all right. What do you think about that?
I have no idea.
What
is the point of this? What's the point of this?
Do you disagree with that the planets are wandering stars?
Okay, what do you mean by wandering stars?
I'm asking you. You said you.
I don't know what wandering stars mean. I've heard it. I don't know what it means. Explain me what it means, and I'll tell you if I believe it or not.
You know what, Buffy? I'm gonna be nice to you.
I don't think you have. I don't think you have been at all.
Well, I'm about to be. And if you have a legitimate question,
not for you.
For this channel, then that's great. If nobody's piping up with an answer for you, allow me.
Respectfully, I do not want to allow you to answer anything I ask.
Yeah, at this point, guys, I think you should both disengage. I mean, that's just I'm not a mod.
I'm trying. If I ask a question, I would want people to answer. I don't want him to answer. That's my only request. That we do not let him answer my question.
You can request that, but he has the right to answer your questions, whether you like it or not.
Well, I've been muted in the server. People have been muted in the server, and I feel like I don't know why he hasn't been muted yet because it's been very bad faith.
Yeah, dude. So my recommendation is here. This is where you disengage, as in you stop talking to him. It's quite simple. Okay. I know that sucks because it means that you can't speak or you shouldn't.
I'm gonna sit right here. Go ahead with your questions, Buffy. I'm all ears. I can't wait to hear you talk to friendly people. Go ahead.
So immature.
I can be unfriendly. I can do that too. But I mean, I think whether he's a troll or not, I don't know. I don't care. Like I said, I don't care. I'm just focusing on what he's.
I don't care. Like, dude, it's fine.
I
have joined this channel. I have joined this channel before with the intent, but right now I was asking a question, and he seems very mad.
Let's hear it.
I don't have a question right now. I don't have a question right now.
Well, you had a
I don't
question
have a problem with you, dude. Personally,
And that was already answered. That was already answered.
Questions about the
guys. This is just
that was already answered. This is useless, man.
It wasn't answered.
This is like childish, man.
It was answered, but I don't know.
Hang on a second, guys. What is it tonight, guys? Because I don't know what's happened in the past.
I have never talked to this person before now.
I don't know what happened in the past, Roto Ox, but you are giving him a fair bit of stick here. I think this conversation just needs to move on. Yeah, just Buffy, you're welcome here. You haven't been a troll tonight. You've been asking your questions. If anyone wants to answer, guys, feel free to go ahead. But this is just getting a bit out of hand again.
Carry on.
Yeah.
Let's hear this riveting stuff. Go ahead, Buffy.
I've already said I didn't have a question right now. If I have a question, I will talk. I promise it will be riveting.
Is this the alternative here? Dead air? Good stuff.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit better than the bickering, but I mean that's just me.
Yeah, I'd agree.
I mean, we could go back to science, although I know we've all heard that many times over and over again. Like, I don't think that cosmology per se is just it's not a matter of natural science. It's a category error, if you will. And that's not a belief of mine. That's just based on the scientific method and what it aims to achieve. It's very specific in its application. Very specific. Like I said, it uses deductive logic in order to come to specific conclusions on matters of natural phenomena. That would be the plural. And as I stated before, a scientific theory is always backed up by an experiment that confirms that theory. So we're just saying this is a theory. It doesn't make it true. That's just a very colloquial way of looking at an idea.
I agree with that.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. That science doesn't deal with that. Natural science does. It deals with either proving or disproving natural phenomena.
Well, I agree with the fact that theories are, and you said theories are like never proven as like fact.
No, that's not what he said, but I would say that science only establishes a cause and effect relationship. And first thing we would do is we would witness occurrence happening in nature. Then we would make form a hypothesis, a scientific hypothesis, on what we believed caused that effect that we witness. Sorry, I'm tired, man. It's late here. We then need to test that. And what we believed caused the effect would be our independent variable that we need to vary in our experiment. So no, a scientific hypothesis couldn't be used in astrology, astronomy, looking at the stars or planets. Natural science.
Yeah, it's not a matter of science. It just doesn't deal with that. Even though we're led to believe that. I believed that astronomy was science, geology, all these things that are their studies, their disciplines, if you will, but they're definitely not scientific theories. Like I said before, scientific theories actually have experimental verification. So you come to a specific conclusion on what caused this particular effect that you observed. It's as simple as that, but I mean, that's just the way it is. It's not a belief, dude. Buffy, do you know what a scientific experiment is?
I'm sorry?
Do you know what a scientific experiment entails?
I think you got like the scientific method.
Yeah.
I think the scientific method involves hypothesis and experiments and analyses of things.
Yeah, so an experiment. I think there are 3 constituent parts to an experiment. Do you know what they are? It's cool if you don't, man. I'm not testing you.
You can tell me, yeah.
Yeah, so you have a independent variable, a dependent variable, and a control. So those you need to have those 3 parts down, right?
Mm-hmm.
So do you know which one is the cause and which one is the effect?
Like no, regarding what?
Yeah, so the independent variable is the cause. That's the one that you vary, the one that you manipulate to see if that's actually causing the effect that you are witnessing, that you're observing, that natural phenomena.
So I'll give you an example, Buffy, of just one example of how I became a flat earther. Yeah, my main experience was over water, long distances over water, and that.
Mm-hmm.
But I then started looking into these things that were claimed as science. So a good example of this would be gravity. Okay, so you drop something, we see that it falls to the ground. We can measure how fast that item falls. So we've got an average of 9.8 meters per second. It's only an average because it's not always the same everywhere. Okay, so that's our effect that we've seen. The effect was that something fell. So now we need to form a hypothesis. So according to gravity, today that would be the bending and warping of space-time. Okay?
Yeah.
So when we have a look at natural science only deals with the physical world. Right? So space-time is not something that's physical. You can't hand me a piece of space-time. We can't see space-time. We can't see space-time bending. So straight up, we have an issue, according to science, with gravity. But if we ignore all that and we continue on, we can say that, okay, our cause is the bending and warping of space-time. So we now have a hypothesis we need to test. Now we need to vary that bending space-time to see if it actually did cause the effect of something going down. How do we vary space-time?
Don't know.
You can't. It's not something physical. It's not something that we interact with. It's not something that we can see in the first place to establish that it's science, yeah? Because it's not dealing with something, it's not something that's physical, it's a concept. So I have issues, yeah? I have issues that we're told something is scientific when it's not scientific. We just believed that, oh, look, yep, we've got gravity. Of course it's proven. Of course it's science. Those scientists have done this stuff. But when you start looking deeper into the claims and actually investigating what is science, what is the scientific method, how would I do this? What's an independent variable? Well, it all falls apart right there.
Do you know what pseudoscience is, Buffy? Like
Vaguely.
the definition?
Not the
Can
definition.
you define
No.
that?
I don't know. I
So
don't
it's
know
anything that doesn't follow the scientific method is automatically classified as pseudoscience. So, for example, like AJ was just telling you about gravity, that clearly can't follow the scientific method because you can't vary or you can't manipulate a cause. So, by definition, the so-called theory of gravitation is pseudoscience. I know that sounds shocking because you probably think of pseudoscience as a tarot card reading or something along those lines. But
Yeah.
actually, a lot of these studies, these disciplines, fall under that category because they're based solely on observations. They don't actually go through the scientific method. They don't actually go through the experimental process. So yeah, it is shocking, and it was shocking to me when I first heard it. But definitionally, they're actually pseudoscience. I don't know. It sounds like this guy's talking shit, right? Like,
So, yeah, we're not denying the effect of gravity. We all see things go down. We definitely don't deny the effect. It's something that we can all witness. But is that what is claimed? Is the cause the bending and warping of space-time, a concept? Well, I would say that it's not a scientific theory. It's not at all.
yeah,
Scientific
it can't be
theory is something that
experimented
has
upon.
gone. That's right, because a scientific theory is something that has been through an experiment. We have established a cause and effect relationship.
I may be wrong, but when I think when scientists go out to prove like if gravity exists, I don't think they really try and explain like why it does
But
what
that
it
is
does or
science.
how it does what it does. I think
But that
instead
is
how
science.
they
It's just establishing that cause and effect relationship. We see an effect and we want to know what caused it.
well,
And
well I
that's
think
all
like
science
what you
does.
said like we can like see the effects, because we can see things fall and stuff. I think that's kind of the way, because they can't really fully explain why gravity works the way it does. I think when they go out to prove gravity, they instead prove the effects that we describe as being gravity, as existing, like things falling.
That's right.
And
However,
so
they can't put it through the scientific method, therefore it can't be a scientific theory or a theory of gravity. Because a theory is only something that has passed the scientific method and has shown that cause and effect relationship.
would you say that the effects of gravity can be put to the scientific method?
In what way? The effect is the effect. We need to establish a cause of that effect in science. So we need to try and
I think
establish why
they
these
list
things are
the
going down.
cause as gravity, whilst but I will
Yes.
say, I will digress that they don't really know exactly why or how it does what it does, but they can visually see the effects of it, and so that kind of just they attribute it to a cause, even though they don't really know how or why it works.
So how do they attribute a cause of this gravity without the scientific method?
They call
How
like
are
things
they?
falling on the ground. They call that gravity.
Yes, but we've been given a cause by science today, or by so-called science, yeah? And that cause is general relativity, the bending and warping of space-time, creating gravity wells for things to orbit, yeah?
Fair enough.
So they claim a cause. They claim it's the theory of gravity, but it's not a theory. A theory has to go through the scientific method.
I gotcha.
Who in history's ever measured the rotation of the Earth?
But like the rotation of the Earth doing what? Like it's spinning, or
Yeah.
I don't know who measured it exactly.
And again, it's something that hasn't been measured and can't be measured once you start looking into the subject.
Yep.
The fact is if you seriously look into what we're told does not stack up.
Mm-hmm.
And from there, we can go out. Well, I did. I said I started on water, looking across water, looking at an island that was 10 kilometers away from me. I used to spend a lot of time on the ocean, looking at navigation lights and lighthouses and lights on islands that were supposed to be well beyond this curve. Yeah. So we can go out and we can actually see and test these things for ourselves. Can we, as the discussion was earlier, can we replace some of this model? No, it's independent of replacement. Yeah, we can only work with what we can prove. And what we can prove is that the Earth's not curving under our feet.
I gotcha.
Any other questions there, Buffy?
Not at the moment, no. Yes, I guess I might just wait and see if anybody else talks.
Yeah, dude. Thanks for being cordial tonight, man. Like, it's just so refreshing to actually have an adult sort of exchange with someone on this server.
I feel the same way.
Regardless of your labels, which I couldn't care less about.
I don't know why my roles matter.
They don't, man. They don't. The only thing that matters is what comes out of your mouth in the present, regardless of the past. I don't even know your past, and I don't really care about it. But yeah, like you gotta understand a lot of people that people with our cosmology, we've dealt with a lot of shit throughout the years. Even though I'm new to it, I mean, I say that, but I feel like I've been here for a while, but I haven't. We've dealt with a lot of contempt for our position. So a lot of people are a little, they may come across as abrasive, as hostile. That's because they've dealt with a lot of disingenuous people in the past. And sometimes when someone comes across like you did, people may think that you're feigning your interest, or you're just here to ridicule us in a subversive way.
People can talk about things all the time, even if they believe in two completely different things. Still allowed to talk.
Yeah.
I don't think it should be instantly perceived as trolling.
Absolutely, dude.
That's
Yeah, I
hilarious.
agree.
That's hilarious. That's a good one. Sometimes people don't walk their talk. Sometimes people lie. Sometimes people are beguilers. Sometimes people are deceivers. And their mouth moves, but what's behind their eyes is completely different. Intent is everything. It's why we go to court. When you do an action with your hands, it's not provable enough. You take it to court and you get down to the intent of the person, the motive. And that's the question, because you come here with a label on your pocket that says troll and all kinds of other stuff, yet your mouth doesn't quite align with all that.
I mean, you think it does?
Dude.
You think I am a troll?
Dude, hang on.
So it does align.
And I tell you something else. I'm a sweet,
hang on.
I'm a
Can
sweet
I
guy.
say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I know you may be, dude, but even in court, it's what you say that matters, not your intent.
No, sir. It's what the intent is of your motive.
No,
what
in
you say
court,
can be the lie. You see,
Convictions aren't issued based off of intent. Convictions are based off of evidence.
Motive.
No, motive has nothing to do. You can't prove motive.
Bullcrap.
Most of the time, you're never going to. What you can prove is a dead body and somebody did it. Because people's motives can be anything, right? You can have no motive at all. You could have absolutely no motive at all for doing what you did. Does that mean you escape jail?
No. But
no, right.
If you run somebody over with a car and it's an accident versus shoot them between the eyes or beat them to death with a hammer, it's completely different. Depends on your motive. Motive. Intent. That's why I ask what Buffy's intent is here. Is he altruistically here to ask questions? If he is, I'm a sweet guy.
Well, Roto, I'm going to have to back you on that one, yeah. And I've been through that situation myself. And when you go to court, yes, one of the things they have to do is prove that you had the intent to injure that person or do what you did to that person. That is a fact.
But that's secondary to what happened. That's secondary to the injury or the murder. It absolutely is.
No, that's actually not.
You also could just
in American case law, it's not.
Okay,
so
hang on, just let me say something here, dude. All right, because I've actually been through this. I was in this situation myself, yeah, where I'll just say I got into a fight with somebody and somebody got injured pretty badly, and I ended up in a pretty bad situation. Yeah, the guy nearly died. Yeah, so in my situation, right. The reason why I was being charged with what I was being charged with is because they deemed that I used excessive force in the situation. Yeah. So I'm going to be charged with grievous bodily harm. Now, they go through that situation and the sentence or the outcome really does depend very heavily on whether my actions were likely to cause the injury that he received and that I had the intent to cause those injuries in the first place. So in my situation, I was working. I caught two guys that were breaking into a building. Okay. One of them hit me from behind. I turned around and pushed him back. He fell over. He hit his head on the concrete. Okay. So in that situation, my intent was to move him away from me and create a safe distance. Okay. I didn't have the intent to knock him out on the concrete and fracture this guy's skull, right? So the intent wasn't there through my actions because all I was doing was creating a reactionary gap. Now, if I had just turned around and full punched the guy and knocked him out, well, then my intent was to hit this guy and hurt him. Yeah. So it does play a very big role in that
I would
case.
agree with that, but it's true in that
Now,
case.
I didn't.
No, it's true, and I agree with that.
Yeah,
but the difference is I didn't punch anybody.
Charge. No, but I'm just saying that the intent. It is.
Well, it does matter.
Intent and motive
I would say
primary,
intent.
and it's not.
I would say motive matters if you probably murdered them. I didn't murder anybody. I asked a question, so I don't think motive is really that big of a deal.
Yeah, intent is absolutely secondary.
I came in here and asked a question.
It's secondary. My case was it is secondary. I heard somebody say motive is primary and like the most important thing. And I'm like, no, it's secondary. You can have all the motive in your heart to murder somebody and never murder them. So
it's more about not your motive as in your thought pattern as such. Well, I suppose it does come down to that, but as in
you're convicted based off of what you had done.
Yeah, it's your action that you took. Now, in my situation, I was let off because I didn't have the intent to hurt this guy. I was trying to create a reactionary gap where I was safe. I was trying to create a safe space for me. And unfortunately, he fell over his own feet. Yeah. But at the end of the day,
that's the difference.
That's the difference. But at the end of the day, yes, I do understand some people, and you're going to have to understand, Buffy, if you've got that tag on your name that you're a troll, we do get a lot of trolls in here. Yeah.
I agree.
You may be met with some resistance of people thinking that you are a troll based on what you're presenting yourself as.
Yeah, and I agree with that. It's completely rational for us to make that assumption if you're holding yourself out as a troll.
What if you're in here pretending like you don't know things? You ever heard? Do you think people pretend? So, Buffy, had you ever heard of the scientific method before? Because you seem to have amassed a lot of knowledge with all these labels on you. Certainly, there's some substance to back up all those labels that you believe in or
I believe there is
substance. Well, very good, very good. So you come in here prancing and dancing, talking about you don't know this and that, and you're ignorant, and you've never heard of all this, and you're pleading to us, hey, please answer these uninformed questions. I've never done any research. I'm so gray and new and fresh, and my bottom
I never said any of the things you just said. I never said those. You're wrong.
So
no, I didn't say that. I didn't say, I'm new and fresh. I don't know anything.
But you pretend. You pretend that way.
I didn't pretend either.
You already know the answers to these questions, don't you?
And I know what the scientific method is. I never claimed I did not know what the scientific method was.
You kind of did. I
said I don't. I just asked him to explain it.
I think this is a good pivot away from the current discussion, which is whether or not he's a troll. And let's move it back on topic. The scientific method.
Did I troll?
That's intent, isn't it? If you come in here pretending,
I don't think you did either. I don't think you trolled.
I'm not.
I agree with the point that you are a known quantity as a troll. So you have a hurdle to overcome. That's the point.
But
and now maybe we can move on with the discussion and have an honest one.
But even if you did troll, guys, even if you did, the fact that he acted cordially and what we need to think about what the biggest beneficiary of the discussion was a third party. The audience was who we should be aiming the conversation at. And so if he even if he is a troll, even if he was, he didn't act like one, and he answered questions, he asked questions, and that's all. Like,
I agree.
I don't care about his intent. I couldn't care less. The fact that he was having a cordial conversation, and that's enough for me, dude.
I have a question, Rhoda.
The audience was the beneficiary.
Let's get back to the topic, guys. Let's go.
What is the topic?
The nature of Earth. And we're getting into the scientific method and whether or not it is known to our Glober friend what the scientific method is.
He's already told you.
Okay.
There's no science. There's just theories, yet except for the ones he believes in.
I don't know. The theories I believe in are also theories.
So everything's a theory to you, yet you're dug in.
So you're strawman.
We have laws
alongside
theory.
Everything I'm saying.
We have laws alongside theories. What's the difference?
You act like
asking
you
me?
don't know things, Buffy, but you do, don't you? So what's your intent?
I
here?
don't know everything.
Well, of course you don't know everything, but you know these questions you're asking, don't you?
No, when I asked, like, for example, around how planets are perceived in the flat Earth, I don't know how they are. That's why I asked.
Really?
Well,
So
I don't know.
you are so dug in. You are so dug in on
I'm
these labels that you have never investigated anything else, correct?
You know what? I think we should just cut this conversation off here.
Yeah,
If he ends up, look, if he
I'm gonna
ends
leave,
up
dude.
being a,
I'm
if
gone.
look, Buffy's been pretty good. I will say that he has been. No, he's gone.
I agree with you, AJ. He's been all right.
But if he ends up being a troll, look, if he ends up being a troll, we'll deal with it when he ends up being a troll. He'll end up being server muted or something else will occur. He wasn't being a troll, I suppose. When he shows that behavior, then we'll deal with it then.
Just in my opinion, guys, these debates this is part of it. People, I mean, it's a debate, right? Point, counterpoint. Now, of course, there's going to be other motives with people. We're inundated with this kind of stuff, with people with bad intent. Intents to say, make this look bad, to make a mockery of this, to insult